My father is the holy sword warrior, the war king of the northern realm. My brother, the favored child of the heavens, is a dragon knight. As for me, I was cast away for 18 years, enduring the most extreme poverty and humiliation. Upon my return to the family, my father saw me as a disgrace. And my stepmother subjected me to endless criticism and scorn. Even the servants in the house mocked me as useless. After being disowned by the family, I successfully changed my profession to a summoner and even acquired a god-level talent. The primordial blood of the dark descent, when I fused my summoned beasts with the Dark Bloodline, they evolved into dark creatures. Bloodbat plus Dark Bloodline equals Dracula. Blood red is my favorite color. Your fear is my most beautiful art. Nightmare demon plus Dark Bloodline equals Nightmare Dominator. The eternal night's darkness and nightmares will dominate everything. Haha, I am no longer useless. To think that I endured 18 years of suffering just to find my kin. Yet this so-called family treated me so. They bullied me, laughed at me and insulted me, haha. If this is the case, then I shall become a demon. I heard amidst the oppressive atmosphere of the great hall, a flood of memories. You disgraceful thing. You have lost all face for our Gu family. I heard amidst the oppressive atmosphere of the great hall, a flood of memories suddenly surged into my mind. I had transmigrated into the body of the legitimate eldest son of the royal family of the northern realm. However, the memories in my mind told me that he had lived since childhood in a remote small city called Ling City, born into poverty and without support. He was always ostracized and bullied by his peers. The harder he tried, the more miserable his life became. Under such oppression, his entire mentality collapsed. But just last month, a couple found him, and only then did he learn of his origins. The man before me was his father Gu Qingfeng, and this dignified woman was his stepmother Qin Yun. As for his birth mother, she had died shortly after giving birth to him. That same year also marked the invasion of the abyssal aliens into the Divine Summer Empire. At that time, Gu Qingfeng, burdened with military orders, had no choice but to leave his young son with a farming family in Lin City, never expecting that this delay would last 18 years. Only later did he find out that his father and stepmother had another son who had been raised by their side from a young age and had now become the admired prodigy of the masses. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his father's so-called necessities sounded like a joke. Over the years, he had endured poverty and bullying, all of which his biological father knew about yet remained unmoved. The eldest son was left to be bullied by outsiders for 18 years, while the younger son was kept by his side, receiving endless care and resources, and even switched to a rare profession. This poor fellow indeed. No wonder I transmigrated here, I sighed. After reviewing these memories, I felt a sense of empathy. The kinship and care that the predecessor had longed for all his life were nothing but a complete joke. Though he met his father, there was not a trace of care in this so-called father, only undisguised cold looks and disdain. With a loud bang, Gu Qingfeng smashed the table in front of him. Unfilial son, kneel down. A furious shout and a terrifying aura swept over. I felt a gust of wind hit my face as I looked up at that majestic figure. I am Gu Qingfeng, having spent half my life on the battlefield guarding the abyssal front, killing countless enemies for 18 years and being titled the War King of the Northern Realm. And you? Causing trouble in school, even failing to awaken as a professional. Do you have any face left to call yourself my son? Look at you, full of thuggish habits, nothing like my son. You have lost all my face. I frowned. Perhaps it was because he had assimilated the memories of his original self, but when faced with Gu Qingfeng's scolding, a surge of intense anger suddenly rose in his heart. Just as he was about to retort, a series of messages suddenly appeared in his vision. Class transfer system loading, entering selection interface shortly. Different choices will lead to entirely different career paths for the host. Please choose carefully. The system is here. Gu Chen was slightly surprised and quickly suppressed the anger in his heart. This morning he had already failed the class transfer ceremony in his senior year of high school. Could he still change his class? Wasn't it said that everyone only gets one chance to change their class? Please choose your career path. The first choice read, a prodigal son who doesn't exchange gold for his return. Apologize to your father and gain his understanding. Henceforth strive diligently and reform yourself. Class transfer, hidden class, red dust. Swordsman, could he really change his class? Gu Chen's eyes lit up, but no, abandoned for 18 years and still apologized to him in the end? There must be some serious illness. The second choice, a moment of patience and a moment of anger saves 1,000 moments of regret. Continue to be scolded by your father, silently endure the disdain and aversion you suffered. Class transfer, rare class, Ninja Turtle. This is possible. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Damn Ninja Turtle. A fine person changing class into a turtle, wouldn't that be rare? Wouldn't that just make him a turtle man? I've already traveled to another world and the system is here a perfect setup for an enjoyable grand narrative with a major male protagonist, and yet should I still endure such torment? No, not choosing the third choice. Today I finally know who I am. If the heavens oppress me, I will split them open. If the earth confines me, I will shatter it. Since you regard me as a disgrace, let's sever our ties and owe nothing to each other. Class transfer. Random transfer to an ordinary profession. Acquire God-level talent. Looking at the three choices in his field of vision, Guchen had already made his decision. A true man born between heaven and earth, how can he live under others in depression? For 18 years I haven't received the slightest benefit from Yibgu family, alone and bullied. Managing to survive at the bottom rung is already an achievement. And now you say I've embarrassed you. Well, fine. Such a father, better disowned. The eldest legitimate son of the Northern Battle King. I don't fancy that identity at all. Whoever loves it can have it. From now on I won't serve you. I choose the third option. Choice successful. You may now randomly transfer to an ordinary profession, after which you will acquire God-level talent. God-level talent. Guchen felt a wave of anticipation. Although it's just an ordinary profession with the enhancement of God-level talent, surely the achievements in the future wouldn't be poor. Just as he was about to check, he heard Gu Qingfeng's angry voice again. Rascal, do you think I can't deal with you if you don't speak? I punish you to kneel in the courtyard for a day and a night without my permission. You are not allowed to stand up. Hearing this voice, Guchen looked up at the figure, his eyes filled with a bit more coldness. Punish me to kneel for a day and a night? Are you worthy? Ji Guchen said coldly. In my eyes you have never fulfilled a day's duty as a father, so don't try to act like a parent in front of me. And you say it was out of necessity? You keep the younger son close and nurture him with the finest clothes and food, while the eldest son is left to fend for himself, uncared for and unasked about for 18 years. Is this considering for me, for my own good? Nonsense, you. Gu Qingfeng's face was red with anger, yet he was rendered speechless. He hadn't expected that this child would dare to defy him, even feeling jealous of his half-brother born of another mother. Short-sighted and petty, Gu Qingfeng had lived a life standing tall and upright. How could he have such a worthless son? Rage burned within Gu Qingfeng. Nonsense. Even so, this is no excuse for your degradation. Look at yourself, not striving for excellence at school, hanging out all day with those no-goods, and now you're not even a professional, yet you have the audacity to compare yourself to your brother. How do you match up to him? Guchen gave a cold laugh. Yes, he is indeed precious, the real son you cherish. From childhood he had nothing to worry about, always accompanied by guards trained in rare professions and even admitted to the prestigious Capital Academy. Since your son is so great, what are you doing coming to me? As you see, I'm just a farmer's son covered in mud, wallowing in self-degradation, only knowing how to hang out with riff-raff. Since you've started a new family, what do you want with me? Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's breathing became rapid, his face full of anger, the fury in his heart blazing. As the argument between father and son grew more intense, Qin Yun finally spoke unhurriedly. Guchen, how can you speak to your father this way? Do you know how much hope he has placed in you? Kneel down and apologize to your father. After saying this, her eyes stared at Guchen, a subtle mockery flashing through them. The rightful firstborn son of the royal family, who couldn't return home for 18 years, suffered poverty and bullying in a small town and became a rogue ruffian. All this was thanks to this stepmother. After all, the Gu family was a royal family of the northern territory, and as long as this legitimate firstborn son existed, her son would never have his day. Thus, she could only ruin Guchen, making this royal heir a lowly figure in the eyes of the nobility, having him grow up in the countryside, mingling with questionable characters, lacking in family education, ignorant of manners, and picking up bad habits. And she meanwhile whispered sweet nothings into Gu Qingfeng's ear, claiming that this harsh environment was to temper the firstborn son's character, preparing him to inherit the throne. The truth was, Gu Qingfeng, busy with his military duties, had no idea of the life Guchen led and simply believed her deceitful words. Over the years, with Qin Yun's manipulative persuasions, Gu Qingfeng showered all his care on his younger son, not only keeping him close for careful nurturing but also lavishing him with all resources, attended daily by servants equipped with the finest gear and tools at his fingertips, and even having royal commanders accompany him on his monster-slaying quests. He was held in high regard wherever he went. Now not only has he switched early to a rare profession, but he has also been admitted to the Empire's top academy in the capital. The difference between the eldest son and the younger son was like heaven and earth. Expectations for me, I see the real hopes are placed on your younger son. Guchen sneered coldly, his face full of disdain. What is this attitude? Gu Qingfeng glared with wide eyes and rebuked, defying your parents. Showing no respect for your elders, how are you any different from those street thugs? Born with minimal talent and failing to switch professions, how dare you compare yourself with your brother? In what way are you better than him? Indeed, he is the favored son of heaven, how could I ever compare to him? Gu Qin spoke without mercy. From the first moment you saw me, you looked down on me. Apart from criticizing and cursing, you never cared about me or asked whether I was doing well. In your eyes, your son should be like him, a genius admired by all, not a worthless nobody. Like me, I'm just a peasant brimming with unruliness, not worthy of your noble status as the war king of the north. From now on, consider that you don't have a son like me, alright? With these words, the entire hall fell into silence and Gu Qingfeng's eyes blazed with rage. Xinyan's eyes flickered with satisfaction and she rebuked sharply, Gu Qin, who allowed you to speak to your father like that? Kneel down and apologize to him now. Watching the mockery in Xinyan's eyes, Gu Qin remained indifferent. Kneel down. This was an attempt to suppress him and solidify Qinyan's position as the mistress. The moment he knelt, it would signify that he, the legitimate eldest son, feared his stepmother, and from then on even the servants would disrespect him. Make me kneel? What are you? Even if I am not presentable, I am still the legitimate eldest son of the northern royal family. You, a mere concubine, what right do you have to boss me around? With these words, Qinyan's face became extremely dark. The term concubine was always a thorn in her heart. For many years, no one had dared to address her as such. Now, being mocked by Gu Qin in front of everyone, her dignity as the princess was utterly lost. Xinyan's eyes widened with intense murderous intent, but with Gu Qingfeng beside her, she had to suppress her anger and murderous intent. Shunner, no matter what, I am still your stepmother. How can you? Enough. Stop pretending here, Gu Chen with a cold face interrupted. Xin Yun, from the beginning you never took a proper look at me, and now you pretend to care? Who are you trying to fool, you scoundrel? Gu Qingfeng roared in anger, about to scold. You call me a scoundrel? Gu Qin countered without a trace of cowardice. If you dislike me, you might as well kill me. After all, my life is worthless. But remember, you have never provided for me in 18 years. Even if I am worthless, you have no right to scold me. Since you think I have disgraced you, from today onwards I sever all ties with the Gu family. Henceforth we have nothing to do with each other. Death will keep us apart. Hearing this, a flash of surprise and then joy burst from the depths of Qinyan's eyes. She quickly changed her expression, seemingly having made a decision in her heart. Shunner, you mustn't. Xinyan stepped forward and knelt down with a thump. Shunner, your aunt kneels before you. You are the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family. The future of the northern royal family depends on you. How can you sever ties with the Gu family? A mother kneeling before her son is a grave impropriety. This will trap you in dishonor. If this spreads, your reputation will be utterly ruined. Gu Qin looked coldly at the scene unfolding before him, memories of his first day at the Gu family flashing through his mind, accompanied by whispers he'd heard in all of North Fort City who didn't say that Lady Qin was an excellent stepmother. With this single kneel, there would no longer be a place for him in the royal family of the North. With this kneel, the position of the crown prince would surely change hands. With this kneel, he was utterly alone, a python devouring a dragon. That was what this was, a stepmother as the python and the genius younger brother as the bird. Seeing this, Gu Qingfeng's anger surged uncontrollably. Rebel, such treachery, it was outright unfilial and disgraceful. You scoundrel, I am your father, am I not allowed to scold you? Publicly humiliating your stepmother, severing ties with the Gu family? Do you even know your own worth? Without my protection, what are you? Your protection? Gu Qin sneered at that. Rest assured, your illustrious status as the war king of the north is well known, and I would not dare tarnish your reputation outside. With a cold laugh, Gu Qin turned and left without looking back. Go, let him go. From now on, I shall act as if I never had this son. After Gu Qin left, Qinyan slowly stood up, a hint of triumph flashing in her eyes. By driving Gu Qin away today, her son could now rightfully ascend to the position of crown prince of the North Fort royal family. Gu Qingfeng's wrath enveloped the entire Gu family estate, causing all the servants to tremble in fear. The war king of the north, a name that even the abyssal exotic clans would avoid at all costs. After venting his rage, Gu Qingfeng finally calmed down, his gaze turning complex. His eldest legitimate son Gu Qin, how had he come to this? Was it just because he had shown a bit more care for his younger son, and what of it? Just because his brother was more outstanding he chose to defy his father, to insult his stepmother, to break away from the family? This unfilial and ignorant child, he truly does not appreciate the love of his parents. I should never have acknowledged him. Gu Qingfeng looked angrily at a servant in the hall. Steward, your majesty, please command me, from today onward remove Gu Chen from our family registry. Hearing this, the steward's expression changed, showing distress. What, you wish to plead for that unfilial son? The steward shuddered, shaking his head repeatedly. No, your majesty, it's just what? It's just that Master Gu Chen's name was never in the family registry to begin with. How could Gu Chen's name not be in the family registry? Gu Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, his expression turning complex. Over the years he had been preoccupied with warfare and had actually forgotten to include his son's name in the family registry. Never mind, there's no rush. The matter of the family registry can wait until that ungrateful child comes back to apologize. But unbeknownst to Gu Qingfeng, at that very moment Gu Chen was already on a train leaving North Fort City. He was returning to Lin City because he was a senior high student at Lin City High School No. 1. The Empire's career transition ceremony would end today, and from tomorrow morning at 7 the rookie instances in each city would open uniformly. For those from lower strata, becoming a professional was just the first step to alter their destinies. The real turning point was the entrance examination of higher educational institutions. If one could get into the top Imperial Academy in the capital, the future achievements would be boundless. To perform well in the entrance examination of these higher educational institutions, one must enter the rookie instance and gain experience by slaying exotic beasts, then level up. The beginner's dungeon is only open for 10 days, and missing even a single day is an irrecoverable loss for Gu Chen. Therefore, the most crucial task now is to return to Lincheng No. 1 High School before 7 a.m. tomorrow. Gu's hometown of Gu North City is the center of the northern border's 7 cities. From Gu North City to the remote Lincheng the distance spans over 10,000 kilometers. In a previous life, even if a high-speed train ran at full speed, it would take 2 to 3 days to arrive. Fortunately, in this world, trains are powered by high-density energy crystals, and if nothing goes wrong, I should be able to return to Lincheng after midnight. In the empty train compartment, Gu Chen looks out the window where the sunset is as red as blood, almost dyeing half of the sky. In this world where monsters rampage and wars are frequent, most of the land where humans live is in ruins, and only the strongest can control their own destiny. Changing professions is the only way to become the strongest. System, I want to change my profession, Gu Chen thought silently. Among the options provided by the system, he chose the third one, to randomly change to an ordinary profession. Now he could finally start his career as a professional. Changing profession for you. You have been changed to the summoner profession. Why did it change to a summoner? Gu Chen frowned slightly. It is well known that summoner is one of the most expensive professions to maintain. If Gu Chen hadn't broken ties with his family, with Gu Qingfeng's status as the war king of the northern border, he could have definitely provided a massive amount of resources to train him into a top-level summoner. Even becoming invincible at the same level wasn't impossible. After all, a summoner's greatest reliance is on their summoned beasts. Only by obtaining top-tier summoned beasts or top-tier summoning skill books can one maximize the combat power of this profession, and both of these require a huge cost. For a commoner, becoming a summoner is literally a dead end. Take the most ordinary summoning skill book for instance. After learning it, one can summon ordinary summoned beasts, and the market price generally starts at 20,000. The aptitude of the summoned beasts can be categorized into ordinary, fine, excellent, rare, epic, and legendary. The higher the aptitude, the rarer and more potent the summoned beast, although the cheapest summoning skill book starts at 20,000 each. A commoner could bite the bullet and buy one. But how much combat power can an ordinary summoned beast exert? If it can't even get through the beginner's dungeon, what future is there? Gu Chen felt his heart cool by half. The reason it only cooled by half is because he possesses a divine level talent. Activating the divine level talent, Primordial Dark Blood. Primordial Dark Blood. Every level gains a Dark Bloodline which can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures. To this date, the highest talent is SSS level, and so far only one person is known to have it. He is Sha Nanfeng, the commander-in-chief of the Zhenyuan army and the top official of the God Summer military, known as the War God of Azura. Below this level are SSS A, B, C, D, and E levels. As for the divine level, it is unprecedented. Primordial Dark Blood, gaining a Dark Bloodline at level 1. If only there was a summoned beast to try it on. Dark Bloodlines can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures, and although he has now changed his profession to a summoner, without learning the summoning skills, he is unable to summon. It seems that after arriving in Lincheng, I must first find a way to buy a summoning skill book. However, I only have a little over 200 yuan left. With just over 200 yuan, I can't even afford the cheapest summoning skill book. Gu Chen leaned back in his chair, frowning deeply. By the time he reached Lincheng, it was already late at night, and he headed straight to Lincheng No. 1 Middle School. Sneaking into the teacher's apartment, after knocking on the door, a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance opened it. It was Gu Chen's homeroom teacher. Gu Chen, is that you? Where have you been for the past month? Jiang Songhua hadn't gone to bed yet, his expression showing both surprise and confusion. Teacher, I've switched to a summoner and I'm going to participate in the novice dungeon, Gu Chen stated straightforwardly. Summoner? Jiang Songhua was initially a bit shocked, then his face turned melancholic. Why choose to be a summoner? Generally students have 2 or 3 professions to choose from during the job switching ceremony. Gu Chen had a failed awakening in Gubei City. He truly had no professions to choose from. This was also one of the reasons why Gu Qingfeng was furious. A powerful summoner could be comparable to a combat squad, but such combat power is built with money and resources. Without money and resources, one could only summon the lowest level creatures, hardly able to defeat even a novice dungeon. These things have been mentioned many times at school, haven't you listened to any of it? Jiang Songhua's tone conveyed a hint of disappointment. The resources needed for a summoner's growth are bottomless pits, beyond the reach of ordinary people except for some major powers. I had no other choice, Gu Chen replied calmly. Alright then. Jiang Songhua clicked his tongue, his face full of regret. I'll report the job switch. The novice dungeon starts at 7 in the morning, just don't be late. Thank you, teacher. Gu Chen nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Jiang Songhua called out to him, pulling out a skill book from his personal space and handing it to Gu Chen. This is a fine-grade summoning book. Due to its poor quality, it has been unsellable, and now it's your lucky day. Poor quality, unsold? Gu Chen glanced at it, unimpressed. A fine-grade summoning book would start at 50,000 yuan in the market, and it's unsellable. Gu Chen's eyes trembled slightly, looking at Jiang Songhua with gratitude. 50,000 yuan, just given away like that? The teacher must have said that considering his self-esteem. Gu Chen felt a surge of emotion. He thought his teacher had given up on him after switching to a summoner, but unexpectedly. Teacher, I will repay this kindness in the future. Talk of repaying kindness. If you are fortunate enough to enter a higher education institution, just pay attention in class, Jiang Songhua quipped. I mentioned in class before, those who switch to summoners are basically nobility. In the eyes of the nobility, a fine-grade summoning beast is not presentable, so this summoning book really can't sell in the market. I'm not lying to you, really. Jiang Songhua emphasized the last 2 words. When Gu Chen returned to the dormitory, it was already past midnight. Tomorrow was the day the novice dungeon opened, and many students had already gone home after their job switch. Tonight the dormitory building was nearly deserted save for the dormitory supervisor. Gu Chen was alone in his room, which afforded him a rare peace. His attention was fixed on the summoning skill book in his hands, filled with anticipation. The book detailed the summoning of a bloodthirsty bat, level 1-inch quality, fine effect. Sign a contract with the bloodthirsty bat. Normally, the first summoned beast is crucial and noble summoners generally opt for a rare or higher quality beast. However, given Gu Chen's circumstances, this fine quality bloodthirsty bat was currently the best choice. Although not highly regarded by most summoners, it was enough to let him take his first step. With a serious expression, Gu Chen began to study. The skill book emitted a white glow, and soon Gu Chen felt a connection to a mysterious space, the summoning beast space. A pitch-black ugly bat appeared within. You have successfully signed a contract with the bloodthirsty bat. The notification read, summoned beast, bloodthirsty bat, quality, fine, level 1, health 150, attributes, strength 5, agility 4, constitution 4, spirit 5, talent, blood-sucking skill, sonic attack LV.1. Summoned beasts can wear equipment, and there is a chance that equipment will drop if the beast dies. If the summoned beast is slain, it cannot be summoned again within a day. Glancing at the attribute panel, the level 1 bloodthirsty bat had lower health than a level 1 mage, and its attack power was mediocre. No wonder fine quality summoned beasts didn't catch the eye of nobles. Jiang Songhua was right. With such a summoned beast, one might not even pass the novice dungeon. If one couldn't contract a high-level summoned beast, the summoner's path was indeed a dead end. At this thought, Gu Chen opened the talent interface in his mind. Divine talent, Dark Ancestry's First Blood. Activate. In the next second, a dark glow burst forth before his eyes, with crimson light shadows intertwining like veins appearing before Gu Chen. You have obtained Dark Bloodline, First Generation. Dark Bloodline, First Generation. a supremely pure dark bloodline that can transform ordinary creatures into first-generation dark creatures, granting them unparalleled talents and abilities. First-generation bloodline, interesting. Gu Chen looked at the summoning space and directly infused the dark bloodline into the bloodthirsty bat. The crimson light surged violently, bright and piercing. Dark bloodline, first-generation fusion successful. Summoned beast, advanced bloodthirsty bat. Fine, Dracula, epic, Dracula, the first-generation vampire. And at the epic level, how is this possible? Gu Chen's face was filled with shock. A single dark bloodline had allowed the fine-quality bloodthirsty bat to leap 3 tiers, becoming the epic-level Dracula. Was this the power of a divine talent? Simply miraculous. With one dark bloodline, what did nobility matter? Even a common summoner could ascend to divinity now, and this was just with a fine-quality summoned beast. What level could a legendary summoned beast evolve to with the use of a dark bloodline? Was there a higher level of dark bloodline beyond the first generation? Excitement flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as he eagerly looked towards the summoning beast space. Standing there was a figure in a dark red suit, tall and elegant. This is a young man with gaunt cheeks, a high-nose bridge, and deep, sharp eyes that emit an evil crimson glow. His arms hang naturally by his sides, each hand holding a heavy pistol, one black and one bright silver. Both guns are identical in build, oversized handguns using bullets more powerful than those of regular pistols. Is this Dracula? Gu Chen looked him over from head to toe, nodding slightly. This figure, it was almost exactly as he imagined a vampire would be. Following that, he opened his summoning panel. Summoned beast, Dracula, aptitude, epic level, LV.1 health, 1800 attributes, strength 28, agility 32, constitution 30, spirit 29, talent, bloodline instinct, epic, skill I, deadly shot LV.10, epic, skill 2, crimson feast LV.10, epic, epic level talent, maxed out epic level skills. Truly worthy of an epic level summoned beast, terrifying indeed. When a summoned beast's aptitude is upgraded from excellent to epic, it bestows a reciprocal enhancement to the summoner's attributes with all attributes plus 10. When a summoned beast's aptitude is enhanced, the summoner also receives a significant attribute boost. However, such opportunities are rare. The evolution of summoned beasts demands vast amounts of money and resources. It's often more cost-effective to simply buy a higher quality beast. Thus, this phenomenon is rarely seen in reality. After receiving the all attributes plus 10, Gu Chen felt thoroughly refreshed, and indescribable exhilaration coursing through his body. He opened his character panel. Name, Gu Chen. Profession, summoner. Level, LV.1, 0/100, strength, 17, agility, 16, constitution, 18, spirit, 19, summoned beast, Dracula. LV.1, epic. A thrill of excitement flashed across Gu Chen's face, secretly delighted. It's known that all newly transition level 1 professionals usually have an average attribute score no higher than 10, yet here he was, a level 1 summoner with an average attribute score close to 20. If word of this got out, it would certainly make other professionals envious. Moreover, summoners seldom engage directly in combat, they mostly command their summoned beasts in battle. Entering a beginner's dungeon with an epic level summoned beast would be like playing a game. He was truly looking forward to tomorrow. The next morning, Gu Chen arrived on time at the beginner's dungeon area of Lincheng No. 1 Middle School. Such man-made dungeons are common in every key high school in the Xinxia Empire, open only 10 days a year and only accessible to professionals under level 10. Although man-made, the beasts inside are no different from those in the abyss. Killing them grants experience, and there's also a chance to drop equipment and items. Most importantly, if you are killed by a beast within the beginner's dungeon, you truly die. However, since the beginner's dungeon is designed for students, the school provides each professional student with a teleportation scroll which can be used to immediately leave the dungeon if they face life-threatening danger. At this moment, at the entrance of the dungeon, a dense crowd of professional students gathered. Even though this was the novice dungeon for Lincheng No. 1 High School, due to limited resources, transfer students from several non-key high schools were also arranged to come here. A call for team formation was issued. Level 1 warrior equipped with a full set of novice gear. I've bought too many teleportation scrolls and am selling them at a low price. If you need them, come over. We need an archer or a gunner with gear and skills preferred. Without the use of blocking items, everyone can see each other's levels and classes. Gu Chen looked around. The area was filled with fairly standard classes, all here to form teams, which was the most encouraged method of clearing dungeons by the school. After all, no matter how strong an individual's combat power might be, it is limited. In the later stages, nearly all dungeons require teamwork to complete. It is rare for anyone to clear a dungeon solo. At that moment, Gu Chen's presence caught the attention of a few people. Look, a summoner, really? It must be a noble's child. Nonsense, who else but someone with tens of millions in their family would become a summoner? Great one, please let us join your team, lead us. In everyone's mind, those who chose to become summoners were generally from the noble class with substantial power. Thus, as soon as Gu Chen appeared, he was the focus of many fervent gazes. However, soon some students from Linchang No. 1 High recognized him. Isn't that Gu Chen? How did he become a summoner? A commoner daring to become a summoner? He must have pathetic summons. Ugh, what's a commoner doing playing as a summoner? Such bad luck, what a letdown. After a few remarks, the initially fervent eyes turned into disdain and scorn. Once Gu Chen's commoner status was exposed, no one wanted to team up with him anymore. A commoner summoner hardly had any offensive capabilities and would also need to share experience points. Wasn't that just dragging oneself down? That's not even considered support. In fact, Gu Chen hadn't planned on teaming up. He was about to head towards the dungeon entrance when suddenly a voice called out from the crowd, Gu Chen. Hearing his name, Gu Chen turned to see a tall boy approaching him. It was Lin Yuan, one of the few friends he had in school. Hey, it really is you. Where have you been this past month? Gu Chen didn't have many friends at school, and Lin Yuan was one of them. Nothing much, just dealt with some personal matters, Gu Chen casually replied. Lin Yuan, who had transitioned to a swordsman, a class heavily dependent on equipment and focused on single-target attacks and bursts, making it a relatively good choice among commoners, looked Gu Chen up and down with a puzzled expression. Why on earth did you switch to a summoner? You can barely support yourself. How do you plan to sustain summons? Lin Yuan sighed, not saying much more, but his face showed unmistakable concern. Gu Chen then asked, why aren't you entering the dungeon? Your class shouldn't have trouble forming a team, right? Lin Yuan spread his hands. Forming a team isn't hard, but alas, I don't have good equipment. Li Wenwei, the class leader of the key class, today he went down wearing a full set of rare knight armor. Oh man, if he goes down there, it's going to be a massacre. The quality of equipment and items is categorized just like the potential of summoned beasts. Rare level is considered above average. The knight class starter set consists of 7 pieces: the knight's longsword, shield, armor, shoulder guards, trousers, boots and gloves. Don't underestimate this set. An ordinary family could not afford it in a lifetime without eating or drinking. Lin Yuan carefully wiped down an excellent grade greatsword, a weapon he had recently obtained through a teleportation scroll. Whether he could enter an academy or a factory in the future depended on it. Without the teleportation talisman, it meant there was no way back once he entered the dungeon. It was literally a life-risking endeavor. But there was no choice. Born low, if he didn't fight with all he had, there would be no chance to turn his life around. Lin Yuan slung the greatsword on his back and asked, how about I take you with me? Gu Chen looked at Lin Yuan with a strange expression. With his combat abilities, did he really need someone to guide him through a novice dungeon? But then he thought again. The novice dungeon had a limit of 5 people, and the more people there were, the harder it would be. Consequently, the experience gained would also increase. Originally, he planned to solo the dungeon for a quick level up. However, joining a team seemed to offer higher experience gains. Do you have a team? Gu Chen asked, surprised. Yeah, Li Wenwei is the leader. I paid him 50,000 and agreed to voluntarily hand over any items and equipment obtained in the dungeon before he agreed to take me. Hold on, I'll get Li Wenwei to add you to the team too. Let him pull you in. Don't worry, I'll talk to him now. If he doesn't pull you in today, I'll just leave the team. Lin Yuan sent Li Wenwei a message asking him to include Gu Chen in the team. Soon after he received a reply, Li Wenwei had refused your request and removed you from the team. Damn it, he kicked me out, just for adding one person, son of a... Lin Yuan's face fell immediately. Gu Chen sighed, not surprised. One was just a swordsman with a greatsword and the other a commoner summoner. It was already a stretch for a regular team to accept one of them. A team that would take them both would need a leader with exceptional abilities. We'll recruit our own team, Gu Chen said immediately. Just say a summoner is leading 4 teammates to aim for an SSS rating. Lin Yuan looked stunned. Are you kidding me? An SSS rating can add points during academy assessments. Don't underestimate these points. In an academy assessment where tens of thousands compete over a narrow bridge, a single point can set you ahead of tens of thousands. If a team of job-transferred players can achieve an SSS rating, the success rate of the team members getting into higher education would skyrocket. There's even a chance for direct admission into a higher academy. Perfectly, there's a direct admission spot to a top academy at Lincheng No. 1 Middle School. Facing Lin Yuan's skepticism, Gu Chen just smiled faintly, believe it or not. Lin Yuan's face twisted in conflict, but finally he chose to believe Gu Chen and shouted to those around, summoning God, leading 4 teammates to strike for an SSS rating. Anyone wanting a direct admission, come quickly. As he finished speaking, the crowd immediately erupted into raucous laughter. A summoner prodigy, who, aiming for an SSS rating, since when did such a genius appear in Lincheng? They found out that it was a transfer student from Lincheng No. 1 Middle School, a commoner summoner, which was laughable. Pfft, aiming for an SSS rating, if he can even pass, I'll walk on my hands and poop, someone jeered mockingly. Does this guy have a serious illness or something? Does he really have the power to challenge for an SSS rating? He's probably too weak, no one wants to team up with him, and he's using this as a way to grab attention. With such a mind, only a fool would team up with him. The crowd was abuzz with discussions, but not a single person approached to form a team, especially after digging into the details about Gu Chen and Lin Yuan. Everyone was pessimistic about their chances. Some even sarcastically called them the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix, suggesting that any ordinary team that took them on wouldn't think of graduating smoothly. If any team were to get their help, they might as well skip the academy's assessments and go straight to work in a factory. Damn, that's a bit too much. Listening to the mocking comments around him, Lin Yuan was fuming with anger. Before today, the term sleeping dragon and young phoenix wasn't used like this. Annoyed, Lin Yuan glared around him and thought better of wasting time with these fools, deciding that professional matters should be left to professionals. Professionals? Gu Chen looked puzzled. They'd have to spend money to hire a sparring partner, hoping the person wouldn't ask for too much, Lin Yuan muttered as he began tapping on his phone. Spending money for a sparring partner? Gu Chen was rendered speechlessly silent by the statement. Is money so easy to earn for professionals? He's supposed to be helping people level up, and yet he has to pay others? Absolutely ridiculous. Looking around, he noticed that all the students had distanced themselves from them. Indeed, they were being isolated. Given the current situation, it seemed that hiring a sparring partner was indeed the only option left. Lin Yuan was quick with his actions. Soon after posting a message on the forum, a bunch of people started privately messaging him about the situation and pricing. However, once the sparring partners found out the team leader was a commoner summoner, the conversations died down. But then an actor messaged Gu Chen. Yes, an actor, the kind who just chats and jokes around, never needing to enter combat state, ready to drop out of the instance if things go south. Simply put, someone not strong enough, paying to leech experience. At the end of an instance, the team leader gets the lion's share of the experience and the actor only a small part, but it's still more profitable than going solo. So hiring a sparring partner costs money, but hiring an actor makes money. How much do we usually charge for an actor in a beginner instance? Gu Chen asked Lin Yuan. Beginner instance actor, not sure. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said probably about 4,000 to 5,000 per person. Gu Chen nodded, quoted 8,000 to the other party and waited for a counteroffer. Surprisingly, the other side agreed immediately, but they said there were 2 people and both needed to be included. Gu Chen naturally agreed. 8,000 per person made 16,000 for 2, which was more than his yearly living expenses. Money from professionals is indeed easy to earn. After finalizing the deal, Gu Chen added the actor Lin Qingqing, a female warrior, to the team. Then Lin Qingqing brought in another member, a female assassin named Su Ran. The role of a warrior is notoriously unfriendly to commoners. Without good equipment, leveling up in the early stages can be excruciating. Moreover, when it comes to joining proper dungeons, warriors generally need to be at least 2 levels higher than other classes to be considered for a team. The assassin class is even less friendly to the common folk. With low defense and being relatively fragile, their initial damage output can't compare to that of mages or archers, making their leveling speed even slower than warriors. It's no wonder they would rather pay to join Gu Chen's team. It's no exaggeration to say that among the current 4 members of the team, if anyone were to stand in the dungeon square for a day, they wouldn't receive a single team invitation unless they offered money. For Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, paying 8,000 each, though expensive, at least gave them a chance to clear the beginner's dungeon. However, Su Ran was still a bit uneasy. Qingqing, do you really plan to follow this team? I just heard that the team leader is a commoner summoner, and he even dares to aim for an SSS rating. Don't let us end up wasting a teleport scroll. Lin Qingqing was also uncertain, but she had no other choice. They were out of money and other teams started at 15,000 at least. This was the cheapest option. Moreover, the team leader had declared his intention to aim for an SSS rating, which must mean he had some capabilities. Let's give it a try, otherwise we really won't have any chance. They had already sent out dozens of team applications, all of which had vanished without a trace. No one wanted to team up with them unless it was for paid training sessions, which they couldn't afford. Suran said with resignation, "All right, let's take the risk. Even if we lose, we still have the teleport scroll to save our lives." Despite being a beginner's dungeon, the death rate was not low as professionals had to disengage from combat to exit the dungeon. This could be achieved either by distancing themselves significantly from the beasts or by killing them. Any slip-up could lead to being entangled by the beasts, leading to a slow death. Because actors didn't need to join the combat, they could exit immediately if things went south, making the 8,000 worth the next dungeon attempt. Following Lin Xingxing and Su Ran, another acquaintance joined the team, a tall, handsome boy dressed in a superior-grade fighter's outfit. "Class President, you're joining our team, Lin." Yuan was astonished. Gu Chen looked at the familiar face in surprise. The imposing fighter before him was Wu Zi, their class president. Wu Zi was somewhat arrogant and, despite being of common birth, he looked down on commoners. His family's financial condition was decent, though not up to the nobility standards. Although he wore a superior-grade fighter suit, it was covered in battle scars, clearly picked from the second-hand market. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, he replied calmly, "Yes, I'm joining your team as an actor. But let me be clear, if you face situations you can't handle, I will intervene, and then I'll take 2/3 of the team's experience." Hearing this, Gu Chen's lips curled into a smile. No wonder Wu Zi, so proud and aloof, suddenly wanted to join his team as an actor. He was here to pick up the leftovers. While Wu Zi's outfit was eye-catching, it alone wasn't enough to support him leading a team through dungeons to monopolize the experience points. Thus, his attention turned to Gu Chen. His decision to join was purely a gamble on Gu Chen's inability to lead the team through the dungeon. He saw through it but didn't voice his thoughts. Gu Chen agreed to Wu Zi's terms and after negotiating the price swiftly added him to the team. Now the team was finally assembled, a warrior, a swordsman, a fighter, an assassin and a summoner, each just at level 1. The team lacked high damage roles like archers or mages and had no support roles like priests or paladins either. In short, the team composition was somewhat perplexing. Wu Zi was aware of this, but he didn't care. He was betting on Gu Chen, a commoner summoner having no capability to lead the team. When Gu Chen would falter in the dungeon, all Wu Zi had to do was step in slightly and he could take 2/3 of the entire team's experience for himself. Wasn't this more appealing than sharing experience evenly in a 5-person team? Moreover, even if he was wrong and Gu Chen actually managed to lead the team through the novice dungeon alone, the worst outcome would be just losing 8,000 yuan. But no, it wasn't a loss of 8,000 yuan, it was spending that amount for a solo dungeon experience, which wasn't too bad. After checking their statuses and preparing, the team was ready to enter the dungeon. In the team channel, Gu Chen spoke. Lin Yuan, Swordsman LV.1 ready, Lin Xingxing, Warrior LV.1 ready, Su Ran, Assassin LV.1 ready, Wu Zi, Fighter LV.1 ready. Gu Chen stood in front of the dungeon's entrance vortex, opened the options panel and chose the hard mode. Immediately a brilliant blue light burst from the vortex, shining on the 5 of them, and they vanished. As the crowd saw Gu Chen and his team disappear, they became animated. Wow, that commoner summoner really took people into the dungeon. Isn't that leading them to their doom? He seems to have chosen the hard mode. It's likely going to be more perilous than not. Aiming for an SSS rating, think about surviving first. Watch, he won't last 2 hours and I hope he doesn't come out as a pile of flesh. I've seen many headstrong people, but this is the first seeking death. It's truly harmful to himself and others. Upon entering the novice dungeon, temple ruins, they found themselves amidst moss-covered rubble and vines, surrounded by broken walls and towering pillars, the air filled with an ancient and mysterious aura. Gu Chen stood amidst the ruins, his mind unconsciously recalling information about the temple. According to historical records, the temple was a place where professionals sought to uncover the mysteries of job transitions, believed to hide paths to higher-level professional statuses. However, now the place had been eroded by the abyss, overrun by alien species, leaving only a shattered ruin. This novice dungeon was a restoration of the true scene. Is this the legendary temple? It looks just like it does in the history books, Lin Yuan said as he took down his heavy sword from his back, holding it with both hands, his eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. Behind him stood a female warrior and a female assassin. Lin Xingxing, if judged solely by her appearance, looked like a pure and cute young girl. however, she actually possessed a muscular physique, standing nearly 19 meters tall, truly a towering figure. Su Ran, on the other hand, was agile and supple, following Lin Xingqing with a demeanor that suggested a delicate dependency, creating a stark contrast between their figures. Gu Chen signaled Lin Yuan to sheath his heavy sword, then turned to the four people beside him and said, "I will take care of killing the monsters. You all just follow behind me, don't wander off, don't snatch any loot, and definitely don't steal kills. This is all part of an actor's discipline, okay?" "No problem," Su Ran responded, then asked, "But you, a summoner, are actually aiming for an SSS rating? Are you serious?" Gu Chen smiled faintly, raising his hand, and the summoning array automatically appeared. A tall figure cloaked in a dark red robe materialized before everyone, instantly spreading a cold and sinister aura. Dracula bowed slightly to Gu Chen, performing a perfect noble salute, then his shadowy gaze swept over the others, nodding slightly after assessing them as non-threats. Lin Yuan was utterly shocked. "Is this a summoned beast, a humanoid one?" Lin Xingqing and Su Ran felt a chill under that ominous gaze and instinctively stepped back. Wu Zi, however, noticed the key point and exclaimed in shock, "Epic level? It's an epic level summoned beast?" He checked his own average attributes, barely over 15 even with equipment bonuses. Dracula's average attributes were nearly 30, almost double his. "Doesn't this mean this summon can completely overpower me?" It was only then that Lin Yuan realized, looked at the summoned beast's data and silently slung his heavy sword on his back, his expression incredibly complex. "An epic level summon, in a small place like Lincheng, it's practically the pinnacle." Lin Yuan looked amazed. "Are you really aiming for an SSS rating?" Gu Chen turned his head. "What do you think?" Lin Yuan gave a sheepish smile. "I thought you were just playing mind games with me." Lin Xingqing added, "So did I." Su Ran echoed, "Me too." At that moment, from behind the dilapidated gate, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded. From the ruins, several figures emerged, wielding long swords and wearing tattered armor. Fallen Guardians level 1 health, 500 attributes, strength 9, agility 7, constitution 9, spirit 7, skill heavy strike. These were warriors who guarded the temple before the abyssal invasion transformed into their current state by the corruption of the abyss after death. Though these were only the first wave of monsters and their attributes were low, their numbers were not to be underestimated. Suddenly 7 or 8 appeared, blocking their path. Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing and the others prudently stepped back, distancing themselves from Gu Chen and switching to spectator mode. Gu Chen's face remained calm as he simply uttered, "Kill." Dracula's dual guns were quickly loaded, the oversized black muzzles aiming forward, and without hesitation he pulled the triggers. Fatal shot. Dracula's dual guns, loaded with high-caliber explosive bullets, dealt critical damage upon hitting vital points. Boom! The high-explosive bullet, shimmering with silver light, instantly struck a guard at the forefront. With a loud snap, the guard's head burst open like a smashed watermelon, spattering thick black blood all around, killing the fallen guard. LV.1 awarded +8 experience points. Witnessing this, Wu Zi, who always prided himself on his poise, couldn't help but swear loudly. Though this fallen guard was just a level 1 creature, it wasn't something a newbie could easily take down. Truly, this was the mark of an epic summoner. The damage was explosive. Lin Xingqing and Su Ran's faces were filled with surprise. They exchanged looks and smiled knowingly. They had indeed encountered a true master. Such a bargain for just 8,000. A single strike from the summon was enough to annihilate the fallen guard. Perhaps they could even achieve an S ranking in this dungeon run. Only by securing an S ranking in a difficult dungeon could one unlock the hell level dungeons, and only by clearing those could one aim for an SSS ranking. Incredible, this was going to be a massacre. Lin Yuan rolled up his sleeves, excited. To them, it seemed Dracula had merely fired casually to cause such devastating damage. However, it was actually due to the critical hit damage of a skill that he could kill a fallen guard in one shot. In the case of ordinary players, such feats were unheard of. Fallen guards, being undead creatures, were highly resistant to physical attacks and, coupled with their 500 HP and heavy armor, were not easily taken down by newcomers. The first wave had a total of 13 fallen guards, and the strategy recommended was to kite them, pulling 1 or 2 at a time while retreating and attacking, which would typically take about 40 minutes. But now, in just a minute, Dracula had already fired 3 shots, each a headshot, successively taking down 3 fallen guards. If not for the cooldown on his skills, the first wave would have been wiped clean already. Such high damage. Was this even a summoner? How could he be so powerful? Lin Xingqing couldn't help but exclaim, feeling her entire worldview being overturned. Wu Zi sneered slightly, commenting nonchalantly, "Normal. It's mainly the epic summon that's powerful. If I had a full set of epic gear, I could solo the dungeon. His implication was clear. Gu Chen was only able to achieve this through his summon. Lin Yuan approached with a mischievous grin. So where's your epic gear then? Wu Zi's expression froze and he fell silent. If he had epic gear, would he still be standing here? His gaze shifted towards Gu Chen's retreating figure, a hint of doubt flickering in his eyes. An epic summon was worth a fortune. Not even the class president Li Wenwei could afford one. How had Gu Chen, a mere commoner, managed this? Meanwhile, Dracula, like a phantom, charged fearlessly forward. His innate vampire instincts not only gave him extraordinary physical and regenerative abilities but also sharp senses. To him, the guards moved as slow as turtles. Even though he was surrounded, not a single guard could touch even the hem of his garment. At such close range, each of Dracula's shots was precisely aimed at a vital spot, each one a critical hit. Every time a gunshot rang out, a guard's head would explode. Killing a fallen guard LV.1 experience +9, killing another experience +7, another experience +8. Guards at the back hadn't even reached the front before their heads were blown apart by explosive bullets. With the last gunshot, the ground was covered with sticky black blood and the entrance to the ruins was piled with the bodies of guards strewn about haphazardly. Level up level, LV.2, 6/200, Strength, 27 Agility, 26 Constitution, 28 Spirit, 29 Summon, Dracula LV.2, Epic, upgraded. A notification appeared before Gu Chen's eyes, bringing him immediate joy. Talent, now available. A Dark Bloodline, just what he had been waiting for. Gu Chen immediately activated his talent and a familiar pitch-black light burst forth before him, followed by crimson shadows intertwining like blood vessels within his sight. You have obtained Dark Bloodline, Descendant. Dark Bloodline, Descendant can transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures or allow a first-generation dark creature to undergo a bloodline awakening. Bloodline awakening, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Although this descendant bloodline wasn't as potent as the original, it was still far from disappointing. He immediately integrated this descendant bloodline into Dracula. Bloodline awakening successful. Summon, Dracula, Epic, level, LV.2. Follow summoner's level, health, 3200 attributes, strength 38, agility 42, constitution 40, spirit 39, talent, vampire instinct, epic, blood shadow fury, epic, skill I, lethal shot LV.10, epic, skill 2, crimson feast LV.10, epic. The bloodline awakening nearly doubled Dracula's health and all attributes +10, and it added a new talent, blood shadow fury. Whenever Dracula uses a skill to kill a target, it resets the cooldown of that skill. What a feat! Skill reset upon kills. If used against low-level fallen guards, wouldn't that mean infinite firepower? While it seems like a long story, it actually took just a few breaths of time. Under Gu Chen's command, Dracula continued to clear the path forward, and Lin Yuan and the others followed closely behind. The temple ruins were not particularly large, but the paths inside were complex and intricate. One wrong turn could lead to a dead end and waste time. After passing several severely damaged statues, the group arrived at a relatively open square. The square was in ruins with flower beds shattered beyond recognition, and the black soil was overgrown with wild, withered grass. At the center, the fountain was also dry and unrecognizable. Further on, there was a headless human statue, its color dull and surface covered with cracks. Wu Zi surveyed the surroundings and spoke timely. According to the guide, there's a level 4 guard hidden behind this statue. It's best not to engage it, or it might attract more guards. Lin Yuan nodded, although he didn't quite like Wu Zi's self-righteous demeanor. He had also read some guides before entering the novice dungeon. At the moment, the wisest choice is not to disturb the level 4 guard, otherwise the difficulty of completing the mission would suddenly increase. An ordinary professional would undoubtedly follow the strategy guide, but Gu Chen is no ordinary professional, especially when he heard that more guards would be summoned. His eyes clearly lit up with excitement. Having just acquired the talent for a kill reset, how could Dracula miss such a golden opportunity? With a swift kick aimed at the human shaped statue, Dracula, possessing nearly 40 points of strength, shattered the sculpture into pieces. From behind the fragmented stone, a dull roar emerged, followed by a huge dark shadow stepping out from the rubble. Creature, fallen guard level, LV.4 health, 2400 attributes, strength 38, agility 20, constitution 40, spirit 30, skill I, oath of the sword, skill 2, ultimate judgment, thud, thud. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, the level 4 fallen guard appeared before everyone's eyes. Covered in pitch-black armor, this colossal corpse had murky pupils visible beneath the shadow of its helmet, eyes filled with a dead stillness. Approaching the statue, it drew its long sword from its waist, the blade dark as ink pointed straight up at the sky, sending out a black halo that rippled like waves spreading all around. Oath of the sword summons nearby fallen guards to attack the intruders. Simultaneously, commotion arose from all directions and about a dozen guards emerged from the surrounding stone walls and corners. Lin Qingqing looked around, her face turning pale. How did so many guards suddenly appear? Su Ran exclaimed in alarm. Not good, that level 4 guard is activating its skill. Ling Yuan instinctively gripped the heavy sword on his back as if it would give him a sense of security. Wu Zi quickly retreated to an open space behind him, distancing himself from the battlefield immediately. Such a scene was completely beyond what a level 1 fighter like him could handle, even in his superior grade fighter gear. The tutorial level was already this challenging. What would the abyss be like? As they spoke, Lin Yuan and the others also retreated. No wonder no one wanted to team up with us earlier. Now I know that even 10 of me wouldn't be able to defeat that level 4 fallen guard. With 2400 health, 38 strength and skills that could shake people, how could a level 1 professional cope? Lin Yuan looked at the chillingly armored level 4 guard, unable to even muster the thought of resistance. Terrifying. Even if he unleashed his max damage, it would only scratch the surface. Lin Qingqing nodded in agreement. If I had known how terrifying a level 4 guard could be, I would never have joined your team. Lin Yuan chuckled. Yeah, if it weren't for old Gu, we probably would have been done for today. Lin Qingqing's lips curled slightly, a sense of relief washing over her. Su Ran remained silent, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Although the level 4 fallen guard was formidable, it was still slightly inferior compared to Dracula. The dark red figure darted among the dozen guards like a specter, his black and bright silver heavy pistols spitting flames. With every gunshot, another guard was felled by the bullets. With the fury of Blood Shadow providing kill resets, there was no need to wait for skill cooldowns. In just a few breaths, a large number of low-level guards were slain. Fortunately, we had a summoner on our team. If it had been a regular level 1 professional team, they might have been wiped out by that level 4 corrupted guard. Lin Qingqing looked at the attributes of the level 4 guard and commented, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. Gu Chen's voice emerged beside her. As long as the team has a warrior and a paladin plus a cleric, taking on a level 4 corrupted guard would still be manageable. It would just take a bit more time. Lin Qingqing didn't pay much attention to Gu Chen's explanation, her face showing a strange expression as she asked, why did you come over here? Gu Chen smiled. The battle over there is too chaotic, it's easy to get accidentally injured. Su Ran, standing nearby, followed up with the question. Aren't you supposed to be in charge of killing the monsters? Gu Chen pointed at Dracula, who was fighting a group of corrupted guards. I am killing. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran exchanged glances, their expressions growing even stranger. They were just actors. Staying away from the combat zone was only normal, yet the team leader Gu Chen had also come over here. Su Ran's eyes showed a clear but naive look. So you're just commanding the summoned beasts to fight, not joining in yourself? Gu Chen shrugged. Isn't that what summoners do? That seems right. Su Ran nodded, but still felt somewhat at a loss. A hard mode dungeon? This is way too easy. Gu Chen sat casually at the edge of a flowerbed watching the battle in the square, his experience points rapidly increasing. Killing a level 1 corrupted guard, experience +8, killing another, experience +9, and another, experience +9. After leveling up, the damage from his deadly shot had significantly increased. Even if he didn't hit the head, he could still blow up the body of a guard with a single shot, directly killing them. Coupled with the skill reset effect, within a matter of seconds the dozen summoned guards were all killed. Watching the corpses of guards scattered on the ground, the level 4 corrupted guard finally made its move. It bellowed lowly, and the pitch-black longsword in its hand suddenly burst forth with a blinding black light. The skill Ultimate Judgment activated. A massive black sword blade descended from the sky like a bolt of black lightning, aiming straight for Dracula's head. Whoosh! Dracula's figure flashed, instantly disappearing from the spot, dodging the descending black sword blade. The next second he appeared like a specter in front of the level 4 guard. Raising his arm, the cold muzzle aimed right at the face of the level 4 guard, and he pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot exploded, the bullet hitting the guard's head. Although it didn't blow up the guard's skull, it directly took away nearly 1/3 of its health. Without a kill, there was no skill reset and deadly shot entered cooldown. However, due to the high damage hitting the guard's head, it directly triggered a dizziness effect. The level 4 guard used the black longsword to prop itself up, its gaze vacant, completely losing the ability to resist. How could Dracula miss such an opportunity? Its body emitted a layer of crimson light and blood-red energy burst forth from within, spiraling towards the level 4 guard. Crimson Feast ignites the blood within the target's body, causing substantial explosive damage. If the target's health is below 50%, it further inflicts additional damage equal to 30% of Dracula's maximum health. Boom! The body of the level 4 guard shudders violently as a thick mist of blood bursts from it, causing it to stagger with its health plummeting to a quarter. Then another burst of crimson light blooms upon it. If the target's health is below 50%, additional damage is inflicted, making the judgment effective. The damage explodes. Bang! The level 4 guard explodes right there, scattering black flesh and blood everywhere. Killing the fallen guard. LV.4 inch experience plus 75 level. LV.2, 193 out of 200. Experience surges, just one more level 1 guard needed for a level up. Guchen is overjoyed at this moment. He had anticipated that leveling up would be quick after entering the dungeon, but he didn't expect it to be this quick. It seems that by the end of the dungeon he should smoothly reach level 5 and then contract a second summon. 2 skills to take down a level 4 guard, absolutely explosive. Lin Xingqing's eyes are wide open as if she's in a dream. This is what an epic summon looks like, truly monstrous. Sitting on the edge of the flower bed, Lin Yuan slaps his thigh and stands up. 2 skills dealing nearly 3,000 damage. If this isn't monstrous, what is? Such terrifying damage. Even Li Wenwei from the advanced class couldn't achieve it. Wu Zi remarks with a complex expression. Be confident, remove the maybe. Didn't you see Gu Chen's last skill already overflowed with damage? Lin Yuan says proudly. Li Wenwei is a retribution knight known for burst and sustained output. Not to mention at level 2 inch, even if he were at level 4, he couldn't possibly deal nearly 3,000 damage with 2 skills. Lin Xingqing shakes her head. As for the discussion among these people, Gu Chen remains non-committal. Purely in terms of damage, the skilled deadly shot combined with the Crimson Feast could at most reduce a level 4 guard's health by 3/4. To directly kill a level 4 guard is still a bit of a stretch. The reason for the direct kill is that Gu Chen's summon after several evolutions has reached a life value of 3,200, almost sweeping peers of the same level. Now, 30% of Dracula's maximum health value is nearly 1,000, enough to cause substantial additional damage, hence the direct kill of the level 4 guard. Against a regular summon of the same level, which would typically have around 700 health, even the additional damage could only severely wound, not directly kill a level 4 guard. Therefore the recent feat still heavily relies on the epic level summon. After checking the battlefield and confirming no equipment or items dropped, Gu Chen and his companions continued deeper into the ruins of the temple. Crossing the plaza, the group arrives at the inner courtyard. Dracula, leading the way, raises his gun and strikes down a wandering guard with lightning speed, killing the fallen guard. LV.1 experience plus 8 level up. Level LV.3, 1/386, strength, 37 agility, 36 constitution, 38 spirit, 39 summon. Dracula LV.3 epic talent now can obtain a Dark Bloodline. At this prompt, a flicker of excitement sparks in Gu Chen's eyes. Positioned precisely between the square and the inner courtyard with no immediate danger, he activated his innate ability. A familiar crimson hue appeared before his eyes. He had acquired Dark Bloodline Progenitor. This ability allowed him to transform ordinary creatures into dark creatures and enable the fusion of bloodlines for the progenitor dark creatures, enhancing them through a process akin to a minor evolution. Without hesitation, Gu Chen proceeded with the fusion. The fusion was successful, and his summon Dracula evolved from Dracula Epic to a higher tier, now at level 3, aligned with the summoner's level, with health points at 4,200, attributes of strength 58, agility 62, constitution 60, spirit 59, and talents including vampiric instincts epic and wrath of the blood shadow epic. His skills included deadly shot LV.10 epic and crimson feast LV.10 epic. The vampiric instincts talent was enhanced, allowing Dracula to gain a permanent 10 points in health with each kill, pushing his total attributes up by 20 and breaking past the 4,000 health point threshold. The most thrilling part was the enhancement of the vampiric instincts, which now meant each kill would add 10 points permanently to his health, a testament to its immense power. A gleam of excitement flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. At level 3 inch, she wondered how monstrous Dracula's health would be at level 10, 30, or even 50. Moreover, the additional damage from Crimson Feast was related to Dracula's maximum health, In essence, the higher Dracula's health, the greater the additional damage from the skill. This synergy was terrifyingly strong. One could imagine how this skill would continuously grow stronger with Dracula's development and without limit. Eventually, when the health reached a certain height, even one-shotting bosses could become possible. After the enhancement, Dracula's strength allowed him to instantly kill level 1 guards with his basic attack. By using deadly shot, level 2 guards could also be dispatched instantly. If he encountered level 3 guards, it was time for the Mozambique shooting technique, 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head, a move so effective that even deities would nod in approval. As for level 4 guards, aside from the one previously defeated in the square, there were no others encountered. Pushing through the inner courtyard, the speed of killing was astonishingly fast. Killing a level 1 guard gave 8 experience points, level 2 gave 16, level 3 gave 35 and level 4 gave 72 points. These were average figures, with actual experience gained fluctuating slightly around these numbers. It took about an hour to fight from the inner courtyard to the end of the corridor, mainly due to the complex navigation and intermittent stops along with the time needed for guards to respawn, which is why it took so long. Without these factors, it would likely have taken only half an hour. Now, the group stood at the entrance to the main hall. It was finally time to face the boss. Gu Chen, with a serious expression, pushed open the heavy double doors and entered the hall. The main hall is the core area of the temple, characterized by its exquisite architectural style and decorations. Unfortunately, it has now become a ruin. The statues and deities inside were already damaged beyond recognition, broken and unidentifiable. As Gu Chen and his companions entered the hall, a layer of faint black mist rose from the surroundings. Soon after, heavy footsteps echoed from the back of the main hall. Thud, thud, the light dimmed and the ground trembled slightly as an unprecedented powerful aura slowly approached. Lin Yuan instinctively climbed onto a half-statue standing on a broken shoulder, distancing himself from the battlefield. Seeing this, others also scrambled to higher grounds. Although the main hall was spacious, one could never be sure where a guardian might appear. A competent actor's first task is to stay away from the fight. Gu Chen was not idle. With his enhanced attributes, he easily climbed to the top of a pillar. From this vantage point, he could oversee the entire area. From behind the main hall, a nearly 3-meter-tall figure burst forth. Alien species, fallen guardian level, LV.5 health, 2,900 attributes, strength 48, agility 29, constitution 48, spirit 37, skill I, oath of the sword, skill 2, ultimate judgment. This level 5 guardian with nearly 3,000 health points wielded a black long sword, charging towards Dracula. Dracula didn't hesitate, raising his gun to fire. His ordinary attacks, shooting bullets, should not be underestimated, hitting the guardian's head repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Dracula's agility had reached 60, higher than that of a level 5 assassin. In a single breath, he emptied 2 magazines, knocking off 1/5 of the guardian's health. Skill connection. Fatal shot. The high explosive bullet whistled out of the gun barrel like a bright silver lightning, instantly hitting the guardian's forehead. It didn't blow his head off, but the guardian's health dropped to half. As before, the high damage hit to the head triggered a stun effect. The guardian's forward charge halted, stopping in place. Dracula didn't hesitate, immediately activating Crimson Feast, his body surging with blood-red energy spiraling into the guardian's chest. A burst of damage followed by a secondary damage. Boom! The guardian's body trembled violently, his health depleted, exploding into a mess of black flesh. Killing fallen guardian, LV.5 inch experience plus 113, impressive. Lin Yuan, standing on the shoulder of a statue, was full of amazement. This level 5 guardian was mentioned in the strategy guide. The only way to handle it was to kite and fight, given its nearly 3,000 health points and strength close to 50. Once entangled, the whole team would face annihilation. Yet Dracula had effortlessly taken it down with a set of ordinary attacks and skills without even giving the guardian a chance to use its abilities. At this moment, what extreme movement, what kiting tactics are utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. Lin Yuan sighed internally. An epic summon indeed was terrifyingly powerful, not to mention the top students likely went away from the elite class. Even the most talented professional from Linqing couldn't achieve this level. At this moment, the level 5 guards had been slain, and the lower level guards who were supposed to spawn with them finally appeared, from all directions. From unexpected corners, figures clad in icy armor emerged. Bang! The first guard to appear took a step forward and was instantly headshot. Bang, bang, bang. Dracula, wielding dual guns, stood amidst dozens of guards continuously firing. No guard could come within 3 meters of him. As soon as they tried, they were met with a fatal headshot. The killing was so rapid it was almost frenzied, a thorough and bloody massacre. When all the guards were eliminated, Guchen saw a leveling up notification before him. Level up level, LV.4, 1/680, Strength, 47 Agility, 46 Constitution, 48 Spirit, 49 Summon Beast, Dracula LV.4, Epic, Talent currently available, 1 Dark Bloodline. Guchen's face lit up with excitement as the first wave of monsters had just been cleared. He didn't hesitate to activate his talent. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Royal Blood. Dark Bloodline Royal Blood, capable of transforming ordinary creatures into dark creatures or advancing the bloodline of a progenitor dark creature once, allowing for the progression of the progenitor bloodline, a truly remarkable thing. It appears that the royal blood corresponds to the legendary level, the progenitor bloodline to the epic level, and the descendant bloodline to the rare level. Guchen was planning to elevate Dracula to a legendary level summon beast, but then he thought it might not be prudent to do so just yet. Upon leveling up again, he would need to contract a second summon beast. If he used the royal blood now and then received a descendant bloodline at level 5, the potential of his second summon beast would be significantly reduced. Conversely, if he saved this royal blood, even if he only got a descendant bloodline at level 5, he could use the royal blood for the second summon beast. By then his first summon beast would be at the epic level and his second at the legendary level, dramatically boosting his combat power. As for the descendant bloodline, it could be used for a bloodline awakening of a summoned beast, acting as an enhancement, further strengthening his combat capabilities. Therefore, to be cautious, Guchen decided to refrain from using the royal blood for now. Nevertheless, this level up had significantly enhanced Dracula, Epic, level, LV.4, aligned with the Summoner's level, Health, 5,620 Attributes, Strength 70, Agility 74, Constitution 72, Spirit 71. After reaching level 3, Dracula had altogether killed 12 level 1 guards, 7 level 2 guards, 2 level 3 guards and 1 level 5 guard. Thus, out of the 5,620 health points, 220 were gained from killing guards. Although small, these gains add up. Besides the increase in health, this level up also provided an increase of 12 points across all attributes. With the attributes enhanced, normal attack skills and attack speed all improved. Now Dracula could effortlessly kill level 2 guards with a single shot, deliver lethal shots to instantly kill level 3 guards, and had even used his Mozambique shooting technique on level 4 guards. Linking 2 skills together, one breath could take down a level 5 guard. In the current dungeon, Dracula had undoubtedly become the ultimate benchmark of combat power, terrifyingly strong. A glint of fighting spirit flashed in Guchen's eyes as he was about to press forward, but he noticed that Dracula had already withdrawn. The main hall was empty, the first wave of monsters had been cleared. At the same time, Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing and others also jumped down from the broken sculptures. Wu Zi stepped forward and said, "The first wave is over. Wait another 15 minutes and the second wave of guards will appear with the boss. Just kill the boss to clear the level." Although Wu Zi was a bit arrogant, it had to be admitted that he really had put effort into the strategy. Lin Yuan asked casually, "So we just need to wait here now?" Wu Zi ignored Lin Yuan and turned to Guchen, asking, "After we clear this dungeon, we can unlock the difficulty levels. You'll directly choose Hell level, right?" The newbie dungeon had 4 difficulty levels: Normal, Hard, Nightmare and Hell, corresponding to a SSS and SSS ranks, respectively. According to the rules, only after obtaining an S rank could one choose SS and SSS ranks. Guchen nodded. "Yep, I don't want to mess around. Next time I'll choose the Hell level dungeon and go straight for the SSS rank." Wu Zi hummed thoughtfully, then cautiously asked, "So, can you take me with you next time?" Guchen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Not taking any more?" Wu Zi sounded disappointed. "Hard to say," Guchen replied indifferently. "Hard to say? What does that mean?" A polite refusal? Wu Zi looked puzzled. What else could it be? That's the Hell level dungeon after all. Its difficulty is outrageous. No professional team has been able to clear it successfully yet. Even a small mistake and everyone could die inside. "I'm not afraid," Wu Zi quickly declared. "It's not a matter of fear." "Then what is it?" "It's about the money." Wu Zi thought for a moment. At this point, mentioning a pay increase was actually not unreasonable. After all, he and Guchen weren't exactly close, despite being classmates for 3 years. To put it bluntly, even if they met on the street before today, he wouldn't normally greet Gu Chen. In this team, the only one who had a relationship with Gu Chen was Lin Yuan. It was certain that after this dungeon was cleared, Gu Chen's performance would definitely set a new record for clearing the newbie dungeon. By then, the number of people wanting to team up with Gu Chen would be enormous. Gu Chen would definitely continue with Lin Yuan into the hell level dungeon, but whether he would take him along was now questionable. So from another perspective, asking for more money now was actually an opportunity to make an early choice. Waiting until after the dungeon to ask for more money might not even be an option anymore. How much? Lin Qingqing interjected directly. For the hell level newbie dungeon, 100,000 per person. Gu Chen stated the price. From 8,000 to 100,000. Wu Zi's eyelids twitched, almost doubting he had heard wrong. Not expensive at all, Lin Qingqing thought about it and immediately declared, bringing me and Su Ran along. After we exit the dungeon, I'll go borrow the money. My goodness, 100,000 yuan? That's not expensive. Su Ran covered her mouth in shock, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, 100,000 is not a small amount, but think about it, the SSS rating from the novice dungeon plus the first-time hell level reward, is it still expensive? Su Ran murmured in a low voice, but we don't have money, borrow it. Lin Qingqing contemplated and replied, there are so many loan platforms nowadays, just mention borrowing and they'll be fighting to lend you money. Getting an SSS rating can give us extra points in the academy assessments, and with the first-time hell level reward from the novice dungeon, getting into a higher education institution is almost guaranteed. For people like us who can't even form a team in the dungeon square, just 10,000 yuan can virtually ensure our entrance into a higher education institution in 10 days. It's like a pie falling from the sky. Wu Zi also made a decision, take me with you and I'll transfer the money to you right after we exit the dungeon. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, unable to afford even a professional set, agreed without hesitation. Wu Zi's family was much better off than theirs, there was no reason not to agree. Gu Chen grunted, as if to say it was decided. However, Lin Qingqing seemed worried and reminded him, we've agreed, you can't go back on your word after we leave the dungeon. Gu Chen shook his head and said, don't worry, even if those people outside offer $1 million, I won't take them. Su Ran looked surprised and asked why. Gu Chen didn't avoid her question. When I was forming a team in the square, they laughed at me, mocked me, and even united to isolate me. I want to make them regret it, to let them know that underestimating me was the biggest mistake they ever made. Since they don't think highly of me, sorry, I don't want to play with them. The SSS rating of the novice dungeon flew away, the hell level first-time reward flew away too. Those who harbor malice against me. I have never thought of repaying evil with kindness. I am a person who holds grudges. Just taking these words at face value, one might feel that this person is narrow-minded, not meant for greater things. However, when Gu Chen bluntly stated this, it added a touch of arrogance and nonchalance. Su Ran and Lin Qingqing listened and nodded vigorously, feeling a deep connection. They fully supported Gu Chen's view. Amidst laughter, 15 minutes quickly passed. Inside the main hall, a deep roar suddenly erupted from the altar above, followed by heavy footsteps approaching. The boss appeared, accompanied by a wave of fallen guards, alien species, black-robed steward, boss level, LV.7 health, 9,100 attributes, strength 86, agility 79, constitution 86, spirit 81, skill I, Grey Mist Curse skill 2, Darkest Assault skill 3, damage transfer. Atop the altar, a tall figure clad in a black robe, his face obscured, stood up. Behind him, there were 2 level 5 guards, 3 level 4 guards, 4 level 3 guards and 18 level 1 guards. The figure of the robed steward was tall and slender, humanoid yet out of normal proportion, enshrouded entirely in a black robe. Its true face was completely obscured. With a hum, the steward raised a hand, the wide sleeves fluttering in the wind, and as it moved, trails of gray mist appeared in the air. Silently, the entire main hall was filled with this dense gray fog, turning everything within sight into a lifeless gray. Although Gu Chen and his companions stood on higher ground, they couldn't escape the enveloping mist. Instantly, everyone's vision was disrupted, their brains clouded, and their limbs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. The Grey Mist Curse, this boss had just appeared and was already eagerly unleashing its abilities. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bit the tip of his tongue, the piercing pain snapping him to a clearer state of mind. Although this robed steward was only level 7, bolstered by boss traits, its 4-dimensional attributes were nearly 90, and its health points had broken through the 9,000 mark, a figure even stronger than a 1-star epic Dracula, outrageously formidable. Focus on the boss, don't use abilities. Gu Chen immediately issued the command. With Dracula's speed, the guards couldn't even touch the hem of its garment, so he temporarily ignored the low-level guards and had Dracula use basic attacks to probe the boss. Bang, bang, bang. Also within the gray mist, Dracula was least affected. Almost the instant the command was issued, the cold muzzle flared, and a series of bullets shot towards the robed figure. Suddenly, a crystalline white light burst from the body of the robed steward. A series of bullets hit it. No damage, the health bar didn't budge, the previous attack hadn't inflicted any harm. At the same time, a level 5 guard nearby suddenly took a mysterious hit, losing 1/5 of its health bar instantly. Boss ability damage transfer. As long as there were fallen guards nearby, the robed steward could transfer any damage it received to the guards. Guchen wasn't the only one who had studied the raid strategy. He had read it carefully too. The steward's skill could transfer damage to the guards, and the damaged guards wouldn't actually die. If a guard's health bar emptied, it would resurrect fully healed after a minute. This minute was the cooldown time for the damage transfer, which significantly increased the difficulty of the novice dungeon. Plus, with the steward's 9,000 plus health points, newcomers trying to kill it had to dodge the guards while dragging out the fight. Even for well-equipped novice teams, it would take 3 to 4 hours to kill the robed steward, which was already considered fast. Some spent 2 to 3 days to pass the novice dungeon. Bang bang bang, Dracula shifted positions, launching another series of basic attacks at the robed steward. Damage transfer, no damage, the health bar remained unscathed. However, the health bar of the nearby level 5 guard rapidly depleted, quickly emptying. The level 5 guard collapsed to the ground, entering a state of feigned death. The crystalline white light representing damage transfer on the body of the robed steward subsequently disappeared as the skill went into cooldown. Roar! The robed steward let out an angry growl, flinging his sleeves dramatically as his gaunt pale arm pointed directly at Dracula. The surrounding guards seemed to have received their orders, quickly rushing towards Dracula. Bang, bang, bang. A series of basic attacks and skills followed, and as the guards got close, one after another was struck down. In the face of the guards' onslaught, Dracula's gaze was as cold as steel. He maneuvered, aimed, and fired. He was like a ruthless killing machine, nimbly navigating the battlefield, and with every move, a guard's head would explode upon impact. Killing corrupted guard LV.3 experience plus 31, killing corrupted guard LV.4 experience plus 75, killing corrupted guard LV.1 experience plus 8. What exactly was this Dracula, a summoned beast or a professional fighter? His killing efficiency was on par with a gunmaster. In fact, he was even more monstrous than a gunmaster. Telling, could a level 4 gunmaster blow up a level 2 corrupted guard with a single shot? Not only that, but with one-handed magazine swaps, predictive shooting, moving shooting, multi-target switching. Had his firearms mastery reached the maximum level already? It was absurd. Dracula should give lessons to gunmasters, slice through the competition, and make a guaranteed tidy profit. Amidst casual conversation, Dracula's figure flashed, appearing behind a level 3 guard. Fatal shot, boom. The head of the level 3 guard burst instantly, a one-shot kill. Killing corrupted guard LV.3 inch experience plus 29, he didn't hesitate to fire, unleashing a series of basic attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The robed steward's health rapidly decreased, dropping by a fifth in an instant. Enraged, the steward roared, his slender fingers gently gesturing in the air, summoning a crescent-shaped black shadow that abruptly appeared. A deep tremor resonated through the air. Skilled dark invasion, the crescent-shaped shadow slipped into the void and vanished, appearing without warning in front of Dracula, unavoidable, and he didn't plan to dodge. In an instant, the black crescent passed right through him, shaking Dracula's frame and directly reducing his life by over 1,600. However, fortunately, after several enhancements, Dracula's health was nearing the 6,000 mark, so taking this hit was painful but bearable. Meanwhile, Dracula's counterattack was ready to launch. Fatal shot activated. Almost simultaneously, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 bright silver bullets whistled through the air, piercing the dark mist and instantly hitting a level 5 guard's head. Killing corrupted guard LV.5 inch experience plus 121 without any damage transfer or targeted status. The guard could be directly killed. Eliminating a level 5 guard was akin to removing one of the robed steward's health packs. Skill kill cooldown reset. Dracula did not hesitate, continuing to deploy his skill. Fatal shot, and again 2 bullets whistled out, almost simultaneously burying themselves in the forehead of a level 4 guard. Killing corrupted guard LV.4 experience plus 75 within a mere few Seconds, all level 4 guards had been eliminated and only one level 5 guard remained. It was the one who had previously been hurt chosen and then entered a feigned death state with his health completely drained. In this state of feigned death, he was immune to attacks. Thus, with a flicker of his form, Dracula appeared right beside the robed steward. At the same time, his eyes burst forth with a crimson light. The crimson feast began with blood-red energy spiraling from Dracula's form towards the robed steward. Boom, a loud explosion. The steward staggered violently, his health dropping significantly, though not to half, preventing the additional damage from taking effect. Dracula flickered once more, changing his position and launching a deadly shot swiftly and decisively. Just as two bright silver bullets tore through the dark mist, the level 5 guard who had been in a feigned death state suddenly opened his eyes, radiating a dark red glow, and revived fully healed. The robed steward let out a sharp scream, activating a skill, damage transfer. The next second, a shimmering white light appeared on him again. The deadly shot with its impending damage struck the steward, but it inflicted no harm. Meanwhile, the nearby level 5 guard who had just revived fully healed had 2/3 of his health wiped out in an instant. Level 5 guard, deadly shot went into cooldown, as did the Crimson Feast. Dracula swiftly and neatly reloaded his magazine and unleashed a series of regular shots at the robed steward. Bang, bang, bang. In a single breath, 2 magazines were emptied, all damage was transferred, and the robed steward didn't lose a sliver of health. Not only that, but he also launched a dark erosion. Above him, a black crescent moon faintly appeared. Dracula kicked a level 1 guard aside, finished reloading, and continued firing a barrage of regular shots at the robed steward. The next second, the black crescent moon appeared before him. Dracula was unfazed, his vampiric instincts granting him tremendous regenerative abilities. The over 1,600 health points he had lost to the dark erosion were nearly half restored by now, and he could still endure another hit from a skill. In an instant, the black crescent moon passed right through him, and Dracula's attacks poured down like rain, all landing on the robed steward. A slight crackling sound was heard as the layer of shimmering white light around the steward shattered instantly. The level 5 guard was killed again, this time truly dead. Right after the damage transfer effect was broken, Dracula changed positions again, his dual guns locked and loaded. 2 bright silver bullets whistled out, deadly shot, precisely hitting the robed steward's forehead, dealing high damage as expected. At the same time, due to the headshot, the robed steward was stunned. Dracula transformed into a shadowy figure rushing forward, his body wrapped in dense blood-red energy. The Crimson Feast was unleashed, spiral-shaped blood-red energy struck the robed steward, causing his health to drop significantly, well below half. Immediately after, additional damage erupted, and a rich crimson light bloomed on the robed steward. With a loud bang, the figure of the black-robed steward exploded, scattering into pieces of black flesh and blood. Dracula's first wave of basic attacks only managed to remove 1/5 of the black-robed steward's health. What followed was a series of basic attacks, and the Crimson Feast, continuously dealing damage. Since no additional damage was triggered, it only reduced the steward's health to just above the halfway mark. After the cooldowns reset, it was a relentless barrage of basic attacks, deadly shots, Crimson Feast, and additional damage. This flurry of attacks dealt almost 6,000 damage, utterly annihilating the black-robed steward. At this moment, an eerie silence fell over the main hall. The expressions on the faces of Lin Yuan and his companions were rich with emotion. Despite knowing that Dracula was an epic-level summon, they were rendered speechless by his performance. Nearly 6,000 damage. Could a level 4 summoner really achieve such a feat? Even a Dragon Knight empowered by the Dragon's might couldn't manage that. Lin Yuan and the others felt a strong sense of unreality. Such fearsome damage, even if placed in a hell-level dungeon, could likely bulldoze through everything. With this thought, smiles of understanding appeared on their faces once more. It seemed that an SSS rating for the novice dungeon was secured, as was the first clear reward for the hell level dungeon. This time they had truly encountered a mighty force. Killing the black-robed steward boss, plus 555 experience, acquired battle spoils, Black Steward Badge *1, Black Steward Robe *1, level up level, LV.5, 505/1080, strength, 57 agility, 56 constitution, 58 spirit, 59 summon. Dracula LV.5, epic, talent, current access to 1 Dark Bloodline. You have cleared the temple ruins, hard, reward, dungeon chest *1, hard, professional experience plus 500, successful clearance, exiting the dungeon in 60 seconds, 59, 58, 57. Had they really cleared it? Lin Xingqing's eyes still held a trace of bewilderment. It was all too quick. From entering the dungeon to now, it had only been a little over 2 hours. They had chatted and laughed along the way, never once feeling any pressure or difficulty. Lin Yuan, with his hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Hard level dungeon, trash. I'm up for the hell level challenge. Lin Xingqing looked over it speechless. People like Lin Yuan, who had yet to be thoroughly trounced by a dungeon, were becoming rare. Gu Shen glanced at the time, then said to Lin Xingqing and the others, "Once we're out, get your affairs in order quickly. Meet at the dungeon entrance at 2 o'clock. Okay." Lin Xingqing, Su Ran and Wu Zi nodded. Normally professionals need to maintain a high level of mental concentration when running dungeons, which consumes a lot of physical and mental energy. After a dungeon run involving both navigating and fighting, they would be exhausted. Hence, they normally rested for a day to ensure they had enough energy for the next dungeon. But Gu Chun was different. He had commanded his summons throughout the battle, sparing himself any significant exertion. If there was any real drain, it was only when he felt dizzy and weak from the grey mist curse. Even this trivial consumption was completely dissipated after the black-robed steward was killed. Thus for Gu Chun, this instance dungeon posed no consumption at all. He could handle 10 more dungeons like this one. As for why he didn't immediately enter a hell-level dungeon first, he wanted to give Lin Xingqing and the others some time to borrow money, and second, he needed time to choose his second summon. After all, he had just reached level 5 after killing the black-robed steward. Soon the 1-minute countdown ended and Gu Chan and his group of 5 were teleported to the dungeon square. It was just past 11 o'clock and the square was still bustling with people, even more so than in the morning, with the vast majority waiting to form teams. Look, a team has been teleported out. How could it be so fast? The novice dungeon had only been open for over 2 hours. It was impossible for anyone to have cleared it in such a short time. Indeed, according to records from previous years, the fastest time was over 8 hours, just over 2 hours. They couldn't even have entered the temple gate, right? Exactly, they must have been defeated and used a teleportation scroll to get out. Look, isn't that Gu Chen? I knew it was him, that commoner summoner. No wonder he came out in just over 2 hours. It seems being a commoner and choosing a summoner is really a dead end. What if they cleared it? First, he is a commoner summoner, and secondly, coming out of the dungeon in less than 3 hours, how could they possibly have cleared it? Choosing a summoner as a commoner is a dead end. This has become a consensus among all professionals. Just as everyone was mocking Gu Chen, thinking he couldn't beat the dungeon and was forced to teleport out, an announcement from the novice dungeon management made the entire square fall silent. Congratulations to the novice professional team for breaking the historical record of the temple ruins, hard level, with a completion time of 2 hours 35 minutes and 13 seconds. Team leader, Gu Chen, summoner. Team members, Lin Yuan, swordsman; Lin Xingqing, warrior; Su Ran, assassin; Wu Zi, fighter. Rewards received: professional experience plus 500, personal achievement plus 1, historical record gift box *1 is silence. The vast dungeon square fell into a dead silence, because Gu Chen's performance broke the record. This announcement appeared in front of every novice professional. It's not uncommon for records in novice dungeons to be broken. After all, the development of the professional system is becoming increasingly perfected, and the capabilities and combat power of new professional players are improving year by year. Almost every appearance of a rare combat profession refreshes the dungeon records. However, this time the clearance time was ridiculously fast, beating the fastest record by more than 5 hours, 2.5 hours to clear a novice dungeon. This achievement, even if all novice professionals let their imaginations run wild, no one would dare to think to this extent, especially given that the team's composition was extremely poor. The team leader was a commoner summoner with team members including a swordsman, warrior, assassin, and fighter. Such job configurations could hardly produce any synergy. Speaking of cooperation, it was only then that some people remembered that Gu Chen couldn't find teammates before, and he went into the dungeon with actors. In other words, this dungeon run was essentially a solo run for him. Soloing a dungeon, especially a difficult one, is something even some genius professionals might not be able to handle, right? At this thought, the expressions on everyone's faces became quite animated. As they looked at Gu Chen, their gazes heated up. Among them, the first to speak up were his classmates from Lincheng No. 1 Middle School. Brother Chen is soloing and breaking the record. Congratulations, Brother Chen, you are my idol. Can you take me with you next time? Brother Chen, here's a card with 100,000 yuan, let's be friends. Brother Chen, you must be tired from the dungeon, let me buy you lunch. Guchen, I like you, can I be your girlfriend? Ignoring the flattery and sycophancy around him, Guchen walked straight towards the outside of the square. You didn't include me before, well now I won't include you. Guchen, although not petty-minded, was definitely not a magnanimous person. Repay evil with kindness. What then repays kindness? Just then a young man in a wizard's robe rushed up and blocked Guchen's path. Brother, do you remember me? I've switched to being a wizard, how about we go into the dungeon together next time? A wizard? Nothing special, Guchen said disdainfully. No, I'm a wizard, a main combat profession, you dare to look down on me? Are wizards awesome? I have a rare grade staff, I can kill a level 1 guard with 3 fireballs, how about that? Not looking. Guchen dismissed him. The other party was stunned, feeling ignored, and became angry out of embarrassment. Guchen, what are you being so arrogant about? You just cleared a difficult dungeon, do you really think you're that strong? I'm a wizard, many professionals are scrambling to team up with me and you dare to refuse my invitation. You're done for, you definitely won't be able to beat higher level dungeons in the future, you'll regret it then. Getting anxious? Guchen said disdainfully, not even turning his head as he walked out of the square. Lin Yuan followed behind, his face full of indignation. Isn't that guy sick? Just because I didn't team up with him, he turns hostile? Normal, Guchen said with a smile. In his view, teaming up with him is my honor. I achieved a little and became arrogant, that's me not recognizing what's good for me. Even those who tried to connect with me earlier don't look at their lack of response after being ignored by me. Deep down they can't stand to see me do well. The better I do, the more it pains them, but no matter how much it hurts, they won't show it because they don't want people to know they regretted it. Lin Yuan looked at the crowd pointing at Gu Chen and thoughtfully said, in the end it's just not being able to accept someone else's excellence. Is that so hard? Gu Chen said nonchalantly, they are just clowns. If I'm not better than them, they'll trample on me. If I surpass them, they'll be jealous of me. So facing these people, there's no need to bother about them. Wait until I lead you guys to get an SSS rating, then these people will truly realize what they missed out on, especially that wizard just now. He thinks inviting me to team up is an honor for me, huh? Once we step out of that hellish dungeon, the regret in his heart will magnify endlessly. He'll surely blame himself for not being nicer to me earlier, for not teaming up with me right away. But what's missed is missed. If he could maintain his previous tough stance, I might have respected him a bit more. But for someone who bends over backwards and then gets angry when ignored, I truly look down on them from the bottom of my heart. Exactly, Lin Yuan glanced back at the figure behind him. It's natural for him not to include us, but when we don't include him, we're seen as ungrateful. What nonsense! After leaving the dungeon square, Gu Chen headed back to the school dormitory while Lin Yuan went straight to a nearby restaurant to get meals for both of them. Just minutes after Wu Z came out, he transferred 100,000 yuan into Gu Chen's account and then left in a taxi. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran went to borrow money right away as there's less than 3 hours left until 2 p.m. 200,000 yuan is still a considerable pressure for them. Back in the dormitory, Gu Chen first collected the experience reward issued after breaking the dungeon record. Experience plus 500 level up level, LV.6, 53/1880, strength, 67 agility, 66 Constitution, 68 Spirit, 69 Summon Beast, Dracula LV.6, Epic, Talent, now eligible for 2 Dark Bloodlines, after reaching level 5. The second summon slot had opened, meaning he could now summon a second beast. Moreover, breaking the dungeon record unexpectedly granted him an additional 500 experience points, added to the experience accumulated from defeating the robed steward and the second wave of guards in the dungeon. He leveled up just in time. Now he could acquire 2 Dark Bloodlines through his talent. However, Gu Chen didn't rush to activate his talent as the matter of the summoning book was still unresolved. Clearing the difficult level dungeon, he earned a difficult level dungeon treasure chest and a historical record gift box. The treasure chest typically yields equipment or items of excellent or lower quality, whereas the gift box might contain items specific to the player's class. If it held a summoning book, that would save a lot of trouble. After all, Gu Chen only had a bit over 120,000 yuan on him. Even if Lin Qingqing and Su Ran managed to borrow the money, his total assets wouldn't exceed 300,000 yuan, only enough to buy some low-level summoning books. If he could get good equipment, perhaps he could trade it for a summoning book at the exchange. Thus, Gu Chen opened his portable space, dungeon treasure chest. Difficult level. Upon opening, one can obtain equipment or items of excellent or lower quality. Historical record gift box. Upon opening, one can obtain equipment or items corresponding to the current class. Gu Chen glanced at both rewards and opened them. From the dungeon treasure chest, difficult level, he obtained an excellent grade Hurricane War Hammer. Opening the historical record gift box, he got a summoning book of fine grade. Wow, a summoning book indeed. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. It's like getting exactly what you wish for. Skill book, Nightmare Summoning Level 5 quality, excellent effect. Establish a contract with a nightmare. If Gu Chen were to risk all his assets, he might be able to exchange them for a superior summoning book at the marketplace. However, upon further consideration, a slightly lower quality in his summon creature isn't a big issue for him. Even an excellent quality summon could achieve epic status through the fusion with a Dark Bloodline, and it could even significantly enhance his attributes. Moreover, as a nightmare has no physical form, it possesses a strong immunity to physical attacks, making it a rare energy-based summon. With the fusion of the Dark Bloodline, it would undoubtedly become extremely powerful. I choose you. Gu Chen decided, picking up the summoning book and studying it directly. The book shone brightly, forming a magical array, and soon after, a void-like shadow appeared in the summoning space. You have successfully signed a contract with the Nightmare Summon. Nightmare quality, excellent level 6, scales with summoner's level, HP 2980 attributes, strength 46, agility 56, constitution 43, spirit 58, talent, dream entry skill. Mental bind LV.1 is summons can wear equipment. Equipment may drop when the summon dies. If the summon perishes, it cannot be resummoned within a day. The nightmare, being an energy entity, has low strength but high spirit. Apart from its inherent high immunity to physical attacks, it has no other standout features, and a level 6 nightmare might not even compare to a level 3 Dracula. After all, it is only of excellent quality and one shouldn't expect too much. Thus, Gu Chen opened the talent interface, activated his ability, and directly obtained 2 Dark Bloodlines. You have received Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have received Dark Bloodline Ancestor. Adding to the Dark Bloodline Royal Blood obtained at level 4, he now had accumulated 3 Dark Bloodlines. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to use the Ancestor Bloodline to enhance the Nightmare's quality to epic level, followed by a Bloodline Awakening with the Descendant Bloodline. As for the Royal Blood, it would be used on Dracula to advance it to a legendary summon. Dark Bloodline Ancestor Fusion successful. Summon promoted. Nightmare excellent. Nightmare Overlord epic. As expected by Gu Chen, the Ancestor Bloodline allowed the summon to advance to epic level. The former Nightmare transformed into a ghost-like eerie shadow, smoky and elusive. Within the shadows, a pair of cold eyes suddenly flashed a chilling light with a gaze that pierced the soul, reaching straight to the heart. Summon Nightmare Overlord quality, epic level, LV.6 HP, 4560 attributes, strength 68, agility 76, constitution 62, spirit 78, talent. Indescribable epic skill I, illusionary instant kill LV.10 epic skill 2, nightmare entanglement LV.10 epic with epic level talent and maxed out epic level skills. Overjoyed, Gu Chen didn't hesitate to proceed with the Bloodline Awakening. Dark Bloodline Descendant Fusion successful. Summon Bloodline Awakening level, LV.6 HP, 6580 attributes, strength 79, agility 86, constitution 85, spirit 90, talent. Indescribable epic skill I, illusionary instant kill LV.10 epic skill 2, nightmare entanglement LV.10 epic skill 3, deep dream state LV.10 epic. After the Bloodline Awakening, the Nightmare Overlord's HP rose to 6580, almost 3000 more than a level 6 Fallen Guardian. In the realm of four-dimensional attributes, Spirit stands out prominently. Combined with his innate talents and skills, he is essentially a natural-born arcane assassin, indescribable. The form of the Nightmare Sovereign flits unpredictably, able to traverse freely between dreams and reality, possessing an extraordinary resistance to physical attacks, annihilation in a blink. By utilizing dreams to approach his target, he launches a deadly assault, causing significant damage. Nightmare Clutch. For every 10 points of spirit a nightmare minion can be summoned, targets afflicted by these minions suffer multiple times the damage. Deep Dreaming constructs a profound dreamscape within a certain area, inflicting continuous severe damage on any who enter. The first skill focuses on explosive damage to a single target, while the second skill doubles the damage inflicted. The third skill specifies that it targets only enemies specifically marked by the Nightmare Sovereign. Gu Chen noted that the Nightmare Sovereign could currently summon 9 nightmare minions. If all 9 minions were to attach to a single unit, that unit would endure 9 times the damage when attacked by the Nightmare Sovereign. When translated into damage numbers, the Nightmare Sovereign only needs to combine 2 skills to instantly eliminate a level 7 boss, the Black Robe Steward. Such explosive damage from the Nightmare Sovereign is terrifyingly powerful. Just then another prompt appeared. The summons quality has been upgraded from excellent to epic, granting a full attribute increase of +10 to the summoner. Guchen felt a rush of exhilaration, a soothing wave flowing through him, bringing total comfort. The attribute boost from the summon felt like leveling up, an immensely satisfying experience. But things didn't end there. Guchen invoked the royal bloodline and integrated it into Dracula's being. Within the summon space, Dracula radiated a crimson glow, a rich blood-red light accentuated by dazzling golden rays. Dark Bloodline Royal Blood Fusion successful. Summon upgraded from Epic Dracula to Legendary Blood Duke Summon, Blood Duke level, LV.6 HP, 8600 attributes, Strength 114, Agility 118, Constitution 116, Spirit 115. The summon's quality ascended from Epic to Legendary, granting a full attribute increase of +100 to the summoner. Talents: Epic Vampire Instinct, Epic Shadow of Blood Fury, Legendary Blood Frenzy. Skills: I. Fatal Shot LV.10, Epic Skills 2, Crimson Feast LV.10, Epic Skills 3, Bloodline Legacy LV.10, Legendary. New talents: Legendary Blood Frenzy. New skills: Bloodline Legacy LV. 10 Legendary, Blood Frenzy. When the Blood Duke's HP falls below 30%, it can trigger a rage bonus, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. Bloodline Legacy: the Blood Duke can use its own HP to transform deceased units into vampire descendants. What a formidable creature! As Guchen reviewed the summon stats, he felt a deep thrill. A level 6 summon with all attributes over 100, surpassing even the level 7 Black Robe Steward. As for HP, although it's slightly lower than the Steward's, mainly because the Steward is a boss with an HP bonus, the difference is negligible in light of the Blood Duke's formidable capabilities. However, it doesn't matter, as the current Blood Duke has only reached level 6. Once he upgrades to level 7, he will absolutely dominate a level 7 boss comprehensively. From excellent to epic, he receives a 10-point attribute feedback, and from epic to legendary, he gets a 100-point attribute feedback. Level: LV.6, 53/1880, Strength 177, Agility 176, Constitution 178, Inch Spirit 179. Summoned beasts: Blood Duke LV. 6 Legendary Nightmare Overlord LV.6 Epic with 4-dimensional attributes around 178. Guchen's face showed a slight surprise. He didn't expect that his own attributes alone could now suppress the Robe Steward. If he had a set of equipment, he could even solo the difficult level novice dungeon by himself. Speaking of equipment, Guchen opened his portable space. After killing the Robe Steward, he obtained the Steward's Crest and Steward's Robe along with a Hurricane Warhammer from the dungeon chest, a piece of equipment and a prop. Steward's Crest quality: excellent effect, blocks external prying. Others cannot obtain the wearer's character information. Note: the blocking fails when there is a large level difference. Steward's Robe quality: excellent attributes, Spirit +5, Constitution +5. Effect: the robe provides a magical shield to the user. Shield value equals the user's spirit *10. These are great items. The crest prevents others from prying, and the robe adds a shield capable of resisting 1790 damage. Crucially, the value of the robe's shield can grow as my spirit increases, which is quite significant. Guchen put on the Steward's robe and pinned the crest at the collar, then opened a professional trader's platform on his phone and listed the Hurricane Warhammer for sale. This weapon has nice attributes. Besides basic attribute enhancement, it also comes with a defense skill suitable for professions like warriors, paladins, and monks who are proficient with warhammers. As for the price, although it's an excellent level weapon and won't fetch a high price, listing it for 100,000 yuan doesn't seem too expensive. Not long after, the dormitory door was pushed open and Lin Yuan entered with a stack of takeout boxes. Old Gu, come on, 8 dishes and 1 soup for lunch, give me a hand. At 1:45 p.m. Gu Chen and Lin Yuan arrived at the Novice Dungeons Plaza. The plaza was still surrounded by many students, most of whom were waiting to form teams. Is there any pro descending into the dungeon? I'm a monk with excellent level equipment, guaranteed to obey, looking for an archer or a gunner, those with equipment and skills preferred. Look, a summoner. It's Gu Chen. He just cleared the difficult level dungeon this morning. Why is he back again? Was he the one who soloed with 4 actors? As Guchen approached, countless gazes were drawn to him and the crowd in front of him subconsciously stepped aside, making way for him. Summoner Pro, take me with you, I have a full set of warrior equipment. Guchen, weren't you looking for teammates before? Can you take me along? Brochen, we were old classmates, let's team up. Guchen remained indifferent, ignoring the voices around him and slowly walked towards the dungeon entrance. Just then a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Guchen, I didn't think much of you initially, but since you've proven yourself in the hard-level dungeon, I suppose you're somewhat useful. Since that's the case, my team has one slot left. Get ready and come with us for the dungeon run. A voice full of arrogance and disdain echoed through the crowd. Everyone's expression changed simultaneously, then they turned to look. Who was it who dared to speak to Guchen in such a manner? At the same time, a young man dressed in a rare knight's outfit, handsome in appearance, approached Guchen. Li Wenwei. He was the class president of the top class at Lincheng First Middle School, from a well-off family, and had switched to a rare class, the Retribution Knight. Whether it was his profession, background, or financial power, he completely overshadowed Guchen. He stood before Guchen, his face full of pride, and indeed he had the capital to be proud. Although I'm allowing you to join my team, don't get too happy too soon. If your performance is poor and delays our progress, I won't hesitate to kick you out, Li Wenwei said, his tone lofty, filled with an undisguised sense of superiority. It sounded like an invitation to team up, but it was more like charity, as if he was bestowing a great favor. Guchen raised an eyebrow, but far from being angry, a peculiar smile appeared on his face. Was this superiority complex supposed to impress him? Indeed, he thought highly of himself. Li Wenwei, from the prominently family of Lincheng. What did that mean? He was rich, a fat sheep delivered right to his doorstep. A gleam flashed in Guchen's eyes. If he didn't take this opportunity to fleece him, it would be a disservice to his arrogance. What are you waiting for? Follow me, Li Wenwei tilted his head, signaling Guchen to keep up. Guchen, however, wore a look of disdain. Dude, I just soloed a hard-level dungeon this morning. Now you want me to assist you? Are you crazy, or am I? Li Wenwei snorted coldly. Hard level? That's nothing. I'm leading a team into a hell-level dungeon. Hell level? Do you understand? Hell level. Upon hearing these three words, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down and the looks people gave Li Wenwei changed. Up until now, there had been no record of anyone clearing the novice hell-level dungeon in Lincheng. Given Li Wenwei's profession and background, his confidence probably meant he was almost certain of success. For a moment, countless envious and admiring eyes turned towards Guchen. That was a hell-level dungeon. Although Guchen had soloed a hard-level dungeon, it was nothing compared to the hell level. Being able to join Li Wenwei's team was surely a stroke of immense luck. However, Guchen appeared nonchalant. So, and then, oomph. In all of Lincheng, teams capable of handling a hell-level dungeon can be counted on one hand. If you don't join my team, it's your loss. Got it? How coincidental. Guchen chuckled. I was just about to tackle a hell-level dungeon myself. With just you. Li Wenwei didn't believe it, his tone scornful. Oh, you don't believe it? Guchen said indifferently. Since we're both aiming for a hell-level dungeon, why not make a bet? What kind of bet? Whoever gets a higher clearance rating wins. Li Wenwei laughed as if he'd heard a joke. Haha, are you sure you're going to lose miserably? At this moment, one of his followers whispered to him, Young Master Li, if Guchen is so confident, he must have something up his sleeve. It's best not to bet with him. Am I afraid of him? Li Wenwei's eyes widened. A commoner from an ordinary class who just got lucky in a solo dungeon run now thinks he's a god. Guchen, clearly impatient, retorted, cut the chatter. If you're too scared to bet, just say it. Who is Li Wenwei? Born into wealth, with a proud nature and a rare professional class, he is hailed as a genius. Could he tolerate such an affront? I'm scared. What a joke. Li Wenwei retorted sharply. I'm just worried you can't even afford the stake. Guchen, calm and collected, challenged. I'll bet you 500,000. Is that enough? What, 500,000? Li Wenwei frowned slightly, showing a hint of suspicion. How could a student from an ordinary class have so much money? He was somewhat taken aback. Although his rare knight armor set was worth over $1 million, it was after all sourced from his family's wealth. He had indeed saved several $100,000 each, but that was intended for upgrading his equipment and buying skill books. If he lost, what a joke! He was a rare profession Retribution Knight clad in rare knight armor. How could he possibly lose? With this thought, a scornful smirk appeared in Li Wenwei's eyes. Fine, I'll take your bet, but we must use the trading platform. Professional betting wasn't forbidden, on the contrary, to promote it, the trading platform had even developed a special betting system to prevent sore losers, Li Wenwei insisted on using the trading platform, wary that Gu Chen might not honor a loss. Without wasting words, Gu Chen pulled out his phone, logged into the trading platform and set up the bet. He transferred 500,000 first, then set the bet type and judging criteria and sent it to Li Wenwei. Acceptable. Li Wenwei confirmed everything was in order, nodded in satisfaction, and also transferred 500,000 to the platform. Once the bet was registered, the duel was on. No turning back now. Gu Chen, you can't back out now, Li Wenwei said with a wild grin. To think that betting against a commoner would net him 500,000, what a pleasant surprise. Oh my, these two are really going at it, a summoner versus a retribution knight, how daring. Woohoo, I bet Gu Chen is going to lose. Remember, all of Li Wenwei's teammates are top students from various high schools, and Gu Chen's teammates? Never seen them, heard they're actors. Actors? The crowd was skeptical yet. Gu Chen's face bore an unmistakable grin. Just like Li Wenwei, he couldn't believe a single duel might earn him 500,000. What a shock, a real surprise. Just then 3 figures appeared at the outskirts of the dungeon square: Lin Xingqing, Su Ran and Wu Zi. Lin Xingqing, though beautiful as the moon, used her imposing and robust frame to carve a path through the crowd, with Su Ran and Wu Zi following closely behind. Before even reaching the group, she spotted Li Wenwei standing with Gu Chen. Oh no! Lin Xingqing's face suddenly changed. Why was Gu Chen standing with Li Wenwei? Could it be that they were planning to team up? Hearing this, Su Ran, who was following behind, suddenly showed a look of panic. They had worked hard to borrow 200,000 and had already transferred it to Gu Chen. Was Gu Chen going to join Li Wenwei's team? What about the money? That was 200,000. Wu Zi also noticed the situation ahead and frowned slightly. Although 100,000 was a lot, he was more concerned about following Gu Chen into the hell-level dungeon. Missing out on this expert would be a bigger loss than just 100,000. Hurry, let's get over there, Wu Zi said with a grave expression, and the 3 of them quickened their pace. At the square near the dungeon entrance, after the bet was placed, Li Wenwei looked smug. Gu Chen, initially when I knew you were a summoner, I really looked down on you because it's a dead end for commoners to choose summoner. But you've proven your strength, and that's why I plan to take you into the hell-level dungeon, to broaden your horizons. Having a record of a hell-level dungeon, even if you can't get into a higher education institution later, you could still develop towards being a practice partner, which is much better than working in a factory, right? I am kindly offering you this opportunity, yet you don't appreciate it, Li Wenwei lectured earnestly, his tone thick with disdain and arrogance. Lin Xingqing and her companion squeezed closer just in time to hear Li Wenwei's words and burst out laughing, the tension on their faces instantly dissipating. A false alarm. Laughable, Li Wenwei taking Gu Chen into a dungeon. Does he think he's giving Gu Chen a valuable lesson? Who really doesn't appreciate what here? Such words from Li Wenwei reassure me. Given Gu Chen's temperament, he definitely wouldn't team up with him. The 3 were laughing and chatting, breathing a sigh of relief in their hearts. Their futures were completely tied to Gu Chen now. As long as Gu Chen stayed, their prospects were bright. Old Gu, did you hear that? Li Wenwei is doing this for your own good. If you don't get into a higher education institution, you can still become a practice partner. Lin Yuan stood next to Gu Chen, laughing so hard he almost snorted. Did I allow you to laugh? Li Wenwei's face turned cold. Even though you didn't permit me to laugh, I just couldn't help it. Lin Yuan's face was full of mirth. With Gu Chen here, he didn't take Li Wenwei, this elite class genius, seriously at all. What does a rare profession matter? As soon as Gu Chen summons his beast, he could instantly knock him out. Stupid dog, so arrogant for what? Lin Yuan stood with his hands on his hips, full of vigor. Who dares to mess with us too? As long as we have Gu Chen, everyone here in the dungeon square is nothing but trash in my eyes. Have your laugh now, but you'll be crying when I clear the hell-level dungeon. Li Wenwei left these words behind and walked away with a dark face. His team was still 1 member short, and he needed to find a suitable professional soon. At this moment, Lin Xingqing and her companions also reached Gu Chen's side. Great master, the 200,000 from me and Su Ran has already been transferred to you. Lin Xingqing stepped forward and spoke. Lin Xingqing, Su Ran and Wu Zi had together given Gu Chen a total of 300,000. At noon, after Gu Chen listed the Hurricane Warhammer on the trading platform, he also listed the teleportation scrolls, selling both items for a total of 200,000, together with the earlier transaction that made up the 500,000 for the duel. Gu Chen led the 4 to the entrance of the dungeon, and in the dungeon interface he chose the Hell difficulty level for the temple ruins. Warning: you have selected Hell difficulty. Challengers will enter the historical temple facing extreme difficulty and a high death rate. Proceed, yes, current team's average level too low. Consider reforming your team. No, entering the Hell Level Temple Ruins dungeon. Please wait. The entrance to the dungeon erupted in a burst of dark red light, and then Gu Chen and his companions vanished from the spot. The onlookers were stunned, first falling silent then exploding in uproar. No way, Gu Chen actually went into a Hell Level dungeon. Has he lost his mind? People don't seek death like this. He just cleared the hard level and now he's jumped straight to Hell Level. That's too much of a leap. Gu Chen is being foolish. He's actually going solo in a Hell Level dungeon. Who gave him the courage? Gu Chen is doomed. Not even Jesus can save him now. I tell you, if he makes it out alive, I'll live stream myself standing on my head having diarrhea. Didn't you say the same thing last time? Meanwhile, Li Wenwei also heard the news of Gu Chen entering the Hell Level dungeon, but he wasn't worried at all. A common summoner taking 4 actors into a Hell Level dungeon? That must be a joke, right, bro? We've got someone, said his teammate. The person is a Thunder Mage, a rare class just like you, and he's on his way. Alright, give him 3 minutes to prepare, and after that, let's all head into the Hell Level dungeon together. Li Wenwei smirked coldly. His team had 2 rare classes, while Gu Chen's team consisted of 4 actors. How could they even compare? There's no competition. Gu Chen is done for. Why is it getting foggy? Gray fog. I feel dizzy and weak, exclaimed someone as they landed. Is this the weakness inflicted by the Hell Level dungeon? Standing at the entrance of the Hell Level Temple ruins, the air was filled with gray mist. Lin Yuan and the others' faces were pale, their bodies heavy as if filled with lead. The Hell Level dungeon was similar to a real historical record, meaning the environment they were in now was the true temple ruins. As for the hard level dungeon they had previously cleared, it was merely a weakened version. This gray mist seems similar to the skills of the black robed steward we encountered in the main hall, likely related to the abyssal alien race. This temple is probably undergoing an invasion by the Abyss. Lin Qingqing observed the temple gates. Not probably, this temple has already been invaded by the abyssal alien race. Wu Zi took over the conversation. According to historical records and guides, every person inside the temple has been corrupted by the abyssal forces, including the black-robed steward we encountered as the boss in the hard level. Even though this is the Hell Level dungeon, we still need to re-enter the temple and retrace our previous storyline. After entering the main hall, not only do we need to defeat the black-robed steward, but we also need to find a sealed heart. Then, proceeding to the sanctuary, one will encounter the red-robed high priest, the ultimate boss of the nightmare level instance. Defeating the high priest and finding the sealed blood will mark the completion of the nightmare level instance. After passing through the sanctuary, the next destination is the altar, but what happens there and who the final boss might be remains unclear. Wu Zi outlined the upcoming checkpoints, information he had obtained through paid channels. True to his role as class leader, although he came to act, he had also done his homework in advance. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and said, "This sounds tricky. There's no guide for the final stages." Wu Zi nodded. After all, no newcomer would choose the Hell Level instance, and even if they did, no one had ever passed it. Su Ran looked pale and instinctively turned to Gu Chen. "Big shot, are you confident?" Gu Chen, unfazed, activated his summoning skill, and a figure in a dark red suit appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, a strong sense of oppression and an evil aura emanated from the Vampire Lord, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Vampire Lord, old Gu, has your summon evolved?" Lin Yuan asked, stunned by the sight of the dark red suit. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing and others turned their heads, shocked. They had just completed a difficult level instance and the summon had evolved? Such a rapid growth rate was unbelievable. Looking closely, it was no longer the familiar Dracula but a figure even more imposing and chilling, exuding a sinister and cold aura. Just one glance brought a wave of intense fear, like a tide, overwhelming and suffocating. Wu Zi squinted, wanting to check the Vampire Lord's attributes immediately, but all he saw were rows of question marks. Gu Chen had set the summons information to be private so others could only see the name, level and health bar, not even the specific health points. After all, the attributes of a legendary summon were astonishing. At just level 6, its four-dimensional attributes had already broken through the hundreds and its health was nearly 9,000. This was no mere summon, but rather a boss in a beginner's instance. Facing the puzzled looks of others, Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain and simply commanded the Vampire Lord to head towards the temple gate. Meanwhile, the first wave of corrupted guards emerged from behind the gate. With the powerful vampire instincts of the legendary vampire lord, it had already targeted a figure in the deep fog and fired a shot the moment it stepped forward. Bang! A one-shot kill, damage over 3,000. Corrupted guard from the fog had just shown its face and was instantly blown away. Killed corrupted guard LV.5 experience plus 113. Damn. That was a level 5 guard and it was killed in a second. Lin Yuan was so shocked his jaw nearly hit the floor, just as Lin Yuan was reeling in shock. A towering guard in black heavy armor wielding a golden greatsword stepped forward. This guard, standing over 3 meters tall like a hill, wielded the golden greatsword with a fierce aura, accompanied by a group of level 5 guards, alien species, the Fallen Guardian Elite level, LV.6 HP, 11,500 attributes. Strength 80, Agility 73, Constitution 92, Spirit 75, Skill I, Grey Mist Curse Skill 2, Iron Defense Skill 3, Sword of Oath Skill 4, Ultimate Judgment, and Elite Guardian. Really? Lin Qingqing's face showed a mix of shock and disbelief. My goodness, over 10,000 health points, is this just a guardian? Su Ran covered her mouth, overwhelmed with shock. Wu Zi spoke up at the right moment. The hell-level dungeon recreates real historical scenes, so this elite guardian with over 10,000 health points is just a gatekeeper? Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. If even elite monsters are merely gatekeepers, how tremendously challenging would the later stages be? At that moment the elite guardian roared, angrily swinging a golden greatsword like a small mountain, charging towards the Blood Clan Lord. The Blood Clan Lord's eyes narrowed, his killing intent surged, and he raised his gun to fire. Boom! A bright silver bullet was fired, but it was blocked by the dark heavy armor of the Guardian. The Guardian suffered minimal damage, losing only 300 health points, which was nearly 2% of his total health. Iron defense. The heavy armor allows the Fallen Guardian Elite to resist 90% of damage, with a maximum threshold of not exceeding 50% of its own maximum health. What a skill! Too bad it's facing the Blood Clan Lord. The 50% maximum health limit for the Elite Guardian is 5750. To other challenger teams, this health would be like a blood bowl. Even if the Elite Guardian just stood there without fighting back, they probably couldn't break through this skill. Regular challengers would have to rely on positioning to deplete the duration of this skill, waiting for it to cool down. However, for the Blood Clan Lord, it would only take 2 shots to break through this heavy armor. Without any hesitation, another bullet whistled through the air and struck the Elite Guardian. The Elite Guardian's body shook and cracks immediately spread across his heavy armor, breaking it. After breaking the heavy armor, the Elite Guardian let out an angry roar. He pointed his golden greatsword towards the sky and the blade burst forth with blinding golden light. Ultimate Judgment activated. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the golden blade descended from the sky with a force that could split even the driest wood, aiming straight for the Blood Clan Lord. The Blood Clan Lord, being a legendary summoned beast, had already sensed the descending attack with its keen senses. Just as the golden blade was about to hit, it moved like a ghost, retreating over 10 meters effortlessly, easily dodging the skill. Boom! The huge golden blade struck the ground, sending sand and rocks flying, and debris and soil erupted all around. Simultaneously, the Blood Clan Lord attacked again. Boom! After the heavy armor was broken, this shot directly reduced the Elite Guardian's health by over 3,000. Then another bullet whistled and, hitting the Elite Guardian right between the eyebrows. Boom! The high damage shot to the head triggered a dizziness effect. The Elite Guardian stood motionless, momentarily losing the ability to resist. Opportunity was rare and the Blood Lord pulled the trigger frantically. Bullets poured down like rain, striking the Elite Guard relentlessly. They didn't hit critical spots, but with the Blood Lord's current power, even regular attacks were terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. The Elite Guard's health plummeted rapidly, and after a few shots his towering figure crashed down, his health completely depleted. It all happened within just a few breaths. The elite monster with tens of thousands of health points was slain. With the greatest threat now removed, the Blood Lord's figure flashed, darting into the circle surrounded by level 5 guards. He raised his hands, one black and one white heavy pistol firing wildly. The sound of gunfire was dense like rain, and the bodies of guards exploded around him. In a breath's time, the first wave of guards was annihilated. Killed corrupted guard elite LV.6 experience plus 468 loot obtained fine steel heavy armor *1 healing potion *3 killed corrupted guard LV.5 experience plus 111 killed corrupted guard LV.5 experience plus 118 killed corrupted guard LV.5 experience plus 115 killed corrupted guard LV.5 experience plus 109 a blue light dropped from the elite guard's body catching Gu Chen's eye immediately. It wasn't easy. The first wave of monsters already dropped equipment. He picked up the fine steel heavy armor and examined it. Fine steel heavy armor quality, excellent level restriction, 6 attributes, constitution plus 30 strength plus 5 effect, reduces damage by 15%, a level 6 equipment of excellent quality adding 30 points to constitution 5 points to strength and reducing damage by 15% was quite decent. Heavy armor was generally worn by warriors or knights and once out it could fetch a good price on the trading platform. Making money as a professional was indeed easy. This thought sprouted once again in Gu Chen's mind. In his memories he had always suffered from poverty. Even after he went to live with the Gu family he was scorned. During this month in the northern city of Gu, although he lived in the Gu family mansion, wealth and luxury had nothing to do with him. The only relief was not worrying about his daily meals. Thinking of the Gu family, a cold light flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. Yesterday Gu Qingfeng had declared his job transition a failure, demeaning him in front of Qin Yun and all the servants of the Gu family, even treating him as a disgrace. Today he had become a summoner with divine level talent with limitless prospects, the Northern Realm War King, the Holy Sword Berserker, the Empire's strongest. In front of divine level talent they were nothing. One day he would be someone Gu Qingfeng could only look up to. And that day was not too far off. Storing the fine steel heavy armor in his personal space, Gu Chen turned to another piece of loot, healing potion quality. Excellent effect, after absorption it can resist the Grey Mist curse for 10 minutes. The Bloodlord's 4-dimensional attributes had already broken through 100 The Grey Mist curse's impact on him was minimal. Gu Chen's attributes far exceeded those of his peers, and he would only be slightly affected, especially since he wasn't participating in combat. Therefore, the healing potion was of little use in his hands. But that was just for him. For other professionals, the healing potion was an invaluable treasure. A single dose could ignore the curse of the Grey Mist and completely dispel the state of weakness within 10 minutes. Carrying it was akin to carrying a purification spell. This was crucial when facing a boss. Therefore, Gu Chen was certain that if this item were to be listed on the trading platform, it would definitely fetch a good price. After storing 3 healing potions in his personal space, the Bloodlord also finished clearing all the guards at the entrance of the temple. His level increased, now, LV.7, 32/2680, Strength, 187 Agility, 186 Constitution, 188 Spirit, 189 Summons, Bloodlord LV.7. Legendary Nightmare Sovereign LV.7 Epic Talent, currently possible to obtain a Dark Bloodline level 7. The speed of leveling up would make many envious if word got out. Due to the attribute feeding bonus, Gu Chen's overall attributes were approaching 200 points, more than double that of his peers at the same level. This was somewhat impressive. If he were to go into the arena for a 1v1 battle, even without relying on his summons, he could sweep through his peers. Next, Gu Chen activated his talent and acquired the Dark Bloodline. A dark red glow blossomed before his eyes. He hoped to get a royal blood. If he could obtain another royal bloodline, both of his summoned creatures would become legendary and this hell-level dungeon would be almost guaranteed to be a success. You have obtained Dark Bloodline, Descendant. Well, wishful thinking. It seems that acquiring royal blood is not so easy after all. It is the bloodline that can evolve an epic level summon to legendary level. Even in the entire Xinxia Empire, the known legendary level summons are only about a dozen. Rarity is one aspect, and another reason is that there are not many professionals who have changed their jobs to summoners. Dark Bloodline Descendant can perform a bloodline awakening for an original dark creature or an attribute enhancement for a royal blood dark creature. Forget about the attribute enhancement, it's not very meaningful for the Bloodlord, but the bloodline awakening can grant the Nightmare Sovereign new talents or skills. Gu Chen directly integrated the Descendant bloodline into the Nightmare Sovereign. Dark Bloodline Descendant fusion successful. Summon Bloodline Awakening level, LV.7 health, 7,950 attributes, Strength 99, Agility 106, Constitution 105, Spirit 110. New talent, dreams come true, epic dreams come true. The skill cooldown of the Nightmare Sovereign is reduced by 50%, skill consumption, energy consumption, and negative effects are reduced by 80%. This talent truly is a dream come true, not to mention the cooldown reduction by half, all consumption and negative effects directly reduced by 80%. Even legendary summons don't have such exaggerated effects. That's because the Nightmare Sovereign itself is an energy body. If it were any other summon, they definitely wouldn't have such good fortune. Next, the Blood Lord entered the temple and Gu Chan and his companions followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped into the temple square, an even denser gray mist directly hit their faces. Everyone's faces changed color as they felt the effects of the gray mist. Curse intensified, doubling the weakening state imposed on them. Gu Chen frowned. His four-dimensional attributes had already broken 100, far surpassing others at his level, but under the influence of the gray mist curse, all his attributes had dropped by 25%. As for Lin Yuan and the others, they were pale and listless, trailing behind as if they had lost half their lives. Just then Su Ran, who was walking beside Lin Qingqing, showed a look of agony, seemingly unable to bear the curse of the gray mist any longer. Her eyes rolled back as her slender body stiffly fell to the ground. Su Ran, Lin Qingqing quickly went to her aid, only to find that the latter had already fallen into a coma. Gu Chen also came over to check Su Ran's condition. Her physique is too weak. He knew that assassins had weak constitutions, but he hadn't expected Su Ran's to be so frail. It was because she couldn't withstand the sudden surge of the gray mist curse that she had fainted. At this moment, the difficulty of the hell-level dungeon was fully displayed before them without any reservations. This omnipresent gray mist curse was simply too terrifying. If the challenger's physique was not up to standard, they didn't even need the foreign races to take action. Just a few more steps would lead them to their demise. No wonder no newcomer had been able to clear the hell-level beginner dungeon for so many years. Was this something a newcomer could endure? What to do? In other teams, in a case like Su Ran's, they could only use a teleportation scroll to send her out, since she had already lost the ability to move. If the intensity of the gray mist curse continued to increase, she might very well die here. Great God, Gu Chen, can I carry Su Ran on my back? Can we let her continue with us? Lin Qingqing pleaded. She and Su Ran had borrowed 100,000 to follow Gu Chen into the hell-level dungeon. 100,000? For high school graduates from ordinary families, that was an astronomical figure. If they quit midway, Su Ran's only option would be to work in a factory, and it might take several years to pay off such a huge loan. Sigh, what a hassle. Gu Chen sighed. Seeing Gu Chen's attitude, Lin Qingqing's face turned even gloomier. However, the next second Gu Chen raised his hand and directly summoned a ghostly black mist figure, Nightmare Sovereign. As the Nightmare Sovereign grabbed Su Ran, the space in front of them shattered like a broken mirror and Su Ran was pulled into the other side of the spatial rift, Dreamscape. The Nightmare Sovereign could traverse dreams at will. By pulling Su Ran into the Dreamscape, she naturally wouldn't be affected by the gray mist curse. The Dreamscape was a special space completely independent of the real world, completely isolated from reality. Whatever happened in the Dreamscape wouldn't affect the real world. Thus, once Su Ran entered the Dreamscape, she quickly recovered from her weakened state. Where am I? As Su Ran looked around in confusion. Being in the Dreamscape, she could clearly see the scenes inside the dungeon, but the people in the real world couldn't see her. Su Ran, Lin Qingqing was also confused. Hearing Lin Qingqing's voice, Su Ran responded and subconsciously walked over. However, after only a few steps, Su Ran found herself back where she started, her face showing a trace of panic. Without hesitation, she activated the assassin's phantom step, rushing towards Lin Qingqing. Yet, the more she ran, the farther away Lin Qingqing seemed to be. Gu Chen, sensing the situation in the dream through his connection with the Nightmare Sovereign, decided to intervene. Go ahead, you guys enter too. He waved his hand. In the dream you won't be affected by the ash curse. I'll let you out once the mist clears. As soon as he finished speaking, the void in front of them shattered massively and dark cracks almost extended to Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Wu Zi. Then a monstrous hand formed from black mist stretched out from the fractures, its arms splitting into three, and swiftly pulled the three of them into the dream. Inside the dream everything was identical to the copy seen, the only difference being that the four of them couldn't interact with Gu Chen since they were in different dimensions. Is the weakened state really gone? Lin Qingqing was both excited and surprised to see Su Ran as soon as she entered. Gu Chen said, this is a dream. How did we get in here? Lin Yuan stared incredulously at the ghostly shadow. The Nightmare Sovereign, it must be a summoning beast, and I didn't expect Gu Chen to have contracted a second summoning beast so quickly, not just an energy body but also a rare space type. Wu Zi instinctively tried to check the summoning beast's attributes but saw only a bunch of question marks. So the dream is a skill of the Nightmare Sovereign. Are we inside a skill? What kind of skill can last this long? Although the Nightmare Sovereign could freely travel between dreams and reality, maintaining a dream for such a long duration would consume a tremendous amount of energy. Previously, it would have been impossible for the Nightmare Sovereign. However, after its bloodline awakening, its innate ability dreams come true could reduce its own consumption by 80%, significantly enhancing the endurance of its skills. After settling Lin Yuan and the others, the Blood Lord continued to lead the way with Gu Chen and the Nightmare Sovereign following behind. As they delved deeper, the weakening effect of the Ash Curse grew stronger. By the time they reached the plaza, Gu Chen felt his attributes had dropped by 30%. What did that mean? Originally his attributes were nearly 100 and now they had dropped to just over 70, noticeably slowing his movements. It was the same for the Blood Lord. The weakened state had a severe impact on combat effectiveness. Normally a level 5 guard could be killed with a single bullet, but now it required 2 shots. As Gu Chen entered the plaza, numerous fallen guards respawned from all directions, almost a few with every few steps taken. Moreover, every few respawns included an elite guard differing only in level. For instance, a level 7 elite guard appeared at the temple entrance, and just now the Blood Lord had killed a level 8 elite guard. Now, right in front of Gu Chen, a level 9 elite guard was approaching. Species: Fallen Guard Elite level, LV.9 health, 16,000 attributes, Strength 80, Agility 87, Constitution 122, Spirit 95, Skill I, Ash Curse Skill 2, Iron Guard Skill 3, Giant Axe / Skill 4, Spinning Blood Blade. This level 9 elite guard, like a small giant, was clad in imposing black armor with high health and attributes all breaking 100. It could be said that this was the most powerful alien race Gu Chen had encountered since entering the instance, accompanied by a level 9 elite guard stepping forward. The surrounding gray mist grew even denser to the point where even the facial features of the elite guard became blurred. In its hand it held a blood-red giant axe, the end of the axe handle connected by a dark chain with the remaining chain wrapped around its abnormally thick arm. Suddenly a sharp piercing sound rang out from within the mist. The giant axe was hurled without warning, its sharp blade slicing through the air like a thick bolt of blood-red lightning, swiftly striking towards the Vampire Duke. The Grey Mist curse released by the level 9 elite guard reduced all of the Vampire Duke's attributes by 40%. Instantly, the Vampire Duke's speed dropped below normal, and before it could dodge, the sharp blade of the axe struck it. A fierce wound appeared on the Vampire Duke, blood splattering, nearly severing it at the waist. Fortunately, this elite guard was known for its physical strength rather than high attack power, but even so it still knocked off more than 4,000 of the Vampire Duke's health points. After reaching level 7, the Vampire Duke's health points had already exceeded 10,000. It could be said that one skill from the elite guard had nearly halved the Vampire Duke's health points. The Vampire Duke, with a fierce expression, let out a painful roar. Such was the terror of the level 9 elite guard. Wu Zi watched the Vampire Duke's health bar nearly half empty with eyes full of shock. This was the first time the summoned beast had suffered such severe damage. Truly, the hell level instance was terrifying. Lin Xingqing couldn't help but exclaim, the elite guard was so strong, perhaps they should let the Nightmare Sovereign join the fight. Lin Yuan subconsciously looked towards the ghostly black shadow. Inside the dream space, the 4 of them watched the battle, their hearts almost reaching their throats. However, in the square, Gu Chen stood in place, his demeanor calm, utterly composed. Although affected by the Grey Mist curse, the Vampire Duke's attributes had dropped, failing to timely dodge the elite guard's skill, but it was a vampire. For vampires, as long as it wasn't a fatal injury, any other wound could heal rapidly. This wasn't a skill, but an instinct. With a grunt, the Vampire Duke removed the giant axe embedded in its flesh. In the next moment, the blood from the wound had already stopped flowing, and the fierce wound also began to heal at a visible speed. In a blink of an eye, the seemingly terrifying wound had healed as if it had never been there. If not for the dark red bloodstains still on its suit, it would be hard to imagine that just seconds ago it had almost been cleaved in half by the blood-red giant axe. Although the wound had healed, its health bar was still near the half-blood line. However, with the vampire's innate talent, its health was rapidly recovering. Seeing this, Gu Chen didn't want to waste any more time and took out a healing potion from his personal space. Healing potion, after absorption it can resist the Grey Mist curse lasting for 10 minutes. The vampire dupe took the potion without any hesitation, swallowing it along with the glass tube. In the next moment a layer of white energy burst forth from his body, instantly dispelling his weakened state. Roar! The vampire lord let out an enraged roar, sweeping away his previous lethargy. Under the effects of the healing potion, his attributes along with his vitality rapidly rebounded to their peak condition. Bang! Bang! Deadly shots fired. 2 bright silver bullets pierced through the grey mist, striking the elite guard's head almost simultaneously. The elite guard staggered, losing over 7,000 health points, with his health bar plummeting to around half. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots, both deadly, followed. Typically, skills have a cooldown period and cannot be used consecutively, but once upgraded to legendary status, the deadly shot was enhanced. Previously, it was the silver-white pistol that fired a bullet with skill effects, but now it fired 6, a full magazine. Each bullet inflicted over 3,000 damage, and after 5 shots, the elite guard was left with merely a sliver of health, just 1 more shot away from being taken down. However, on the brink of death, the elite guard's pitch-black heavy armor suddenly radiated a dark glow. The skill Iron Guard activated, granting him substantial damage reduction as he teetered on the edge of death. Skill activated Whirling Bloodblade. After gaining damage immunity, the elite guard dragged his chains and swung his massive axe, attempting to deliver his strongest blow. However, the vampire lord, now at peak condition, was not about to sit idly by. Bang! 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 The black pistol fired a few basic attacks, instantly breaking the damage reduction offered by Iron Guard. Then in a flash the vampire lord appeared ghost-like behind the elite guard. Just as the blood-red axe was thrown, a bright silver bullet precisely hit the back of the elite guard's head. Bang! Kill achieved. Fallen Guard Elite LV.9 experience plus 795 loot acquired. Whispering Orb *1. The Whispering Orb, a rare quality item, accumulates 1 layer of the Dead Whisperer's whisper per kill or assist, each layer providing a 5% boost to all attributes. Note: the effect of the Whispering Orb must be actively deployed, and after deployment the layers reset with the attribute boost effect lasting for 1 minute. Note: if the wearer dies, the layers reset. Unlike regular orbs, the effects of the Whispering Orb need to be actively deployed. This means that even if 20 layers are accumulated providing a 100% attribute boost, if not actively deployed, the boost will not be realized. Moreover, after deployment the layers reset and the boost effect can only last for 1 minute. Gu Chen pondered for a moment and decided to equip the Nightmare Sovereign with the Whispering Orb. Firstly, the Nightmare Sovereign could easily traverse between dreams and reality, having stronger survivability and hence more likely to accumulate a higher number of layers. Secondly, the Nightmare Sovereign's deep dreamscapes could cause sustained area damage, maximizing the damage potential within the orb's 1 minute effect duration. After equipping it, the Vampire Lord continued to lead the way. Passing through the courtyard and dispatching a group of guards, Gu Chen arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Pushing open the heavy double doors in the center of the main hall next to a collapsed giant statue, a tall figure cloaked in a black robe suddenly appeared. Name: Black-robed Acolyte, Elite level, LV.13 health, 35,000 attributes, Strength 125, Agility 127, Constitution 132, Spirit 135, Skill I, Grey Mist Curse Skill 2, Dark Assault Skill 3. Damage transfer: it was still a black-robed Acolyte, only now with an elevated level. At level 13 the average attribute was 130 inch and the health had soared to 35,000. Although the skills remained the same, the figure's physique was even larger and more ominous, and the Grey Mist curse within the main hall had intensified. Gu Chen could feel that a weakened state had suppressed all his attributes by 40%. Engaging in combat under these conditions would have his combat effectiveness. Fortunately, the vampire overlord had used a healing potion which granted immunity to the Grey Mist curse for 10 minutes, otherwise fighting monsters in a weakened state would have been hopeless. Meanwhile, within the spacious main hall, one fallen guard after another began to spawn from the corners around. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 armored giants had appeared beside Gu Chen. Inside the dream, Lin Yuan and others, seeing countless guards from all directions, felt their scalps tingle. So many, it wasn't like this in the last main hall. Lin Qingqing frowned. Countless, it's terrifying. Su Ran exclaimed. We've really run into big trouble now, Wu Zi said gravely. What do we do? There are so many monsters, even including the Nightmare Overlord isn't enough. Lin Yuan exclaimed frantically. In the hard-level dungeon there were only about 20 guards around the black-robed acolyte, with the highest level among them being just 2 level 5 guards, but now the number of guards had doubled, with at least level 5 guards including some level 7 and 8 guards. It's important to note that the black-robed acolyte possessed the damage transfer skill. These 50-plus fallen guards weren't just fighters, they were 50-plus blood bags. Level 5 guards had 2,900 health, level 6 guards had 3,500 health, level 7 guards had 4,200 health, and level 8 guards had 5,000 health. Assuming an average health of 4,000 for each guard, their combined health totaled around 200,000. This meant the black-robed acolyte not only had a personal health of 35,000 but was also backed by 200,000 health from the guards. This was not just a blood bowl, it was a blood bank. What can we do? Over 200,000 health, isn't that enough to burst a cannon? Lin Yuan worriedly said. Not necessarily, a voice echoed nearby, and as Lin Yuan turned he saw Gu Chen had also appeared in the dream. Old Gu, how did you get in here? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. The upcoming battle is going to be chaotic, I didn't want to cause accidental harm, Gu Chen replied calmly. Hearing Gu Chen's words, the four turned their heads just in time to see the vampire overlord clench his 5 fingers. 5 scarlet beams of blood shot out from his palm, instantly entering the bodies of the guards outside the main hall. The next moment the guard's corpse opened its eyes, revealing a sinister glow of evil bloodlight, and slowly rose from the ground. Vampire Legacy. The vampire overlord can consume his own life points to transform deceased units into vampire descendants. The overlord spent 5,000 life points to turn 5 corpses into vampire guards, dropping his health to just above the halfway mark. The vampire guards retained the levels they had in life, 3 at level 7 and 2 at level 8. Positioned behind the vampire overlord, the vampire guards with their crimson pupils stared menacingly in all directions at the fallen guards, displaying a bloodthirsty and brutal demeanor. Kill, the vampire overlord uttered softly. Wielding long swords or heavy axes, the vampire guards launched a frenzied attack on the group of guards ahead. With their formidable physical strength and regenerative abilities, the vampire guards would normally have an advantage. However, under the influence of the Grey Mist Curse, the level 7 and 8 vampire guards were forced to first target the lowest level 5 guards. The vampire overlord was not idle either, his gaze locked onto an 8th level guard attempting to strike at the vampire guards. Bang, bang, bang. A series of silver bullets like streaks of lightning struck the 8th level guard, killing fallen guard LV.8 experience plus 616. The 5 vampire guards outnumbered fought fiercely, and before long the fallen guards lay defeated on the ground. Killing fallen guard LV.5 inch experience plus 113, and so the counts went on. I leveled up. In the midst of the dream, Lin Yuan, who was in spectator mode, suddenly exclaimed, his face breaking into a smile. Gu Chen glanced over. Not only Lin Yuan but Lin Xingqing, Su Ran and Wu Zi had also leveled up, all reaching level 5. As for himself, he was close to reaching level 8. Lin Xingqing and Su Ran were ecstatic. It was unimaginable to reach level 5 so effortlessly, a thought that would have been deemed unthinkable before. What about Li Wenwei? Lin Xingqing suddenly recalled Gu Chen's wager. He's definitely done for. Lin Yuan spoke up. Li Wenwei cleared a difficult level dungeon this morning at only level 4, and even with a rare level night set, he thinks he can tackle a hell level dungeon. It's hard to say. Wu Zi, analyzing from the side, added, Li Wenwei not only has a rare set, but he's also an A-grade talent holder, and moreover his team's job coordination is much stronger than ours. He has an A-grade talent. How did I not know? Lin Yuan was surprised. It's normal for commoners, many information channels are closed off. Wu Zi's head tilted slightly as he spoke. And how would you know? Aren't you a commoner too? Me, not all commoners are the same. While they chatted, Gu Chen used a life recovery potion to fully restore the vampire overlord's health. Subsequently, the vampire legacy was cast again, transforming another 5 corpses into vampire descendants. 1 level 6 guard, 2 level 7 guards and 2 level 8 guards. Why not transform more descendants of the bloodline at once? Because the bloodlord must also battle with the 13th level black robe steward, maintaining over 50% of his life force to handle any sudden attacks. As for the transformed bloodguard, they not only retain the basic attributes of the fallen guards but also possess the instincts of the bloodline, thus greatly enhancing their combat power, with superior senses and speed coupled with remarkable regenerative abilities. Nearly every bloodguard can confront 1 or 2 fallen guards head-on, even under the suppression of the Grey Mist Curse. As the battle wages on, the number of Bloodguard gradually increases and the fallen guards begin to falter, leaving only a dozen or so desperately holding on. Meanwhile, the onslaught from the Bloodlord grows fiercer, and after a few rounds, the Black-Robed Steward's life force falls below half. In the main hall, only 6 fallen guards remain. 25 Bloodguard against 6 fallen guards, a favorable situation, and the prospects look very promising. Swords and axes continually strike down, depleting the fallen guard's health rapidly, and soon one fallen guard collapses to the ground, killing fallen guard. LV.9 experience plus 521 level up level, LV.8, 13/4850, strength, 197 agility, 196 constitution, 198 spirit, 199 summon beasts. Bloodlord LV.8 Legend Nightmare Overlord LV.8 Epic Talent, currently able to obtain a Dark Bloodline. Truly thrilling. A spark of joy flashes in Gu Chen's eyes. After leveling up, the Bloodlord's life force is fully restored. The Bloodline inheritance activates again, and the Bloodlord's life force drops sharply as 5 guard corpses rise from the ground, their eyes bursting with a bloodthirsty red glow. 35 vs 5 inch. The number of Bloodguard increases again. Gu Chen then activates his talent, acquiring the Dark Bloodline. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Primordial. Dark Bloodline Primordial allows for 1-star upgrade for a primordial dark creature or a bloodline awakening for a royal blood dark creature. Star upgrade. After deliberation, Gu Chen integrates this dark bloodline into the body of the Nightmare Overlord. Summoned beast. Star upgrade successful. Nightmare Overlord Epic. Nightmare Overlord Epic level, LV.8 life force, 11,150 attributes, strength 119, agility 126, constitution 125, spirit 130, talents, unnameable dreams come true. Skill I, illusionary instant kill. Epic skill 2, nightmare entanglement. Epic skill 3, deep dream. Epic skill nightmare entanglement gains enhancement. Nightmare entanglement. Every 10 points of spirit can summon a Nightmare Servant. Nightmare Servants can temporarily entangle a target and place targets entangled by multiple. Nightmare Servants will receive multiplied damage after the skill enhancement. Nightmare Entanglement now has a control effect, able to temporarily entangle a target in place. Moreover, being entangled by 2 Nightmare Servants, the target will receive double the damage. 5 will be 5 times, 10 will be 10 times. However, the damage must originate from the Nightmare Overlord to multiply, otherwise it is ineffective. Wow, that's impressive. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Previously, this skill only allowed the Nightmare Servant to attach to the target without any controlling effect, but now it can bind the target in place, which is a significant change. With a thought from Gu Chen, a dark mist rose around the Nightmare Overlord and 3 dark shadows flashed and wrapped around the remaining 3 corrupted guards. The control effect was immediately triggered. The 3 corrupted guards were entangled by the Nightmare Servants, losing their ability to move, and were brutally killed on the spot by the nearby Blood Clan guards. Subsequently, 3 dark shadows flew out from the corpses of the guards and returned to the side of the Nightmare Overlord. Killing corrupted guard. LVE 8 inch experience plus 235. Killing corrupted guard. LV.9 experience plus 518. Killing corrupted guard. LV.8 experience plus 230. Kill/assist judgment effective. You have accumulated 3 layers of Whisper of the Dead. Fantastic. This is the effect we wanted. The cost of summoning Nightmare Servants is negligible, but it allows the Nightmare Overlord to accumulate layers for the Death Whisper Orb while activating the dream, achieving 2 goals at once. Impressive. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't just because Gu Chen accumulated 3 layers of Whisper of the Dead with a small maneuver, but he was deeply shocked by the corpses of guards strewn all over the main hall. That's equivalent to 200,000 hit points worth of health packs. Just like that, they were utterly wasted. With this, the Black Robe Acolyte is just a piece of cake. Lin Yuan was slightly startled, then suddenly he realized that he might be getting a bit ahead of himself. That's a level 13 elite monster with average attributes of 130 and a health pool of 35,000. If it were him going against it, even wielding a heavy sword and hacking all day wouldn't be enough to kill it. How could it be just a piece of cake? He hadn't drunk any alcohol before entering the dungeon. How could he be this overconfident? At this moment, all the corrupted guards had been killed and the Black Robe Acolyte could no longer transfer damage through the minions. Meanwhile, the Blood Clan Overlord was under the influence of a weakening condition as its healing potions had long since become ineffective, engaging in a fierce battle with the Black Robe Acolyte. Just then the Blood Clan overlord suddenly gave up the fight and retreated rapidly. However, the Blood Clan guards as if mad fearlessly charged towards the Black Robe Acolyte. The first to reach the Black Robe Acolyte was a level 9 Blood Clan guard. Without a second thought it self-destructed, yes, self-destructed. With a loud bang it blew off 2,000 of the Black Robe Acolyte's health, then came the second and then the third, the fourth. Bang, bang, bang. The explosion sounds thundered like lightning, making the main hall tremble continuously. The health of the Black Robe Acolyte plummeted dramatically, dropping to zero within a few breaths. Under the blood-stained black robe a large body heavily fell to the ground, motionless, killing Black Robe Acolyte Elite LV.13 experience plus 1573 acquired loot Summoner Skill Book *1 acquired loot Substitute Doll *1 acquired loot Healing Potion *3 acquired loot Life Recovery Potion *2 Summoner Skill Book. What a stroke of luck! Gu Chen's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly opened his spatial inventory. A skill book. Total link occupation, summoner level, 5 quality, rare effect. Links the summoner's state with that of the summoned units, sharing beneficial effects and dividing detrimental effects. This skill was indeed impressive. A third of the consumption is shared with the summoned beast, leaving only 1/3 remaining, and one benefit shared with the summoned beast turns into threefold. Although no equipment dropped this time, the rare professional skill book was a valuable find. Learn skill. As he activated the skill, a purple glow emanated from the summoning book before it vanished. You have learned a new skill. Total link. Finally a skill, Gu Chen mused internally. Summoner skills were indeed scarce, especially in a remote small town like Linchang, which had no skill books for sale. So apart from the basic summoning skills, this was his first professional skill. Next, Gu Chen turned his attention to another piece of loot. A substitute doll quality, rare effect. Upon activation it can absorb 3,000 points of damage for the user, a value equivalent to 3 to 4 times the maximum health of a typical level 8 professional, but for Gu Chen it was just a bit more than double, a bit less, but still decent as a shield. Gu Chen immediately activated the substitute doll, wore it, and then stored the rest of the loot in his spatial inventory. At that moment the vampire lord seemed to have found something, handing Gu Chen a stained glass bottle. What's this? Gu Chen curiously looked on, only to find a heart inside the bottle that was still slowly beating. A quest item, a sealed heart. Observing the murky gray-black dirty water inside the bottle, Gu Chen felt a bit queasy. Sealed heart type, quest item description. A heart cut from a witch, intended for sacrifice to the gods in exchange for power to resist the abyss. Quest item, set it aside for now. Gu Chen stored the sealed heart in his spatial inventory. After the Black Robe steward was killed, the Grey Fog curse significantly thinned, and the weakening effect also greatly diminished. In the main hall, Gu Chen found a clean spot and released Lin Yuan and others from their dream state for a rest. Mainly, this allowed the vampire lord to regenerate health and transform more vampire offspring. After all, to quickly kill the Black Robe steward he had exploded 8 vampire offspring. Over an hour later, the vampire lord's condition had completely recovered. Behind it were 30 figures enveloped in dense blood qi, the current limit of what the vampire lord could transform. A level 13 vampire steward, 29 vampire guards, among them 4 of level 9, 6 of level 8, 9 of level 7 and 10 of level 6. Transforming units below level 10 into vampire offspring costs 1,000 health points and the self-explosion damage is 2,000. For units below level 20 it costs 2,000 health points and the self-explosion damage is 3,000. For those below level 30 the details are still unclear. Once ready, Gu Chen summoned the Nightmare Overlord and Lin Yuan and his party entered the Dream Realm once more. With the descendants of the bloodline paving the way, Gu Chen quickly reached the end of the main hall. Standing before 2 massive iron doors, pushing these doors open would mean stepping into the sanctuary, the final challenge of the nightmare level dungeon. Defeating the boss inside and finding a sealed vial of blood would mean successfully clearing the dungeon. However, this was a hell-level dungeon and the sanctuary was merely the appetizer. The altar beyond was the main course. A level 6 bloodline guard pushed open the gates, and under the protection of a host of bloodkin, Gu Chen stepped into the sanctuary. As soon as he entered, the concentration of gray mist increased and the effects of his weakened state exploded, causing Gu Chen's attributes to drop by 35%. Given such a terrifying gray mist curse, it's no wonder no novice professional had ever cleared a hell-level dungeon. Gu Chen's complexion visibly paled. Fortunately, Lin Yuan and the others were already in the dream realm, otherwise they would have lost half their lives. At the center of the sanctuary stood a gaunt figure draped in dark red robes, stooped and sinister. According to the guide, this was the boss of the sanctuary, the Red Priest. Beneath the hood, the priest's face was obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of eyes flickering with zeal and cruelty. Its skin was as pale as paper, covered in black patterns like a sinister spell spreading across its skin. As the group of bloodkin approached the center of the sanctuary, the crystal ball in the hands of the Red Priest suddenly blossomed with a deep purple glow. With a roar, dense purple energy like smoke formed skeletons and phantoms in the air, struggling and howling. Race: Red Priest, Elite Level, LV.15 Health, 72,000 Attributes, Strength 140, Agility 147, Constitution 162, Spirit 150. Skill I, Grey Mist Curse Skill 2, Wraith Surge Skill 3, Life Sacrifice Skill 4, Death Echo. They had truly arrived in hell now. With an average attribute of 150 plus 72,000 health and the weakening effect of the Grey Mist Curse, any ordinary professional would feel their scalp tingle just by looking. Such a thick health pool was definitely too much for the current state of the Bloodkin Overlord. With this thought, Gu Chen took out a healing potion from his personal space and used it on himself. The healing potion took effect immediately, dispelling the weakened state. Simultaneously, Gu Chen activated a skill, Full Link. Links his state with that of summoned units, sharing beneficial effects and dividing detrimental effects. The next second, the previously weakened Bloodkin Overlord and the Bloodguard spirits lifted, and their condition rapidly improved. Then Gu Chen turned to the ghostly figure beside him. It's your turn to enter the stage. The Nightmare Overlord also returned to its peak condition, transforming into a black mist that entered the void, heading towards the Red Priest. In the central area of the sanctuary, the Red Priest flung his sleeves and 3 wraith skeletons rose into the air, directly neutralizing the bullets fired by the Bloodkin Overlord. The vanguard of the Blood Clan guards had already reached the crimson-robed priest, their long swords and heavy axes striking down mercilessly. However, in the next instant, a vengeful skeleton spirit swirling around the priest surged forward, turning the leading Blood Clan guard into a pile of dry bones. More skeleton spirits then flew out, charging at the remaining guards. Just then, massive rifts suddenly appeared in the void, dark and deep cracks that instantly swallowed the attacking skeleton spirits. The Nightmare Overlord revealed himself, shrouded in a mist of nightmare minions. In the next second, these minions transformed into streaks of shadow, flying towards the crimson-robed priest. Nightmare Bind. For every 10 points of spirit, 1 nightmare minion can be summoned. These minions can immobilize their target in place for a short time, and a target entangled by multiple minions will suffer multiplied damage. 1, 2, 3. In a single breath, 10 dark shadows entangled the priest, the damage multiplier reaching its peak. The Nightmare Overlord, his form wreathed in a greater shroud of dark mist, suddenly vanished into the dream realm. The next second, a ghostly figure appeared behind the crimson-robed priest. Phantom Assassin Strike. Utilizing the dream realm to approach the target, launching a deadly attack that causes high damage. The Phantom Assassin Strike hit its mark, instantly bursting with high damage. The 10 dark shadows entwined around the priest then trembled violently, and the tenfold damage from Nightmare Bind exploded. Boom! Beneath the crimson robe, the stooped figure stiffened as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. 28,000. The Nightmare Overlord's combined skills burst forth, dealing a staggering 28,000 damage. The priest's health bar nearly halved, dropping over 40% in an instant. 28,000 damage. Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Wasn't the Nightmare Overlord just recently contracted by Gu Chen? How could it be more fierce than a Blood Clan lord? Seeing the priest's health bar significantly depleted, he was completely overwhelmed. This damage could instantly kill anyone. But a boss, Lin Qingqing, was also shocked. The crimson-robed priest had 72,000 health points, which seemed insufficient against the might of the Nightmare Overlord. Wu Zi also found it unbelievable. The 4 within the dream realm all wore expressions of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. A newly transitioned summoner using a summoned beast to deal 28,000 damage. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe such an outrageous thing could happen. Roar! The crimson-robed priest, severely injured, burst forth with a terrifying aura. Around him, over a dozen skeleton spirits wailed horribly like ghosts and wolves, flying towards the Nightmare Overlord. Just then, the Blood Clan Lord suddenly attacked, a series of bullets whistling through the air, striking precisely at the priest's head. Bang, bang, bang! Massive damage erupted at the center of his forehead, instantly stunning the priest. The skeleton spirits rushing towards the nightmare overlord suddenly paused, lost control, and then flew about like headless flies, crashing into the surrounding walls and statues. For the elite creatures like the Red Priest, the stun duration is only 1 second, however, for the current battle, that was sufficient. In the deep dream, the Nightmare Dominator did not hesitate to unleash its most powerful skill. Centering on the Red Priest, it transformed an entire area into a deep dream. Within this realm, the Red Priest let out agonized roars. Its form stretched and squished like putty, elongating, flattening, twisting, disassembling. With each passing second, it endured severe damage inflicted by the deep dream. Its health began to plummet, although it wasn't a sudden drop of over 40% like before. The decline was steady, continuous, and visibly rapid. Roar! The Red Priest snapped out of its stun and began to frantically flee, trying to escape the deep dream. But how could the Blood Lord miss such an opportunity? Despite also being in the deep dream, the Blood Lord was unaffected. In a flash, it moved to an optimal shooting position. Fatal shot activated, a series of silver bullets streaked through the air like lightning, and the health of the Red Priest plummeted, instantly dropping by 24,000 points. Lin Yuan and his companions' eyelids twitched and they were rendered speechless. More than silence, their entire worldview was overturned. The Nightmare Dominator dealt 28,000 damage and the Blood Lord dealt 24,000 damage. How is this possible? Are the damages of summoned beasts now measured in tens of thousands? Wasn't it said that choosing a summoner as a commoner was a dead end? How could Gu Chen be so monstrous? Could it be that choosing a summoner as a commoner is actually the strongest profession? Has this world deceived us? The four looked at each other, their faces complex. Is this what a level 8 professional does? Which level 8 professional can deal 24,000 damage? Not just 20,000, but 24,000. The overlooked fraction alone could kill you 10 times over. If this were to be part of the Academy assessments, what would the Imperial Academy amount to? Not necessarily. Wu Zi suddenly spoke up, not quite agreeing with this sentiment. Dungeon monsters have an aggro mechanism, so they keep attacking the summoned beasts, but what about an irregular battle against a summoner? Kill the summoner first, Lin Qingqing stated clearly. Indeed, in a battle against a summoner, the first move should be to kill the summoner. If this were in a real assessment, just target Gu Chen and the fight could be easily resolved. After all, he's just a level 8 novice professional. Lin Yuan snorted through his nose and scoffed. So what makes you think you could bypass the Blood Lord and the Nightmare Dominator? These two summoned beasts appear next to Gu Chen and kill him? Just get a tank teammate to divert the summoned beasts. Then the question arises, what kind of tank can withstand 24,000 damage per second? Even with a full set of epic armor, could you hold up? Wu Zi turned his face away, silent. Lin Yuan smirked and said no more. Some always think they are up to the task, but that's a delusion that needs curing. At the heart of the sanctuary, the Blood Lord's dual guns spewed flames, dealing waves of damage, and the Red Priest, caught in the deep dream, saw its health rapidly deplete. Soon, the battle was nearing its end. The life of the Red Priest was down to about 10%. Just as the Vampire Lord was about to order his vampire guards to self-destruct, a terrifying wave of energy swept around, forcing the Vampire Lord to retreat repeatedly. With a roar, a strong evil aura surged around the Red Priest. His robes, bright as blood, moved without wind. In an instant, his aura swelled enormously, breaking through the binds of the deep dream. The Red Priest rose into the air and extended his fingers towards the Vampire Lord, grasping at the air. In a flash, numerous dark purple spirits surrounded the Vampire Lord, aggressively corroding his body. The Vampire Lord's face twisted in pain as his body was corroded by a bright light, visibly dissolving. His health dropped sharply, losing over 3,000 points in an instant. Gu Chen's eyes sharpened, and he immediately ordered the Vampire Lord to withdraw from the center of the fight, while the vampire guards rushed forward to draw aggro. Knowing full well that the Vampire Lord had just over 10,000 health points, a single gesture from the Red Priest could slash away over 3,000. If the Red Priest were to raise his hand twice more, wouldn't it spell the end for the Vampire Lord? Several vampire guards charged forward, but they couldn't even reach the Red Priest, held in place by an invisible force. Then, with a piercing scream, the Red Priest's robes flew about him like flames. The controlled vampire guards also burst into flames, turning to dust in a blinding light. This light, as if summoned, flew towards the Red Priest and was absorbed into his body. With a crackling sound, bathed in the blinding light, the Red Priest appeared divine, reborn from fire. His previously hunched and thin figure became tall and robust, his skeletal limbs now strong and formidable. his health, previously at only 10%, surged to 60% in a blink. He was reborn and stronger than ever. This was the Red Priest's skilled life sacrifice. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly and he ordered the remaining vampire guards to retreat immediately. When the Red Priest's health fell below 10%, he would sacrifice himself and everything around him, gaining recovery status and exponentially increasing his damage. In this state, the Red Priest would continue to unleash Death Echo, a skill similar to a domain. Anyone within the range of Death Echo would suffer from extremely high critical damage and the health of hostile units would plummet dramatically. With a thunderous roar, the Red Priest dashed into the group of retreating vampire guards. Countless spirits centered on him, attacking the vampire guards around him. Boom, boom, boom. The vampire guards hit by the spirits barely even screamed before they were corroded into piles of dry bones. In a moment, the remaining 20 or so vampire guards were all killed, the vampire progeny annihilated. The moment the vampire lord retreated, Gu Chen quickly administered a potion of life recovery. After the sacrifice, the red-robed high priest became terrifying. As soon as over 20 vampire guards entered the range of the Death Echo, they were annihilated instantly. Such damage, even if taken by the great vampire lord himself, would likely be insurmountable. They must avoid getting into the range of its abilities. The priority now was to buy time for the Nightmare Overlord. The cooldown of his abilities was linked to his energy. As long as he could restore more energy, he could trap the red-robed priest in a deep dream. With a ghastly howl, the red-robed priest screamed. And suddenly multiple figures appeared within the sanctuary. Temple guards were respawning. And this time it wasn't just a dozen or 20 but a dense, uncountable crowd. All the guards were mobilized. Groups of temple guards, as if driven mad, charged toward where Gu Chen was located, their dreadful howls reverberating from every direction. Retreat. Gu Chen didn't think twice, he turned and ran with his 2 summoned beasts. In such a situation, they could only fight while retreating, otherwise once the temple guards blocked the paths and the red-robed priest closed an escape would be impossible. The red-robed priest had already set its sights on the vampire lord, moving with terrifying speed, almost catching up in the blink of an eye. The Nightmare Overlord turned around and a shadow flew out from him, quickly landing on the red-robed priest, binding it in place. Nightmare minions did not have a life value, they were essentially a skill form, so they couldn't be killed, only dispersed by skills like purification. While the red-robed priest was trapped, the Nightmare minion and the vampire lord killed the surrounding guards as Gu Chen quickly retreated. Honestly, Gu Chen was sweating coldly. The number of guards summoned by the red-robed priest was overwhelming, densely packed, nearly sealing off the entire sanctuary. The vampire lord and the Nightmare Overlord fought their way through, leaving a trail of guard corpses, but still unable to stem the terrifying numbers. The 2 summoned beasts protected Gu Chen in the middle, retreating while attacking the obstructing guards. The Nightmare Overlord, enveloped in a black mist burning like black flames, would kill a guard entangled by the Nightmare minion with each appearance and disappearance. However, this killing efficiency was still too slow. Facing the overwhelming surge of corrupted guards, its killing speed was utterly ineffective. A fierce rage grew in the heart of the Nightmare Overlord. This battle was supposed to be its grand debut, yet it had come to such a dire situation. Surrounded on all sides, there was almost no way to retreat. Okay, that's enough. Suddenly Gu Chen stopped retreating, steadied himself, and breathed a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. What do you mean, enough? Run. The red-robed priest is catching up. The 4 in the dream looked puzzled, completely baffled. Gu Chen, however, focused his gaze on the Nightmare Overlord, or more precisely, on the orb of magic swirling beside it. From the moment the Nightmare Overlord began killing guards, Gu Chen had been monitoring the layers of the Whisper of the Dead. Now, it had just reached 20 layers, the maximum. Each layer of Whisper of the Dead provided a 5% boost to all attributes. And at 20 layers, that was a 100% increase, a doubling of all attributes. Gu Chen nodded, and without hesitation the Nightmare Overlord activated the effect of the Death Whisper Orb. A dark glow burst forth from the orb, shining upon the Nightmare Overlord. In the next moment, a surge of black mist enveloped the Nightmare Overlord, boosting his attributes dramatically as his size doubled. Die! The Nightmare Overlord roared as he leaped into the air, releasing a barely perceptible pale gray energy that radiated outward from Gu Chen. Under the effect of the Death Whisper Orb in the deep dream realm, the Nightmare Overlord's attributes doubled, his energy surged, reconstructing the deep dream realm. Around Gu Chen, several attacking fallen guards suddenly crumbled like disassembled building blocks into fragments on the ground. With the Death Whisper Orb's effect activated, the Nightmare Overlord received a 100% increase in all attributes lasting for 1 minute. Although it was only a minute, it was more than enough for the Nightmare Overlord. The guards trapped in the Deep Dream Realm were powerless to resist, whether they were the lowest level 5 guards or the highest level 10, all were mercilessly crushed into fragments by the terrifying power of the Nightmare. The only difference was a few seconds variation in how long they lasted. Killed Fallen Guard LV.6 experience plus 589. Killed Fallen Guard LV.8 experience plus 852. Killed Fallen Guard LV.9 experience plus 923. Killed Fallen Guard LV.7 experience plus 694. A series of kill notifications appeared before Gu Chen's eyes, his experience bar rocketing up like a rocket, soaring by over 2,000 in just 10 seconds. He was close to reaching level 9, seeing the numerous fallen guards dead. Gu Chen felt a thrill in his heart, but he was also aware that the Nightmare Overlord could only persist for 1 minute. If he wasted his attacks on these minions once the 1 minute limit was up, the Red Priest would be untouchable. Kill the Red Priest, Gu Chen immediately shouted. The Nightmare Overlord's black mist surged and several Nightmare Servants transformed into shadows, instantly entwining around the Red Priest. 1 shadow meant double damage and 10 shadows meant tenfold damage. This was the limit of the skill Nightmares Entwined. In the Deep Dream Realm, after the Nightmare Overlord's attributes doubled, it unleashed tenfold sustained damage. The health bar of the Red Priest began to plummet visibly, his body continuously twisted, compressed and blurred, just like the fallen guards before him, crumbling into a heap of red fragments. Killed Red Priest Elite LV.15 experience plus 2731 obtained. Loot Ritual Robe LV. 10 rare obtain Loot Ritual Book LV.10 rare obtain Loot Ritual Trousers LV.10 rare level up level LV.9 122/6900 strength 207 agility 206 constitution 208 spirit 209 summon Bloodlord LV.9 legendary Nightmare Overlord LV.9 epic talent currently available 1 Dark Bloodline level 9. Just 1 more level to level 10, then he could contract a 3rd summon. Gu Chen did not rush to activate his talent. Just like at level 4, he decided to save this Dark Bloodline for a potential 3rd summon beast. He then turned his attention to the 3 pieces of equipment he had obtained: the Ritual Robe, the Priestly Tome and the Ritual Trousers, 3 level 10 rare items. These were considered above average quality and, being a set, could easily fetch over $1 million on the trading platform. They were the kind of items that would be snapped up the moment they were listed. The Ritual Robe quality. Rare level requirement. 10 attributes, Constitution plus 35, Physical Defense plus 10%, Magical Defense plus 20% effect. The robe provides a shield of all attributes *10. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. With his current attributes at 830 inch, this meant the Ritual Robe could provide him with a shield of 8,300. A single piece of equipment offering over 8,000 in shielding was exceptional, even surpassing the health of a standard level 8 Fallen Guard. Even against a level 15 Elite Red Priest, he could withstand 2 skills. The addition of 35 Constitution, 10% Physical Defense and 20% Magical Defense made it an impressive piece of gear. The Priestly Tome quality. Rare level requirement. 10-inch attributes. Spirit plus 30, energy recovery plus 25%, spell damage plus 30% effect. When the wearer or an allied unit's skills are on cooldown, it can restore energy to an allied unit once. This magical tome enhancing spirit damage and energy was outstanding. All of the Red Priest's attacks had been cast using this tome, significantly boosting its damage output. The Ritual Trousers quality, rare level requirement. 10 attributes, agility plus 15 effect. Movement speed plus 25% immune to 1 slowing effect. The effect of the Ritual Trousers was standard, primarily increasing movement speed and providing immunity to 1 slowing effect. However, they were ineffective against binding effects like those from Nightmare Servants. Moreover, the immunity to slowing could only be applied to oneself, not to allied units, meaning it was useless for summoned beasts. This limitation reduced the effectiveness of the equipment. Nevertheless, this was unavoidable since, strictly speaking, the ritual set was designed for mage classes, not summoners. Having the Priestly Tome's effect to restore energy to allied units was already quite beneficial. Gu Chen then considered the collective bonus of the 3-piece set, Ritual Robe / Priestly Tome / Ritual Trousers set attributes: Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Agility plus 50 set effect. Perform a sacrificial ritual on a target unit. The sacrificer will receive a damage multiplier of 10% of the number of sacrifices for a certain period cooldown, 24 hours. This was somewhat terrifying. In brief, the more sacrifices made, the greater the subsequent increase in damage. Gu Chen recalled the scene where the power of the Red Priest surged after sacrificing a dozen vampire guards. No wonder it could instantly kill all descendants of the vampires. It turned out that its skills had received several times the damage bonus. If this were used by the vampire overlord, it could unleash unimaginable, terrifying damage. After securing the 3 level 10 sets, a minute had already passed. Inside the sanctuary, the pale gray boundary representing the deeper dream layers gradually shattered. Taking advantage of this moment, Gu Chen, aided by the power of the dreams, passed through countless fallen guards and arrived beside a life-sized painting. On the canvas, dark red liquid slowly flowed in an irregular pattern resembling an animated demonstration. Gu Chen reached out, removed the painting from the wall, and then looked at the item information. Sealed blood type, quest item description: blood drawn from a witch sealed within this mural by the Red Priest using a special technique. Without any delay, upon obtaining the quest item, Gu Chen immediately ran towards the passage leading to the altar. The vampire overlord and the nightmare sovereign followed, repelling a large group of fallen guards in pursuit. The 3 figures went deeper into the corridor, advancing towards their final goal. It seems like the gray mist has disappeared. Could it be that the Red Priest is the source of the gray mist? Gu Chen had been so focused on escaping the swarming fallen guards earlier that he hadn't noticed this detail. Now, after walking in the corridor for a while, he began to feel slightly different. Checking his status, indeed the weakened state had completely vanished. Fortunately, the curse of the gray mist was gone, or else this final stage might have been truly precarious. Checking his inventory, only 1 healing potion remained. Everything else had been used up in the fight against the Red Priest. If the gray mist still lingered at the altar, then a tough battle would be imminent. The corridor was dimly lit, and along the way, level 10 black-robed stewards spawned. The Nightmare Sovereign, together with the Vampire Overlord, officially killed all of them. When they reached the end of the corridor, not only were the Vampire Overlord and the Nightmare Sovereign by Gu Chen's side, but also 10 level 10 Vampire Stewards had joined them. Then Gu Chen released Lin Yuan and the other 3 from the dream. Since the gray mist had completely dissipated, they too regained their freedom. Now positioned between the sanctuary and the altar, they took a brief moment to rest. Finally out. I always felt uneasy in the dream, Lin Yuan said, stretching against a wall. Now I know how terrifying the hell level is. With those countless fallen guards just now, if I had been there, I definitely wouldn't have made it out, Lin Qingqing remarked. I can guarantee now that Li Wenwei and the others won't be able to pass the hell level copy. The Red Priest is terrifyingly powerful. Ordinary professionals would surely die, Wu Zi said with lingering fear. Listening to Lin Yuan and the others talk, Gu Chen put the Vampire Overlord and the Nightmare Sovereign into the summoning space, allowing the 2 summoned beasts to rest for a while. He found himself a relatively flat slab of stone and leisurely lay down on it. Glancing at the time, 3 hours had passed since they started the challenge. It was time for a break. He wasn't too worn out himself, but the Vampire Lord had been in constant battle from the beginning. Although leveling up could restore health points, the energy spent was substantial. Then there was the Nightmare Overlord, who had exhausted all its skills twice over by doubling its attributes, leading to an even greater energy drain than that of the Vampire Lord after the effect lasted a minute. Unlike health or attribute points, energy levels aren't as easily quantifiable and can only be slowly recovered through proper rest. Gu Chen's gaze drifted towards the distant altar where the final boss of the hell level dungeon awaited. Up to now, no newcomer had ever cleared a hell-level dungeon, and all who entered as newcomers had scarcely made it out alive. At this moment, Gu Chen had already set a new record for the hell-level dungeon. He was the only one who had reached the entrance of the final stage. Because Gu Chen and Li Wenwei had successively entered the hell-level dungeon for beginners, the square was crowded with onlookers, even more than the guards in the sanctuary, although it was the peak time for academy assessments. Waiting 2 to 3 hours to see whether Gu Chen or Li Wenwei would fail first was considered highly entertaining. Yes, just 2 to 3 hours. The longest anyone had lasted in the hell-level dungeon was 6 hours and 43 minutes, which was just enough to reach the Red Priest in the sanctuary. But those were level 9 or 10 professionals, as the dungeon was only open to those under level 10. For someone like Gu Chen and Li Wenwei at levels 5 and 4 respectively, their daring to attempt the hell-level dungeon seemed almost insane. Thus, to the spectators, a couple of hours should suffice to determine the winner. Curiosity is a common trait among people. Everyone was eager to see who would come out on top in this million-value bet. 3 hours had passed and both hell-level dungeons were still active, suggesting a fierce ongoing battle. Since the dungeons were artificially created, they would show an active status as long as not all challengers were dead, which indicated that the teams were still trying to clear it. I guess Gu Chen is about to give in. A commoner leading 4 actors and holding until now is quite an achievement. Li Wenwei must have reached the main hall by now, being the class leader of an elite class and leading a team of top students. I think Gu Chen has already shown great strength. How many ordinary civilians can last this long in a hell-level dungeon? Hard to say. He might just be hiding in some corner to stall for time. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, yet the entrance to the dungeon remained quiet with no sign of activity. Another half hour passed and it was nearing 4 hours since Gu Chen and Li Wenwei entered the hell-level dungeon. 2 instances were still running, indicating that the battles within were ongoing. This piqued the curiosity of the crowd in the square even more. The difficulty of hell-level instances was well known. Whether it was Gu Chen or Li Wenwei, the fact that they had lasted so long had surpassed everyone's expectations. Just then a flash of light appeared at the entrance of the instance, and following that a figure was teleported out. Someone came out, but why just one? The crowd's faces immediately showed a mix of emotions. Regardless of the team, when 5 people go in and only one comes out, it meant that the other members had died inside, and the battle in the instance must have been incredibly fierce. The light quickly faded and a weakened figure staggered and fell to the ground. The onlookers turned their gaze, speculating among themselves, who could it be? It must be Gu Chen, right? No, it turned out to be Li Wenwei. How did he come out? Shocking. How could this be? Li Wenwei was covered in blood, his rare level gear marked with the signs of fierce combat. His face was pale, his appearance disheveled, looking as if he was barely clinging to life. However, as Li Wenwei steadied himself, seeing the surprised looks from the surrounding crowd, a strong sense of pride surged within him. I made it to the main hall and even killed the level 13 black robe attendant training. Over 20,000 of his health. Who could be stronger than me? After more than 2 hours of fierce fighting, his team had successfully penetrated the main hall. However, the black robe attendant, being a level 13 elite monster, along with over 50 summoned lost guards, eventually overwhelmed Li Wenwei's team, forcing them into retreat. In the end, he used a newly recruited Thunder Mage as bait, using his entire team to stall the black robe attendant's attack while he himself escaped amidst the chaos, finally managing to teleport out after disengaging from combat mode. Although abandoning his teammates was somewhat despicable and shameful, at least he survived. Only by living could one have the chance to become the strongest professional. Li Wenwei consoled himself internally. The crowd around began whispering among themselves, disbelief evident on every face. Shouldn't Gu Chen have been the first to come out? How could it be Li Wenwei? Li Wenwei caught the expressions of the crowd, his head lifting slightly like a triumphant general, taking in their shock and awe as a form of worship. Then he turned to his lackey who had been waiting outside and asked, "What's the status of Gu Chen's instance? Has he died in there yet?" The lackey's expression stiffened slightly. "Gu Chen, he's still clearing it." "What?" Li Wenwei's smile froze, his expression ghostly. "Say that again," Li Wenwei roared. "It's been almost 4 hours, how could he still be clearing it?" Li Wenwei was momentarily unable to accept this. His team had included 2 rare professions, infinitely stronger than Gu Chen's team of actors, yet they had almost been completely wiped out. Gu Chen's team entered earlier than him, so how could they still be in the process of clearing the level? Perhaps Gu Chen and his team are slower at killing monsters, a lackey whispered. Li Wenwei was slightly taken aback, his expression easing a bit. That makes sense. He had already reached the main hall's black-robed attendant, while Gu Chen's team might still be tangled up with the fallen guards in the plaza. Gu Chen is simply not on his level. Well, it doesn't matter, the bet is on the clearance rating, not on who lasts longer inside. Lackey, set up my tent here. I want to wait for Gu Chen to come out and see firsthand how he loses. The people around Li Wenwei nodded in agreement. Right, it's about the clearance rating. Gu Chen lasting longer doesn't necessarily mean a higher rating. I've said it before, Gu Chen must be dragging out the time inside the dungeon. A common summoner with 4 actors, they might not have even entered the temple gates yet. Hey, you might actually be right. Li Wenwei lay in his tent opening his team's clearance record. Although they didn't clear the dungeon successfully, the system still gave a rating, albeit not a high one. C grade, seems a bit low. Li Wenwei frowned, but this was a hell-level dungeon ordinary transferred players would mostly die inside, and not only did he survive, but he also got a C-grade rating, which was quite impressive. A smile appeared on Li Wenwei's face as he seemed to already envision the scene of winning the 500,000 bet. Guchen, what will your rating be, a D grade, or E grade? Hee, I guess you're probably going to die inside the temple ruins. After coming out from the sanctuary's corridor, Guchen lay on a stone slab with his eyes closed, restoring his spirit. If the situation inside the dungeon could be seen by the outside world, they would definitely think he was just buying time. Although Lin Yuan and the others were bored, they weren't idle. While Gu Chen was restoring energy to his summoned beasts, the four of them teamed up to kill a solitary black-robed attendant. The killing process went smoothly, although it took quite a long time, over 10 minutes, 4 people against a common level 10 monster, and during that time Wu Zi even got injured. From this, they deeply realized how terrifying Gu Chen's combat power was. After resting for more than an hour, both summoned beasts had almost fully recovered their energy. Gu Chen summoned the nearly flawless Blood Duke and the Nightmare Sovereign, looking ahead to the altar not far away that was the end point. Not even mentioned in the strategy guides. Let's go. The Blood Duke led 10 blood attendants in the front. Gu Chen and Lin Yuan among the 5 walked in the middle, followed by the Nightmare Sovereign. Approaching the altar, an invisible pressure surged forward, causing Lin Yuan and the others to falter, instinctively stopping in their tracks. What's wrong? Gu Chen noticed something off with Lin Yuan and the others. It's nothing, just suddenly felt out of breath. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Gu Chen then looked at Lin Qingqing and the others, noticing their conditions were also a bit off, their expressions clearly showing panic and heaviness. It's a spiritual pressure. Gu Chen's gaze turned toward the altar from where it was emanating. Lin Yuan and his companions had their mental attributes around 60, whereas the final boss inside the altar was definitely over 150. Thus, as they approached, they were immediately affected. Your attributes are too low, retreat to the periphery, Gu Chen instructed them before he continued forward with his summoned beasts. As soon as they reached the edge of the altar, a terrifying oppressive force burst forth, making one's heart tremble, followed by the sky suddenly darkening. Gu Chen instinctively looked up. No, it wasn't that the sky was darkening, but rather a vast surge of purple-black light shooting up into the sky from above the altar, seeming to devour everything around it. Concurrently, a thick scent of decay burst forth, spreading along with the purple-black light. Wherever it passed, vitality declined and vegetation withered, all exuding an aura of death. Gu Chen did not step back, instead he walked straight forward. As the situation before him was clear, he had activated the boss within the altar. Why have you betrayed me? A cold voice rang out, belonging to a woman, her tone filled with intense resentment and unwillingness. The deathly purple-black light continued to spread outwards, and at the same time a semi-transparent gray shield appeared around Gu Chen. Black Butler Robe effect provides the wearer with a magical shield. Shield value equals the wearer's mental attribute *10. Current shield value 8,300. Crack, crack, crack. The purple-black light struck the shield, immediately causing large black cracks to appear. Snap, the shield shattered. The over 8,000 shield value could only withstand 2 breaths under that purple-black light. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately stepped back as the void behind him suddenly shattered, pulling him into a dream realm, narrowly avoiding the deadly purple-black light. Meanwhile, from behind the altar, figures in black robes emerged and eerie noises began to rise from all around, making one's scalp tingle. Gu Chen's brow furrowed sharply. These black-robed butlers emerging from behind the altar were all level 15, with health over 50,000, capable of casting Grey Mist Curse and damage transfer. They were terrifyingly powerful. If there were only 2 or 3 they might be manageable, but now there was a group. At least a dozen black-robed butlers had come forth from behind the altar, and their numbers were still increasing. To defeat the boss deep within the altar under the siege of these black-robed butlers was nearly an impossible task. Nightmare Sovereign controlled those black-robed butlers. Blood Clan Duke advance into the altar. Gu Chen's gaze was fixed on a figure deep within the altar, knowing that defeating the boss there was the only way to successfully clear the level. The Nightmare Sovereign's body surged with large swathes of black mist. Its mental attribute was now 142, enabling it to summon 14 nightmare servants. In an instant, shadows shot out like black lightning, striking those black-robed butlers who had just emerged from the altar. Simultaneously, 10 Blood Clan priests cleared the way in front, with the Blood Clan Duke charging to the edge of the altar. A black-robed butler rushed forward, positioning his body at the edge of the altar. the vampire overlord with a fearsome visage launched a deadly shooting attack. A series of bullets shimmering with silver light whistled through the air, forcing the black-robed steward to retreat repeatedly as his health bar plummeted rapidly. A full barrage stripped away 24,000 health points, roughly half of the black-robed priest's total vitality. Observing the half-depleted health bar, Gu Chen's expression subtly changed. Does this mean that these black-robed priests have less than 50,000 health points in total? He instinctively scanned his surroundings. The black-robed steward had been present for a while, yet the gray mist had not appeared. A realization dawned on Gu Chen. The red-robed priests were the source of the gray mist, and with the red-robed priest now dead, the curse of the gray mist would no longer manifest. Without the curse of the gray mist, things would be much simpler. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Vampire Overlord, destroy the altar, he commanded. The vampire overlord activated the Crimson Feast, instantly eliminating the black-robed steward in front of him. With the kill, his cooldown reset. Seizing the opportunity, other vampire stewards entered in succession, storming into the altar to confront the surrounding black-robed stewards. The vampire overlord's figure flashed ghost-like deep into the altar, his dual guns blazing wildly at a dark purple shadow. Bang, 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 bullets poured down like raindrops, unleashed with ferocious intensity, only to be swept away in an instant by an almost imperceptible shadowy light. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, spotting at the depth of the altar a gaunt figure of a woman rising into the air. Her skin was shriveled, her body like tattered parchment filled with creases, skin tightly clinging to her bones, resembling a mummified corpse. In her shriveled chest, a gaping horrific wound was visible, its jagged edges as if violently torn open by some malevolent force. She lifted her eyelids, and from her eyes surged an endless darkness, a decaying aura of darkness spreading from her body. Alien race. The Fallen Witch, boss level. 15 health, 158,000 attributes, strength 185, agility 180, constitution 215, spirit 220, skill I, decay skill 2, damage transfer skill 3, spirit assault skill 4, life sacrifice. Seeing the boss's attribute panel, Gu Chen's face immediately darkened. 158,000 health points, absolutely outrageous. The Fallen Witch, this was indeed the final boss of the Hell level dungeon. Though only level 15, she possessed a monstrous 158,000 health points and an average attribute score of over 200. Just these stats alone were enough to deter even the most talented professionals. The desiccated corpse, bathed in the altar's halo, lifted its slender arms, its bony fingers pointing towards the direction of the vampire overlord. Whoosh, a purple-black aura of decay coalesced into several fierce and twisted faces, emitting eerie screams as they madly rushed towards the vampire overlord. Spirit assault, gathering spirits to launch a mental strike on the target, potentially causing confusion. Confusion state. Units in confusion will lose control over their actions, indiscriminately attacking nearby targets. The sounds of ghosts howling and wolves wailing came as the spectral images of resentment penetrated the vampire overlord's body, unleashing a powerful mental assault. Boom! The vampire overlord's body shuddered under the immense psychic pressure of 220 from the Fallen Witch, sending him into a state of chaos. His body swayed erratically, launching indiscriminate attacks around him, and several nearby vampire servants were immediately struck by a barrage of bullets. A chaotic state. Gu Chen's face slightly changed, but he did not panic too much. He immediately took out a potion from his spatial storage and used it. Dispel potion. Upon use, it dispels any abnormal state and grants 5 seconds of immunity to abnormal conditions. This potion cost him 5,000, purchased from the trading platform before diving into the dungeon, originally intended to counter the Grey Mist curse. However, after killing an elite monster and obtaining a healing potion, he hadn't used this one until now. The chaotic state was instantly dispelled, and the vampire overlord's expression froze, his eyes regaining their luster. Then a chilling murderous intent burst forth from his narrow eyes. He was, after all, a vampire overlord standing at the pinnacle of the vampire hierarchy. How could his dignity be so violated? The coherent vampire overlord rushed forward without a second word. He pulled the trigger towards the Fallen Witch on the altar, unleashing his skills. Deadly shot, Crimson Feast skill chaining, furious output. However, the Fallen Witch didn't suffer the slightest damage. Gu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. The Fallen Witch had an average attribute over 200, making her one of the strongest bosses in terms of damage absorption yet. But even so, it seemed improbable that she would take 0 damage from 2 of the vampire overlord's skills. Just then Guchen noticed a faint crystal-clear white light emanating from the fallen witch. Damage transfer. Guchen's face changed instantly, realizing the problem. Fall back, he immediately commanded the vampire overlord. But it was a step too late. A massive burst of purple-black light exploded from the altar and a wave of decaying, rotting air swept around like a storm. The retreating vampire overlord was hit by a swath of purple light, struck hard and smashed to the ground. A chilling sound arose and the vampire overlord's body began to decay and rot, with chunks of flesh rapidly deteriorating and falling off. Decay, unleashing the power of death to invade the target, causing high continuous damage. A single breath and the vampire overlord's health plummeted by over 5,000. Half of his body had already decayed and deteriorated, with black blood splattered all over him. Without a second word, Guchen immediately took out 2 life recovery potions, restoring over 4,000 health points. However, as the skill inflicted continuous damage, 4,000 health points were barely replenished when another 3,000 dropped after 3 seconds. No wonder this is a hell-level dungeon boss. The damage is simply explosive, capable not only of transferring received damage but also wielding such terrifying damage skills. If that skill had hit him, he probably would have been dead by now. With this thought, Guchen immediately retreated, widening the distance from the battlefield once again. The summoner's method of combat is to control the overall situation, letting the summoned beasts do the fighting. If he dies, it's all over. Damn it, this boss is a freak. From a distance, seeing the massive drop in the blood bar of the Bloodlord, Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse aloud. Explosive sustained damage like this, are you sure this isn't a bug? Lin Xingqing was speechless. If it were her, she'd die 2 or 3 times in a second. No wonder no one has ever cleared the hell-level dungeon. How could anyone with such a terrifying boss? Su Ran frowned and said, the problem is, with such a terrifying boss, how are we going to fight next? Wu Zi voiced the concern most on his mind. As his words fell, the 4 of them looked at each other in silence. Throughout their journey, Guchen's strength had been undeniable, but facing this ultimate boss, the gap between them was clearly evident. For a moment Lin Yuan frowned deeply, gritting his teeth, his cheeks puffing with each breath. Whether he could successfully clear the hell-level dungeon no longer mattered to him. His gaze fell on Guchen, his face showing a hint of worry. He didn't know if Guchen could withstand it. This time they really faced a tough challenge. Guchen also felt the formidable nature of the corrupted witch. Although it was a bit tricky, he was still full of confidence. No big deal. Die, a chilling voice echoed through the air as the corrupted witch slowly descended from above the altar, her body emanating a decayed aura, death energy swirling around her in a dark purple mist. Her body resembled a withered corpse, the hollow in her chest startling and grotesque, with no trace of blood, her entire being pale and lifeless, as if all her blood had ceased to exist. Seeing this scene, Guchen's brows slightly furrowed, recalling the quest item he had obtained earlier. Clearly, some unknown events had transpired in this temple. The witch had been drained of all her blood and her heart gouged out, her corpse buried right here at this altar. Blood draining and heart gouging, could this really be the work of the temple? Guchen wasn't sure, as he didn't know the full story, but it was evident that the witch had suffered unimaginable agony in her life. The corrupted witch, descending from the altar with a vacant look, her pitch-black eyes swept over the area, glancing at Guchen and the Blood Lord in the distance, then turning to the Nightmare Sovereign battling a group of black-robed deficients. Suddenly, a surge of intense resentment erupted on her face. You all deserve to die. Her cold voice resonated in the air, sounding like thousands of tormented souls screaming in anger. A deathly aura emanated from the corrupted witch as she slowly lifted off the ground and flew forward, her target being the Nightmare Sovereign. The Nightmare Sovereign, casting Nightmare Entanglement, single-handedly resisted more than a dozen black-robed deficients, preventing more from advancing to support. It seemed clear that it must eliminate the Nightmare Sovereign first to gather more strength. Don't let her get through, Guchen shouted, instantly recognizing the fallen witch's intentions. He quickly issued orders to the vampire stewards. The stewards surged forward, attempting to intercept her. However, the fallen witch remained unfazed. With a casual flick of her wrist, she unleashed her skill. A wave of energy reeking of death cascaded down upon them. The vampire stewards, struck by the skill, saw their health bars instantly depleted. Their flesh melted away like ice under the sun, leaving behind only skeletons wreathed in dark mists. The skill decay that previously took away over 4,000 health points from a vampire lord now instantly killed 5 vampire stewards. To the fallen witch, it was as if she had merely stepped on an ant, paying no mind to the stewards as she continued flying towards the Nightmare Overlord. Just then 5 shadows ghost-like materialized around her, the Fallen Witch paused slightly but it was merely a brief hesitation. She did not regard these 5 vampire stewards as a threat. She had already proven that she could easily obliterate them with a simple gesture. However, just as she was about to deploy another skill, a sudden explosion occurred without giving her a chance to react. The 5 vampire stewards detonated themselves simultaneously next to her. A blood-red explosion enveloped the Fallen Witch, swallowing her figure in an instant. Although the Fallen Witch could transfer damage to nearby minions, her skills also required cooldowns. Thus, the self-destruction of the 5 vampire stewards directly stripped her of 5,000 health points. Before the aftermath of the explosion even settled, shadowy figures swiftly flew in, entangling the Fallen Witch in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Nightmare Binding had stacked up to the 10th layer. The Nightmare Overlord, swift and decisive, centered a deep dream around the Fallen Witch. Any enemy unit caught within would suffer continuous damage, coupled with the entanglement of 10 nightmare minions. The damage received by the Fallen Witch skyrocketed tenfold, her health bar visibly collapsing. Hemorrhage, her health was dropping by over 10,000 points every second. This scene brought a gleam of excitement to Lin Yuan's eyes. Such damage after this, who would dare say that a common summoner is weak? This was not just powerful, it was monstrous. I don't understand, how could a transferred student unleash such terrifying damage? The onlookers watched the continuously dropping health bar of the Fallen Witch with a mix of shock and joy. However, Wu Zi's expression remained tense. Let's not forget the Fallen Witch's skill set included Life Sacrifice, which she had yet to use. Life Sacrifice, everyone vividly remembered how terrifying the red-robed priestess became after using Sacrifice. If the Fallen Witch also performed a sacrifice, it was unimaginable. For a moment everyone fell into a worried silence. Trapped in the deep dream, the Fallen Witch let out a piercing scream. A strong force of death erupted from within her, resisting the erosion of the dream. Moreover, as the death force emitted by the Fallen Witch grew stronger, the deep dream began to destabilize, showing signs of potential collapse. After all, the Corrupted Witch is a level 15 boss, while the Nightmare Overlord is only level 9. Given the vast difference in levels, it's quite an achievement for the deep dream to trap her and inflict substantial continuous damage. The Corrupted Witch's deathly power grows stronger, and it seems she will soon shatter the deep dream and break free. Gu Chen immediately speaks, activating the Death Whisper Orb. The Nightmare Overlord, understanding the cue, activates the orb's effect. After emerging from the corridor of the sanctuary, the effect of the Whispers of the Dead had already accumulated 8 layers. While the Vampire Lord had attacked the altar, the Nightmare Overlord had killed a number of black-robed ministers, bringing the layers of Whispers of the Dead to 20. With the Death Whisper Orb activated, the Nightmare Overlord gains a 100% increase in all attributes for 1 minute. It soars into the air, its attributes doubling suddenly, and the black mist around it swirls madly like black flames wildly dancing. It lets out a thunderous roar, and a powerful force bursts from its ghostly body, unstoppable like a torrential flood. In an instant, the force of death is completely suppressed, and the Corrupted Witch is firmly trapped in the deep dream, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. With the attributes doubled, the damage of the skills also skyrockets, and the Corrupted Witch's health begins to plummet, losing over 20,000 life points per second. Whoosh, a shadow flickers and the Vampire Lord appears in the deep dream. It's there to deal damage. Fatal Shot, Crimson Feast. 2 skills are unleashed in succession, followed by normal attacks like a torrent of steel mercilessly poured onto the Corrupted Witch. In an instant, the Corrupted Witch's health plummets by over 70,000. Impressive. Lin Yuan's cheeks flush with excitement. He hadn't expected that the Vampire Lord and the Nightmare Overlord working together could deal over 70,000 damage with one set of skills, a fact that if spread would be astonishing. In less than 10 seconds, the Corrupted Witch is left with just over 30,000 health. Monstrous, truly monstrous. How can Gu Chen be so monstrous? I want to know now, among those of the same level, which class could withstand such terrifying damage? The Death Whisper Orb is just a rare level item, how could it bring such a terrifying boost? Wu Zi, observing the battle, says solemnly. The Death Whisper Orb is just one aspect, the key is that Gu Chen's summoned beasts are too strong. For example, when your attribute is 1, using the Death Whisper Orb can only bring you an increase of 1, but when your attribute is 100, the Death Whisper Orb can bring you an increase of 100. Simply put, the stronger the user, the higher the enhancement in combat power. If the Death Whisper Orb were worn by Gu Chen, it wouldn't unleash such terrifying damage. Wu Zi's gaze falls on the figures of the vampire lord and the nightmare overlord, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. So it's not that the summoner is strong, nor is it Gu Chen who is strong, but is summoned beasts that are powerful. Lin Yuan initially agrees, but hearing this he becomes displeased. For a summoner, doesn't the strength of the summoned beasts just represent the strength of the summoner? Wu Zi turned his head abruptly, his face sinking. This was bad. The witch, she had begun the sacrifice. Wu Zi's words caused everyone's faces to change in unison. Immediately a fierce and violent aura of death erupted from around the fallen witch. Several black-robed acolytes close by suddenly let out muffled roars. Following that, their bodies seemed to burn under an invisible flame, quickly transforming into a piercing light that entered the body of the fallen witch. Once the sacrifice began, like a chain reaction, the bodies of dozens of black-robed acolytes around her dissolved, turning instantly into streaks of light. The body of the fallen witch acted like a magnet, continuously absorbing the sacrificed acolytes, causing her emaciated figure to swell rapidly. Her skin, previously dry and shriveled, visibly plumped up as if nourished by life itself. Simultaneously her health stopped plummeting and began to rapidly recover. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. The speed of recovery was unbelievably fast. This was all happening in a deep dream. Without ongoing skill damage, her recovery would have been even more substantial. The fallen witch let out a sharp scream after death, her body releasing an endless force of death, coalescing into countless skeletal spirits that wildly assaulted the barriers of the dream. Boom! The deep dream began to tremble violently, thrown into chaos. The nightmare sovereign's body shuddered, the dark mist swirling around it becoming disordered, as if hit by a strong impact. Anger surged in its heart, preparing to counterattack, but suddenly a sense of weakness rose from within, growing stronger. Time was up. The effect of the Death Whisper orb lasted only 1 minute. The nightmare sovereign's attributes plummeted, its strength draining away, and in an instant its form returned to normal size. Then, with a crisp snap, the deep dream that imprisoned the fallen witch shattered like a bubble. The fallen witch was free. In her sacrificial state, she was enveloped by a surging death aura, frantically absorbing the sacrificial light from the black-robed acolytes, her health recovery rate skyrocketing. Above the altar, masses of dark clouds rolled and churned, the storm raging. With a wave of her hand, the fallen witch sent a heart-stopping death aura sweeping around her. The force of death formed countless malformed tentacles, spreading out madly, flailing about. The nightmare sovereign flashed to Gu Chen's side, pulling him into the dream to evade the overwhelming dark mist tentacles. The vampire lord also retreated swiftly, but was a step too slow, struck by a massive tentacle of dark mist. Boom! Its body flew backwards like a cannonball, its flesh corroded instantly to reveal bare bones. 8,000. Just one hit from the dark mist tentacle caused the vampire lord's health to drop by over 8,000, emptying about 60% of his health bar. Another hit like that and death was certain. Seeing this, despair appeared on the faces of the 4 people on the outermost perimeter. Just as they thought the final boss was severely weakened, it unleashed this monstrous sacrificial skill, not only boosting its health tremendously but also making its combat power terrifyingly strong. A single touch of the dark mist's tentacle dealt over 8,000 damage points. How could anyone fight against that? Even the vampire lord was reduced to near death in one strike, and the nightmare sovereign lost the enhancement from the death whisper orbs. How could the final boss in its sacrificial state be so terrifying? Who could possibly defeat it? At this moment, Wu Zi's heart began to waver. He was thankful that he hadn't entered combat mode, allowing him the option to retreat at any time. However, he didn't immediately activate his teleportation scroll, as the situation hadn't yet reached its final dire step. Don't say that, Lin Xingqing spoke, although a hint of frustration flickered in her eyes. From beginning to end, it was only Gu Chen fighting the boss. For a summoner to last this long is already remarkable. Hell level. This was a hell level dungeon for beginners, and up until now, no one had ever successfully cleared it. They had almost defeated the final boss, yet they were still outmatched. Lin Xingqing sighed, a bitter expression crossing her face. Su Ran remained silent beside her, her face clearly displaying a touch of disappointment. She and Lin Xingqing had taken out a loan of 200,000 to join this team, hoping to secure the first clear rewards and an SSS rating which would smooth their path into higher education. Now all those hopes had burst like bubbles. The fallen witch had entered a sacrificial state, her health and power skyrocketing to their peaks, and the vampire lord, having been struck down to near death, dared not approach again. The nightmare sovereign, having maintained a deep dream state with double attributes for too long, was nearly exhausted. As for the vampire descendants, they had already been wiped out. At this stage Gu Chen's defeat was certain with no chance of turning the tide, just one final shutter to go. But no, I must go help old Gu, Lin Yuan shouted, grabbing his long sword and rushing out. Come back, are you going to your death? Wu Zi grabbed Lin Yuan, don't stop me, I can turn this around. Lin Yuan yelled back, turn what around? Can you kill the black-robed attendant or the fallen witch? You're just going to give them another kill. They had only managed to kill one black-robed attendant with the combined effort of 4 people outside the altar. Now Lin Yuan thought he could turn it around alone. I don't care, my brother is out there, Lin Yuan shouted. It's because he's out there that we even have a chance. Wu Zi's expression was more serious than ever. Gu Chen was in combat mode, and as long as he couldn't break away from the boss's attacks, he couldn't use a teleportation scroll. But they, as spectators from the beginning, could use teleportation scrolls to leave. If you rush out there, you'll be in combat mode, unable to use a teleportation scroll to escape. Lin Yuan, do you want to die? No, Lin Yuan turned back, but damn it, I don't have a teleportation scroll. With a sly grin that turned into a resolute expression, Lin Yuan lifted his long sword and charged forward as if he truly could turn the tide. Just as he said, his brother was out there. Madman, damn. Wu Zi, frantic, gritted his teeth and yelled, you're going to die. But in the next moment he saw Lin Qingqing holding her war sword, her eyes blazing unmistakably with the will to fight. Wu Zi frowned slightly. Are you also going to throw your life away? Lin Qingqing clutched a black iron shield in her hand and responded, throwing my life away? What if I manage to turn the tables on them? It could get deadly. Are you really? Not backing down, Lin Qingqing tilted her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. Actually, I don't have a teleportation scroll either. With it, she picked up her sword and shield and charged forward without hesitation. Wu Zi's gaze grew complex, and for a moment he thought he was hallucinating. These few people think they can turn the tables on the final boss of a hell-level dungeon. You must be joking. He sighed heavily and turned to Su Ran beside him. Are you leaving? I have 2 teleportation scrolls, I can lend you one. A flicker of light shone from Su Ran's hand. Coincidentally, I also have 2 scrolls. She revealed them. One was hers and the other belonged to Lin Qingqing. Wu Zi was dumbfounded, glancing involuntarily at Lin Qingqing's retreating figure. What's the point? If you have teleportation scrolls, why insist on marching to your death? Su Ran remained silent, storing the scrolls in her spatial pocket. Then she drew a short dagger used by assassins. Gradually, her figure began to blur as she entered stealth mode. A breeze brushed past and Su Ran chased after Lin Qingqing. Wu Zi completely lost his cool. Madmen, all of them madmen, they're all rushing to their deaths. Lunatics, damn it, are you all so eager to die? I want to live, only by living can I become the strongest professional. Shouting, Wu Zi vented all his frustration as he watched everyone leave, live. With the last word, he seemed to have used up all his strength and collapsed to the ground. He took out a teleportation scroll and activated it without a second thought, leaving the dungeon. Old Gu, don't be afraid, I'm coming, believe in me, I can turn this around. Lin Yuan ran forward, swords in hand, shouting as he slashed at the black tendrils of deathly energy. Lin Yuan, stop! Gu Chen's face tightened and he took a quick step forward, scooping up Lin Yuan like a chicken, halting his clumsy assault. Good grief! Turn the tables, you're just delivering your head on a platter. With Lin Yuan's tiny amount of health, a slight touch from those black tendrils would kill him on the spot. Setting Lin Yuan down just then, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran also caught up. What are you doing here? Gu Chen asked irritably. Helping you, Lin Yuan immediately replied. Helping? Weren't you just beaten? Lin Qingqing interjected. Who, you? What's wrong with me? You were getting beaten. Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh in irritation. Who said I was beaten? Su Ran then revealed that clear, naive look in her eyes. Didn't you recall your 2 summoned beasts? I was dodging skills. Gu Chen was at a loss for words. The boss is in a sacrificial state, its skills are enhanced. I couldn't just leave my summoned beasts there to take damage, could I? Gu Chen looked at the trio before him, then realized something was amiss. Right, where's Wu Zi? He asked. As the words fell, Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran looked at each other. Wu Zi, well, it's not entirely our fault. At that moment they received the notification of Wu Zi leaving the team, and Lin Yuan explained what had happened. Fine, if he wants to withdraw, let him. It's his own choice, Gu Chen said nonchalantly, turning to face Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. Why did you 2 decide to stay? Lin Qingqing pondered for a moment, then responded, you seem too calm, not like someone cornered with no way out. I felt like you still had an ace up your sleeve. Oh, And what made you feel that way? Gu Chen inquired. Lin Qingqing's gaze circled the area, eventually resting on the severely wounded Blood Lord. It's him. In the past, whenever the Blood Lord was injured, you'd heal him right away. But just now, after he was reduced to critical condition, you've completely ignored him. I couldn't figure out why you do that, but it was unusual and didn't seem like your usual tactics. A hint of approval flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Congratulations, you're right. Lin Qingqing was sharp. Gu Chen had intentionally left the Blood Lord in critical condition. After all, as a legendary summon, the Blood Lord should not perform as poorly as the epic summoned Nightmare Sovereign. Upon evolving, the Blood Lord had acquired a legendary talent called Frenzy Blood. Frenzy Blood, when the Blood Lord's health drops below 30%, it triggers a rage bonus, doubling all attributes for 1 minute. To put it simply for those not good with math, it means all attributes are multiplied by 3. This was Gu Chen's final trump card. The reason the Corrupted, which was so powerful, boiled down to 3 things: high attributes, substantial health, and her sacrificial state. Now, with the Blood Lord's average attributes close to 180, multiplying all attributes by 3 would skyrocket its combat power to terrifying levels. Even if the Corrupted, which was in a sacrificial state, she would be overwhelmingly crushed. Suddenly, a grating noise filled the air as the Nightmare Sovereign was struck by a tendril of black mist. Although it was an energy entity with high resistance to physical attacks, the tendril formed of death-infused black mist dealt elemental damage. The moment the black mist tendril touched the Nightmare Sovereign, it split into dozens more, entwining around it. The Nightmare Sovereign's health plummeted, losing 2/3 of its life force almost instantly. Just then, the Blood Lord, following Gu Chen's command, charged unhesitatingly towards the Corrupted Witch at the altar. A massive surge of deathly aura came flooding in like a tidal wave. The Blood Lord, transformed into a dark red streak of bloodlight, plunged straight into it without dodging. Roar! The moment it contacted the deathly aura, the Blood Lord's health dropped below 30%. Instantly, its talent activated and a brilliant burst of bloodlight erupted from its body. An unprecedented terrifying power surged from deep within its veins, filling every corner of its body. The bloodlight quickly retracted, and in the next moment a ferocious blood-flamed humanoid figure appeared beside the Nightmare Sovereign. The black mist tendrils rushed towards them, but as soon as they touched the Blood Lord, they were incinerated by its blood flames, dissolving into nothingness. It wasn't that the blood flames countered the power of death, it was a sheer overpowering force. The Nightmare Sovereign caught a brief respite, then vanished in a flash, disappearing into the dream realm. The Blood Lord transformed into a shadow of blood, charging straight towards the Corrupted Witch at the altar. A look of dread appeared on the witch's face. Even though she was in a state of sacrifice, the presence of the Blood Lord at this moment instilled in her a potent threat of death. Decay, wraith shock, perhaps enhanced by the sacrifice. The witch's abilities seemed to have no cooldown, launching one after another, enveloping her attacks with the intense force of death, mercilessly bombarding the Blood Lord. Unflinchingly, the Blood Lord charged forward, enduring the damage head-on. Blood exchange. As fierce and domineering as ever, this was his style of combat. Each ability that hit him did deal damage, but under his blood frenzy state, his defense, stamina and health regeneration saw an explosive increase. Not without injury, but all wounds were visibly healing at a rapid pace. His health dropped and then rose, fluctuating but always hovering around 30%. Simultaneously, the Blood Lord raised his arms. A black and a silver barrel now locked onto the Corrupted Witch in front of him. Bang, 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 bullets wrapped in blood flames shot out, dense like rain, almost solidifying, roaring like an enraged dragon, thunderously striking the witch. She screamed in agony, her health plummeting. Tens of thousands of life points could be wiped out in a second. Around the altar, the black tendrils formed by the aura of death seemed on the verge of collapse. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others were profoundly shaken. The ferocious and tyrannical attacks of the Blood Lord, though targeting the witch, felt as if they struck directly at their hearts, plunging the trio into silence. What was happening? The lesser the Blood Lord's health, the more vicious he became. First, he rescued the Nightmare Sovereign with a stroke, then crushed the sacrificial state of the Corrupted Witch with another. This battle was somewhat incomprehensible. The three exchanged glances, mutually bewildered. It was truly baffling. However, this did not prevent a schadenfreude smile from appearing on their faces, for someone was bound to regret this. In an instant, the altar was engulfed by intense firepower, the blood flame bullets continuously scorching the witch's body. Her body riddled with wounds, her health nearly annihilated. Swiftly, she grasped at the void, pulling up several black-robed acolytes beside her, arranging them as a meat shield to block the damage. But it was futile, the power of the blood flame. Bullets was immense, each shot could burst an acolyte, their dark blood spattering on the altar, stirring no wave at all. The doubling of all attributes of the Blood Lord resulted in a unilateral suppression, enduring the witch's skills while unleashing frenzied attacks. As the health bar neared the execution line, the Blood Lord pressed down with his dual guns, twin crimson blood flames spiraling around him, an unprecedented ferocious power explosively unleashed. The crimson banquet, the blood flames spiral like a world-ending storm, carrying a terrifying power that obliterated everything in its path directly. Charging at the corrupted witch, the fallen witch had been targeted by the great vampire lord, and faced with his most powerful strike, there was no escape. Boom! Her body struggled within the storm of blood flames, her skin cracking finely as her form became thinner and stretched out. Her 158000 health points were depleted, yet she did not fully perish. Instead, she showed a ferocious face, wildly struggling within the blood flame storm. "You all deserve to die, it was you who betrayed me," she roared in fury. However, she suddenly realized that she had lost control over her body. Guchen had defeated the vampire lord. From the moment the boss's health dropped to zero, the battle was truly over. What followed was a repetition of history. The storm of blood flames had completely subsided, and the altar was now a flurry of lights and shadows. Then, a large group of familiar figures appeared. Guards, black-robed acolytes, and red-robed priests, nearly 100 in total. The abyss has invaded, and corruption is spreading everywhere. Many have already been killed by the grey mist. Who can save us? I don't want to die. Where is God? Our deities, where are they? A red-robed priest spoke. Drinking blood can break the grey mist. Is that true? Are you questioning the divine will sent by the gods? Only by drinking the blood of the Holy Maiden can you resist the grey mist. Only by sacrificing the heart of the Holy Maiden can you save the temple. Then what are we waiting for? The Holy Maiden, kind-hearted as she is, would surely sacrifice herself to save the temple. Stop the chatter, all guards follow me, we must find the Holy Maiden. The red-robed priest stood at the highest place, looking down at everyone with an impassive face. The faces of several black-robed acolytes were twisted, and through their mad eyes it was easy to see they had lost their sanity. The history of the temple continued to replay in the lights and shadows within the main hall. A group of black-robed acolytes brought the Holy Maiden before the red-robed priest. "Great priest, the abyss's influence on you is getting worse. You must undergo purification." "No, Holy Maiden, you do not understand." The red-robed priest, showing his skeletal-like side profile, startled the Holy Maiden. "This isn't corruption, but the power of the gods. The strange beings from the abyss aren't invaders, they are here to help us follow the footsteps of the gods." "What? Great priest, you have been corrupted by the abyss, come with me." "Ugh!" The red-robed priest grabbed the Holy Maiden's hair, his face sinister, his eyes gleaming wickedly. "I've said it, this isn't corruption, the abyss is divine guidance, a miracle. Great priest, the abyss is eroding your sanity, don't let evil dominate you." The red-robed priest's face twisted as he stared at the Holy Maiden, his eyes gleaming even more malevolently. "Holy Maiden of the temple, I need your help in my cultivation." "No, great priest, you have been corrupted." The Holy Maiden immediately pleaded for help from the group of black-robed acolytes, but in their eyes there was only numbness and madness. The scene shifted, and on the altar appeared a naked female corpse. The corpse was completely pale, showing no trace of blood, her chest violently torn open, a fierce wound with no blood visible. The red-robed priest stood next to the female corpse, his eyes showing sinister madness. Behind him, nearly 100 black-robed priests and guards knelt down, their expressions filled with devout reverence. The high priest in red raised his head towards the towering statue of the deity, murmuring prayers under his breath. The crowd behind him gradually lifted their heads, their faces alight with ecstasy, seemingly unaware of the absurdity of their actions. As the ritual concluded, the high priest raised a glass vial filled with blood. The kneeling clergy looked on with fervent eyes, treating the blood as a sacred elixir, their faces filled with intense longing. Just then, a thunderous explosion shook the temple violently. The abyss had erupted and alien tribes massively invaded the temple. Swirling black mists appeared from all directions, transforming into touches of death that continuously destroyed the temple's buildings. Outside the temple gates, a storm of black and red raged in the sky, resembling the apocalypse. As a vast army of aliens surged forth, the scene gradually darkened, signaling the approach of a terrible storm. "You have successfully cleared the novice dungeon. Temple ruins hell level. The dungeon will end in 5 minutes, or you can choose to exit immediately." "That's it," Lin Yuan grimaced as if he'd swallowed a fly. What kind of dungeon is this? A story about a bunch of lunatics killing a woman. Lin Qingqing frowned. Although we cleared it, why do I feel so frustrated? Su Ran was very dissatisfied with this ending. Gu Chen also found the ending somewhat absurd. At that moment he suddenly remembered the 2 quest items he had obtained earlier. He took out the 2 glass vials from his inventory space, one sealing a heart and the other sealing blood. Message: trigger quest items, the sealed heart option. 1. Return the heart to the fallen, which the saint will briefly resurrect, sacrificing herself to end the abyssal invasion. The sealed blood option. 2. Pour the blood into the altar, the temple's corruption will be purified and the clergy will gain the power to resist the abyss. If no choice is made, history will repeat itself, the abyss will invade the temple and everything will be doomed. Please make your choice. Really? Now it's Gu Chen's turn to grimace as if he'd eaten a fly. If he returns the heart, the saint will briefly resurrect, but having lost her power she can only end the abyssal invasion through self-sacrifice. If he pours the blood into the altar, the saint's blood will purify the temple's corruption, allowing the temple's people to gain the strength to resist the abyss. Either choice will stop the abyssal invasion and the temple's people will survive. So from beginning to end only one woman died in this dungeon, and she was innocent. Damn, this ending feels quite unsatisfactory. Should we choose? Lin Yuan suddenly asked from the side. Should we repel the abyss or let history repeat itself? The dungeon is over anyway, maybe it's better to just exit and let those insane zealots face destruction themselves. Lin Qingqing and Su Ran frowned slightly, turning their gaze towards Gu Chen. After all, the choice was in Gu Chen's hands. Feeling the gaze of his companions, Gu Chen turned his head to ask, what do you think? I refuse, Lin Qingqing stated flatly. Let the temple be destroyed by the abyssal creatures. Su Ran nodded in agreement. After all, those clergy are just a bunch of lunatics and perverts. Gu Chen pondered for a moment. Having come this far, not making a choice seemed inappropriate, so a choice must be made. He approached the altar and walked towards the fallen witch, who was still clinging to life. Observing her cracked body and shocking wounds, his expression stiffened slightly. After a pause, Gu Chen spoke in a deep, indifferent tone. If I give you your heart, you can be temporarily revived, then you must sacrifice yourself to resist the abyss. Pour your blood into the altar. And though you will truly die, your sacrifice will empower the temple to withstand the abyss. So, is resisting the abyss really that important? They drain your blood, extract your heart, all for the mere sake of clinging to life. Who in the entire temple truly cares about resisting the invasion of the abyss? The body of the fallen witch trembled slightly, the darkness in her eyes fading a bit. What are you trying to say? Gu Chen crouched down, a strange smile appearing on his face. He restored the sealed heart to the witch and then returned her sealed blood as well. This act puzzled Lin Yuan and the others who were watching. After doing this, Gu Chen took a deep breath. What I'm trying to say is simple. After you die, who cares if there's a flood? The heart can revive you temporarily and the blood can restore your strength. Take them both. In your final moments you can choose to live for yourself. Before the abyssal creatures invade, take your revenge on those who harmed you, make them pay the price, let them die in despair and pain just like you. Meanwhile, you might also trick those abyssal creatures outside, leaving them empty-handed. By the time they break in, the temple will already be finished. You would have taken your revenge and fooled the enemy on your deathbed. Isn't that wonderful? Is that even an option? Only then did Lin Yuan and the others realize, nodding subconsciously in agreement, very satisfied with this outcome. Playing this instance has already been tough enough, let's not end it in such a stifling way. Everyone likes exhilarating tales. Who wants to endure a torturous one? Gu Chen removed the seals from 2 vessels, then stood up and walked leisurely down from the altar. Although none of this was real, Gu Chen still wanted to give the fallen witch a chance to take revenge with her own hands. What the true ending of the instance was, he didn't care, nor did anyone else. Everyone wanted to see the ending they hoped for, and this one was the ending Gu Chen wanted to see. Having received the heart and blood, the fallen witch's body emitted a glowing light and suddenly transformed into countless points of light, flying into the light and shadow images above the altar. In the image, a group of clergy were panicking about the invasion of the abyss. Suddenly, the corpse on the altar slowly levitated, a fresh heart beating at her chest, accompanied by vital blood. An unprecedented powerful force burst forth from within her. The saint's eyes slowly opened, filled with tyranny and resentment. She looked down at the people below, her voice laced with an uncontrollable, strong intent to kill. No choice, Lin Qingqing stated flatly. Let the temple be destroyed by the abyssal aliens. Su Ran nodded in agreement. After all, those clergy are nothing but a bunch of lunatics and perverts. Gu Chen pondered for a moment. We've come this far, not choosing doesn't seem quite right. so a choice must be made. He approached the altar, walking towards the barely alive fallen witch, observing her cracked body and shocking wounds, his expression slightly stiff. After a pause, Guchen, with a deep and indifferent tone, said, "Give you your heart and you can revive briefly, then you must sacrifice yourself to resist the abyss. Pour your blood into the altar and you will die completely, but it will bring the power to resist the abyss to the temple." So, is resisting the abyss really that important? They drain your blood, scoop out your heart, all in the name of clinging to life. Who in the temple truly cares about resisting the invasion of the abyss? The body of the fallen witch trembled slightly, the pitch black in her pupils faded a bit. "What are you trying to say?" Guchen crouched down, his face revealing a strange smile. He returned the sealed heart to the witch and then returned the sealed blood as well. This action puzzled Lin Yuan and his companions nearby. After doing this, Guchen took a deep breath. "What I want to say is actually very simple. After you die, who cares if there's a flood? The heart can let you revive temporarily, the blood can restore your power, take them all. In your final moments, you can choose to live for yourself. Before the invasion of the abyssal aliens take your revenge, make those who killed you pay, let them die in despair and pain like you. By the way, it'll also make those outside abyssal aliens hit an empty target. When they break in, the temple will already be finished. You would have had your revenge and tricked the aliens right before you die. Isn't that great? Is there such an operation?" Lin Yuan and his companions finally realized, nodding in agreement subconsciously. They were very satisfied with this outcome. Playing the raid was already hard enough, the end shouldn't be so stifling. Everyone likes exhilarating stories. Who wants to endure a harrowing tale? Guchen lifted the seals on 2 bottles, then stood up and walked leisurely towards the base of the altar. Although none of this was real, Guchen still wanted to give the fallen witch a chance for personal revenge. What the real ending of the raid was, he didn't care, and neither did anyone else. Everyone wants to see the ending they wish for. And this this is what Guchen wanted to see. Having received her heart and blood, the body of the fallen witch emitted a bright glow and then suddenly transformed into countless points of light, flying into the light and shadow images above the altar. In the image, a group of clergy was feeling terrified by the invasion of the abyss. Suddenly, the corpse on the altar slowly levitated, a fresh heart beating at her chest, accompanied by the vitality of the blood. An unprecedented powerful force burst forth from within her. The saint's eyes slowly opened, filled with tyranny and resentment. She looked down at the people below, her voice revealing an uncontrollable, strong, murderous intent. The scene lasted for several seconds before it was finally shattered by a voice. "Am I seeing this right? The hell-level dungeon has been cleared. This is the first clear. How did he do it? Someone pinch me. Ouch, did you really have to hit me?" Since the announcement came out the moment the final boss died, Guchen and others were still inside the dungeon. Everyone wore expressions of confusion and shock, even disbelief. Some rubbed their eyes furiously, questioning if they were seeing things or just dreaming. But no one doubted the authenticity of the announcement. It was linked directly to the dungeon system and could not be mistaken. This meant that Guchen, a common summoner with 4003 actors, successfully cleared the hell-level beginner dungeon. "It's all illusions, they can't scare me," a man in a sports jersey roared agitatedly. This was a hell-level dungeon after all. How did he manage it? Wasn't choosing a summoner supposed to be a dead end for commoners? Were they lying to me? Alright, who was it that said if Guchen cleared it he would livestream a handstand diarrhea? Come on, show us. The handstand diarrhea can wait. Who's good at math? Help me calculate the size of Wu Zi's mental shadow right now. No need to calculate, he must be regretting it so much he's turning green. Ha, such a pure big sucker. Truly a rare sight. He chose this path himself, who can he blame? The path he chose, even if he has to crawl he must finish it. Voices of discussion, laughter without any concealment or hesitation. These people were deliberate. Guchen's success was indeed enviable, but Wu Zi's failure was even more amusing. It's especially like watching him build a high tower, then watching it collapse, which people relish discussing. From the moment he fled the dungeon, the rewards of the hell-level dungeon brushed past him. SSS rank, hell-level dungeon, first clear rewards. Any of these for an ordinary job changer were a huge opportunity, yet for an ordinary guy like him to miss both was unimaginable. The size of his mental shadow at this moment must be enormous. No doubt Wu Zi truly regretted it. At this moment his gaze was dazed, his face full of remorse and self-blame. From his departure from the dungeon to the announcement it was only about 15 minutes, but for him it was like falling from heaven to hell. The string of rewards and achievements listed in the announcement were so glaring to him. Just 15 minutes, the rewards and glory he should have had vanished in the blink of an eye. What a sin! Slap! In a fit of rage, Wu Zi abruptly slapped himself, leaving under the mocking gazes of the crowd, and this crisp slap sound snappily went away out of his daze. Gu Chen clearing the hell-level dungeon seemed like a sheer fantasy to him, but he couldn't deny it. The clear details were right there in the announcement. 5 hours 27 minutes and 36 seconds, SSS rank. Such a performance, not just in Lincheng but even across the entire North region, was an explosive feat. Can a civilian summoner really be this powerful? An SSS rating, that's a total crushing victory. I've realized it now. We've been deceived all along. It's the civilian summoners who are the strongest. Kill coins. Well said. This is clearly Gu Chen's might. It turns out Gu Chen is the real master. On the replica plaza, Gu Chen's reputation underwent a drastic transformation. As harshly as he was trampled before, now he was held just as high in esteem. Li Wenwei, who was previously worshipped by everyone, has now become a nobody that no one cares about. Bitterness filled Li Wenwei's face. Although Wu Zi became a laughingstock among the people, he only lost face, but he lost money, real money, 500,000. Although he's from the Lincheng Li family, he is not the heir. For him, 500,000 was not mere pocket money but funds meant for upgrading and enhancing his equipment. A set of rare-grade knight armor worth millions is not something you just wear for a few levels and discard. It's a crucial ace for getting into higher educational institutions. Now that he has lost 500,000, if his father finds out, he would probably skin him alive. If only he hadn't gambled with Gu Chen, how good would that have been? A strong sense of regret spreads and grows within him, but it's all too late. The bet made through the trading platform was his own suggestion. Once the money entered the platform, the bet became official. Not just him, even if the head of the Li family came, they couldn't back out. Gu Chen didn't even need to waste words with him. A few taps on his phone and he could transfer the money to his own account. Gu Chen, you're going to be the death of me. Just when Li Wenwei was full of remorse, Gu Chen and his group finally emerged from the dungeon. The first to greet them were reporters armed with long lenses and cameras. After all, it's the job. Transition season and the major dungeons for beginners are hotspots for reporters. The emergence of a genius professional breaking dungeon records is one of the easiest ways to get the blood of the youth boiling with exciting news. Gu Chen, I'm a reporter from the Career Evening News. Can you share with us your feelings on your first completion of a hell-level dungeon? Gu Chen, this is Lincheng TV. Why did you choose to become a summoner? Gu Chen, you've won the bet with Li Wenwei. What do you plan to do with the 500,000 bet? Are you a rookie reporter? Why would you even ask that? Dozens of reporters, thousands of job transitioning students surrounded Gu Chen so tightly, making him truly feel what it means to be the center of attention. The crowd watching in the plaza felt a wave of envy. This was a rare opportunity to shine in front of others. Not to mention, just capturing this wave of popularity, wealth and prestige for him might be as simple as eating and drinking immense wealth. The wheels of fate turned for Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen didn't want to waste time with these reporters, so he pushed Lin Yuan forward. Lin Yuan, experiencing this kind of scene for the first time, was not intimidated at all. He cleared his throat, grabbed the nearest microphone, and regardless of whether people wanted to listen or not, he began to deliver his speech on his first dungeon completion. Seizing this opportunity to show his face and ride on Gu Chen's popularity, he is now somewhat of a celebrity. With fame, making money would be as easy as eating and drinking. However, Gu Chen took this chance to slip away. After the instance announcement was made, the bet was over, and the 500,000 yuan wager from Li Wenwei had already been transferred into his account. In his personal space, the hell-level treasure chest and the first clear gift box were shimmering brightly. Gu Chen's heart was throbbing with excitement. Time to open the boxes. Upon reaching level 10, the slot for the third summoning creature had been unlocked. But Gu Chen was not in a hurry. He decided to open the treasure chest and gift box first. The newbie instance's hell-level treasure chest was guaranteed to drop a 5-star rare equipment. The hell-level first clear gift box was bound to yield rare-level items with a high probability of being profession-specific items. Gu Chen, filled with excitement, opened the treasure chest. You have opened the instance treasure chest of hell level and obtained a weapon. Corrupted orb quality, rare 5-star level restriction, 10 profession restriction, magic classes, attributes. Spirit plus 150 casting speed plus 50% skill damage plus 50% effect. Each time a skill hits a target, a death tentacle will be generated next to the target lasting 2 seconds. Death tentacle. causes 3000 true damage to the target and applies a slow effect. This orb was impressive, not only enhancing skill damage but also adding 150 intelligence. Guchen was pleasantly surprised and very satisfied. His spirit attribute was 219 and the orb could nearly double it. Moreover, he had witnessed firsthand how terrifying the corrupted witch's death tentacle was. For a summoner, the summon's abilities are the summoner's abilities. The Bloodlord's fatal shot could fire 6 bullets with skill effects, and upon hitting the target, 6 tentacles would be generated next to it. The Nightmare Sovereign's Nightmare Bind could now summon 14 Nightmare Servants to entangle the target, thus generating another 14 tentacles. This meant that Guchen only needed to let each of his 2 summon creatures use their skill once to generate 20 death tentacles. One death tentacle could deal 3000 damage, so 20 tentacles amounted to 60,000 damage. At a rate of 1 attack per second, this damage figure would double to 120,000. Truly terrifying. To think that even the final boss of the Hell level instance, the Corrupted, which only had a maximum HP of 158,000, just one orb with its accompanying skill could inflict 120,000 damage on the target. The Corrupted, which instantly crippled, Guchen felt overwhelmingly powerful now, mainly because this orb matched his situation perfectly. A rare 5-star orb could be considered above average, and its accompanying skill was also standard. If it were in the hands of other magic class professionals, it would only increase their combat power slightly, as most professionals mastered only 3 or 4 skills. But in Guchen's hands the damage was explosive, terrifying indeed. Guchen himself felt like taking a sharp intake of cold breath. Guchen couldn't wait to open the first-time gift box after placing the fallen orb into his equipment slot. You have opened the Hell level first-time gift box and obtained an item, attribute. Fruit quality, rare 5-star level restriction, level 10 effect, all attributes plus 100, nice, that feels great. The increase in attributes brought enhancements in various aspects such as health, energy consumption, skill cooldown and more. The higher a summoner's attributes, the greater the damage dealt by their summons, all intricately linked. Thus, without hesitation, Guchen consumed the attribute fruit. It was sweet to the taste, much like a juicy peach. Following this, a robust energy surged through his limbs and body. You have consumed the attribute fruit, all attributes plus 100. Guchen felt a renewed vigor within himself, his body brimming with power, as if he could even punch through stars. Of course, this was merely an illusion caused by the rapid increase in attributes over a short period. Subsequently, he changed out of his black butler's robe and donned the sacrificial set acquired from defeating the Red Priest, then opened his character panel. Name: Guchen. Occupation: Summoner. Level: LV.10, 7234/14500. Strength: 317. Agility: 316. Constitution: 318. Spirit: 469. Talent: Dark Descendants. First Blood of Divine Grade. Skills: Comprehensive Link. LV.5. Rare Equipment: Fallen Orb. Sacrificial Set. Summons: Vampire Duke. LV.10. Legendary: Nightmare Sovereign. LV.10. Epic. Excellent. With Guchen's current attributes, he could almost be considered invincible at his level, capable of standing his ground against second-tier professionals. This gave him additional confidence as he prepared to venture into the wilderness. The novice dungeon had already been cleared, and entering other dungeons would now require a substantial usage fee. Except for the novice dungeon, all other man-made dungeons required payment. After all, dungeons need high-density energy crystals for maintenance and upkeep, and without payment they would have been shut down long ago. Guchen had some savings by now, but he chose not to enter any dungeons. Heading to the wilderness, into the abyss, was the fastest way to level up. The abyss, located above the wilderness, represented a form of alien invasion into this world. Dungeons were built in imitation of the abyss, mostly located within cities to prevent professionals from having to traverse long distances across the wilderness. Since the wilderness was riddled with alien species, it was fraught with dangers, and one could easily be killed by these fierce aliens, making it even more dangerous than a hell-level dungeon. Guchen was determined to enter the wilderness, but before doing so he needed to finalize his third summon. Opening the professional traders platform, Guchen found 5 level 10 summoning skill books. They were for a unicorn, earth turtle, tree spirit, gargoyle, and mountain hawk. The unicorn was a mage-type summon, the earth turtle a tank, the tree spirit a warrior, the mountain hawk an assassin, and only the gargoyle was a support type. Moreover, the gargoyle was not a common buff-type support, it was a debuff type. It cannot provide its own units with shields, healing, or damage boosts, but it can inflict poison, curses, and weakness on enemy units. Speaking of weakness, the fear dominated by the Grey Mist's curse is still vivid in my memory, a powerful debuff state. It could practically elevate one to godhood. With the current two summoned beasts, the Bloodlord who is tough and resilient and the Nightmare Sovereign who bursts and reaps, adding a debuff support would make it even more perfect. That's where you come in, Gargoyle. After careful consideration, Guchun spent 150,000 to purchase the Gargoyle's Summoning Tome. Considering its superior grade, the price was a steal. High-quality summoning tomes are rare and even fewer make it to the market, usually being internally circulated among major guilds. Guchun, neither a noble nor a guild member, managed to acquire a high-quality summoning tome, which was quite unusual. Fortunately, although he couldn't obtain a high-quality tome, he possessed a divine-level talent and could enhance his summoned creature's qualifications using the Dark Bloodline. Both levels 9 and 10 provided the original bloodline, allowing him to elevate his third summoned beast directly to an epic 1-star. Excellent. Guchun was filled with anticipation. The gargoyle infused with the Dark Bloodline was a rare find on the professional traders platform, which seldom delivered immediately. The seller of the gargoyle summoning skill book was not in Lin City and required interstate shipment, which was now too late. He then purchased some consumables that might be needed when leaving the city, waiting for them to be delivered along with the summoning book the next day. Subsequently, Guchun checked the short video platform. He had thought that clearing the hell-level dungeon would cause quite a stir in Lin City and his related videos would surely be wildly shared. However, after scrolling through several videos, there was no information related to him, not even the first completion of the hell-level dungeon. He was puzzled. Not just on the short video platforms but even major media platforms seemed to have fallen into silence. What was going on? Was the internet cut off? Guchun was doubtful but didn't pay much attention. After all, he had already received the rewards for clearing the hell level and an SSS rating was recorded in his log, making fame trivial by comparison. Next, he just needed to wait for the school to confirm his nomination for a guaranteed admission. The next day around noon, Guchun received the express delivery from the professional platform. After verifying the summoning book was correct, he immediately learned it. You have successfully signed a contract with the Gargoyle Summoned Beast. Gargoyle qualification: superior level, 10 health, 6,220 attributes, strength 85, agility 90, constitution 94, spirit 95, talent, superior gargoyle form skill, petrification LV 1 superior. Next, Guchun infused both original Dark Bloodlines into the Gargoyle. Dark Bloodline Original Fusion successful. Summoned Beast Advanced Gargoyle Superior Corpse Golem Epic Summoned Beast Star Upgrade Successful. Corpse Golem Epic Level LV.10 Health 13,500 Attributes Strength 145, Agility 140, Constitution 157, Spirit 158, Talent Unstoppable Epic Skill I Utter Exhaustion LV.10 Epic Skill 2 Black Death Plague LV.10 Epic Skill 3 End of Law Domain LV.10 Epic. The Gargoyle advanced into an epic level Corpse Golem with an initial epic level talent and 2 epic level skills. As for the third skill, it is acquired after upgrading the star level. Irresistible. When the Corpse Golem is in a stationary state, its defense and recovery are enhanced and it becomes immune to all negative effects. Exhaustion. It inflicts an exhaustion state on nearby targets, reducing all their attributes by 50% and increasing the damage they take by 50. Which cannot be immunized. Black Death Plague. It infects a target with a plague, reducing the healing effects on them by 90% and causing continuous loss of health, which cannot be immunized. Lawless Forbidden Zone. The Corpse Golem creates a forbidden zone centered around itself, within which all targets' consumption skyrockets tenfold, similar to the Nightmare Sovereign mentioned in the skills. The targets referred to in the skills are not both allies and enemies, only the targeted enemies are considered. A slew of debuff skills which delighted Guchun immensely, especially the third skill, Lawless Forbidden Zone, which could increase the enemy's consumption by tenfold, was terrifyingly powerful. Imagine a mage simply casting a spell and immediately exhausting a significant portion of their spirit, or an enemy warrior becoming so exhausted after a single move that their legs go weak. Even some powerful abilities couldn't be executed under the tenfold consumption rate, leaving the enemy standing helplessly in place. This was truly formidable. After reviewing the various skills and talents again, Gu Chen closed the summoning panel contentedly, filled with confidence for his upcoming journey into the wilderness. Just then his phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from his homeroom teacher, Jiang Songhua. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Since it was Jiang Songhua calling, it likely had something to do with his direct admission to the capital's academy. After all, he had achieved an SSS rating in a hell level dungeon, and his school, Lincheng No. 1 Middle School, had only one direct admission spot, which was undoubtedly meant for him. However, as soon as he answered the call, he was greeted by Jiang Songhua's cursing voice. Gu Chen, your direct admission spot has been blocked, and it's those idiots in the city hall who did it. Tell me, what are you thinking? Jiang's furious tone made Gu Chen pause, and then he couldn't help but laugh. It was his direct admission spot that was cancelled yet. Jiang seemed to be the victim. Alright, if Gu Chen got admitted directly, Jiang as the homeroom teacher would see a significant boost in status and prestige. Looking at it this way, the homeroom teacher really was a victim. Gu Chen then asked teacher Jiang, don't be angry. Why would the city hall block my direct admission spot? Jiang Songhua exploded. They think summoners don't have much potential for growth and aren't worth focusing on for development. Bastards. They're a bunch of arrogant fools. They have no idea about the difficulty of the hell level dungeons. Not enough potential, not worth focusing on. That reason sounds a bit far-fetched. Gu Chen continued, since they rejected me, who did they give the direct admission spot to? It surely didn't go to waste, did it? If it's left vacant, that would be ridiculous, considering that the direct admission spot is also a resource allocated by the authorities, fixed at 1 per year. It's a waste if not used. The nomination spot was temporarily in the hands of the Li family. Temporarily? Does that mean they intend to nominate Li Wenwei? What does temporarily imply? Li Wenwei is just a collateral relative. This spot should be contested for by the heir of the Li family. The heir? Who? Li Renjie? Jiang Songhua took a deep breath on the other end of the phone, slowly explaining. Since he was young, he was sent to Gebeiqing to access the best resources of the Northern Territories, training as a rare class of mentalist, indeed a genius. However, Gebeiqing being the hub of the Northern Territories is a gathering place for geniuses, and with Li Renjie's capabilities he couldn't make it into the nomination list. Therefore, the Li family thought to secure a nomination spot in Lin City. Gu Chen's eyes flickered with disdain. So he's just a beggar, bullied and starved in Gebeiqing, and now he comes to a small place like Lin City to beg for food, and it even involves me? Gu Chen remembered the name and then asked, Mr. Jiang, you mentioned the nomination spot is temporarily with the Li family? Yes, that's what I heard from the principal. Keep it to yourself. If Li Renjie can secure an SSS rating in a hell-level dungeon before the Academy's assessment, the nomination will be confirmed for him. Otherwise, there's a high chance it could be yours. A high chance? Gu Chen scoffed, unimpressed by the uncertainty. It should clearly be mine. Why does it seem like I'm receiving charity from others? So, Mr. Jiang, are you calling to tell me that my nomination is on hold? No, I'm telling you that Li Renjie will likely seek your cooperation, offering you benefits to help him clear the hell-level dungeon. You see, you're just a commoner. Why would you clash with nobility? Could you really stand against the Li family? You'll have to agree to his terms. Jiang Songhua sighed. I understand your frustration, but the circumstances are beyond us. If Li Renjie approaches you, make sure to demand more benefits from him. You know the Li family, the largest in Lin City, real big shots. Take this chance to really make Li Renjie pay. Make Li Renjie pay? Understood. Gu Chen nodded, etching his mentor's advice deep within his heart. Just then a noise came from the door. It swung open from the outside, and it was Li Wenwei who opened it. Cousin, this is Gu Chen's dorm, Li Wenwei said, stepping aside. A young man in a robe, handsome and with an air of arrogance, stepped through the doorway. His demeanor was haughty, exuding a sense of superiority as he scanned the dorm, finally resting his eyes on Gu Chen. I am Li Renjie. You might have heard my name. If not, no matter. I am here to discuss a collaboration. Li Renjie extended a finger, his posture proud. Guide me through a hell-level dungeon to achieve an SSS rating, and I can offer you a piece of epic equipment. Gu Chen watched him with interest. Really quite the schemer. Even for clearing a hell-level beginner's dungeon, you could only get top-tier rare equipment from the treasure chest. As soon as Li Renjie made a move, it was for epic equipment, a move of no small significance. Had Jiang Songhua not informed him of the particulars in advance, he might have actually agreed. But now to think of trading a guaranteed spot at the Shinjing Academy for a piece of epic gear seemed an absurd miscalculation. The beads of this abacus practically shattering on Gu Chen's face. Seeing Gu Chen unmoved, Li Renjie's gaze remained steady as he extended a finger, 2 pieces. True to the prestige of Lincheng's foremost noble family, quite the big player indeed, Gu Chen sneered inwardly. Epic equipment typically starts from 10 million upwards. This was essentially an offer of over 20 million for a spot at the academy. To ordinary folks, that was a fortune unattainable in several lifetimes. But compared to the academy, it was a clear mismatch, not to mention just a few successful runs through the academy's dungeons would yield far greater profits than that sum. Gu Chen smirked coldly. So you expect me to earn an SSS rating, squeeze me out of my guaranteed spot, and call it cooperation? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Renjie's eyes. Gu Chen knew, well, good, no need for pretenses then. Li Renjie spoke gravely. 2 pieces of epic equipment, that's the final offer I'll make. I advise you not to be ignorant of your own interests. Gu Chen responded with calm defiance. I'll give you a chance to present 2 pieces of epic equipment as an apology, then roll back to Gubei City. I might just let you off as if you were nothing. Li Renjie's gaze turned icy as he barked, Gu Chen, do you think I'd be afraid of you just because you've cleared a hell-level dungeon? Ignorant, you'd be considered trash in Gubei City. Li Wenwei, teach him a lesson. Li Wenwei looked startled. Me, his eyes darted around. Gu Chen was a renowned master of hell-level dungeons and he was supposed to teach him a lesson, but faced with the fierce look in Li Renjie's eyes, he could only grit his teeth and swing his fist towards Gu Chen's face. However, such cannon fodder posed no threat to Gu Chen, who could easily dispatch him without even summoning his creatures. With a loud thud, Gu Chen knocked him flying just with his own strength. Li Wenwei screamed in pain, clutching his abdomen and sweating coldly on the ground. Still dare to fight back, asking for death? Li Renjie's eyes widened in rage. In Gubei City he was submissive, but here in Lincheng he was ready to strike hard. Li Wenwei was his cousin and a commoner dared to knock out a Li family member right in front of him? If that wasn't asking for death, what was? Gu Chen, I advise you to know your place, kneel and apologize now. Help me achieve an SSS rating, and if I'm pleased, I might spare your life. Otherwise you're opposing the Lincheng Li family. Gu Chen's face showed disdain. The Lincheng Li family, what are they? Rage flickered in Li Renjie's eyes. Impudent, you're courting death. As soon as the words fell smack, Gu Chen slapped him back, stepping forward, his size 43 shoe sole stamping directly on Li Renjie's clean face. Li Renjie's head buzzed, rage flooding his eyes filled with humiliation. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't free himself from under Gu Chen's foot. Boy, you dare step on my face, the Li family of Lincheng will not let you off easily. Li Renjie's murderous intent surged as he couldn't believe that a country bumpkin from Lincheng dared to humiliate him in such a manner. He wanted Gu Chen dead, and he wanted his death to be excruciating. Gu Chen pressed down harder with his foot, grinding Li Renjie's face against the cement ground, turning his once fair complexion into a bloody pulp. What of the Lincheng Li family? If they thought they could squeeze him like a soft persimmon, they better be prepared to get splattered with blood. Stop, Li Wenwei hurriedly intervened. Do you really want to be at endless war with the Lincheng Li family? Gu Chen looked up, his eyes icy, filled with a chilling murderous intent. Just one look sent a shiver through Li Wenwei, a coldness racing from his spine to the crown of his head. That look in Gu Chen's eyes. Was he really going to kill someone? How could he dare? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Renjie only wanted your guaranteed admission slot and you want his life. Isn't that excessive? Hand over 2 epic level pieces of equipment and I might let you die more swiftly, Gu Chen said coldly. Yes, today he intended to kill, to strike a blow to the Li family. The Li family with their power had snatched his guaranteed admission slot, an undeniable fact. Could he tolerate this? Just because Gu Chen lacked power, should he be oppressed by the nobles, treated like an ant that could be crushed at will? Today the Li family wanted his slot. What if tomorrow they wanted his life? In the eyes of the Li family, Gu Chen was an ant that could be crushed without a second thought. It's an honor that he wants your slot. If you refused, you're ungrateful. If you resist, you court death. Rather than being slowly boiled to death like a frog in warm water by the Li family, it was better to deal with Li Renjie first and slap the Li family hard across the face. As for the guaranteed admission slot, with his abilities, even without it, securing a place at the top academy in Shangjing was certain. Kid, I don't believe you have the guts to kill me. If I die, you'll die a gruesome death. The Lincheng Li family won't let you. His words were cut off as Gu Chen crushed Li Renjie's throat with his foot. Li Renjie's eyes bulged, the life quickly fading from them, dying with disbelief. Even in death he couldn't believe that Gu Chen had actually dared to strike cousin. Li Wenwei was shocked witnessing Gu Chen kill his cousin, the heir of the Li family. Moreover, after killing Li Renjie, Gu Chen didn't stop, his gaze fixed on him. Li Wenwei shivered, filled with regret. He had thought that with Li Renjie's change of profession to a psychic from his upbringing in Guobei City he would easily overpower Gu Chen. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen had killed him with barely a move, not even using a summoned beast. Gu Chen, not a maniacal killer, did not attack Li Wenwei. He flicked the blood from his shoe disdainfully, saying, "Go back and tell your family head, my things are not something you can take, nor do you have the life to take them." With those words, the space before Gu Chen shattered. A large hand made of black mist stretched out, gently pulling on him, and his figure instantly disappeared. Gu Chen was taken away by the Nightmare Sovereign, leaving only a stunned Li Wenwei and the corpse of Li Renjie in the dormitory. About a dozen seconds passed before Li Wenwei finally recovered from his intense fear. Then a piercing scream echoed throughout the entire dormitory building. Someone had died, Li Renjie was dead, someone help! Shortly after Gu Chen left, Li Wenwei's cries alarmed the dormitory supervisor, who was on routine patrol in the building. The supervisor arrived at the scene and immediately saw the body on the floor, his face showing a look of horror. "Who did this?" he asked, turning to Li Wenwei. "It was Gu Chen," replied Li Wenwei, trembling. Gu Chen. Upon hearing this name, the supervisor's initial reaction was disbelief. He knew the student well. His parents had died early, leaving him with no one to rely on. During holidays, when others went home, Gu Chen, unable to afford rent, would sneak into the dormitory to stay. Initially, the supervisor had driven him out several times, but after understanding his situation, he had turned a blind eye. Just then, several middle-aged men in black appeared in the dormitory corridor. The leader, with a grave expression, swiftly approached Li Renjie's body and confirmed his death, a strong intent to kill emanating from him. "Who did it? Who dared to kill the heir of the Li family? I will tear him to pieces." Seeing this, the dorm supervisor's face showed fear. He recognized this man as Wang Chongshan, the Li family's butler, a 29th rank second-tier peak assassin. Wang Chongshan had been renowned in earlier years but had later suffered severe injuries in the abyss, significantly reducing his combat power, which led him to take up a position as a butler with the Li family. Nonetheless, even as such, a second-tier peak assassin was not someone to be underestimated in a small place like Linchang. In Linchonghai, apart from the principal, probably only the vice principal could suppress him. Unfortunately, both were not present today. The dorm supervisor stepped aside, knowing this matter of the Li family heir's death was beyond his jurisdiction. Upon seeing Wang Chongshan, Li Wenwei, as if seeing a savior, hurried forward and recounted the incident. "Gu Chen, a mere commoner, dares to kill the heir of the Li family. I will make sure he has no grave to rest in." After speaking, Wang Chongshan pulled out a lantern from his space, and under its light a faint trail of energy appeared, indicating the direction Gu Chen had left in. After him, a newly transferred student can't have gone far. Catch him and make him pay with his life for the young master. At his command, Wang Chongshan and the men in black dashed out, following the guide light. Meanwhile, after leaving the school, Gu Chen flagged down a car at a secluded intersection, heading straight for the city outskirts. The vehicles here were powered by energy crystals, and there were designated lanes on the roads, allowing for high speeds. Within minutes, Gu Chen arrived near the city gates. According to the laws of the Xinxia Empire, professionals under level 10 were not allowed to leave the city alone. To exit, one must be accompanied by another professional of at least level 10. The young guard at the city saw Gu Chen's somewhat youthful face from a distance and, reveling in his misfortune, muttered, "Another student trying to sneak out of the city, huh? Let's see if I can catch you." The captain of the city guard glanced in Gu Chen's direction, then smacked the back of a young guard's head, cursing, "What's wrong with being a student? Even if he is just a student, he's already level 10. You haven't even gotten into a higher education institution, and despite having been in the army for so long, you've only reached level 9. You think you can arrest him?" Gu Chen wore the black butler's crest, and the city guard captain, being a second-tier professional, could tell his level at a glance. Level 10? Impossible, the beginner's dungeon only opened yesterday and today a student has reached level 10, is he even human? Hearing this, the other young guards turned their heads to look at Gu Chen, their eyes filled with envy. Just the second day, and he had already reached level 10, such an achievement was unprecedented. If nothing went wrong, the student's admission into the capital academy was as good as confirmed. Such a genius, they should be rushing to ingratiate themselves with him, not obstructing him. What were they thinking? Gu Chen walked through the city gate unobstructed. On the other side, in the Li family estate, the patriarch Li Xiao also received the news that his beloved son Li Renjie had been killed in the dormitory building at Lincheng No. 1 Middle School. The living room was a mess, with servants kneeling all around, trembling with fear. Li Xiao's face was as dark as water and veins throbbed on his forehead. Gu Chen, a lowly commoner, dares to kill my son. Mobilize everyone, dig 3 feet into the ground, overturn Lincheng if you have to, but find him for me. I want to kill that boy with my own hands to appease my son's spirit in heaven. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes shimmering with cold light, wishing he could tear Gu Chen apart. Meanwhile, Gu Chen had already smoothly left the city. Passing through the light blue light curtain under the city gate, the originally sunny sky instantly turned gloomy. Gu Chen looked around. All he could see was a black-gray fog with very low visibility. Beyond 5 meters everything was a blur, and 10 meters was the limit. He instinctively looked back. The entire city was enveloped in a semi-spherical, semi-transparent light curtain with boundless black fog surrounding the city, separated by that layer of light curtain. Is this the wilderness? It feels even worse than what's described in the textbooks. Gu Chen grabbed at the thin black fog in front of him and the black-gray mist dissipated between his fingers. No one knew how this layer of black-gray fog had formed. It had existed since the day it was recorded in history. Of course, the abyssal alien races also existed. They had always been there. Once in the wilderness, one had to face the real abyssal alien races, where danger increased manifold. Not only did one need to keep a high level of concentration at all times, but one also had to beware of possible ambushes from within the fog, thus one must be fully alert. Gu Chen took out a map and summoned a Blood Clan dupe to lead the way towards the abyss, quickly disappearing into the black fog. Before long, a deep roar came from a distance. Following the sound, Gu Chen looked through the fog and could faintly see figures of professionals fighting with alien races. A kilometer from the city gate, alien races began to appear more frequently in the wilderness. Gu Chen saw an alien figure wandering 5 meters ahead. Suddenly a series of information appeared before his eyes. Rotten poison, which level 10 health, 11,350 attributes, strength 93, agility 98, spirits 65, constitution 75, skills, bite. This was a level 10 alien, its body largely decayed, its tattered clothes stained with mottled blood, surrounded by mosquitoes and emitting a nauseating stench. Examining the attributes, the rot poison warlock primarily focuses on physical attacks and defenses, boasting a robust constitution with over 10,000 health points. Agility is his highest attribute, even surpassing that of assassins of the same level. This implies that once he engages you in combat, it's a fight to the death. Faced with such a demonic creature, most professionals wouldn't start a fight without full confidence. However, such concerns are non-existent for Gu Chen, the vampire overlord didn't hesitate to use his skills. A series of bullets enveloped in silver light struck the rot poison warlock, instantly depleting his health. Killed rot poison warlock. LV.10 experience plus 626, just 626 experience for killing a rot poison warlock. That's too little. Gu Chen paused, almost thinking he misread it. Upon closer inspection, it was just a common monster. Oh, that's alright then. After killing many elite monsters in the hell level dungeon, switching to common monsters felt somewhat awkward. As his level increased, so did the experience required for leveling up. To advance from level 10 to level 11, he needed 14,500 experience points. Considering the experience overflow from killing the Fallen, which, along with the completion and first-time bonuses, he still needed 7,266 experience points to level up. That meant he had to kill 12 more rot poison warlocks to advance. This seemed manageable for now, but what about later? Would he have to kill hundreds, if not thousands, of different species in the wilderness to gain just one level? After the hell level dungeon, ordinary species simply didn't catch his eye. Most creatures in the wilderness were too common, offering low returns on the effort of killing them. It seemed necessary to head to the Jinyuan army outpost soon. The Jinyuan army, stationed in the wilderness, constantly battles against different species guarding the abyss, and is the most elite force of the Xinxia Empire. At the Jinyuan army outpost, one could accept and post wilderness missions, and powerful professionals could even join the Jinyuan army out of turn, enjoying special military subsidies. Gu Chen's interest in the outpost wasn't for the missions or the military subsidies, but rather to access information about nearby abysses, choosing ones that best suited his needs. He glanced at the map and continued deeper into the wilderness. Before long, a faint whooshing sound emerged from the black fog behind him. Gu Chen didn't notice, but the vampire overlord detected it first. Someone was coming this way, and quickly at that. Could it be the Li family? So soon? Gu Chen's eyebrows raised slightly. Almost as soon as this thought appeared, a shadow emerged at the edge of the black fog, followed by 3 more shadows, their formidable aura overwhelming as they pressed towards him. second-tier professionals, 5 of them at once. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly, a serious look flashing across his eyes. Gu Chen, how dare you kill the young master of the Li family? Surrender now, or I will ensure you have no burial place. Wang Chongshan's voice came from the fog. Initially 10 meters away but quickly closing in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The peak speed of a second-tier professional left Gu Chen no time to react. In a blink, Wang Chongshan appeared right in front of him. Following closely, 4 middle-aged men dressed in black also caught up. Wang Chongshan, a level 29 assassin, was accompanied by 3 level 23 warriors and a level 22 priest. Gu Chen's mouth twitched slightly at the sight. This lineup was strong enough to raid a dungeon. Were they treating him like a dungeon boss? They had chased him from Lincheng all the way to the wilderness. How much does the Li family pay you each month? Gu Chen spoke. Don't even think about resisting. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you cannot escape death. Just come back to Lincheng with us immediately and you might still be left with a whole corpse. Otherwise, the Li family will make sure you wish you were dead. Enough talk. With just the 5 of you being second-tier professionals, you might not even be able to kill me, Gu Chen retorted coldly. The opposing side was a whole major realm higher than him and had guiding lights, making escape impossible. Rather than fleeing desperately, it was better to concentrate his power and fight to the death. Arrogant fool, I'll cripple you first. Wang Chongshan shouted angrily. Whoosh, a series of dark weapons emitting a black glow cut through the fog, aiming directly at Gu Chen's vital points. Just at this moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The corpse golem, its majestic body like a giant, stood guard in front of Gu Chen. Made from ancient stones with connections burning with a cold blue flame, its limbs were thick and angular. The stone surface was engraved with mysterious runes and marks, exuding a mysterious aura and appearing indestructible. Facing the barrage of dark weapons, the corpse golem stood immovable as a mountain, not dodging in the slightest. Bang, bang, bang. The weapons struck the golem's rough stone body, sparking a series of dazzling sparks, and its health suddenly dropped by 30%. It was painful but bearable. After all, this was a level 29 assassin's skill and the corpse golem was only level 10. When the corpse golem was stationary, its defense and recovery increased, making it rare for it to withstand such an attack without dying. Next, the corpse golem's health began to regenerate at a visibly fast rate comparable even to that of a vampire lord. It burst into dazzling blue flames and let out an angry roar at the several dark figures in front of it. In the next second, 3 layers of black light burst out from its body. Exhaustion to the extreme, applied an exhausted state to nearby targets, reducing all their attributes by 50% and increasing the damage they took by 50%. Non-immune, Black Death Plague, infected a target with a plague, reducing their healing effects by 90% and continuously losing health. Non-immune, Magic Forbidden Zone. The corpse golem centered itself and designated a forbidden zone where all targets inside had their consumption increased tenfold. Facing a group of second-tier professionals, Gu Chen immediately commanded, activate all skills of the corpse golem. When the debuff effects impacted Wang Chongshan and the others, their faces instantly turned pale with horror. No good, what kind of skill is this? It's slashing all my attributes in half. Cough cough, why am I suddenly so sick and my health is dropping so fast? Don't panic, look at my grand purification. Damn. These negative effects can't be purified. Heal me, my health is dropping insanely fast. The treatment was ongoing, could you not feel it? Damn, only 10% effectiveness remains. Led by Wang Chongshan, several of the Li family's bodyguards arrived with a menacing aura. However, the moment the corpse golem appeared, their bravado deflated instantly. Kill. Standing behind the corpse golem, Gu Chen uttered the word softly. The next second, the vampire duke and the nightmare overlord moved simultaneously. A red and a black figure swiftly approached two warriors. One of the warriors paled, pushing his shield forward into a defensive stance, and immediately enveloped himself with a shield of courage, the warrior's most common defensive skill. As the warrior's level increased, so did the shield's strength. If a 6th-tier warrior cast the shield of courage, its defensive power could compare to a level 60 epic item. However, almost the moment the shield of courage materialized, a series of silver bullets whistled and struck the shield. Crackling explosively, the shield, the warrior's pride, lasted only a second before it burst apart. The vampire duke, his gaze cold, hesitated not a moment to pull the trigger and bullets rained down. Like a storm furiously striking the warrior, the shield shattered, armor shattered, his health plummeted rapidly. Under the corpse golem's skill effect, all targets' attributes were reduced by 50%, damage taken increased by 50%, healing effects decreased by 90%, and their health continued to decline. Most deadly of all, their energy consumption spiked tenfold. A level 23 warrior, although 13 levels higher than Gu Chen, was effectively reduced to the equivalent of a level 14 warrior due to the 50% attribute reduction. Moreover, under the tenfold increase in energy consumption, he could only muster enough energy to cast a basic shield of courage. When he tried to unleash his ultimate move, he was shocked to find himself out of energy. How could this be? Bang, bang, bang. In his astonishment, the warrior's head was struck by a series of bullets, bursting apart. Thump! The headless body heavily collapsed to the ground, dead, without understanding why he couldn't release his skills. At the same time, 10 nightmare minions entwined another warrior while the nightmare overlord appeared behind him, silently launching an assassination. With a single devastating blow that inflicted tenfold damage, the warrior died before he could react. In a single breath, 2 second-tier warriors lay as cold corpses. The sole remaining warrior, seeing the bodies on the ground, showed unprecedented fear. He cast a shield of courage on himself and turned to run, but he had barely taken 2 steps before a dark shadow entangled him, trapping him in place. Seizing the opportunity, the vampire duke repeatedly pulled the trigger, his twin guns spewing flames and bullets rained densely on the man's back. The last warrior dead. After witnessing the successive gruesome deaths of 3 warriors, even Wang Chongshan, a peak second-tier warrior, turned deathly pale. But he dared not flee, fearing that turning his back would end him just as it had the previous warrior. In the current situation, only a desperate fight offered a sliver of a chance. With a grim determination on his face, Wang Chongshan launched his most powerful skill, his form vanishing instantly, moving at an unimaginable speed towards Gu Chen for a deadly strike. As an assassin, he knew the weaknesses of all professions. When fighting against a summoner, the first move is to take out the summoner himself. Even though his attributes were reduced by 50%, he was still equivalent to a level 17 assassin, while Gu Chen was only level 10. With his current attributes, he could definitely kill Gu Chen on the spot with his ultimate skill. Although the head of the Li family had ordered Gu Chen to be captured alive, he couldn't worry about that now. Death awaits. Wang Chongshan roared and appeared in front of Gu Chen in an instant, launching his fatal strike. A grotesquely shaped dagger suddenly appeared, emitting a fierce crimson glow. This was his ultimate skill, which could deal nearly 10,000 damage even with his suppressed attributes. Typically, a level 10 professional would have at most around 8 or 9,000 health points, and since Gu Chen was of a magic class, his health would be even lower. The ferocious dagger transformed into a blade that pierced everything, mercilessly striking Gu Chen. A dramatic damage number of -9,999 popped up. A surge of unprecedented excitement erupted on Wang Chongshan's face, a single strike dealing 9,999 damage. His face twisted into a sinister smile as he seemingly envisioned Gu Chen being slain by his strike. However, on Gu Chen a ceremonial robe was glowing faintly. The lethal strike had not damaged Gu Chen but had merely hit the shield. It hadn't even broken the shield. The ceremonial robe had properties: vitality plus 35-inch, physical defense plus 10%, magic defense plus 20% effect, provides a shield worth 10 times all attributes. What were Gu Chen's total attributes now? The ceremonial set alone added 80 points to his attributes, the complete set effect added another 150 points, and the attribute fruit added 400 points, plus he had 870 points from leveling up to level 10. This meant that Gu Chen's total attributes were now 1,500, making the shield value 15,000. A hit of 9,999 was powerful, but still not enough for Gu Chen. How is this possible? A look of intense astonishment appeared on Wang Chongshan's face. He was a level 29 assassin. Even with half of his total attributes suppressed, he should not be unable to overpower a level 10 newbie. Moreover, his strongest strike hadn't even broken the opponent's defense. At this moment, Wang Chongshan was truly shocked. You're just working for the Li family, why risk your life? Gu Chen's tone carried a hint of disdain. Wang Chongshan's eyelid twitched and his first reaction was to use his skill to escape. Phantom Step activate. The next second his expression drastically changed. It won't activate, energy drained. At the same time, 10 dark shadows appeared on his body, binding him in place. Wang Chongshan collapsed mentally. Unable to fight back or escape, he looked at Gu Chen, who wore a look of scorn, and a strong fear surged in his heart. In that moment he realized and deeply regretted, the one dying was someone from the Li family. He was just a mere worker. Why risk his life? Gu Chen, please spare my life. I didn't mean to harm you. It was all the Li family's coercion. He looked towards Gu Chen, knelt down, and started weeping bitterly, giving up all resistance. Spare me, please. If you let me live, everything I have is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure was engulfed by the black mist formed by the Nightmare Overlord. Instant annihilation, and in a moment tenfold damage erupted. Wang Chongshan's face was marked with intense fear and unwillingness as his body heavily fell to the ground. By killing you, all your belongings are mine too, Gu Chen said with an indifferent look in his eyes. The battle ended, and the great vampire lord consumed 15,000 health points, transforming the 5 corpses on the ground into vampire descendants. These second-tier vampire descendants not only retained their levels and attributes from before death, but also possessed the innate instincts of vampires. Moreover, the self-destruct damage of a second-tier vampire reached up to 5,000 points, proving to be an excellent aid at critical moments. Next, Gu Chen ordered the vampire descendants to pick up all the equipment dropped on the ground. Healing Authority Wand LV.20 of excellent quality, Cleric's Robe LV.20 of excellent quality, Hurricane Greatsword LV.20 of excellent quality, Hurricane Armor LV.20 of excellent quality, Fawn Blade LV.25 of rare quality, except for a short blade suitable for assassins, which was of rare quality. The rest of the equipment was of excellent quality. Understandably, since all were hard-working laborers, how much could they possibly earn? Rare quality equipment starts at $1 million. It would be a miracle if they could afford it. Besides that, there were some props and materials. Most of them were of no use to Gu Chen, but they could at least be sold on the trading platform for some money, so Gu Chen stored all these items in his personal space. In the end, all he held was a scroll emitting a blue halo, a first-tier skill scroll, quality excellent effect. Randomly obtain a first-tier skill of one's profession, which might include already mastered skills. Gu Chen hadn't considered skill scrolls before, given their randomness, which could result in low-quality or duplicate skills. Moreover, they were usually needed by rare or hidden professions lacking high-tier skill books. Summoners, being a common profession, found little cost-effectiveness in using skill scrolls. However, since he had a free one now, it would be wasteful not to use it. He activated it with his mental power, and as the scroll was activated, a dazzling light burst forth before Gu Chen's eyes. Following that, he felt a strange energy transform into waves of warmth, quickly merging into his body. You have acquired a new skill, Excellent Displacement Swap. Displacement Swap allows a summoner to switch places with a summon unit or allow 2 summon units to swap places. It's not only summonable beasts but also includes vampire descendants, which significantly enhances the versatility of this skill. Imagine the next time an assassin comes close for an attack, Gu Chen could instantly swap places with a vampire descendant. Imagine the assassin, after exerting immense effort to reach Gu Chen, only to see in the next second his figure replaced by that of a vampire descendant. Then boom, self-destruction. The assassin would surely be stunned, his mind buzzing in confusion. Gu Chen's face broke into a smile, looking forward to the next enemy who would attempt to assassinate him. Ignoring the signs of battle scattered around him, he stored the Nightmare Overlord and the Corpse Golem into his summoning space. Holding the map, he surveyed his surroundings and continued deep into the wilderness. The clues left by Wang Chongshan ended here. Not long after, a squad of Li family guards caught up to the location. There are footprints leading onward. It seems they have fled deeper into the wilderness. Into the depths of the wilderness? Could Gu Chen be entering the abyss? What do we do then? Should we continue the pursuit? The depths of the wilderness have been invaded by the abyss, filled with countless hostile creatures. It's extremely dangerous. Saying it's a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. Who among you wants to go? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Ordinary guards earning just a few thousand a month, risking their lives for such meager pay? Madness. The family head has issued a death order to bring Gu Chen back, so what do we do now? Since that's the case, let's send someone back to Lincheng to report to the family head that Gu Chen has fled into the wilderness and Wang Chongshan is leading a force in full pursuit. We will stay on the periphery to provide support. Alright, that's the plan. After a brief discussion, 2 were chosen to rush back to Lincheng while the rest guarded the outskirts of the wilderness, closely monitoring the surroundings. 20 minutes later in Lincheng at the Li family estate, Li Shao received The news that Gu Chen had escaped from lynching and entered deep into the wilderness, useless, all of you are useless, a newly class-changed level 10 professional, and he managed to escape lynching under the pursuit of the Li family and even fled into the wilderness. What are you all doing? Li Xiao was furious, his face flushed with anger. The guards and servants below him hung their heads in shame, not daring to speak. A lowly commoner dared to kill my son, this is utterly intolerable. I want everyone in the Li family to move out. I don't care how you do it, I need him alive or his body if dead, he must be brought back to me. Also issue a bounty across the whole territory, whoever brings me Gu Chen's head, I will allow him to choose any set of epic 5-star equipment from Duobao Tower. Li Xiao gritted his teeth, his words filled with intense hatred. At that moment everyone realized Gu Chen was surely doomed. The entire Li family of Lin Chang mobilized and even a territory-wide bounty was issued. With such high stakes, even a mosquito entering the depths of the wilderness might be hunted down. After all, an epic 5-star set is worth hundreds of millions. Such a reward would not only stir Lincheng but the entire northern territory. Indeed, minutes after the sky-high bounty was announced, it sparked a fiery discussion across the 7 cities of the northern territory. Most professionals, even if they spent a lifetime running dungeons and delving into the abyss, could not gather a full set of epic 5-star gear. But now capturing a level 10 professional could net them a treasure worth hundreds of millions. Such an opportunity was truly rare. Soon a large number of professionals headed towards the wilderness near Lincheng, hoping to locate Gu Chen in its depths. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the northern city of Gubei, ever since Gu Chen severed ties with the Gu family and left in anger the Gu family mansion had fallen into an unprecedented silence. The main reason was Gu Qingfeng. After the drama that day, Gu Qingfeng started to neglect his concubine Qin Yun, refusing to speak with her. He locked himself in his study, dismissed all the servants, ignored military affairs, neither ate nor drank, and refused all contact with the outside world. It had already been 2 whole days and nights. Now he no longer carried the extraordinary aura of the past, his entire being was permeated with despondency and loss. Recalling Gu Chen's various rebukes that day, his mind wandered. The great Northern War King, deeply revered by the Empire's subjects, a hero in the eyes of the world, had come to sever ties with his own son. This brought about an unprecedented sense of defeat in him. Gu Chen was the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family, his harshness was only meant to toughen the boy up. Was that also a mistake, Your Majesty? Gu He's voice came from outside the door. Didn't I say to dismiss all trivial matters and not to disturb me? Gu Qingfeng furrowed his brows, his face suddenly showing a flash of intense anger. Right now he didn't want to deal with anything. No, Your Majesty, I have urgent news to report. The young master, what about him? Before Gu He could finish, Gu Qingfeng stormed out of the room, his eyes trembling slightly. Could it be that Gu Chen had returned home? He knew he was wrong and wanted to come back to apologize. Gu Qingfeng's expression suddenly brightened. After all, it was his own son. If Gu Chen was willing to admit his mistakes, how could he care about the harsh words spoken before? Although Gu Chen had a stubborn personality, was unambitious, and couldn't even become a professional as long as his son was willing to return, what harm was there in supporting him for a lifetime as a father? Seeing Gu Qingfeng so eagerly concerned, Gu He trembled and quickly spoke. Your Majesty, we just received news from Lincheng. The young master killed the heir of the Li family of Lincheng and then fled the city, entering the wilderness. His whereabouts are still unknown. The Li family has issued a bounty across the territory, promising a set of epic 5-star armor to whoever brings back the young master's head. The young master must have been forced into the wilderness by the Li family's pursuit with nowhere to go. Please hurry, I fear if it's too late. Gu He's voice shook visibly, unable to continue. The wilderness was extremely dangerous, even professionals who entered it faced life-threatening risks. Gu Chen, having failed to transfer his profession, couldn't even become a professional. Fleeing into the wilderness under the pursuit of the Li family, how could he survive? As soon as these words fell, a terrifying aura suddenly burst forth from Gu Qingfeng, throwing Gu He out. Gu Qingfeng's face turned icy cold in an instant, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. A bounty across the entire territory, hunting down my son, damn it, has the Li family of Lincheng grown tired of living? How dare they commit such a heinous act? Issuing a bounty in the north to hunt down the son of the Northern War King is nothing short of trampling on the royal family's dignity. The murderous intent in Gu Qingfeng's eyes surged violently. It was his son who was being hunted down by the Li family and forced into the wilderness. Even a first-order professional might not Survive in the wilderness, let alone Gu Chen, who was merely an ordinary person. This was outrageous. His Gu Qingfeng's anger rose and he wished he could obliterate the Li family of Linchang. As he was seething with rage, a graceful figure walked through the hall. Seeing the newcomer, a flash of displeasure crossed Gu Qingfeng's face, but he still spoke. The Linchang Li family is hunting down Gu Chen. Are you aware of this? I just received the news. Xin Yun remained calm, seemingly indifferent. To his tone, Gu Chen killed the heir of the Linchang Li family. I'm afraid we owe them an explanation. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's gaze turned icy. Within the northern realm, the Gu family ruled supreme. A merely family was like ants that could be crushed at any moment before the royal family. He could wipe them out with just one word. The mighty war king of the northern realm needed to explain himself to the Li family. Ridiculous. Even if he did, would the Li family dare to accept it? Gu Qingfeng looked at Qin Yun, his eyes brimming with coldness. Did someone from the Li family come to you demanding an explanation? No. Qin Yun shook her head and said, after all, Gu Chen is the legitimate eldest son of the Gu family. His act of killing, once exposed, would undermine the dignity of the royal family. This matter must be resolved quickly. Your Majesty, the deceased was the heir of the Li family. If we do not provide an explanation, it might dishearten the Li family. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned utterly cold. Very well. The dignity of the royal family, is it? My son is being hunted by the Li family, his life and death unknown, and you speak to me of royal dignity. Remember this, the dignity of the royal family was forged on the battlefield of the abyss, not through apologies. If the actions of the royal family dishearten the Linchang Li family, then send the entire Li clan to the flame demon abyss. I would like to see if the flame demon lord can warm their hearts. Gu Qingfeng glared at Qin Yun and scolded coldly, if you truly care about the dignity of the royal family, don't demean yourself with actions like kneeling to your own child. How could you stoop so low? Qin Yun's eyes reddened slightly as she bowed repeatedly. Your Majesty, I only wish for the family to be united. I do not want to see Cheners severed from the Gu family. Seeing the icy look in Gu Qingfeng's eyes, Qin Yun finally realized that her act of kneeling that day was too much. With this thought, she quickly said, Your Majesty, I was foolish before. Even if Chener killed the Li family heir, why should we explain ourselves to the insignificant Li family? Since there is still no news of Chener, it means he is safe for now. Let us immediately set out for Linchang and demand an apology from the Li family. They must hand over Chener. Gu Qingfeng's expression softened slightly and he nodded. At least you still know what's important. Then Gu Qingfeng turned to Gu He by his side and said in a deep voice, assemble the royal guards and accompany me to the Linchang Li family. If anything happens to my son, I will have the entire Li family annihilated. Yes, Gu He, visibly excited, took a deep breath and quickly went to gather the guards. From Gubei City to Linchang was a distance of 10,000 miles and he hoped they could make it in time. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the Li family facing turmoil, but the entire city of Linchang would be engulfed in a storm of blood and violence. The next day, as dawn broke, this small frontier city buzzed with an unprecedented liveliness. A multitude of professionals from afar made their appearance, seeking information related to Gu Chun through various channels, then forming teams to venture into the wilderness in search of his whereabouts. So many professionals, I thought I'd never seen so many people on the streets of Linchang before. They must all be here for the Li family's bounty. I'd bet Gu Chen is done for this time. A bounty? What's going on? Aren't these people brought in by Linchang's cultural and tourism department? Are you a local? Someone asked me. How can you not know what's happening with the Li family of Linchang? It's been the talk of the town. Well, I just got out of a dungeon instance this morning. Hold on, let me catch up on the news and grab some popcorn. Along the streets leading to the city gates, the small diners were filled with ordinary folk keen on the excitement, as well as numerous professionals of the second tier and below. The wilderness was too perilous for such groups. They could only sit in the city watching the continuous stream of people heading out and eagerly discussing every detail of the events. The Li family's heir was killed by a commoner. Whose subordinate is that? Someone wondered aloud. Heard it's a job-changing student from Linchang Middle School, a guy named Gu Chen with no background. Why he killed Li Renjie, no one knows. I remember Gu Chen cleared the Hell-level novice dungeon and even got an SSS rating. The guaranteed spot at the capital's academy should have been his. With such a promising future, why would he cross the Li family? What, an SSS rating? You must be drunk. To this day, Linchang's Hell-level novice dungeon hasn't been cleared. You should watch the news more often. I even liked the video where Gu Chen got the SSS rating. Let me find it. The video's taken down. Impossible, let me see. Huh, it really isn't there anymore. What's going on? I think you guys are pulling my leg." Listening to some of the surrounding conversations, Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing, and Su Ran's faces were clouded with worry. "I was right, wasn't I? The news of us getting the SSS rating was suppressed. Aside from the job-changing students present that day, almost no one in Linchang knows that the hell-level dungeon has been cleared. If even the locals don't know, the outside world definitely doesn't either. Only the city hall or the Li family, or even both working together, could pull this off," Lin Xingqing speculated. "Heard that Li Renjie didn't secure a guaranteed spot in Guobei City. It seems the Li family had their eyes on Gu Chen's spot from the start, so they suppressed our dungeon clearing news. With so many professionals entering the wilderness to hunt down Gu Chen, if he's caught, he's dead for sure. Let's go. We must find Gu Chen before the Li family does, or we're in big trouble," Lin Yuan decided resolutely. With a plan in mind, the three of them headed towards the city gate. As more professionals entered the wilderness, the danger seemed to diminish significantly. Just then, a commotion erupted from the distant city gate, followed by the appearance of a huge ship-shaped shadow on the horizon and a thunderous roar that pierced the skies. Soon, a gigantic warship appeared over the city of Linchang, with numerous warriors in black armor standing atop it. The flag of the Gu family fluttered fiercely in the strong wind. At the same time, a booming voice echoed through the skies above Linchang. "The War King has arrived. Bystanders, clear the way." "The War King? Which War King? The one from the abyss? Who else but the Northern War King Gu Qingfeng?" "What, you mean the pillar of the empire? That legendary figure? How has he come here?" "It's unclear, but it seems he's heading towards the Li family." The floating warship, the Gu family flag, Gu Qingfeng hasn't even shown himself yet, but tens of thousands of Linching citizens are already boiling with excitement. Thrill. This is the king of the 7 cities of the north. Today he has appeared in Lincheng, bringing unparalleled honor to everyone present. Soon, the floating warship stopped above the Li family's residence. Beneath the royal flag, warriors clad in black armor stood proudly like spears, their iron-blooded aura soaring into the sky, almost too intense for the crowd to face directly. Gu Qingfeng stepped out of the command center, standing before his personal guards, looking down at the Li family. By his side were Qin Yun and the steward Gu He. "It's Gu Qingfeng. My heavens, it's the War King himself. What on earth is happening? Such a significant figure coming to Linchang." The floating warship is hovering over the Li family's residence. "Is it targeting them? You guys think, could it be possible that Gu Chen is Gu Qingfeng's son? You think I'm from the abyss?" Gu Qingfeng has only one son, Gu Ci, who not only awakened a rare profession early but also was admitted to the capital academy. How could Gu Chen be his son? Anyway, guessing is pointless. Let's go to the Li family and see. At this moment, Lincheng could almost be described as deserted, as all the people rushed towards the direction of the Li family. Outside the Li family estate, it was crowded with people shoulder to shoulder. On the streets, trees, railings, eaves, rooftops, anywhere one could stand was filled with people. The floating warship, large enough to block out the sun, had attracted nearly half of Lincheng's population. Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing, and Su Ran also arrived near the Li family. Seeing the Gu family flag fluttering wildly in the wind, Lin Yuan suddenly had a bold thought. Gu Chen, Gu Qingfeng. Could it be that Gu Chen is Gu Qingfeng's son? Under the shadow, the floating warship, like a steel beast, completely covered the Li family estate. Meanwhile, feeling the sudden, overpowering pressure from outside, the agitated Li Xiao stepped out of his study into the courtyard. Looking up, he saw a majestic figure descending from the warship, stepping through the air towards the courtyard. At this moment, Li Xiao's eyelids twitched, feeling as if his blood was flowing backwards, a soul-deep tremor making him go weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud. War King, Li Xiao was ignorant of your august visit. Please forgive me." Gu Qingfeng stood with his hands behind his back, his voice cold. "Li Xiao, hand over my son. If I don't see my son today, I will have your Li family eradicated." As his words fell, hundreds of warriors in black armor swiftly flew down from the warship, instantly surrounding the Li family estate completely. Gu Qingfeng's words fell with a resounding thud, unequivocally declaring Gu Chen as his son. On the outskirts, the crowd that had previously speculated about Gu Chen's identity burst into exclamations of shock. It was a bombshell. They had guessed right. Gu Chen, he was actually from the royal family of the Northern Territory. Lin Xingqing turned her head, her face a picture of disbelief, looking towards Lin Yuan. "Don't look at me, I was fooled by him too. I thought he was so poor he couldn't afford food, but who would have thought his father is the War King of the North?" Lin Yuan's expression was incredibly complex, feeling deceived by his best friend. "We agreed to live as commoners, and you turn out to be the son of the Northern War King? What a thrilling Revelation: his brother hailed from the most powerful family in this land. From this moment on, he would embrace a brand new identity. Ling Yuan, the brother of the son of the Northern War King. Wouldn't this shoot him straight into the stratosphere? The riches and glory that awaited him were boundless. Meanwhile, a tempest-like aura enveloped the entire Li family estate as if the next second could reduce everything to ashes. Li Xiao, terrified, trembled violently, prostrating himself on the ground and begging for mercy repeatedly. "Your Majesty, there must be some misunderstanding here. I swear on my life the young master is not at my Li residence." Li Xiao racked his brain, unable to comprehend why Gu Qingfeng would mount such a formidable operation to demand a person from him. Gu Qingfeng's son Gu Xi was supposed to be at the capital academy, so why come to the Li family for him? Although the Li family was the foremost noble family in Linchang, with his status even actively seeking to ingratiate himself with Gu Xi, chances were slim he would be given an opportunity. That young master had a sky-high background, and even if Li Xiao had 10 times the courage, he would not dare disrespect such a figure, let alone oppose him. "Li Xiao, you have some nerve. I warn you, if my son has suffered the slightest harm, your Li family should prepare for annihilation." Qinyan stepped down from the warship, standing behind Gu Qingfeng, her voice stern, signaling true anger. Now, with Gu Chen's fate uncertain, she dared not play any tricks at this critical juncture. Gu Qingfeng stood by, his face ashen like a storm ready to burst at any moment. Having traveled thousands of kilometers from Gubai City to Linchang since receiving the news last night and arriving at dawn, it meant his son had been roaming the wilderness all night. That place was a wilderness, full of dangers and hostile tribes. If one were not careful and fell into the abyss, it would be. Gu Qingfeng's face hardened, his rage boiling inside. His own son reduced to being hunted and fleeing into the wilderness in a mere Linchang, his whereabouts still unknown. The surrounding crowd murmured, pitying the Li family for poking the bear this time. "Gu Chen killed your son and you pursue him, even issuing a bounty that the whole northern territory knew about. Now you've provoked Gu Qingfeng and your Li family is certainly doomed." Li Xiao's body shook violently, Qin Yun's words turning his face deathly pale. Qin Yun is Gu Qingfeng's wife. Her words also represented Gu Qingfeng's will to some extent. Li Xiao had no doubt that if Gu Qingfeng gave the order, those royal guards outside would truly kill every last member of his family. At this moment his mind was in total disarray, his guts in anguish, every muscle in his body violently trembling with fear. He was terrified, but Gu Xi was truly not at the Li family estate. Gu Qingfeng and his wife had come looking for their son, and the entire northern region knew they had only one son, Gu Xi. Gu Xi was not at the Li family estate. He really wasn't. This was truly a matter of life and death for him. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I swear to the heavens, the young master is really not at the Li estate. I have never even seen Master Gu Xi." He pleaded for the king and queen to discern the truth. "Nonsense!" Gu Qingfeng burst into fury upon hearing this. "Gu Xi? Who said he was here for Gu Xi?" After all this time, Li Xiao still hadn't realized who he was really here for. Seeing that Li Xiao still hadn't grasped the situation, Gu Qingfeng could no longer contain his rage, kicking him fiercely. Gu Chen was still being hunted in the wilderness. He had no time to waste here. He had to stop the Li family's pursuit of Gu Chen immediately, for if Gu Chen were to die in the wilderness, even annihilating the Li family would not quench his thirst for vengeance. Li Xiao was sent flying by the kick, his body hurtling backward like a sandbag, smashing into the main building of the estate and reducing it to ruins. Amidst the rubble and broken bricks, he was in so much pain that he couldn't muster any strength. This was the power of the Northern Battle King, who had defended the abyssal battlefield for 18 years alone, repelling 10,000 clans and earning his title through combat. Even as a 5th-tier berserker, Li Xiao had no ability to resist such a supremely powerful being. "Li Xiao, listen well," Gu Qingfeng thundered. "Gu Chen is my son, and if anything happens to him in the wilderness, I will not only exterminate your Li family but will also make all those involved in the pursuit accompany my son in death." With these chilling words, everyone within and outside the Li estate was stunned. "Thank goodness my level isn't high enough to have taken up the Li family's bounty," one person thought, feeling for the first time that a low level was a blessing. "That was close. I was planning to go to the Li family this morning to take up the task. Lucky I overslept today. It's over. I just took the bounty, but I was only joining in the excitement. Why should I die for this?" The crowd was in uproar. Some laughed heartily while others turned ashen. Those bounty hunters who had come for the reward were completely dumbfounded. They had thought Gu Chen was their chance for fortune, but it turned out to be a lethal trap. If anything happened to Gu Chen, all those involved in the hunt would die. They had only been greedy for the Li family's bounty, but they hadn't expected to lose their lives over it. Li Xiao, you damned fool, serves you right if your son is dead. Damn it, if I survive this disaster I'm definitely going to smash the Li house. Stop cursing, let's get out of the city and find someone quickly. If anything happens to Gu Chen we're all dead. A large group of high-level professionals turned and rushed towards the city outskirts. No one doubted Gu Qingfeng's words and no one dared to take the chance to flee. The speaker was the king of the northern region, and with just one command all those involved in the pursuit of Gu Chen would become wanted criminals. Finding Gu Chen was their only hope. Meanwhile, when Li Xiao heard the name Gu Chen, his expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be Gu Chen? He was just a farmer's son, orphaned from a young age. How could he be the son of Gu Qingfeng? Li Xiao's face was expressionless, shocked to the point of being speechless, his mind a complete blank. The man he had issued a bounty for was the son of the war king of the northern territories. How could this be? It was absurd. If he had known earlier that Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son, let alone Gu Chen having killed his son, even if Gu Chen had wiped out the entire Li family, he wouldn't dare utter a word of objection. Li Xiao's face turned ashen, and the thought of chasing Gu Qingfeng's son filled him with unprecedented fear. He couldn't even imagine what his fate would be. Just then, a figure hurriedly rushed into the Li family estate. Master, news from the wilderness. Gu Chen is fleeing towards Lin Yuan Pass. Li Xiao shuddered, his eyes first flashing with a glint of hope which quickly faded. Gu Chen was still alive, but why was he fleeing towards Lin Yuan Pass? That place had been invaded by the Abyss, a land of corruption filled with savage foreign tribes, extremely dangerous. A mere level 1 professional, if he wandered into the corrupted lands and was surrounded by foreign tribes, wouldn't that be sheer suicide? Immediately notify all the bounty hunters to cease the pursuit and rush towards Lin Yuan Pass. He almost roared these words like a beast driven into a corner. Tell them they must find him before he enters the corrupted lands. The people around him, upon hearing this news, acted as if they were witnessing the apocalypse. Lin Yuan Pass, the reason it was tainted by the Abyss was because it was located near the Burial Bone Dungeon, and the Burial Bone Dungeon was the only level 1 abyss in the wilderness near the city. Level 1 abyss, level 1, it might not sound high, but it was an abyss, more dangerous than a hell-level dungeon. How could Gu Chen have fled there? Even if he didn't stray into the abyss, the Burial Bone Dungeon was surrounded by foreign tribes. It was a near certain death. Even well-prepared level 1 professional teams were annihilated there, let alone Gu Chen having fled there. It's done for. Lin Yuan Pass was right next to a level 1 abyss. Even level 20 warriors wouldn't dare to enter alone. Is this fate trying to doom me? Stop the nonsense, hurry out of the city. If we get there early, maybe we can pull that lord back. Li Xiao, you wait for me. If I survive this, I swear I'll topple your Li family. Burial Bone Dungeon, a level 1 abyss, each on its own, was frightening enough. Now with a double buff stacked, terrifying to the extreme. Although they received news that Gu Chen was still alive, in everyone's eyes he was step by step walking towards his death. No wait, the wilderness has paths leading everywhere. The closer to Lin Yuan Pass, the stronger the foreign tribes. Why would he flee in that direction? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Lin Yuan pulled out a map from his spatial device, and the more he looked at it, the more problematic it seemed. At that moment, Lin Xingqing also glanced over, her eyes filled with confusion. The route through Lin Yuan Guan was not suitable for escape. He was clearly being pursued, so why would he choose this direction? At this point, Su Ran pointed at Lin Yuan Guan on the map, then tilted her finger slightly downward. Gu Chen is very purposeful in his actions. I feel that he is not fleeing, nor is he heading to Lin Yuan Guan. A delicate and fair finger moved downward, landing on 4 small characters. He's level 10 now. Is there a possibility that he is now heading to the first tier abyss, Burial Bone Dungeon? Su Ran's words brightened the eyes of both Lin Yuan and Lin Xingqing. The first tier abyss was only accessible to professionals below level 20. And don't just say that, really don't. Everyone thought he was being chased, even I almost believed he was forced into the wilderness with nowhere to go. Now it seems, who would have thought? Old Gu, this guy is actually entering the abyss, entering the abyss at level 10, truly worthy of being a great master. Lin Xingqing exclaimed admiringly. Let's go, hurry up, we're heading to the teleportation array now. Lin Yuan quickly came to his senses, pulling Lin Xingqing and Su Ran through the crowd. The first tier abyss. For them, it was a tremendous experience. They must firmly latch onto Gu Chen's powerful coattails. After squeezing through the crowd, Lin Yuan's trio didn't head directly to the teleportation array. Instead, they first went to borrow money. Teleportation also cost money. Especially for teleportation arrays leading to the abyss, the price was steep. Thus, many people would rather spend money to play dungeons within the city than enter the abyss. But for Lin Yuan's trio, they preferred heading to the Burial Bone dungeon. After all, the teleportation array could directly transport them to the square at the entrance of the abyss, avoiding combat with the alien races in the wilderness. As long as they were the first to reach the abyss entrance, they would definitely catch Gu Chen. Following Gu Chen into the abyss, the risk was nearly zero, whereas the returns were terrifyingly high. They had experienced this once before and were not willing to give up easily. Unlike the mood of Lin Yuan's trio, at this moment Gu Qingfeng's face was ashen. When he learned that Gu Chen was fleeing towards Lin Yuan, endless rage surged from the depths of his heart, nearly causing him to lose his reason. Lin Yuan had already been invaded by the abyss 50 years ago and had now completely turned into a contaminated land. The nearby Burial Bone dungeon was even more notoriously dangerous, with a consistently high death rate and difficulty levels crushing 90% of the second-tier abyss challenges in the Xinxia Empire. Back when he was level 15, he dared not enter the Burial Bone dungeon, let alone Gu Chen now. Li Xiao, die for your king. In a burst of rage, a holy sword light appeared beside Gu Qingfeng, dazzling like the scorching sun, carrying a devastating force as it slashed towards Li Xiao. No, as the holy sword light passed through him, Li Xiao's health was instantly depleted, and the entire Li family manor was reduced to ruins under the might of this one strike. Li Xiao's body heavily fell to the ground, dead. However, the next second a fierce holy light radiated from his corpse. Resurrection cross. After being killed, one is resurrected on the spot with 30% of their health. It's priced at 10 million on the trader's platform. As the head of the Li family in Lincheng, how could Li Xiao not possess such a life-saving item? Your Majesty, please spare my life. I acknowledge my sins and beg for your mercy. As soon as Li Xiao was resurrected, he crawled and rolled to the feet of Gu Qingfeng, repeatedly kowtowing. At this moment he had no time to care about his injuries. The fear of death shook him violently. Having just died once, he was nearly scared out of his wits. The resurrection cross can only be used once every 24 hours. If Gu Qingfeng struck him again, he would definitely be done for. In desperation, Li Xiao could only boldly plead, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Young Master Gu Chen is still alive. Please give me one day, just one day. My Li family will mobilize in full force to ensure his safe return. Gu Qingfeng's sacred sword vanished into thin air and he soared up, flying towards the hovering warship. Imperial guards secure the Li estate. Without my express command, no one is to enter or exit. I have said before, if anything happens to my son, not just the Li family but everyone involved will pay with their lives. At that moment Gu Qingfeng was like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment, his voice thundering like a storm, causing everyone present to tremble with fear, their faces turning pale. Gu He and Xinyan quickly flew onto the hovering warship. The steel giant stirred the clouds, speeding towards the Lin Yuan Pass, and soon reached the horizon. As Gu Qingfeng departed on the warship, warriors in black armor guarded the Li estate, preventing anyone from escaping amidst the chaos. The oppressive shadow of death receded, and Li Xiao shakily stood up, his face filled with despair. Recalling the events that had transpired, his face grew even paler. At this point he no longer cared about the pain of losing his son. A son could be born again, but offending Gu Qingfeng meant the annihilation of his entire family. Just for a spot at the capital's academy, the Li family had pursued Gu Qingfeng's son deep into the wilderness, and now Li Xiao regretted it so deeply he felt sick. But if everything could be done over, who could have guessed that a farmer's son who had grown up in Lincheng for 18 years would turn out to be Gu Qingfeng's son? If he hadn't experienced it himself, even if someone held a knife to his neck, he wouldn't believe Gu Chen was Gu Qingfeng's son. Patriarch, what should we do now? Go to the ancestral hall. Huh? What's in the ancestral hall that's more important than the survival of our Li family? Go and offer more incense to our ancestors, hoping the spirits of our forefathers will bless Gu Chen to turn danger into safety in the wilderness and return safely. Ignoring his injuries, Li Xiao limped towards the ancestral hall. The king's guard stood at the gate. Escape was impossible. Now all he could do was hope that the spirits of his ancestors would bless the Li family. Gu He, have you figured it out? What exactly is the cause of the conflict between Chen'er and the Li family? Gu Qingfeng stood on the hovering warship, his mind troubled. In his memory, Gu Chen had always been unambitious and of poor character, unable to pull himself out of the mire. But why was he so radical this time, going so far as to kill Li Renjie and flee into the wilderness? Was this an extreme way to force himself to compromise with him, or was there something else hidden beneath the surface? Your Majesty, it has been investigated. The cause of all this was because the Li family wanted to snatch Master Gu Chen's guaranteed admission spot. Guaranteed admission spot? Gu Qingfeng's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Gu Chen isn't even a professional what? Guaranteed admission spot does he have? Could it be that some university president, knowing that Gu Chen couldn't change his job, tried to please me through such means? Indeed, although the young master failed to change his job in Gubei City for some reason, after he returned to Lin City he successfully changed his job. What? This actually happened? A look of shock burst across Gu Qingfeng's face. Such events were not unheard of, but were extremely rare. Unexpectedly, it happened to Gu Chen. What do Gu he now is not the time for jokes. Xinyan's expression changed instantly. Her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed as she had never heard of such a thing. Your Majesty, Your Highness, after the young master changed his job to a summoner he entered the novice dungeon, the temple ruins, with 4 teammates. Within a day he reached level 10 and cleared the hell level dungeon that had not been passed in decades. Gu he narrated the information collected. Clearing the hell level dungeon would earn an SSS rating and, according to the policies of Lin City, students who receive an SSS rating will be granted guaranteed admission to the top academies in the capital. The heir of the Li family, Li Renjie, because he did not secure a guaranteed admission spot to the capital's academies, used the Li family's influence to suppress the news of the young master clearing the hell level dungeon, attempting to snatch the young master's guaranteed spot. The cause of death was quite simple. Li Renjie and another member from a side branch of the Li family, Li Wenwei, went to Lin City No. 1 Middle School, found the young master in the dormitory building and coerced him to help them clear the hell level dungeon. The young master refused to comply and ended up killing Li Renjie, then fled to the wilderness. Li Renjie was a level 13 psychic, a rare profession, but for some reason he was easily countered and killed by the level 10 young master. After listening to the butler Gu He's words, the irritation in Gu Qingfeng's heart was replaced by intense shock. Changed job successfully, reached level 10 within a day, cleared the hell level dungeon, obtained an SSS rating and secured a guaranteed admission spot to a top academy in the capital. And he even overpowered an individual 3 levels higher than him in a rare profession. This achievement, not to mention in Lin City, even in Gubei City, would crush the majority of talented professionals. Gu Qingfeng's mouth opened slightly, and for a moment he did not know what to say. Was this all done by Gu Chen, his son Gu Chen? Hearing Gui's words, Gu Qingfeng looked down at the vast clouds below the battleship, the shock in his heart unable to calm for a long time. His son, was he truly a peerless genius? A trace of sadness appeared on his face, his eyes filled with remorse. If he had been more tolerant toward his son earlier, Gu Chen would not have ended up fleeing to the wilderness. Could it be that all along he was the one who was wrong? Seeing Gu Qingfeng's expression, Gu He sighed softly beside him. Everyone knew that the son of the Northern Battle King Gu Ci was a genius, not only changing his job to a rare profession early but also being admitted to a top academy in the capital. But who knows how much resources Gu Qingfeng has invested in Gu Ci. There are only 2 types of people who can change their profession to Dragon Battle Knight: those with dragon blood in their veins and those who have received the blessing of the dragon god. Gu Ci has no dragon bloodline, and to enable his profession change, the resources spent on him from childhood are nearly equivalent to the annual military expenses of the Northern Territory. It's no exaggeration to say that if these resources were piled on a pig, it could become a final boss with 1,000,000 HP, and Gu Chen, the investment from the Gu family on him since childhood was only the living expenses for the month he stayed with the Gu family. Comparing the two, who is the true unparalleled genius? Sighing, Gu he continued, Your Majesty, haven't you always thought that the eldest young master is self-degrading and beyond help? Gu Qingfeng frowned slightly. What is there more to this story? I have found out that the eldest young master grew up in a peasant's home, lived a life of hardship, suffered from poverty and was often bullied by the children of the privileged. Yet even so his academic performance was always excellent. Until he went to high school, the peasant couple died, leaving the young master with no support, making even basic living a struggle. Thus, the young master had no choice but to shuttle between different merchants, working for a few hundred yuan a month, even skipping school to work. We all thought he was wasting his education, blaming him for not being ambitious, for degrading himself, but we were wrong. It's not that he didn't want to advance, but that he couldn't. You previously despised him for degrading himself and wasting his education. He's not foolish, he knows better than anyone that if he works hard now, even if he can't change his profession or enter a higher educational institution in the future, he could still become a high-salary employee and lead a better life. But he couldn't. Every day he spent in school was a day's income lost, a day's hunger endured. The prospect of a better life years later was too distant for him, and if he didn't skip school to earn money, he might starve to death within a week. Saying this, Gu He's face showed a complex expression, both sad and ironic. Gu Qingfeng's son, the legitimate eldest son of the northern royal family, almost starved to death. It's hard to imagine what hardships he has endured over the past 18 years. Silence. Gu Qingfeng's expression hardened, and he was plunged into an indescribable silence. Previously he couldn't understand how someone as weak as Gu Chen could have killed Li Renjie, but now he understood. A peasant's son targeted by the foremost great family of Lincheng. What would be his fate? Oppressed, controlled, with no hope of ever rising again. The news of passing the hellish level dungeon was completely sealed, snatching the guaranteed admission spot. This is the best example. Facing such oppression, no matter how talented he was, he couldn't escape the Li family's control. Thus he was left with only two paths: either bow down as a slave, willingly becoming a dog of the Li family, or tear off all pretenses and fight the Li family to the death. Clearly Gu Chen chose the latter. He wasn't using this extreme method to force anyone, he was just trying to survive, trying to grasp the little that fate had left him. For him, just being alive was already an exertion of his full effort. Gu Qingfeng took a deep breath, his heart quivering violently as if it were being pierced by thousands of steel needles riddled with holes. He couldn't believe that for the past 18 years, Gu Chen had been living a meager existence, squeezed into the crevices of life. Gu Qingfeng had thought that suffering would temper Gu Chen, but he was wrong. Suffering was just that, suffering, not something to be pursued, nor would it make Gu Chen any better. No wonder Gu Chen chose to sever ties with the Gu family. In that moment Gu Qingfeng realized his mistake. His heart was filled with sorrow and rage, a fierce anger suddenly rising from within. The audacity of the Li family of Lincheng to bully even my son! I will have the Li family utterly eradicated. Gu Qingfeng turned to gaze down at the misty clouds below the warship, looking towards Lincheng, his eyes emitting a bone-chilling murderous intent. Gu He, notify the royal guards, I want the Li family uprooted, not one spared. Yes, Gu He responded and immediately relayed the order to the captain of the guards. The moment the message was delivered, hundreds of royal guards stationed outside the Li family's estate in Lincheng unsheathed their sharp long swords and charged into the Li estate. Soon all members of the Li family within the estate were slaughtered. This was just a small portion of the Li family, most had already ventured deep into the wilderness. However, that was no issue, as those were the ones who had gone after Gu Chen and had already been marked for elimination with no escape possible. This was the northern territory, and those whom Gu Qingfeng wanted dead couldn't escape even if they had wings. Deep in the wilderness, just as Lin Yuan and others had speculated. Although Gu Chen was heading towards the direction of Lin Yuan Pass, his actual destination was the Bone Burial Dungeon south of Lin Yuan Pass. Brother Chen, just keep heading in this direction and you'll reach Lin Yuan Pass. 50 years ago it was invaded by the Abyss, and now it has become a territory of foreign races. Last year 5 teams went in for missions, all were 4th-tier powerhouses, and in the end only 3 people came out alive. Walking beside Gu Chen in the black mist was a young man of distinguished appearance and extraordinary demeanor named Su Xia, whom Gu Chen had met at the Jin Yuan army post. Unlike other professionals in the wilderness, Su Xia was not there to kill foreign races, he was at the Jin Yuan army post looking for a rare material. This material, only produced in the 2nd-tier Abyss Bone Burial Dungeon, was a core material for crafting level 10 epic gear. When Su Xia mentioned his intention to craft epic-level equipment, Gu Chen knew he had encountered a significant player. After a brief exchange, Su Xia expressed his willingness to buy the material for 800,000 if Gu Chen could obtain it. Su Xia glanced at the compass in his hand, then suddenly turned to point into the black mist. Brother Chen, that's the direction to the Bone Burial Dungeon. If we walk, it would take at least 3 hours to get there, Su Xia said, snapping his fingers. The next second the black mist churned and a sleek deep blue hovercar appeared on the ground next to them. But if we take my hovercar it will take no more than half an hour. Hovercars, sports coupes, glancing at the luxurious sports coupe in front of him, which resembled a deep blue beast, Gu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. How did such a large car come out of nowhere? Cars are neither equipment nor props and can't be stored in a personal space, right? What was your profession again? A space mage? Susia smiled lightly. I failed my job change, I'm just an ordinary person now. Get in the car, we'll soon arrive at the bone burial dungeon. Guchen noticed a subtle glow on Susia's finger. It was a dark silver ring, a space ring. The Bone Burial Dungeon, located in the depths of the wilderness, is one of the toughest abysses in the first-tier abysses, but that does not deter the throngs of professionals gathered in the Abyss Plaza ready to take on the challenge. Whether it's a dungeon or the abyss, the risk and reward are directly proportional. The higher the difficulty, the higher the mortality rate and the more generous the rewards after clearing it. Moreover, in well-prepared situations, the abyss offers better value for money compared to dungeons, which charge per use, a cost that could be described as astronomical. Take for example the first-tier hell-level dungeon in Lin City, which charges 3 million per person per entry. This price is not low. On one hand, the operation and maintenance of the dungeon require substantial funds, and on the other hand, the powers controlling the dungeons profit from these fees. The same goes for novice dungeons, although the laws of the Xinxia Empire stipulate that job change rookies have a 10-day free period for novice dungeons, which is a special consideration for the student population. At this moment, the Abyss Plaza was crowded with professionals, much like the Dungeon Plaza, with most of them forming teams. At this moment, Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing and Su Ran had already arrived at the entrance to the Abyss. There was no communication in the wilderness, and they didn't know where Gu Chen was, but they were smart enough to wait right at the entrance to the Abyss. In this way, anyone entering the abyss would have to pass right under their watchful eyes, watching the crowd with signs held high. The sleepy Lin Yuan suddenly seemed to realize something. Right, we only have 3 people now. Even if old Gu arrives, that makes only 4. Shouldn't we recruit one more person? The more members in a team, the more experience bonus we get, and if we're one person short, that means we're missing out on some experience. Yes, let's recruit someone before the big guy comes. After all, first-tier abyss actors aren't easy to find, said Lin Xingqing. Not easy to find, I remember. There were quite a few actors in the novice dungeons. Why are first-tier abyss actors hard to find? Novice dungeons are simpler and job change rookies don't have much combat power. They all hope to level up before the academy assessments, so naturally there are more actors. But the first-tier abyss is different. Several strong professionals teaming up to clear it yields much higher rewards than bringing actors along, and second-tier professionals in the abyss are all vying for experience, so few are willing to be actors. I see you guys keep an eye on the abyss entrance. I'll go ask around. Lin Yuan nodded, half understanding, then walked over to a level 12 swordsman who was looking for teammates. Everyone here seems to be a swordsman, which might make it easier to strike up a conversation. Hey man, our team is 1 member short, care to join? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the swordsman turned around, instinctively glanced at Lin Yuan's level, and a flicker of disdain briefly passed through his eyes. Level 6, not even first tier, daring to venture into the first tier abyss? Was he seeking death? The swordsman couldn't be bothered with Lin Yuan and dismissively said, "Are you an actor? Your level is too low, get your team leader to talk to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyebrows twitched. "Oh come on, giving you some respect here, right? A level 12 swordsman and you're acting all superior. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, Lin Yuan would have already drawn his sword." "Hello, I am the team leader, you were looking for me?" A familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Yuan quickly turned around, his eyes sparkling with joy. Meanwhile, the swordsman's gaze fell on Gu Chen. He paused for a moment and then showed an undisguised look of contempt. "Level 10, a summoner? Are you joking with me?" Gu Chen remained unfazed. "Is there a problem? I advise you don't go down into the abyss, you'll die quickly." The swordsman, showing an impatient expression, waved his hand dismissively. "All right, off you go, this place isn't for high school kids, waste of time." With that, the swordsman walked away, seemingly afraid of being entangled by Gu Chen. "Old Gu, I've been waiting for you," Lin Yuan exclaimed with a look of surprise. Gu Chen was also filled with astonishment, knowing that where there were teleportation arrays, communications could be restored. He had intended to send a message to notify Lin Yuan to come down to the abyss. He didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the abyss square he would see Lin Yuan, saving them both a lot of trouble. "Old Gu, this time you really did something big. If it weren't for the War King coming to Lin City, I wouldn't have known you." "Don't mention him, I've already severed ties with the Gu family." He had been wandering in the wilderness for almost a day and a night, during which he encountered many professionals and learned about what had happened in Lin City from them. He even gave directions to several professionals who came to hunt him down. After all, the wilderness was filled with black mist, visibility was poor, and he was accompanied by a Grand Duke of the Blood Clan and a group of Blood Clan descendants. The situation didn't look like someone exiled in the wilderness. Of course, this was just an isolated incident. After coming out from the stronghold of the town Abyss army, he was still spotted by some observant people, but it was precisely because of this that Lin Yuan and the others guessed Gu Chen's intentions and had come to the Abyss Square to wait in advance. At this moment, Lin Yuan jerked back, his eyes filled with intense shock. Old Gu, you severed ties with the Northern Royal family. Lin Yuan's mind went blank, his tongue seemingly tied in knots as if he had lost the ability to speak. That was the royal family. Do you know what it means to be a royal family? Others would fawn over them, and here you are severing ties. Seeing Gu Chen's serious expression, Lin Yuan's face looked worse than if he were crying. He was almost grinding his molars. That was the Northern Royal family. I was almost the brother of a royal prince. What ostentatious wealth, damn it! This is even more painful than killing me. Gu Chen interrupted Lin Yuan's howling and pointed to Su Xia standing beside him. By the way, is our team short of one person? I just brought a friend over. Lin Yuan's expression instantly returned to normal as he looked at Su Xia. However, upon seeing him, Lin Yuan almost lost his ability to manage his expression again. This Su Xia, he isn't a professional. No dude, you're not even a professional and you dare to venture into a first-tier abyss? Su Xia unconcerned responded, what are they? Conditions to join your team as an actor that high? Must one be a professional? Lin Yuan was momentarily stumped by the question, unable to retort. Right, what difference does it make if an actor in the team does nothing, whether they are a professional or not? Besides, Su Xia not being a professional wouldn't split the experience points, but his presence could bring about an experience bonus for a 5-person team. Thinking this, Lin Yuan's smile almost reached his ears. You must join our team. And so Su Xia joined the team. Before this, no professional team had ever brought a non-professional who had failed to change his job into the abyss. To others, this was utterly incomprehensible. However, for Gu Chen, there was no difference between bringing a non-professional or a professional. After all, he was the only one who really did the work, while the others just needed to cheer from the sidelines. Moreover, Su Xia was not without his merits. He was from Wancheng, and the burial dungeon just happened to be on the border of Wancheng. This meant that in terms of familiarity with the abyss, Su Xia was probably the most knowledgeable among them. However, when he found out that Gu Chen was planning to enter a nightmare-level abyss, he was startled. What, nightmare level? Su Xia was momentarily unable to keep up. Chen, are you sure we shouldn't start with the normal level, or perhaps the hard level? Gu Chen was taken aback, realizing he had only mentioned entering the burial dungeon abyss without specifying it was the nightmare level. We are indeed going into the nightmare level abyss. If you feel it's too dangerous, you can leave the team now. Of course, I can refund the money, and if we get any materials later, you can come to me to buy them. It's no big deal. There are so many people in the abyss plaza, surely we can find another actor. Su Xia looked troubled, unsure whether to continue. The nightmare level abyss was harder than a hell level instance without the kind of opportunity where you could just use a teleport scroll to escape when danger approached. More often than not, by the time you realize the danger, it's too late. Many professionals don't even have the chance to use a teleport scroll before being killed by the abyssal species. The difficulty of completing it was several levels higher than that of an instance. An instance is a sealed scenario, while the abyss is incredibly real. Su Xia's face showed his dilemma. Why do we have to choose the nightmare level? This is the abyss, Gu Chen replied helplessly, because only by clearing the nightmare level can we unlock the hell level. Unlike beginner instances, a first-tier abyss is more open. You can directly choose the nightmare level without having to unlock it from the hard level. Su Xia's expression instantly froze, his mind crashing like a malfunctioning computer. That tone, that expression, what did it mean? If not for the nightmare level restrictions, would you have gone straight to hell level? Are you sure? Can you really make it through? I'm confident. I might back out halfway through. The last person who backed out probably regrets it now. Su Xia's face twisted in conflict. For an ordinary person who failed to change jobs to enter a nightmare-level abyss was unheard of, even tantamount to seeking death. Initially, he just wanted some materials, but Gu Chen offered him a chance to join a team to enter the abyss, an opportunity he couldn't pass up. For someone who couldn't become a professional, the abyss held unimaginable allure. Yet, the nightmare-level abyss was extremely lethal. Truly, I just wanted some materials. Su Xia's face showed his indecision, but ultimately he didn't want to miss this chance. Alright, I'm in. Lin Yuan stepped forward, clapped him on the shoulder with a smile and said, going all in is a kind of wisdom. Now that you've decided, let's get ready. Gu Chen wasted no more time, walked over to the abyss entrance, opened the interface, and selected the nightmare level. Warning: you have selected the nightmare difficulty. Challengers will face an abyss nearly as real with extreme difficulty and a high mortality rate. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Your team's average level is too low, it is recommended to regroup. No. Entering the Bone Burial Nightmare Abyss. Please wait. The abyss entrance looked similar to a dungeon entrance, with a space vortex bursting forth with blood-red light, and then Gu Chen and the 4 people behind him vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, all professionals within the Northern Realm received a message from the professional platform at the first instance. Notification: Gu Chen, recipient of the SSS rating in Lincheng, has led a team of professionals into the Bone Burial Nightmare Abyss. This simple notification set the entire Northern Realm abuzz. What the heck? Lincheng, SSS rating, Gu Chen, that name sounds familiar. Isn't that the summoner who was being hunted by the Li family, the son of the Northern Realm's War King? Has he gone mad? Gu Chen, just a level 10 summoner daring to enter a first level abyss. Is he seeking death? Even if he is the son of the Northern Realm's War King, it's impossible for a level 10 to clear a nightmare level abyss. Hold on, aren't you missing the point? Gu Chen got an SSS rating from Lincheng. People from Lincheng say that's not true. Gu Chen indeed cleared the Temple Ruins Hell level dungeon. His SSS rating is genuine. I saw it with my own eyes. Have I traveled through time? Did Gu Chen actually clear the Hell level dungeon? Is the SSS rating real or not? Why are you asking me? Ask the Lincheng City Hall. Quick, call the City Lord's hotline and find out. My great Lincheng has finally produced an SSS rating recipient. Why wouldn't they report it? Since we're at it, I suddenly want to ask, since Gu Chen has already received an SSS rating, why would he have a deadly feud with the Li family? Lincheng City Hall, the mayor's office. Su Lai is under tremendous pressure now. As the highest governing official in Lincheng, he has never felt as desperate as he does today since he entered politics. Indeed, it was despair. At first, when he learned that a student from Lincheng had received an SSS rating, he was ecstatic. An SSS rating not only represented a guaranteed spot at the capital's prestigious academy, but also meant he could secure more resources from the northern regions, a testament to his achievements in office. Just as he was about to report this to the authorities of Gubei City, he received a request to meet with the Li family. Li Xiao merely asked for a small favor, that the City Hall delay the submission of the guaranteed spot application by a few days. The Li family would handle everything else. Su Lai certainly wanted to know what the Li family was planning, but even as the city lord, he did not want to offend Lincheng's foremost family lightly. From his perspective, as long as Lincheng gained a guaranteed spot at the academy, it didn't matter who received the SSS rating. Delaying the process for a few days was common and not against the rules, a minor issue indeed. Thus, Su Lai gladly agreed. The next day, Li Renji was killed. While Su Lai was shocked, he remained composed. However, today, when Gu Qingfeng arrived, Su Lai couldn't keep his calm. Then Gu Chen's identity was revealed. He was Gu Qingfeng's son. At that moment, Su Lai panicked completely. He, a mere city lord of Lincheng, had obstructed the guaranteed spot of a prince. Even his death wouldn't atone for this mistake. Just then, he received news that the Li family had been annihilated. At that moment, everything went dark before Su Lai's eyes as he envisioned his own end. He was extremely anxious, nearly breaking down, but then he realized that since all the Li family members were dead, only he knew about these matters. If he could quickly secure the guaranteed spot for Gu Chen, he might still land safely. With this in mind, Su Lai immediately grabbed the telephone on his desk. Secretarially, initiate the emergency protocol, immediately secure the guaranteed spot for Gu Chen, and widely publicize the news of his team clearing the Hell-level novice dungeon. Hurry. Move fast, must be quick. Su Lai called out quick 3 times, never having been so flustered before. However, before he could finish, a striking message popped up on the monitor in front of him. Notification: Lincheng's SSS-rated Gu Chen has led a professional team into the nightmare level of the Burial Bones dungeon. Seeing the information, Su Lai's eyelids twitched and his expression froze completely. It's over. Everything was over. With this message, his delay in the guaranteed spot process could no longer be concealed. You have entered the first tier abyss of the Burial Bones dungeon nightmare level. Please ensure safety and proceed with caution. Accompanied by a slight sense of weightlessness, Gu Chen and his team appeared in a damp, dimly lit cave, the air filled with a sour, fermented stench that lingered in their nostrils. This stench is absolutely horrid, Ling Yuan cursed, quickly covering his nose and mouth, his stomach churning violently. Gu Chen frowned slightly while Lin Qingqing and Su Ran started to gag, both women immediately covering their noses and mouths, their faces showing unbearable expressions. It was the pungent odor that, although not threatening, would definitely impair combat capabilities. Among the group, only Su Xia seemed unaffected, as he had somehow already donned a metallic face mask. Seeing the reactions of the others, Su Xia promptly took out 4 similar masks from his spatial ring. Here, put these on. These are the N99 model respirators I designed. They can purify the air in the dungeon and also feature communication, night vision, and automatic tracking capabilities. Respirators model N99. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed one and put it on. The sour stench in his nostrils was swiftly filtered out, replaced by refreshingly clean air that lifted his spirits. In an instant, the whole world seemed better. Gu Chen, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran also quickly put on their masks, and then they all sighed in relief. I remember the latest model available on the market is the N98 produced by Yongsheng Group. What's the story with this N99 model? Lin Qingqing asked. The N99 is an upgraded version of the N98. It's planned to be available for pre-order at Yongsheng Group's new product launch 3 months from now. Su Xia's voice came from behind the mask. What? This is the latest model of respirator, and it's not yet released to the public. How did you get it? Yongsheng Group is the nation's leading tech conglomerate, securing large orders from the Xingyuan army with their advanced weaponry, even outcompeting several other military-industrial groups. The Su family, the de facto controllers behind Yongsheng Group, were rumored to have a core member whose exceptional R&D capabilities brought significant technological advantages and commercial value to the group, making it the designated collaborator for the Xingyuan army. Wait, your surname is Su? Lin Qingqing sounded surprised. Are you that genius from the Su family, the one who developed the extraordinary weapons that annihilate the abyssal aliens, securing a major deal for Yongsheng Group with the Xingyuan army? I wouldn't claim to be a genius, but the Xingyuan army is indeed satisfied with my designs, Su Xia said with a smile. At this, the others looked at Su Xia with a newfound respect. It's him. I heard that the Su family's security measures for him are as strict as those for the head of the family. What core figure would follow Gu Chen into the abyss? Collecting materials? What materials are so precious that they require the personal attention of a core member of the Su family? Although curious, Gu Chen didn't dwell on it too much. Everyone has their secrets, and they were just teaming up for a run through the abyss. Having dealt with the unbearable stench, he then summoned the Blood Duke. From the wilderness to the burial dungeon, the Blood Duke had also reaped a bountiful harvest, letting out a sinister growl that suddenly filled the dungeon with a dense throng of blood-colored figures. 50 descendants of the bloodline. This was the current limit of transformation. The Blood Duke, now at level 11, couldn't transform descendants beyond its own level by more than 10 levels, thus the highest level amongst these blood descendants was 21 and the lowest was 15. Seeing the sudden appearance of a host of blood descendants, Lin Yuan and the others were genuinely startled, almost thinking they had walked into an ambush by the alien species. Do not fear, for this is within my expertise. Gu Chen called back the 4 who were preparing to retreat. What? Su Xia's face was filled with disbelief. How can a summoner have so many summoned beasts? There is only one summoned beast, the others are units summoned by the beast, Gu Chen explained briefly, then ordered the vampire descendant to clear the way ahead. Soon a low growl emanated from the darkness and a humanoid creature resembling a lizard emerged. Its broken and ugly skull was covered with blood stains, and its crimson eyes flickered with a brutal hue. Its limbs were thick and stubby, severely disproportionate, and its body was covered with rotting flesh, with white bones exposed in some places. Is this an orc? I've never seen such a short and ugly orc. Almost without needing Gu Chen's command, the vampire lord had already launched his skill. Bullets like lightning lit up the dark dungeon, crackling as they hit the orc. Orcs are known for their strength and constitution, moving swiftly, but the vampire lord's skills were as fast as lightning, leaving no chance for it to dodge. In an instant, the orc's health bar was depleted and it fell to the ground with a mournful cry. Killing the beast corpse. Chimera LV.13 experience plus 1560. A level 13 exotic being was taken down by a single skill from the vampire lord. This scene caused Su Xia's face to show a strong shock. In the nightmare level abyss, the exotics are enhanced, not at all comparable to the ordinary exotics found in the wilderness, although only level 13 it was instantly killed by a summoned beast skill, which was simply unbelievable. After all, a level 13 beast corpse chimera has nearly 40,000 health points. A single skill completely emptied nearly 40,000 health points. Outrageous. At this moment Su Xia suddenly realized that with Gu Chen's strength he might actually be able to clear the nightmare-level dungeon. After the beast corpse chimera died, 6 tendrils of black mist-formed death tentacles appeared next to the corpse. This was an accompanying skill of the corrupted orb. Each time a skill hits a target, a death tentacle appears. Deadly shot, which can fire 6 bullets with skill effects, thus produced 6 death tentacles. However, the death tentacles only lasted for 2 seconds, just a breath, before they dissipated into black mist. Beast corpse chimera, that's quite a mouthful, Lin Yuan commented as he looked at the ugly exotic corpse on the ground. It's basically a failed experiment. Su Xia spoke up. The bone-burying dungeon was once a place where dwarves carried out cruel punishments, and countless dwarves died here. Later, a voodoo shaman came here and fused the dwarf corpses with orcs, creating these half-corpse, half-beast chimeras. Saying this, Su Xia distributed 4 antidote potions among the group. The attacks of the beast corpse chimera carried necrotic poison damage, and if one was unfortunate enough to be hit, it was crucial to use an antidote potion immediately, otherwise one would enter a poison state, continuously losing health. Gu Chen took a tube of healing potion, the green liquid, shimmering like emerald, antidote potion. Upon use, it can quickly dispel the poison state from the body, and on the trading platform an antidote potion costs 3,000 each, not exactly cheap. Thank you. Gu Chen stored the antidote in his spatial storage and ordered the Blood Clan to continue clearing the path. As they moved, he explained, I bought some guides at the Jinyuan army base. The final boss of the nightmare level abyss is not in a fixed location, it's extremely hidden and hard to find. However, one guide mentioned that to trigger the final boss you must eliminate all the alien races on these 3 levels without leaving a single one alive. If even one alien race is left, the conditions to trigger the final boss won't be met. So to win the record-breaking reward after clearing the level, we must kill the monsters quickly. Though the nightmare level abyss is perilous with a high death rate, the first clear record was set decades ago. Therefore, if Gu Chen wants to claim a high reward after clearing, he can only aim for the record-breaking reward. But this is the abyss. Are records that easy to break? The current best time for the nightmare level abyss is 6 hours and 47 minutes, held by Liang Yi, the current lord of Wanqing City. This was the record set by Liang Yi and his team at level 19, which is close to the limit for ordinary professionals. Faster seems impossible, but for Gu Chen that surely isn't the end. Walking through the dungeon, creatures like beast corpse hybrids occasionally leap out from dark corners. These pose no danger to Gu Chen and his group, as a large number of Blood Clan descendants are scouting ahead. Bang! A gunshot rang out, hitting the beast corpse's head and dealing over 8,000 damage. Beast corpses are a type of undead formed from the fusion of orc and dwarf corpses, and they have strong resistance to both physical and magical damage. In the wilderness, a Blood Clan lord's bullet can deal about 12,000 damage to a level 13 alien race, but on beast corpses it's just over 8,000. Still, the defense is considerable. Fortunately, the Blood Clan lord's damage is high enough, and with kill resets, unless it's an elite alien race, they're generally killed instantly by the Blood Clan lord. Gu Chen also summoned the Nightmare Overlord to assist in the killing alongside the Blood Clan lord. The Blood Clan descendants were responsible for hunting, scouring every area of the dungeon, not missing any beast corpse hybrids hidden in the dark. The Nightmare Overlord's basic attack might not match the Blood Clan lords, but with the assistance of nightmare minions, it can unleash tenfold damage, instantly killing a level 13 beast corpse hybrid. Bang! The Blood Clan lord pulled the trigger. A series of bullets whistled through the air, turning the beast corpse hybrid into a sieve. At the same time, the Nightmare Overlord flickered, instantly completing a kill, killing beast corpse hybrid. LV.13 experience plus 1,560. Killing beast corpse hybrid. LV.13 experience plus 1,573 experience. Growth noticeably accelerated compared to the wilderness, where killing an alien race yields only 5 to 600 experience. Killing in the abyss offers 3 times as much. Moreover, with the presence of the Blood Clan descendants, both the hunting and killing speed have greatly improved. As the Blood Clan descendants continued to push deeper into the dungeon, soon Gu Chen and his group arrived at a desolate land filled with skeletons. As they walked, the crunching of dry bones underfoot never ceased. This place was the main dungeon of the first floor. So soon? Were they nearing the chieftain beast's corpse already? Su Xia looked around and quickly recognized the area. The burial dungeon had 3 levels, and the main dungeon on the first floor was the first challenging spot, housing a high-level elite beast corpse, the body of a former dwarf chieftain known for its formidable combat power and difficulty to defeat. Su Xia immediately said, to tackle the beast chieftain, we must first eliminate all the peripheral beast amalgamates. Otherwise, entering the main dungeon directly would likely lead to being ambushed by them, but that's not right, even with 50 vampire descendants clearing the way. We shouldn't have reached the main dungeon so quickly. Are we lost? Confusion appeared in Su Xia's eyes as he looked at his companions. He noticed that Gu Chen's face remained calm, showing no surprise at their premature arrival in the main dungeon. Typically, in the Abyss, it was common practice to eliminate ordinary different species first, saving the elite ones for later to ease the overall difficulty. Thus, professionals who entered the burial dungeon usually started by clearing the beast amalgamates on the periphery, only proceeding to the main dungeon to confront the beast chieftain after the outskirts were cleared. This approach not only reduced the difficulty of the battle but also allowed for leveling up by defeating the lowest level beast amalgamates, making the subsequent fight with the dungeon's chieftain significantly easier. Moreover, once the ordinary creatures on the periphery were eliminated, the chieftain's combat power would substantially decrease due to its monster accumulating ability, which could endlessly summon peripheral beasts to the main dungeon during combat. If adventurers were ambushed by all the dungeon's beast amalgamates, they would face certain death. Hence, it was generally unwise to head straight for the main dungeon. At that moment, Gu Chen spoke. The burial dungeon is unique. We must eliminate all different species within its 3 levels to trigger the appearance of the final boss. This means that missing any creature would cost us a lot of time searching for it. Unless we kill all the beasts, we will never see the final boss, so I thought of another strategy, heading directly to the main dungeon and using the beast chief's monster accumulating skill to summon all the ordinary beasts of the first floor, allowing us to kill them all in the shortest time. What? Su Xia's face paled. You want to kill the beast chieftain first? But that would cause all the peripheral beasts to flood in. How would we fight then? Don't panic, just fight as we normally would. With a wave of his hand, Gu Chen summoned a towering skeletal golem in the main dungeon. Dark light spread from its feet, casting extreme fatigue on all the beasts present. Subsequently, the nightmare overlord flew forward, constructing a deep nightmare within the main dungeon, enveloping all the beasts inside. As the deep nightmare unfolded, the main dungeon filled with the shrill screams of beasts, with the nightmare energy inflicting continuous severe damage on all the beasts inside. The life of the beast corpses plummeted wildly, dropping 10,000 points every second. Witnessing such exaggerated damage effects, Su Xia's eyelids twitched violently, a strong sense of unreality flooding his mind. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, observing Su Xia's expression, nodded in satisfaction. Exactly, that's the right mix. 3 parts puzzled, 3 parts shocked, 3 parts incredulous, and a dash of existential doubt. Lin Yuan recalled the first time he saw Gu Chen fight, he had the same expression. The area effect explosion damage wasn't an instant kill, but in just a breath or two, a large swath could die, much like mowing down grass. The beast corpse chimera in the main cell might also be common aliens, but they were level 16 beings, their health tripled, making it somewhat unrealistic to expect them to be instantly killed by the deep dream. Additionally, in this main cell, the heavyweight beast corpse clan leader had yet to appear. Just then, a series of dull thuds came from the darkness, followed by rhythmic tremors of the dungeon. A powerful, tyrannical aura suddenly erupted and pressed forward. A beast corpse, covered in black hair, short and stocky, its body riddled with rotting flesh and hide, emerged from the darkness. Its body was covered with large, stitched scars like a body pieced together. Su Xia's face suddenly changed. It had come. The Beast Corpse clan leader, alien species, Beast Corpse clan leader, elite level, LV.17 health, 121,500 attributes, strength 190, agility 177, constitution 192, spirit 170, skill 8, boiling beast blood skill 2, corpse poison skill 3. Summon Beast Corpse, 17th level elite alien. Gu Chen's eyes shifted slightly, his face showing a trace of solemnity. This Beast Corpse clan leader was almost comparable to the final boss, the Fallen Witch in the temple ruins, yet this was just the first level of the buried bone dungeon. Where did these human scum come from, daring to intrude into the forbidden area seeking death? The face of the Beast Corpse clan leader twisted with ferocity. It roared, its body suddenly erupting with boiling corrupt blood, its powerful aura instantly sweeping across the main cell, even managing to counteract the deep dream momentarily. At the same time, the numerous ordinary beast corpses on the periphery as If hearing a command crazily rushed towards Gu Chen and the others. Su Xia, watching this scene, turned pale and even thought about pulling out a teleportation scroll. From the current situation, it seemed Gu Chen might not be able to contend with so many beast corpses. Just then, with a thought from Gu Chen, a three-layered black glow suddenly erupted from the corpse golem. Two beams of black light landed on the beast corpse clan leader, one inducing extreme fatigue and the other black death plague. All attributes reduced by 50%, damage taken increased by 50%. Healing effects reduced by 90% and continuous loss of health. The third beam of black light transformed into a dim shadow emanating from the golem itself, instantly covering the entire main cell. The forbidden realm of the N law. Within the skill range, all targets' consumption increased tenfold. With all three skills unleashed, the prowess of the Beast Corpse clan leader was halved, and the deep dream once again exerted its terrifying dream energy, beginning to disintegrate the multitude of beast corpses within the main cell. Even with the high health of the Beast Corpse clan leader, under a full weakening he was destined to become a corpse. Killing the Beast Corpse Chimera LV.15 experience plus 1957. Killing another Beast Corpse Chimera LV.15 experience plus 1960. Killing yet another Beast Corpse Chimera LV.15 experience plus 1952. With a series of harvests, the experience points surged like riding a rocket. As the Beast Corpse chimeras fell in droves, it wasn't long before Gu Chen's level rose to 12. With the level increase, his stats were now level LV.12, 3234/21600, strength 337, agility 336, constitution 338, spirit 509. His summoned beasts included the Bloodlord LV.12 Legendary, Nightmare Overlord LV.12 Epic, and Corpse Golem LV.12 Epic. He now had a talent, Dark Bloodline, available with no one to share his experience. His leveling speed was skyrocketing. 5 people entered the abyss, increasing the difficulty of the abyss, and correspondingly, the experience gained also increased, with nearly 90% of the experience falling onto Gu Chen. This was why he insisted on bringing actors into the abyss. Such a killing speed was unimaginable for other professions. Just the peripheral wave of beast corpses that rushed in had instantly raised his level by 1. A piercing scream interrupted Gu Chen's thoughts. More and more beast corpse chimeras were disintegrated into dust by dream energy, and the Beast Corpse clan leader erupted in towering rage. Dark red tainted blood surged from his body, filling the deep dream, trying to break through this layer of dreamscape. However, with the corpse golem holding the line, all resistance was doomed to be futile. No matter how it impacted the deep dreamscape, the Beast Corpse clan leader, with all attributes could not escape the imprisonment of the deep dreamscape. The dream energy continuously deconstructed its body, causing more and more continuous damage to its health. Seeing the health value continuously dropping and unable to break through the deep dreamscape, the Beast Corpse clan leader let out a piercing roar, beginning to summon all beast corpses to come to the main prison for aid. And this was precisely the scene Gu Chen had been waiting to witness. The roar of the Beast Corpse clan leader echoed in the dark dungeons. A cacophony of shouts arose from the darkness as countless Beast Corpse chimeras emerged from all directions, madly rushing towards the inside of the main prison. As these ordinary beast corpses stepped into the main prison area, they were enveloped by a layer of black light. Their attributes were directly halved, and the damage effect increased by half. What followed was without any suspense. Swaths of ordinary beast corpses were torn into shreds by the dream energy, turning into precious experience entering Gu Chen's experience bar. As the beast corpses died in droves, they had no rationality to speak of, not even instinctive fear. Almost madly, recklessly rushing into the main prison, they were torn into pieces by the deep dreamscape within a few steps. Was this the monster-gathering ability that professionals feared? In front of Gu Chen, it was merely moths to a flame. Witnessing this scene, the Beast Corpse clan leader let out a thunderous roar, madly pouncing towards Gu Chen's direction. Even with all attributes weakened, its speed was extremely fast. However, the vampire overlord was always vigilant, staying close to Gu Chen. Even though he was protected by a shield with a value over 10,000, he did not forget to have his summoned beasts guard him. The vampire overlord raised his dual guns and pulled the trigger on the charging Beast Corpse chieftain. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullets hit the Beast Corpse chieftain, only reducing its health by over 30,000. If it had been a Beast Corpse chimera with 40,000 health, it would have been annihilated instantly. Truly an elite among different species, even with all attributes halved, it only lost 30,000 health from the vampire overlord skill. But that was not all. The fallen orb skill took effect. Around the Beast Corpse chieftain, 6 death tentacles quickly grew, mercilessly striking him and momentarily slowing his charge. Crack, crack, each death tentacle could only exist for 2 seconds, attacking once per second. Each tentacle could deal 3,000 damage, 6 tentacles amounting to 18,000. In 2 seconds, that's 36,000. Together with the previous skill damage, in just a breath, the Beast Corpse chieftain had lost nearly 70,000 health. Lin Yuan and the others watched with hearts pounding. Nearly 70,000 damage was terrifying. This Beast Corpse chieftain had a total health of just over 120,000 and with one move the vampire overlord had nearly killed it. However, despite the health bar being more than half empty, the Beast Corpse chieftain did not stop. Like a ferocious wild beast, it ignored all attacks and charged crazily towards Gu Chen. After all, being an elite of a different species, although the vampire overlord's skill exploded with high damage, it couldn't stop its charge. Old Gu, seeing the Beast Corpse chieftain charging at Gu Chen, Lin Yuan and the others cried out anxiously. As far as they were concerned, this was Gu Chen's first direct encounter with a different species. As is well known, the biggest disadvantage of a summoner is their lack of personal combat ability. All their strength lies in their summoned beasts, and both their own health and defense are extremely fragile. Once approached by a different species, it would be the summoner's end. However, the next second a series of shadows suddenly appeared, entangling the Beast Corpse chieftain. Its frenzied charge suddenly paused, and before it even got within 3 meters of Gu Chen, it was trapped on the spot by the binding effect of the Nightmare Servants. Simultaneously, the entanglement from 10 Nightmare Servants caused the continuous damage to the Beast Corpse chieftain to surge tenfold. Boom, hemorrhage. The Beast Corpse chieftain was trapped on the spot, and its remaining health collapsed at an unbelievable rate. In a blink of an eye, its health was zeroed out. Inside the main prison, the Beast Corpse chieftain was reduced to dark red debris, and all the summoned beast corpses died within the deep dream, leaving only a layer of red dust. Killing Beast Corpse chieftain elite LV.16 inch experience plus 5,725. Obtain loot, Dwarf King's Ring LV.16 rare, Mithril Armor LV.16 rare, Enhancement Stone * 10 rare, level up level, LV.13, 1369/43200, Strength 347, Agility 346, Constitution 348, Spirit 529. Summoned beasts: Vampire Overlord LV.13 Legend, Nightmare Overlord LV.13 Epic, Corpse Golem LV.13 Epic. Talent: Current, can obtain a Dark Bloodline, rose to level 11 in the wilderness after killing the first wave of different species in the Burial Bone Dungeon, rose to level 12 inch, now cleared a whole floor of the dungeon, directly rose to level 13. The Abyss, as expected, brings high risk with high rewards. Let's rest here for a moment. Gu Chen turned to Lin Yuan and the others, deciding not to venture further for now. Moving forward would lead them to the second level, and with each deeper level of the Bone Burial Dungeon, the difficulty would significantly increase. Currently in a Nightmare level Abyss, Gu Chen planned to first enhance his summoned beasts. Activating his talent, he received Dark Bloodline, Royal Blood. The Royal Bloodline, a wild joy flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. It had finally appeared. After the previous 2 upgrades, which had only yielded descendant bloodlines, he had refrained from merging them with his summoned beasts. But now, with the Royal Bloodline in hand, it meant he could once again obtain a legendary summoned beast. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to upgrade the Corpse Golem to legendary status. The reason was simple: the overall weakening effect was too enticing. If upgraded to legendary, it was hard to imagine the immense suppression the Corpse Golem would bring to his foes. As for the 2 descendant bloodlines, he would grant them to the Nightmare Sovereign, allowing it to undergo 2 bloodline awakenings. Bloodline awakening successful, Bloodline awakening successful. Nightmare Sovereign epic level, LV.13 health 21,300, attributes: Strength 179, Agility 186, Constitution 185, Spirit 190. The skill Annihilation Instant Kill was enhanced. Annihilation Instant Kill, utilizing dreams to approach the target unit, launching an assassination. Each kill increases the next skill damage by 1%. Note: if the summoned beast dies, the damage bonus is reset. The skill Deep Dream also received enhancement. Deep Dream constructs a deep dream within a region, inflicting high continuous damage on targets caught within, with each death causing a 1-second stun to all targets within the dream. Although 21300 health was not as high as some elites or bosses who receive health bonuses, it was still remarkably impressive. After awakening, besides The improvement in health and four-dimensional attributes, the skills Annihilation Instant Kill and Deep Dream were also strengthened. Using Annihilation Instant Kill, each target killed increased the next skill damage by 1%, a bonus that would continue to stack as long as it did not die. Unfortunately, if Deep Dream had been the one enhanced further, each target killed would increase the skill damage by 1%, a terrifying enhancement for the Nightmare Sovereign. After all, Deep Dream is an area of effect, AoE, damage skill capable of killing many in a short time, unlike Annihilation Instant Kill, which targets individuals. Compared to that, the enhancement of Deep Dream was relatively minor. Each death within the dream caused a 1-second stun to other targets. Though only 1 second, if used properly, it could completely disable all units trapped within the dream, at least significantly hindering powerful foes from breaking through the dream. Next, Gu Chen bestowed the Royal Bloodline upon the Corpse Golem. Upgrade successful. Corpse Golem Epic. Corpse Golem Legendary level, LV.13 health, 26,700 attributes. Strength 231, Inch Agility 226, Constitution 243, Spirit 244. The Summoned Beast's qualification was elevated from Epic to Legendary, gaining attribute feedback. All attributes of the Summoner increased by +100, and the Summoned Beast's talents and skills were comprehensively enhanced. Unstoppable Legend. When the Corpse Golem is in a stationary state, its defense and recovery increase by 1% per second. Targets within 10 meters of the Corpse Golem suffer 100% more negative effects. Extreme Fatigue. LV.20 Legend applies a state of fatigue to nearby targets, reducing all their attributes by 50% and increasing the damage they receive by 100%. Immune to counteractions. Black Death Plague. LV.20 Legend infects a target with plague, reducing the effectiveness of healing they receive by 90%. The plague is contagious, and the more targets it infects, the more health they continuously lose. Immune to counteractions. Magic Forbidden Zone. LV.20 Legend. The Corpse Golem centers itself to define a forbidden zone where targets inside suffer 10 times more damage and all their consumption skyrocket, possessing legendary talents and full-level legendary skills. Excitement was clearly written all over Gu Chen's face. First and foremost was the enhancement of his talent. When the Corpse Golem was in a stationary state, its defense and recovery increased by 1% per second. This meant that to maximize this state, the mobility of the Corpse Golem had to be sacrificed. However, it was not feasible for the Corpse Golem to remain static and not move with the team, nor was it possible to lure all the foreign races to its location. Previously, Gu Chen would not have been able to fully utilize this talent. But remember, after Gu Chen killed Wang Chongshan and his group, he learned the skill of spatial swap from a basic skill scroll. This skill allowed him to swap places not only with his summon units but also between the summon units themselves. In this way, the Corpse Golem could initially stay in one place to stack its status, and when entering battle, it simply needed to swap positions with a bloodline descendant who was in combat. Moreover, targets within 10 meters of the Corpse Golem would receive an additional 100% increase in negative effects, making the advantages of spatial swapping even more apparent. Spatial swap was just a superior level skill, but when paired with a legendary summon, the combat power it unleashed was terrifyingly strong. As for the other three skills, each received various enhancements. Utmost Exhaustion's damage received a 50% increase. Black Death Plague became contagious. It no longer required the Corpse Golem to cast it individually, and the more targets it infected, the higher the sustained damage. The change in the lawless domain was the most significant. Previously it consumed 10 times the resources, and now it dealt 10 times the damage, effectively leaving no chance of survival for any target within the skill's range. Done. Looking at the three summoned beasts by his side, Gu Chen felt a surge of pride in his heart. Alright, let's continue to the second level of the dungeon. To get the record-breaking reward, we need to speed up, said Gu Chen, commanding the bloodline descendant to clear the way forward, while Lin Yuan and the others nodded and quickly followed. For a nightmare level abyss, to break the record, they had to speedrun it. How do we get to the second level of the Bone Burial Dungeon? Lin Yuan asked. Behind the main prison, there's a maze. The entrance to the second level of the dungeon is at the end of that maze, Su Xia replied. So we must get through the maze to enter the second level of the dungeon. Plus, there are puzzle games. Really gives me a headache. Lin Yuan scratched the back of his head. Yes, the strategy guide has listed 5 possible routes through the maze, and every time you enter the abyss, the maze is different, so you have to try them one by one. Su Xia, though never having entered the abyss himself, was very familiar with the Bone Burial Dungeon. As a native of Wancheng, it was practically a local abyss. that's too time-consuming. Guchen shook his head. I'd like to try another method. What method? I read in a guide that there's a statue at the entrance of the maze. By placing the Dwarf King's ring on the finger of the statue, we can directly reach the second level of the dungeon. Indeed, the statue with the Dwarf King's ring will temporarily come to life, but we can only reach the entrance to the second level of the dungeon if we defeat the statue, Su Xia quickly said. After killing the Beast Corpse clan chief, 2 rare level items were dropped, one of which was the Dwarf King's ring, notable for both its attributes and effects. Another item is the Mithril armor suited for warrior classes, which Guchen plans to list on the professionals platform once he leaves. Then there's the Dwarf King ring quality, rare level, LV.16 attributes, strength plus 30, agility plus 30, constitution plus 30, spirit plus 30 effect, deals double damage to dwarf units. Since most of the creatures in the Bone Burial Dungeon are made from dwarf corpses and orcs, wearing this ring means doubling the attack power against all such creatures encountered hereafter. The overall addition of plus 30 to all attributes and the damage increase are unprecedentedly powerful, making it a coveted item that nearly 99% of professionals would repeatedly attempt the maze for rather than part with this ring. However, for Guchen, if he wants the record-breaking reward, he mustn't sweat the small stuff. To him, the plus 30 to all attributes is negligible, and even the double damage to dwarves isn't indispensable. After all, his undead golem has evolved into a legendary summon whose assistance surely outweighs what the Dwarf King ring could offer. As one delves deeper into the Bone Burial Dungeon, the difficulty escalates significantly, making the ring's double damage bonus a crucial advantage in later stages. Su Xia at his side urged him, pointing out that the ring's power could awaken a level 20 stone statue, an immensely powerful entity that once instantly killed a paladin with 60,000 health with a single skill. No one could withstand such terrifying damage. Guchen didn't say much, but his actions spoke volumes. He walked straight to a stone wall past the main prison, where a square hole, the entrance to the maze, was flanked by a statue of a dwarf king in armor and a crown, a massive stone hammer slung at his waist. Without hesitation, Guchen slipped the Dwarf King ring onto the statue's finger. A flash of light shimmered over the statue and its limbs began to move as if coming to life. The Dwarf King statue bellowed, stepping forward with the giant hammer in hand. Challenger, is it you who seeks to duel with me? The statue boomed, staring down at Guchen with eyes as big as brass bells. Seeing this, Su Xia's face showed a hint of apprehension. The statue, the Dwarf King level LV.20-inch health, 85,200 attributes, strength 310, agility 177, constitution 192, spirit 170, skill, Warhammer charge, a level 20 ordinary creature with 85,000 health points. Without a word, Guchen's thoughts triggered the undead golem, which blasted 2 beams of black light that instantly hit the Dwarf King statue. Being not a living entity, the Black Death Plague failed to affect it. However, under extreme fatigue, the statue's attributes were halved and the damage it took increased by 100%. Feeling its weakened state, the rugged face of the Dwarf King statue erupted in anger, and its massive stone hammer glowed with a golden light. The warhammer crashed down, a massive golden stone hammer smashing towards Guchen with fierce force. As the attack plummeted towards him at breakneck speed, Guchen showed no intention of dodging. Su Xia, who was watching from the side, paled in shock and cried out in alarm. Just at that moment, Guchen's figure instantly vanished, replaced by the Nightmare Sovereign appearing in front of the Dwarven King's statue. Boom! The golden warhammer struck down and swirls of black mist churned around the Nightmare Sovereign. Being an energy entity, the physical attack did pitiful damage to it. Immediately after, the black mist spread out and 10 dark shadows instantly entwined around the Dwarven King, engulfing the statue in thick black mist in the blink of an eye. Illusionary instant kill. The Nightmare Sovereign directly deployed the skill, stacking 10 times the damage, further increased by an additional layer of fatigue, inflicting 20 times the skill damage on the Dwarven King statue. Boom! A deep wail echoed through the dungeon. The surface of the Dwarven King statue showed no damage, but its 85,000 hit points were wiped out in an instant. The next second, the light on the statue's surface faded and it returned to its original position. Duel 1, defeating the Dwarven King statue, LV.20 experience plus 3,687. The statue turned around, its stone hammer suddenly bursting with golden light and fiercely smashing into a nearby wall. The wall shattered, revealing a huge opening leading down a deep stone staircase. The Dwarven statue put away its hammer and returned to its original place, and the ring of the Dwarven King on its hand vanished. Looking at the staircase leading to the second level of the dungeon, Guchen wore a smile, but Su Xia beside him had not yet recovered from the shock. A duel with the Dwarven King's statue, and it was over just like that. The legendary statue known for smashing a 60,000 hit point paladin with a single hammer was instantly killed by the Nightmare Sovereign with one strike? Su Xia felt as if he was dreaming, but then he recalled how Gu Chen leading his group into the main prison on the first level commanded his 3 summoned beasts to wreak havoc among the beast corpses, powerfully defeating the beast corpse chieftain amid a frenzy. Who would have thought a summoner could be so powerful? No wonder he was so confident challenging the nightmare level abyss right from the start. Su Xia looked at Gu Chen with a complex expression. Though not a professional, he genuinely felt Gu Chen's strength. Such power completely overturned his previous understanding of professionals. Shocked? This was just the beginning. Lin Yuan stepped forward, patted Su Xia on the shoulder and said, "Come on, let's go to the second level of the dungeon. The real fight is still ahead." A large number of vampire descendants poured into the opening, stepping down the stone stairs, advancing into the darkness below. Gu Chen checked the time. From entering the abyss to now, exactly 1 hour had passed. With this pace, the record-breaking reward was definitely in the bag. With a wave of his hand, his 3 summoned beasts followed behind him as Gu Chen led Lin Yuan and others towards the second level of the dungeon. The second level of the dungeon was even more dangerous than the first. The creatures here were no longer failed experimental hybrids of beast corpses but were evolved beings with intelligence and greater strength. After walking a distance on the second level, a group of armored beast corpses spotted Gu Chen and his party. The leading beast corpse, wielding 2 giant axes, formed an attack formation with the others behind him blocking their path. "Humans, get out of our caves, you are not welcome here." As these words were spoken, the attribute information of this group of beast corpses appeared. Alien species, beast corpse soldiers, level, LV.17 health, 62,500 attributes, strength 180, agility 173, constitution 192, spirit 175, skills. Battle formation charge level 17, ordinary alien species, bridging the first layer of the dungeon. The leader of the beast corpse clan, the level 20 dwarf king statue just now was not part of the regular dungeon scenario, merely a choice node. Looking at the dozen or so beast corpse soldiers before him, Su Xia's face turned pale. "Brother Chen, it's best to make a strategic retreat first. I'm familiar with these beast corpse soldiers. The more there are, the more damage their battle formation charge inflicts. If we really start fighting, this group of beast corpse soldiers could burst forth with combat power far exceeding their own." Chen nodded but showed no intention of retreating. A nearby corpse golem roared, imposing 2 negative states on the group of beast corpse soldiers. The leading beast corpse soldier raised its battle axe high, issuing a deep roar. "Dare to strike at us, humans, you are courting death." His words were cut off as a series of bright silver bullets suddenly appeared in the dungeon, striking precisely at the head of that beast corpse soldier. Crack, the head shattered, and a headless corpse heavily fell to the ground. Killing beast corpse soldier, LV.17 experience plus 2,299. At the same time, 6 tendrils of black mist like death's tentacles emerged and attacked the remaining beast corpse soldiers. The battle was on the verge of erupting, yet the remaining beast corpse soldiers showed no signs of chaos. Instead, they quickly formed ranks and charged towards Chen's side, true to their training and not like the beast corpse chimera who rely solely on instinct. But still, it wasn't enough. The Nightmare Sovereign, surrounded by an intense black aura, shot out over a dozen dark shadows which instantly wrapped around the group of beast corpse soldiers. Battle formation charge: the more beast corpse soldiers there are, the higher the damage. So, what happens if they can't charge? The dozen beast corpse soldiers, entangled on the spot and suffering continuous damage under a plague state, found themselves facing the Blood Duke and Nightmare Sovereign, who would not miss such an opportunity, charging directly into their midst like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Bullets whistled, black mist enveloped, and one by one the beast corpse soldiers fell to the ground. Killing beast corpse soldier, LV.17 inch experience plus 2,236. Killing beast corpse soldier, LV.17 experience plus 2,250. Killing beast corpse soldier, LV.17 experience plus 2,247. In just 3 to 5 minutes, more than a dozen beast corpse soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Level up, level, LV.14, 2267/89500, strength, 457, agility, 456, constitution, 458, spirit, 649, summoned beasts. Blood Duke LV.14 Legendary, Nightmare Sovereign LV.14 Epic, Corpse Golem LV.14 Legendary. Due to the Corpse Golem's previous advancement from Epic to Legendary, Chin gained 100 points in all attributes. Thus, his average attributes now exceeded 500, placing him in a position to overpower most professionals even at the third tier. Talent. Currently, one can obtain a Dark Bloodline as per the usual rules. A level 14 Dark Bloodline is reserved as an option for the level 15 Summoned Beast. On the other side, Su Xia's pupils trembled with shock. He had thought that the beast corpses on the second floor of the dungeon would pose a significant obstacle, but unexpectedly, when faced with Gu Chen's summoned beasts, they turned out to be no more threatening than a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing, and Su Ran watched excitedly. Although they hadn't taken part in the battle themselves, by sticking close to Gu Chen, they genuinely experienced the thrill of cheating. Upon reaching level 14, the life points of the Vampire Overlord surged to 56,340, enabling it to transform 80 vampire descendants. Then, it activated its skill, consuming 24,000 of its health points to transform all the corpses on the ground into level 17 vampire descendants. Since Gu Chen was aiming to set a record and the combat power of the vampire descendants wasn't particularly outstanding, they hadn't been allowed to join the fight and were merely serving as scouts. However, one should never underestimate them. Except for a few who were above level 20, the rest were all above level 10. Those above level 20 could inflict 5,000 damage with their self-destruct, while those above level 10 could cause 3,000 damage. Thus, if these 80 vampire descendants self-destructed at the same time, they could unleash a total of 250,000 damage in an instant. That was Gu Chen's strategy to deliver a massive blow to the final boss. Next, led by the vampire descendants, Gu Chen and his team continued to advance. The terrain on the second floor of the dungeon was even more complex than on the first, with numerous intersecting passages making it very easy to get lost. Thankfully, they had Su Xia. It wasn't that Su Xia was familiar with the routes. In the second level of the dungeon, he was as clueless as anyone else. However, the good news was that he had a piece of high-tech equipment similar to a scanner which he had developed himself. After scanning the map and then the environment they were in, it could generate a holographic map. This map could display their current location and generate the optimal route, effectively preventing them from getting lost in the complex terrain. Ready to set off, the whole journey was 10 kilometers, approximately needing 45 minutes. The high-tech device began navigating. This time was calculated based on the average speed of a level 14 professional. There might be some errors, but they wouldn't be too significant. However, 10 kilometers was still a bit far, so they needed to speed up. Or should I let one of the summon units carry you? Gu Chen asked Su Xia. With the navigation started, it was time to hurry. Su Xia, an ordinary person who hadn't changed jobs, simply couldn't keep up with the pace of the group. No need, I can keep up, Su Xia said as he pulled a set of mechanical equipment from his spatial ring and skillfully donned it. The equipment was overall dark gray with some silver-white lines featuring a sleek design that fit the contours of the human body. It covered the shoulders, chest and legs with armor equipped with a power device, support structures around the waist and hips, and had cooling fins and antennas on the back. This sight made Lin Yuan's eyes widen. Old Su Yu, were you wearing a mech suit? Nope, this is a battle armor codenamed Mark 1. Click. Click, click, Su Xia began to warm up, moving his joints and limbs, while sounds of mechanical rotations emanated from the armor. As he took a step, he moved like a nimble cheetah, covering 8 or 9 meters in a single breath. To reduce weight, I specifically did not load any weapon systems, which significantly increased my walking speed. Let's go, we should be able to reach the second floor's main prison in 45 minutes. 80 descendants of the Blood Clan formed a wedge formation to clear the path ahead, with Gu Chen and others following behind, initiating a forced march mode. Along the way, numerous beast corpses arranged in attack formations charged at them. Gu Chen didn't want to waste time here, so he dealt with these beast corpses in a straightforward manner. When the beast corpses charged, he had the Nightmare Sovereign summon Nightmare Servants to entangle the foremost beast corpses right where they stood. Consequently, the beast corpses behind them fell over each other in disarray. By the time they reorganized and prepared to chase, they could no longer see any trace of Gu Chen and his team. From the entrance to the second floor dungeon to the main prison, even the shortest distance was 10 kilometers. Without Su Xia's advanced tech navigation, they might have wandered in this complex dungeon for days. Due to the complexity of the dungeon, many professionals, even with guides and maps, end up taking many wrong turns here. And since the final boss only appears after all the ordinary otherworldly creatures are dead, the record for clearing the bone burial dungeon has always been difficult to break. 45 minutes later, Gu Chen and his team arrived outside the main prison on the second floor. After dealing with a squad of attracted warriors, the group entered the main prison. At first glance, the main prison didn't look different from other parts of the dungeon, but its interior was much more spacious and filled with a strong cold aura. This must be the place. Su Xia surveyed the surroundings and said, "Inside the second floor's main prison is also an elite otherworldly creature, the voodoo shaman stitched together the corpses of an orc and a dwarf queen, successfully creating a beast corpse queen that possessed both strength and intellect." As Su Xia spoke, a gust of black wind whipped up around them and a deep growl echoed around as a rough figure emerged from the depths of the main prison. The beast corpse queen appeared covered in dirty beast fur and colorful scales, with an exaggerated form that was almost non-human. This appearance was even uglier than the beast corpse chieftain, resembling a monster stitched together from various orcs and dwarves. Otherworldly creature, beast corpse queen, elite level, LV.18 health, 151,500 attributes, strength 210, agility 197, constitution 212, spirit 190, skill I, furious charge skill 2, corrosive poison skill 3, beast corpse frenzy skill 4. Summon beast corpses, an 18th level elite with over 150,000 health points, more terrifying than the dwarf chieftain. This beast corpse queen seemed rather formidable. Gu Chen immediately commanded his summon to attack. The blood sovereign flashed into action, wielding dual guns as he charged forward, unleashing a torrent of bullets like a violent storm. Bang, bang, bang. Fist-sized bloody holes exploded across the body of the beast corpse queen, who let out a sharp, piercing scream of pain. Following this, she spewed a vast cloud of purple-black smoke from her mouth, a toxic smoke that caused area damage. Lin Yuan, Lin Xingqing, Su Ran and Su Xia were all enveloped in this poisonous fog, their health rapidly depleting. Fortunately, having followed Gu Chen through a hellish dungeon, not only had their attributes improved, but they had also acquired decent equipment from the dungeon's treasure chest and the first clear gift box. This significantly enhanced their defense, absorbing some of the damage. However, Su Xia was not so lucky. Merely brushed by the black fog, he was left with a sliver of health. His survival owed only to his immediate use of an invincibility scroll. With just a thread of health left, Su Xia, pale-faced, quickly took out a life recovery potion to heal himself, internally grateful for his timely reaction, else he would have been dead. Su Xia certainly had more than one life. As a core member of the Eternal Group, he definitely possessed items like the Resurrection Cross, but even resurrection items aren't unlimited, they come with a cooldown limit, unusable again shortly after one use. With less than half of the bone burial dungeon abyss traversed, wasting a resurrection item here would jeopardize later stages. Everyone fall back, Gu Chen immediately told the group. Almost as soon as he spoke, the sound of mechanical whirring emanated from the Mark I armor. The next second, Su Xia ran without a second glance, realizing that the abyss was no place for a mere mortal like him. Watching Gu Chen slaughter his way through the first dungeon level, even one-shotting a level 20 dwarf king statue, had made him lower his guard. He had easily dismissed the foreign races after seeing Gu Chen effortlessly wipe out the first wave of beast corpse warriors on the second dungeon floor. Now he understood, he was just a normal person. Any of these foreign races could easily take his life. What right did he have to underestimate them? Perhaps because of his noticeable vulnerability. The beast corpse queen burst forth a wave of black energy, her body shooting towards Su Xia like a cannonball. In a frantic onslaught, Su Xia was terrified. This was the beast corpse queen's skill. If it hit, he would surely lose his life. He quickly pulled out a teleportation scroll, narrowly escaping the beast corpse queen's assault by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! Su Xia reappeared behind Gu Chen, his legs weak, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Just a little closer and he would have been killed by the beast corpse queen. Having narrowly escaped death twice, Su Xia now trembled meekly, cowering among Lin Yuan and the others. Meanwhile, outside the main jail, a massive throng of beast corpse warriors charged fiercely towards them. "Human, how dare you slaughter my kin? You're seeking death." Gu Chen didn't bother to respond, he simply activated his skill, Spatial Swap. In the next second, the shadow of the closest blood descendant to the beast corpse king transformed into a towering and majestic corpse golem. Due to level restrictions, the summon creature couldn't leave a 3-kilometer radius from Gu Chen, so the corpse golem had already been stationary in a dungeon somewhere outside the 3 kilometers for 10 minutes. This means that the defenses and recovery of the corpse golem had already stacked 6 times over. A rich black light burst forth from the towering golem, causing the bodies of all the alien races present, including the beast corpse queen, to tremble instantly, afflicting them with extreme fatigue and the Black Death Plague. Kill them all, leave none behind, Guchen said indifferently. For ordinary professionals, the beast corpse queen and the oncoming beast corpse soldiers were simply unstoppable, and to even have a whole corpse left in such a battle would be considered a great fortune. However, now these alien races appeared no more significant than chickens and dogs in Guchen's eyes. Their attributes were halved, the damage they took was doubled, and their life continued to decrease under the plague state. What was there to fear from such alien races? Even elite aliens were to be slain without error. The vampire overlord and the nightmare sovereign immediately joined the battlefield, bullets whistling and dark mist filling the air, cutting down the beast corpse soldiers like leaks. The beast corpse queen's fierce eyes flickered with a cold light, and instead of leading her troops into a charge, she turned her attention to the towering and formidable corpse golem. A debuff summon, then I'll kill you first. With a low shout, the beast corpse queen launched her skill, charging towards the corpse golem. The beast corpse queen, being an 18th level elite alien, thought her berserk charge would instantly kill the 14th level corpse golem. However, the skill hit the corpse golem, merely causing it to lose over 800 health points. The expression of the beast corpse queen froze, staring at the pitifully small damage, and for the first time a hint of confusion appeared in her brutal eyes. After the corpse golem reached level 14, its health points were 32600. The damage of over 800 was almost negligible. Even as she was stunned, the health points she had just reduced were restored right under the beast corpse queen's eyes. She was dumbfounded, not knowing how to proceed. Looking at the mountain-like towering corpse golem in front of her, she had never felt such despair. On the second floor of the dungeon, dozens of beast corpse soldiers had already gathered, almost forming an encirclement, yet the beast corpse queen felt her scalp tingle. The vampire overlord and the nightmare sovereign had already slaughtered into the group of beast corpse soldiers, and even the usually quiet blood descendants joined the battle. The scene was clear, it was almost a one-sided massacre. The vampire overlord was firing wildly in the middle, while the nightmare sovereign picked off enemies from the perimeter. These two summoned creatures, one legendary and one epic, were simply not something these ordinary aliens could handle. Most of the blood descendants, although comparable to 17th level aliens, also possessed the innate abilities of their race, with speed, strength, and recovery abilities surpassing those of the same level. At this moment, the main dungeon appeared like a vast slaughterhouse. Upon witnessing this scene, the beast corpse queen roared in anger, a burst of purplish-red blood light exploding from beneath her feet. Streaks of blood light shot out, rapidly striking the surrounding beast corpses. These corpses roared furiously, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty hue, and their bodies swelled in size. This was the beast corpse queen's skill, Corpse Frenzy, which could drive all beast corpse warriors into a frenzied state, granting them a 30% damage increase. Su Xiao warned Guchen, who stood behind Lin Xingqing's robust and delicate frame, not daring to even poke his head out. A 30% damage boost was quite significant for most professionals, potentially turning the tide in some battles. However, boosting a bunch of weaklings by 30% still left them as weaklings with no real change. At best, it merely slowed their deaths slightly. About 3 minutes into the battle, under the summon's tempestuous offensive, more than 40 beast corpse warriors lay dead, strewn across the ground. The vampire Grand Duke didn't pause for a moment, turning to attack the beast corpse queen, who was still stubbornly clashing with the bone golem. The beast corpse queen, the most rational being on the second floor of the dungeon, displayed a somewhat indescribable performance. To say she lacked rationality. From the moment the battle began, she knew to target the bone golem first. To say she was rational, she spent the entire time scratching at the bone golem, paying no heed to the main battlefield. She had some rationality, but not much. That was Guchen's assessment of the beast corpse queen. With a piercing scream, the beast corpse queen, her body emitting black-tainted blood, died under the twin guns of the vampire Grand Duke, killing the beast corpse queen. Elite LV.18 experience plus 7,268 loot acquired. Mirror Ring LV.18 rare grade. Destiny Amulet LV.18 rare grade. Enhancement Stone * 10-inch Life Recovery Potion * 5, Level Up Level, LV.15, 2212/162400, Strength, 467, Agility, 466, Constitution, 468, Spirit, 669 Summons. Vampire Grand Duke LV.15 Legendary Nightmare Sovereign LV.15 Epic Bone Golem LV.15 Legendary Talent Current Gain a Dark Bloodline leveling up again, level 11 entering first tier of the Abyss enjoying the experience of 5 alone the speed of leveling up is exhilarating. Guchen glanced at his experience bar the next level up required a staggering 360,000 experience indicating that future leveling would likely slow down. The Beast Corpse Queen dropped 2 pieces of equipment a ring and an amulet mirror ring quality, rare level, LV.18 class restriction, summoner attributes, agility plus 10 spirit plus 10 effect. Generates 2 mirrors of summon creatures. Mirrors possess all talents and skills of the original and have 80% of all attributes. Damage taken increased by 50%. Turns out to be a piece of equipment exclusive to summoners. The damage taken by the mirror image increased by 50%, which meant that the mirror image wouldn't last long. However, this was only true for ordinary summon creatures. For the Vampire Lord, his regenerative abilities were exceptionally strong. Being a legendary summon creature, even if the mirror image only possessed 80% of the original's attributes, it was enough to offset this disadvantage. This effectively meant having 2 additional powerful allies. Thus Gu Chen equipped the Vampire Lord with the mirror ring. He then turned his attention to the second item. The Amulet of Fate quality, rare level, LV. 18-inch no class restriction attributes, plus 15 stamina effect, binds to an allied unit taking damage on their behalf when their health falls below 30%. This was truly a life-saving artifact. Guchen didn't hesitate and wore the Amulet of Fate himself, binding it to the Vampire Lord. The Vampire Lord already had a high health growth, and after the first bloodline awakening his talents were enhanced, gaining 10 points of maximum health with each kill. Combined his health growth was frighteningly rapid, even surpassing that of another legendary creature, the Corpse Golem, by over 30,000 health. After a brief rest, the descendant of the vampires continued to lead the way, and the group found the entrance to the 3rd level of the dungeon in a secret chamber behind the main prison of the 2nd floor. Compared to the 1st and 2nd levels, the 3rd level was less complex. Descending the stone stairs led to a spacious corridor stretching into the darkness. Halfway through their path a deep roar echoed from the depths of the darkness. Then 15 robust figures with heavy steps emerged. Leading them were 3 beast corpses wielding giant hammers, their bodies stitched with animal and human skins, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Species: Beast Corpses Warlord level, LV.19 health, 75,200 attributes. Strength 198, agility 183, stamina 192, spirit 185, skill I. Bone Crushing Strike skill 2, heavy hammer stomp. The level 19 Beast Corpses Warlord was a more advanced experimental body than the Beast Corpses Warrior, with its 2 skills being single target burst and single target control. The combat power of the Beast Corpses Warlord was formidable, usually grouped in 5s, meaning a team of Beast Corpses Warlords could unleash 5 control skills. This was a disaster for any regular team of professionals. A moment's inattention could lead to being controlled to death. And just as Gu Chen stepped into the 3rd level of the dungeon, he encountered 3 teams of Beast Corpses Warlords. Such luck was outrageously bad. How did 3 teams appear all at once? Su Xia's face turned pale for a moment. 3 teams, 15 Beast Corpses Warlords, meant 15 control skills. That represented being in a nightmare level abyss under strong control for 15 seconds. Su Xia shuddered at the thought, feeling a chill down his spine. Of course, Gu Chen was aware of the strong control skills possessed by the Beast Corpses Warlords, so he did not let the Vampire Lord or the Nightmare Sovereign charge forward immediately. The Vampire Descendant besieging the Beast Corpses Warlords. At the command, 80 descendants of the vampire race launched an attack around 3 teams of Beast Corpses without any hesitation. The Vampire Descendants' charge was essentially a feint to bait out skills. You have powerful control abilities, right? Hard control for 15 seconds. Come control the 80 Vampire Descendants however you wish. The scene was chaotically tense. Level 19 Beast Corps War Generals were by no means weak, yet it was not easy to kill the Vampire Descendants. Eventually, it was only when the Vampire Lord and the Nightmare Sovereign joined forces that the chaos was thoroughly suppressed. Killing Beast Corps War General LV.19 gave plus 3,080 experience, another gave plus 3,060, and yet another gave plus 3,090 experience. Just as these Beast Corps generals were nearly annihilated, a loud boom resounded, and 2 dwarven figures covered in fierce scars emerged from the darkness. One wielded a black sledgehammer, the other a massive black axe. If one could ignore the centipede-like stitches on the dwarf's skin, these were the most human-like dwarves Gu Chen had seen since entering the bone burial dungeon. However, in the next second Gu Chen's eyelids twitched suddenly. The two dwarves who emerged from the darkness had the heads of beastly orcs with green faces and sharp fangs. Beast-headed human bodies, species, elite beast corpse commander level, LV.20 health, 185,200 attributes, strength 368, agility 293, constitution 372, spirit 295, skill I, bone crushing strike, skill 2, summoning beast corpses. With their appearance, Beast Corps soldiers swarmed from all directions, madly charging towards Gu Chen's position. At the same time, the ground trembled slightly and dull sounds echoed from the darkness. Behind the Beast Corps commanders, two enormous, deformed giants with bulging muscles slowly emerged. Their skin was a dark green covered in blue veins, looking like twisted tree roots writhing on the surface. Their murky eyes gleamed fiercely, and their huge mouths filled with uneven sharp teeth drip with yellowish slime emitting a foul stench. Species, elite beast corpse aberration level, LV.20 health, 236,600 attributes, strength 378, agility 223, constitution 392, spirit 205, skill I, limb grasp, skill 2, disease mist, skill 3, frenzy. Another two elite species. Gu Chen's brow furrowed slightly. With the addition of those two beast-headed dwarven commanders, there were now 4 elite species on the field. However, fortunately the health of the Beast Corps commanders was relatively low, and apart from their monster gathering skill, they only had a single target attack skill. Compared to the two Beast Corps aberrations that appeared later, the Beast Corps commanders were relatively weaker. Faced with 4 elite species, Gu Chen didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately activated a displacement swap skill, bringing over a corpse golem that was stacking status at the third layer's entrance. With a black light sweeping across the battlefield, numerous alien races, including the Beast Corps commanders and the Beast Corps aberrations, were inflicted with debuff statuses. The Vampire Descendant was ordered by Gu Chen to attack the Beast Corps warriors, while the Vampire Overlord activated his mirror images to assist the Nightmare Sovereign in targeting the elite aliens. Up until now, Gu Chen hadn't taken direct control of the battle since the summoned creatures were more than capable of overwhelming the enemy. However, as they reached the final stage of the bone burial dungeon, the difficulty had noticeably increased. Following Gu Chen's command, the Vampire Descendant focused on the Beast Corps warriors storming from the periphery of the battlefield and charged at them without hesitation. A trace of bloodlight shone from the ring of the Vampire Overlord, and instantly 2 identical mirror images appeared beside him. They were not just similar, they were exact replicas. In a flash, the Nightmare Sovereign appeared behind a Beast Corps aberration. His nightmare minions transformed into dark shadows and swiftly entwined around the massive body of the aberration. The Beast Corps aberration roared angrily, emitting a large cloud of green mist around it, this disease mist akin to the corpse golem's skill Black Death Plague also caused continuous virus damage through blood loss. However, this viral mist was useless against the Nightmare Sovereign, an entity of conscious energy and not a biological being. Viruses could not harm him, much like how the Dwarf King's statue was immune to the plague's damage. As the green mist spread, so did the black mist. The Nightmare Sovereign, primarily a magic-based summoned creature, activated his skill when 10 of his minions had wrapped around him. Sensing imminent danger, the Beast Corps aberration roared and attempted to dodge to the side to escape the black mist's assault. However, it soon realized its body was bound by dark shadows, making escape impossible. Phantasmal Instant Kill was activated. In an instant, the thick black mist infiltrated the Beast Corps aberration. Under the effect of the debuffs, it unleashed severe damage and instantly depleted its health. Defeating Beast Corps aberration, elite LV.20 experience gained plus 93. 12-inch loot obtained included a rare level 20 severing fist weapon, a rare teleportation scroll, and 3 life recovery potions. Witnessing its kin's death, another Beast Corps aberration suddenly roared, its body swelling rapidly. It entered a berserk state, its limbs hitting the ground, thick fur sprouting all over and sharp claws growing from its hands and feet, resembling a wild beast that had lost its sanity. Just then, deafening gunfire erupted. The Vampire Overlord appeared like a specter in front of the berserk Beast Corps aberration, and bullets poured down like a torrent of steel, blasting blood-filled holes into the massive body. The other 2 Beast Corps commanders were also not having an easy time, being pushed back continuously by the Vampire Overlord's mirror images. although the mirror images only possessed 80% of the original's attributes. 80% of a legendary summoned creature's power was still of legendary caliber. Just as the Beast Corp's forces were overwhelmingly defeated, suddenly strands of eerie green energy emerged from the darkness. The energies surged into the bodies of the three elite aliens, instantaneously restoring them from their weakened states. At the same time, a dense poisonous fog rolled in from the darkness, spreading rapidly and causing the health of two mirror images to plummet drastically. Following that, a purple energy burst forth from the darkness, landing instantly on the corpse of the mutated beast's corpse on the ground. With a roar, the mutated beast's corpse suddenly opened its murky eyes. Its flesh, eroded by the sudden poisonous fog, hung in tatters, covered with rotting flesh and bones, making it look no different from a zombie. The next second, the zombie-like huge body stood up, alive. Gu Chen's eyelids twitched as he stared at the zombie-like beast corpse. Alien species, beast corpse, mutant, elite level, 20 health points, attributes, skills, another elite alien. The beast corpse mutant, aside from its name and level, everything else was a mystery. What exactly was this thing? Revived from death, the beast corpse had mutated into a beast corpse mutant, being a level 20 elite alien. Its health points, attributes and skills were all obscured. There could be three reasons for not seeing these attributes: they were hidden, the opponent's level was too high, or there were no values at all. Clearly, the beast corpse mutant was the third case. After all, it was just a resurrected corpse, naturally devoid of life values and attributes, which in another sense made it invincible. What's the difference from being invincible? Lin Yuan's eyelids jumped as he looked at the zombie-like figure, feeling his scalp tingle. How are we supposed to fight this? Without even knowing its stats, even Gu Chen's summoned beasts with explosive damage might not be able to overcome it. Lin Xingqing and Su Ran's faces turned slightly pale. Every elite alien that died was transformed by the voodoo shaman into a beast corpse mutant, capable of existing for 1 minute. They were indestructible, but would die automatically once the time elapsed. Su Xia hurriedly shouted from the side. After its resurrection, the zombie-like beast corpse mutant let out a furious roar and launched a crazy attack on the Nightmare Overlord. A limb suddenly grew from its ribs, violently reaching out for the Nightmare Overlord. If it had been a normal summoned beast, once caught, it would immediately be entangled by the beast corpse mutant. However, the Nightmare Overlord had no physical form. The sharp limb easily pierced through the black mist surrounding it and pulled back, grabbing nothing, the beast corpse mutant seemingly unaware of. This fact, or rather devoid of any rational thought from its resurrection, continued its relentless attack on the Nightmare Overlord. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle also reached a climax, with the three elite aliens already severely injured. Suddenly, a blood-colored tornado burst from the bodies of the three bloodlords. The violent energy surged forth like an angry dragon, charging towards the three battered elite aliens. Crimson Feast, boom, boom, boom. Three loud noises. The three elite aliens were hit by the skill, their health points drastically reduced. Following that, the second phase of damage from the Crimson Feast took effect, dealing additional damage just over 20,000 based on 30% of the maximum health of the Vampire Overlord. In an instant, three elite alien species were killed. Almost at the moment when the three corpses fell, three streaks of purple energy flew out from the darkness and landed on them. Subsequently, just as before, the three elite aliens instantly turned into zombie-like creatures and stood up from the ground. Beast corpse mutants level 20, they possess no health points, no attributes in 4 dimensions, and no skill information. Whoosh! One of the beast corpse mutants extended a limb and stabbed at the nearest Vampire Overlord with incredible speed. The Vampire Overlord, being of legendary status, dodged the attack with a swift movement, narrowly avoiding the limb. However, another mirror image reacted slightly slower and was instantly struck by the limb of the beast corpse mutant. The Vampire Overlord, being flesh and blood, meant its mirror image was also corporeal. Thus, the piercing limb caused real substantial damage, creating a bloody hole in the mirror image instantly. Then, with a fierce pull, the limb dragged the mirror image right in front of the beast corpse mutant. A deep purple poison fog erupted from its body, rapidly corroding the mirror image into mere white bones. Crack! A pile of bones shattered on the ground. The mirror image didn't even have time to resist and died instantly. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen's eyelids twitched suddenly. This damage? Are you kidding me? Even though it was just a mirror image which had 80% of the Vampire Overlord's attributes, it was turned into dry bones by the beast corpse mutant in an instant. With attributes all marked by question marks, it was truly terrifying. after the death of the mirror image, the Beast Corpse mutant did not go after another mirror image or the vampire overlord, nor did it attack the nightmare overlord. Instead, it charged directly towards the Wraith Golem with incredible speed. This won't do with such terrifying attributes. Even the Wraith Golem, which had stacked up to 10 times its defense, might not hold up. The Wraith Golem, in its stationary state, could stack defense and recovery up to a 10-fold increase, but even so, Guchen dared not let the Wraith Golem face danger lightly. If this summoned creature were to die, it would mean losing a trump card. His face slightly altered, he quickly activated a skill, Spatial Swap. In an instant, the Wraith Golem swapped places with a vampire descendant on the outer perimeter. The vampire descendant that was swapped in was almost immediately turned into a mist of blood by the Beast Corpse mutant. That was a level 21 vampire descendant just smashed to death like that? Lin Yuan couldn't believe it. This is just a nightmare level. What if it were a hell level? Lin Xingxing's voice still trembled a bit. We must delay. The Beast Corpse mutants can only exist for 1 minute. If we can just hold out long enough, we can end them. Su Xia frowned. 1 minute, it sounds short, but with the speed of the Beast Corpse mutants, that's enough time to kill us several times over. Su Ran's eyes slightly quivered. After smashing the vampire descendant, the Beast Corpse mutant did not stop. It continued to charge in the direction of the Wraith Golem. Amidst the journey, the descendants of the Blood Clan and the cadaverous beast soldiers were struck down, turning into a mist of blood that scattered across the ground. Lacking reason and attacking indiscriminately, they even killed their own in ferocity. Simultaneously, another mirror image couldn't withstand the assault from the mutated cadaverous beasts and was reduced to scattered flesh. Guchen dared not be careless facing these 4 elite alien races with unknown attributes. He immediately recalled the Blood Clan Overlord and the Nightmare Sovereign. Following that, he activated a teleportation skill, swapping the position of a Blood Clan descendant with a corpse golem to bring it to his side. Subsequently, all the Blood Clan descendants on the battlefield quickly regrouped around him, encircling Gu Chen and the 3 summoned beasts like stars around the moon. All summon units gathered around him. What was he planning to do? Su Xia's face showed clear confusion. Old Gu, have you lost your mind? Isn't this just inviting all the beast corpses to surround you? Lin Yuan shouted anxiously. Stop blabbering. Lin Xingxing pushed Lin Yuan aside. Right, the mastermind's actions surely aren't as simple as we think. Su Ran also nodded in agreement. At this moment, the previously dispersed summon units had all converged around Gu Chen, appearing to be trapped. This shift also caused all the Beast Corpse soldiers to turn their spears and charge inward. The 4 elite aliens didn't hesitate and turned around, roaring as they madly charged at Gu Chen and the 3 summoned beasts. At the same time, Gu Chen nonchalantly snapped his fingers. With a click, accompanied by a soft sound, the Nightmare Sovereign's surrounding black mist surged, creating a deep dream from its current position. In an instant, the 4 charging mutated beast corpses, along with several dozen Beast Corpse soldiers, fell into the deep dream. The dream energy, like an invisible swamp, drastically reduced their speed and health. The sustained damage from the deep dream caused the health of all beast corpses to continuously drop. The movements of the Beast Corpse soldiers slowed as if stuck in mud, staggered by the energy of the dream. Only the 4 mutated beast corpses, surrounded by purple-black energy, managed to break free from the dream's disturbance and continued charging towards Gu Chen and the summoned beasts, unable to suppress them. Gu Chen's brows furrowed slightly. This was the first time he encountered aliens who weren't disturbed by the deep dream. The mutated beast corpses could only exist for 1 minute, which, although brief, felt exceedingly long in a life-and-death battle. Fortunately, after the last bloodline awakening, the deep dream had been enhanced once more, not only increasing its damage but also its control capabilities. These Beast Corpse soldiers had their attributes halved and now were being rapidly depleted of health by the dream energy, falling dead in just 2 breaths. And as the Beast Corpse soldiers died, the charging mutated beast corpses suddenly paused, standing dazedly in place. With every death within the deep dream, a 1-second stun was inflicted on all targets. Gu Chen and the other members of the Blood Clan were also within the deep dream, but as they were not targets of the Nightmare Sovereign, they were not affected by the stun effect. Under the dizzying effects, the 4 mutated beast corpses moved as if the frame of a picture was freezing intermittently, stopping and starting their movements as slow as a tortoise. This temporary control over the beast corpses allowed for some respite from all directions. Beast Corpse soldiers and generals continuously charged like moths to a flame into the deeper layers of the dream. By rough estimation, there were at least 80 to 90 of them. the death of each target caused a 1-second stun to all, and following this trend it was entirely possible to control the 4 mutated beast corpses until their demise. Simultaneously a dense black fog began to spread throughout the deep dream and numerous death tentacles appeared out of nowhere, violently striking at all the beast corpse soldiers. This was the effect of the fallen orb. Every time a skill hit a target, a death tentacle would spawn next to it. Although each tentacle only lasted for 2 seconds and dealt 6,000 damage, the sheer number of beast corpses meant the damage quickly added up to 480,000 damage in just 2 seconds, a truly explosive impact. With the threat of the mutated beast corpses neutralized, Gu Chen no longer restrained the Vampire Duke and the remaining mirror image. "Go kill them all," he commanded. Both the beast corpse soldiers and generals, weakened by the debuff effects, turned into easy targets, an excellent opportunity not to be missed. The Vampire Duke, along with a host of vampire descendants, charged at the beast corpse soldiers. Under the influence of the negative effects and the deep dream, the scene turned into a one-sided slaughter. Killing a beast corpse soldier at level 17 granted 2,199 experience points, another at the same level 2,250 points, a beast corpse general at level 19 gave 3,080 points, and another soldier at level 17 provided 2,120 points. Besides the corpse golems, the Vampire Duke and the Nightmare Sovereign had switched to harvest mode, furiously slaughtering all the different races present. Gu Chen's priestly suit burst into a vivid red glow. The sacrificial suit effect activated. For a certain period, the sacrificer would receive a damage multiplier of 10% per sacrificial number. Without hesitation, Gu Chen bestowed the suit's effect on the Vampire Duke, and the sacrificial subjects were naturally the vampire descendants present. He sacrificed 50 of the 80 vampire descendants in one breath. 50 dazzling lights swiftly surged into the Vampire Duke, whose body suddenly enlarged, and a crimson blood flame burst forth, fiercely burning around him. The damage increased fivefold. With a powerful leap, the Vampire Duke transformed into a blood-red afterimage, bursting out of the deep dream, launching a tempestuous assault on the approaching beast corpses. From his dual guns, crimson blood flames spewed forth, and bullets bright as blood relentlessly fired one after another, each hitting precisely in the center of a beast corpse's head. Bang, bang, bang. Each fierce beast corpse that came close had its head blown off, turning into headless bodies collapsing on the ground. These were ordinary attacks, no skills used, all basic attacks. In a state of sacrifice, damage soared fivefold, causing outputs to explode. No beast corpse could withstand a single shot, and if one did, then it would take two. The swarming beast corpses fell like clay figures one after another. Hiss, Lin Yuan, and the others watching couldn't help but gasp in awe, contributing greatly to global warming. Although they were accustomed to Gu Chen's summoned beasts unleashing tremendous damage, they hadn't anticipated it being this outrageous. A level 17 beast corpse warrior being taken down with one shot was already bizarre, and a level 19 beast corpse commander too. What was happening? Were the abyssal aliens collectively offering their heads? Utter chaos and slaughter. Truly exhilarating. Lin Yuan was so excited that his whole body trembled. Gu Chen was in charge of the chaotic killing, and he was in charge of screaming in excitement. Among them, Su Xia was the most out of character. After all, he was the most knowledgeable about the bone burial dungeon, and seeing the terrifying lethality of the Bloodlord left him utterly shocked. His worldview was shattered. A level 15 summoned beast, using only basic attacks, could decimate nightmare-level abyssal beast corpse warriors and commanders. If he were to speak of this, he would surely be deemed insane and locked in an asylum. Yet this was the truth. Beast corpses died one after another, with Gu Chen dominating the field and experience points skyrocketing rapidly. Soon a minute passed. In the deep dream, mutant beast corpses successively fell to the ground, completely devoid of life signs. Experience and loot had already been collected when the beast corpse mutants were defeated. For elite aliens contributed a total of 36,000 experience points and 6 pieces of equipment, thrilling beyond measure. The situation was now under control. With no more beast corpses charging in, when the last beast corpse was killed, a piercing tragic scream suddenly resounded through the darkness. Lin Yuan and Su Xia immediately covered their ears, while Gu Chen showed an excited expression. This scream had finally triggered the final boss's appearance. A howling wind suddenly erupted in the dungeon, like the lament of wailing spirits echoing continuously. Lin Yuan, Su Xia, and the remaining 30 descendants of the bloodline trembled, violently, instantly immobilized by a powerful force. This was a psychic attack. Guchen also felt dizzy, but he wasn't immobilized because his attributes had broken through 1,000 and his mental attribute was the highest. Finally, the final boss appeared. Guchen narrowed his eyes, peering into the darkness at a faintly visible strange figure, a first-level abyss, the nightmare-level final boss of the Bone Burial Dungeon, Voodoo Shaman. The Voodoo Shaman had appeared. 4 hours had passed since entering the abyss, and Guchen's face showed relief, certain that the record-breaking reward was secured. Next, all that was needed was to kill the Voodoo Shaman to successfully clear the nightmare-level abyss. The dungeon's chilling winds seemed to lessen and the pitiful wails of the spirits also faded away. Accompanied by footsteps, a figure clad in a dark beast skin coat emerged from the darkness, adorned with bone carvings and wearing a gas mask obscuring its true face. In its hand, it held a sinister-looking staff, topped with a gemstone that flickered with eerie light and shadows. The creature was a Voodoo Shaman, a boss-level entity at level 20 with a life force of 283,100. Its attributes included a strength of 330, agility of 310, constitution of 290 and spirit of 360. Its skills were as follows: Skill I, Purifying Light Screen. Skill 2, Death Tempest. Skill 3, Corrosive Poison. The Voodoo Shaman stepped forward, its dark glossy eyes reflecting the corpses strewn about the ground. As it turned its mask towards Gu Chen and his companions, a deep horse chuckle emerged from behind the mask. You've managed to kill all the test subjects. Do you also seek the power that transcends death? The chilling laugh carried a sinister and cold intent. The Voodoo Shaman was like a fanatical pioneer of science, keen on bizarre biological experiments such as stitching dwarf corpses with beast tribes or transforming orc corpses into grotesque forms. In essence, his goal was to transform dead bodies into monsters, which in his eyes represented a power that transcended death. Guchen, however, disagreed. Don't get me wrong, I just want to kill you. This level 20 boss was the most formidable alien creature he had faced so far. If a team of level 15 professionals had come here, they would have been completely annihilated. The death rate in the Bone Burial Dungeon was among the highest in the second tier of the Abyss, and this was no joking matter. Yet, compared to the 5-fold damage of the Vampire Lord, it was nothing. Kill me, humph human, do you know what you are talking about? The Voodoo Shaman snorted coldly, its body suddenly swelling, its beast skin coat bursting open to reveal a bulky body of blue-black brimming with a sense of explosive power. Its body was covered with dense stitching scars, making it look like a corpse riddled with holes. Suddenly, a pair of massive bony wings extended from its back like deadly scythes, covered with rugged protrusions and sharp spines, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. With a low roar, the corpse golem unleashed a thick black light from its body, shooting towards the Voodoo Shaman like 2 black meteors. Exhausted to the extreme, the Black Death Plague, whether elite or boss, once these 2 statuses were applied, it would at least have their life force. The Voodoo Shaman immediately raised its staff, the gemstone emitting a dazzling light, forming a protective light screen in an attempt to block these 2 skills. Purifying Light Screen was a defensive skill meant to nullify skill damage. Unluckily for it, all of the corpse golem skills were immune to immunity. The 2 streaks of black light pierced through the light screen like meteors, striking the Voodoo Shaman in an instant. The next second, the debuff took effect. The Voodoo Shaman's aura faltered, its attributes halved abruptly, and its damage taken increased 2-fold. Under the plague status, it began to lose health continuously. Sensing the changes within itself, the Voodoo Shaman roared in anger, conjuring several streaks of black lightning around it. Death Tempest, the Vampire Lord immediately took action, charging forward without dodging or evading. Black lightning erupted with astonishing might, slamming into the body of the Vampire Duke with thunderous roars. Previously, this skill could have easily killed a level 15 creature from another race, however now it only reduced the Vampire Duke's health by a quarter. The Voodoo Shaman paused slightly, seemingly surprised by the low damage dealt. Nevertheless, it didn't pay much attention to this, considering its own condition wasn't optimal and a casually cast skill not dealing maximum damage was understandable. Immediately after, it burst out with a strong black light, raising its hand towards the Vampire Duke and unleashing a vast expanse of purple-black poison fog that engulfed the sky and stormed towards the Vampire Duke. This corrosive, deadly poison, similar to the previous mutated beast corpses, caused severe toxic damage. However, the poison fog cast by the Voodoo Shaman was more than 10 times stronger than that of the mutated beast corpses, almost solidifying into substance like a toxic storm blasting towards its target. As soon as the Vampire Duke came into contact with the poison fog, his health drastically plummeted. he immediately retreated backwards while his dual guns aimed at the voodoo shaman and he pulled the triggers. Deadly shots, bullets wrapped in silver light intertwined with blood flames instantly pierced through the poison fog, shattered the light screen and struck the voodoo shaman. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time 6 death tentacles rapidly formed around it. The voodoo shaman's body trembled violently, being forced back repeatedly, and its health quickly dropped at a visibly rapid rate. How could this be possible? Behind the mask, the eyes of the voodoo shaman bulged in shock as if experiencing the apocalypse. A level 15 summoned beast had just dealt 150,000 damage with a casual skill. How could such terrifying damage exist? It must be remembered it was a boss not only with enhanced health but also with increased attack and defense capabilities. How could it become so weak? The corpse golem, truly a monster-slaying weapon. This damage made Gu Chen's heart burst with joy. Although the vampire duke's damage had increased fivefold, facing the voodoo shaman alone it wasn't enough to deal such high damage. After all, it was a level 20 abyssal boss with significant defensive enhancements. The explosive damage was mainly because the voodoo shaman was standing less than 10 meters away from the corpse golem. Irresistible. When the corpse golem is in a stationary state, it increases defense by 1% per second and recovery by 1% per second, and targets within 10 meters of the corpse golem receive a 100% increase in negative effects. So due to the positioning, the voodoo shaman had just suffered 200% damage, a mere double damage which is trivial for an abyssal boss. But don't forget the vampire duke was currently in a sacrificial state, making the damage multiplier increase by 5 times. Thus, that ordinary skill when it hit the voodoo shaman exploded with 10 times the damage. 10 times. It was fortunate that the voodoo shaman was an abyssal boss with high defensive enhancements, or else any other level 20 creature from another race would have died over a dozen times already. Why, you're only level 15, how could you have such terrifying damage? The voodoo shaman screamed in agony, his body severely damaged by bullets, even the bone wings on his back were broken, the scales of victory were tipping. The vampire overlord, however, was not one for words. What did an abyssal boss matter? If one skill didn't do the job, then 2 would. With his skill Crimson Feast, a spiraling surge of blood flames swept out like an apocalyptic storm, carrying a terrifying force that headed straight for the voodoo shaman. This was the vampire overlord's most powerful strike, utterly unavoidable. Boom! The blood flames turned into a violent storm, perforating the voodoo shaman with wounds, reducing him to critical condition in an instant. Then the additional damage took effect. A blinding crimson light burst forth from the voodoo shaman's body, and massive damage erupted, overflowing. The voodoo shaman let out a wretched scream, struggling madly in the storm of blood flames. His health bar was completely emptied. In the city hall of Lincheng, Su Lai stood trembling next to the office desk. Ever since he had seen the news of Gu Chen entering the abyss, he knew that Gu Qingfeng would come for him. What he hadn't anticipated was how quickly that would happen. Normally, the entry of a professional into a dungeon or the abyss wouldn't draw much attention from the professional trading platform, let alone push notifications to all professionals like it did this time when Gu Chen entered the abyss. Why did so many professionals receive the news of Gu Chen entering the bone burial dungeon? Don't ask, because the answer is money. The professional trading platform offers a package deal for just 100,000 yuan, allowing a message of up to 30 characters, excluding punctuation, to be pushed to all professionals in the north. It's not really a deal, but Gu Chen bought it anyway, intending to slap the Li family of Lincheng in the face. Little did he know that with just a few words, Gu Qingfeng had completely wiped out the Lincheng Li family. Your Majesty, I never imagined that young Master Gu Chen would mistakenly enter a level 1 abyss. I am guilty, deserving of death, Su Lai said, his voice trembling and a cold sweat on his forehead. Su Lai was just a mayor of a small frontier city, while Gu Qingfeng was a king of the north, capable of deciding his career and life with a mere word. Such a stark disparity made him feel an unprecedented sense of suffocation. No one knew why Gu Chen entered the bone burial dungeon. After all, he was only a level 10 professional. To the outside world, there was only one reason that could be discerned, which was to vent his frustration, to demonstrate his resolve through death. And why would he demonstrate his resolve through death? Merely because he was being hunted by the Li family? No, that was hardly a reason. Being hunted and then demonstrating resolve through death, the only effect that would have is to save his enemies some trouble. Thus, this explanation didn't hold water. Later, some keen observers pieced together the sequence of events and found a key point, making it clear to the public why Gu Chen killed the heir of the Lincheng Li family. It turned out that Gu Chen had cleared the temple ruins at the Hell level and received an SSS rating, a major news story that the Li family had suppressed. Even the Lord's mansion did not issue an announcement that the Hell level dungeon had been cleared. What's more infuriating is that to this day many locals in Lincheng still don't know that the temple ruins Hell level has already been cleared. You should know in other cities, if a player gets an SSS rating in the novice dungeon after their class transfer, the city hall will definitely issue a citywide announcement within 10 minutes of the dungeon notice. Following that, the district where the player resides would issue an announcement, then the school of the player would also make an announcement. Next, several key officials, represented by the Lord, would go to the dungeon square, take a photo with this genius, and publicly confirm the nomination for a guaranteed university spot. Normally no one would hide such a matter, however Lincheng's handling of this matter is too abnormal, leading one to suspect there are under-the-table dealings behind it. Soon as someone revealed the inside story, and this person was none other than Li Wenwei, the eyewitness who saw Gu Chen kill the Li family's heir. To secure a guaranteed spot at the capital's academy for Li Renjie, the head of the Li family, Li Xiao, communicated with the city hall, immediately delaying the process for a few days. During these days, the Li family had a window to operate. As long as Gu Chen could help Li Renjie achieve an SSS rating, the nomination would rightfully fall on Li Renjie's head. Faced with Li Xiao's threats and bribes, Gu Chen did not submit but killed Li Xiao instead, demonstrating a spirit of resisting tyranny worth learning for our generation. I have told you all I know, please spare my life, I don't want to die. Wu, in order not to be killed by the War King's royal guards, Li Wenwei confessed everything he knew without a single falsehood. Considering this, the steward Gu He showed mercy, leaving his body intact. Meanwhile, Gu Qingfeng had been searching in the wilderness all morning and only learned of Gu Chen's entry into the abyss upon returning to the city. Frustrated and without any outlet, Gu Qingfeng went to the Lincheng city hall, his face grim. Appearing in the Lord's office, Gu Qingfeng looked at Su Lai, his eyes revealing a hint of icy intent. "Lincheng, you've managed well," he said. This short sentence, however, caused Su Lai to break out in a cold sweat. Although he was the lord of Lincheng, ultimately everything in Lincheng was decided by Gu Qingfeng, because this man was the war king of the northern territory, the only king of the 7 cities of the north, and his master. Yet now his master's son had encountered trouble on his turf. Not only was he forced into the wilderness by the Li family, but more importantly he was also blocked from the guaranteed university spot. Now he had entered the Abyss, a first-tier deep dungeon suitable only for someone cornered and hunted. Thinking this, Su Lai's heart trembled and his legs went weak. Kneeling on the ground, "Your Majesty, I swear here that I will exterminate all the professionals who are chasing your son, please spare my life." Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to speak, a flurry of urgent footsteps suddenly came from the office doorway. My lord, great news. Young Master Gu Chen has successfully cleared the nightmare level of the deep abyss, and he has emerged alive from the bone burial dungeon." The voice of the steward Gu He came from outside the door, accompanied by Qin Yun, whose face seemed a bit unnatural at the moment. "What, are you serious?" As Gu Qingfeng turned around swiftly, his face filled with disbelief. "Chun'er, he really came out from the bone burial dungeon? My lord, how could I dare to joke with you at such a time? Please take a look." Without further ado, Gu He turned on the TV in the Lord's office, and a large message appeared on the screen. Lin City's SSS level professional Gu Chen, leading a team of professionals, has successfully cleared the first level of the bone burial dungeon at nightmare level. Successfully cleared the nightmare level bone burial dungeon. Excellent, truly worthy of being my son Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's gloom was swept away and his eyes sparkled with intense joy. Not only did Gu Chen survive, but he also cleared the nightmare level of the deep abyss. Such an achievement, even in the solid city of Gubei, would overshadow all other prodigies. To put it bluntly, over the past decade he had invested resources worth billions in his second son Gu Ci, and yet even so Gu Ci would not dare to enter the first level of the deep abyss at level 10, not to mention achieving what Gu Chen did, successfully clearing the first level of the deep abyss and emerging unscathed. Thinking of this, a look of undisguised excitement appeared on Gu Qingfeng's face. "Quick, raise the floating warship, let's head to the bone burial dungeon. I want to see Chen now." Upon hearing the news that Gu Chen had cleared the nightmare level of the bone burial dungeon, Gu Qingfeng felt an urgent longing. In his entire life he had never been so eager to see his son. After returning from the wilderness, he specifically went to Gu Chen's school and spoke with the head teacher Jiang Song to understand Gu Chen's daily life. Realizing that his son had endured many grievances, especially after understanding the reason behind Gu Chen killing Li Renjie. Gu Qingfeng's heart was filled with immense regret. If he had understood his son's situation earlier, it would not have led to Gu Chen being driven into the wilderness in desperation. The Li family of Lin City would not have dared to bully his son, even he only needed to reveal Gu Chen's identity, and in the whole northern territory who would dare to touch Gu Qingfeng's son, but he didn't. It was his inaction that caused Gu Chen to experience so many hardships from a young age. Now that Gu Chen not only survived but also successfully cleared the nightmare level of the bone burial dungeon, it was nothing short of a miracle. Gu Qingfeng was now eager to see Gu Chen, and he had decided to make up for all that Gu Chen had missed over the years. However, at this moment Xinyan suddenly spoke. "My lord, please don't rush, we can't go there yet." Gu Qingfeng turned his head to look at Xinyan, his expression suddenly turning cold. "What, do you not want me to bring Chen'er back?" "No my lord, that's not what I mean. Chen'er has just come out of the abyss and is probably planning to return to Lin's city. If we leave the city to find him now, we might miss him. Moreover, I'm uncertain if his anger has subsided yet. If we seek out Chen'er and he refuses to see us, wouldn't that be a joke? Your Majesty, think about it. Chen'er would rather be hunted by the Li family of Linchang and flee into the wilderness than reveal his identity. It seems to me that he still harbors some grievances." Gu Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. The reason his son was being pursued by the Li family of Linchang was mainly because he had not disclosed Gu Chen's identity, a responsibility that lay with him. But stepping back, had he not revealed it? Couldn't Gu Chen have announced his lineage himself? If Gu Chen had disclosed his background, the Li family, even if they didn't believe it, would certainly not dare to act rashly. With this thought, Gu Qingfeng's face darkened slightly. "Madam, what do you think we should do then?" Qin Yun with ill intentions said. "Your Majesty, it's great news that Chen'er successfully made it through the bone burial dungeon. In my opinion, we should hold a celebration banquet for him and Lincheng, firstly to welcome and cleanse him from his journey, and secondly as an apology." Gu Qingfeng agreed with the first part, but the latter half infuriated him. An apology? His face immediately turned grim. In this world, where does a father apologize to his son? If this gets out, how will the world view Gu Qingfeng? "I have wronged Chen'er and will naturally make amends, but apologize? Humph, I do not want to hear of this matter again." Gu Qingfeng, the Northern War King, a ruler who commands respect across the 4 seas, how could he easily bow his head? He knows his mistakes and can correct them, but he will never admit them. Xinyan showed a troubled expression. "Then what do you suggest?" "Chen'er was driven away by you. If you don't make a gesture, how will he agree to return?" The steward Gui, hearing Xinyan's words, silently rolled his eyes. "The day you knelt, you forced him to leave, and now you play the victim first. Isn't that turning the heavens upside down?" Gu Qingfeng's brows furrowed slightly. Although he was eager to see Gu Chen, knowing that Gu Chen was not in mortal danger, he could afford to be patient. In his efforts to find Gu Chen, he had not slept for a day and a night. But through Xinyan's words, he suddenly realized something, that Gu Chen had no plans to return home. Could the boy still be holding a grudge against him? Recalling how Gu Chen had rebuked him in the Gu family hall, a surge of anger rose in Gu Qingfeng's heart. His son, rather than seeking his father's help, would prefer being pursued, prefer to roam the wilderness, prefer risking his life entering the abyss. Was he planning to sever ties completely? At this thought, Gu Qingfeng felt a wave of annoyance. Even though he had been overly strict with Gu Chen over the years, it was all for Gu Chen's own good. As the saying goes, tempering through hardship forms steel. Although Gu Chen suffered for 18 years, look at his achievements now. Which peer could accomplish what he has? In the entire Divine Summer Empire, which level 10 professional could advance through a nightmare level abyss without the aid of guilds or family resources? Historically, only Gu Chen, and this precisely proves that his educational philosophy is correct. His oppressive teaching method was not wrong. If not for those hardships that transformed Gu Chen, he might still be just another face in the crowd today. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng felt a surge of anger in his heart. It was his upbringing that had allowed Gu Chen to reach such heights, yet not only did Gu Chen lack gratitude, he was actually harboring resentment against him. Humph, this kid has been mingling outside since he was young, picking up all sorts of bad habits, unable to distinguish good from bad. If I don't suppress him harshly while he's still young, who knows what kind of trouble he'll cause later on, Xinyan said with a light smile. "I think you're just too strict with Chen, always suppressing, but CI is also your son, why don't I see you suppressing him?" Xinyan's words seemed to defend Gu Chen, but once she mentioned Gu Ci, it only strengthened Gu Qingfeng's resolve. His second son Gu Ci had been by his side since childhood, excelling in both character and learning. Gentle, respectful and frugal, he was certain that if it were Gu Ci in the same situation he would never have reached the point of severing ties with him. Ci has always been filial to his parents, never causing any trouble, why would he need suppressing? Gu Qingfeng snorted coldly. As for Chen, these years I have neglected his moral education. Although he has achieved a little success now, if not corrected in time he will definitely cause disaster in the future. After discussing for a few moments with Qin Yun, Gu Qingfeng had made up his mind. Gu Chen was the legitimate eldest son of the northern royal family. His temperament must be harshly suppressed, otherwise how could he manage the north in the future? On the side, the butler Gu, he listened to their conversation feeling colder the more he heard. No wonder Gu Chen would rather enter the abyss than return to the Gu family. This kind of oppressive education was suffocating just to think about. Returning home? To continue facing criticism and suppression, any normal person would probably not choose such a life. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qingfeng spoke in a low voice. Su Lai. Su Lai's body trembled and he quickly bowed. Your Majesty, I am here. What about Gu Chen's guaranteed admission spot? Please forgive me, Your Majesty, I will immediately issue a citywide announcement to secure the guaranteed admission spot for young Master Gu Chen. No need, Gu Chen is my son, he doesn't need your city's spot. Go tell Gu Chen if he still wants the guaranteed admission to the capital's academy, let him meet me in Gu Bei City. Yes, I will relay Your Majesty's message to young Master Gu Chen. Gu Qingfeng said no more, his large sleeves sweeping as he turned and left. Meanwhile, in the first level of the abyss at the bone burial dungeon, when the voodoo shaman's health was depleted, a series of messages popped up in front of Gu Chen. Killed voodoo shaman boss LV.20 experience plus 15,317 loot, obtained bone burial robe LV.20 rare eternal source crystal rare level up level LV.16 3789/211500 strength 477 agility 476 constitution 478 spirit 689 summons Bloodlord LV.16 legendary nightmare sovereign LV.16 epic corpse golem LV.16 legendary talent. You may now acquire a dark bloodline. Congratulations, you have cleared the bone burial dungeon. Hell level reward professional experience plus 50,000 abyss treasure chest *1 rare exiting the abyss in 5 4 3 2 1. Meanwhile, Abyss Square was teeming with people, all professionals looking to form teams. Yang Lin found a relatively spacious spot on the outskirts of the square, sat down and began to wipe his long sword. He had just emerged from a standard level abyss with his teammates. Although the gains were modest, he managed to scrape together some experience. According to this pace, as long as he cleared the standard level abyss one more time, he would level up to 13. As he thought about this, he couldn't help but recall the two odd characters from that morning, a level 6 swordsman and a level 10 summoner. Such a lineup daring to venture into the abyss, it was practically a suicide mission. Yang Lin scanned the square and didn't see those two from the morning anywhere. It seemed likely that they had already perished in the abyss. After all, the bone burial dungeon was one of the most challenging in the first tier abyss, and any professional below level 10 entering it was surely walking into their doom. He had tried to dissuade them, but they wouldn't listen and there was nothing more he could do. Just then an announcement suddenly appeared on the large screen in Abyss Square. Congratulations to the professional team for setting a new record in clearing the bone burial dungeon nightmare level with a time of 4 hours 32 minutes and 31 seconds. The team leader was Gu Chen. A summoner. Team members included Lin Yuan, a swordsman, Lin Qingqing, a warrior, Su Ran, an assassin, and Su Xia, a non-professional. They received rewards including plus 50,000 professional experience, plus 1 personal achievement and 1 rare record-breaking gift box. The clearance was rated SSS. Yang Lin rubbed his eyes as he looked at the announcement. What? The bone burial dungeon in 4 hours 32 minutes. That was over 2 hours faster than the record set by Liang Yi, the Lord of Wan City, at level 19. Who was this Gu Chen, the team leader, to be so powerful? Yang Lin instinctively looked at the screen displaying the historical records of the abyss and saw that the former holder of the nightmare level record, Liang Yi, had been replaced by Gu Chen. This name, why does it seem familiar? The team leader is a summoner, and one of the members is a swordsman. Impossible. Yang Lin's eyelids twitched and he exclaimed in shock. A nearby professional, startled by his outcry, rolled their eyes in annoyance. Stop howling, the abyss announcements don't make mistakes. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Indeed, it had been several years without any activity. It was about time for the bone burial dungeon's record to be broken. I checked and that team was full of reclassed professionals. The team leader was only level 10 when they entered the abyss. Such a lineup breaking the record was unheard of. It was them. I saw that team this morning. They were very noticeable, especially since none of them were over level 10. I remember now, one of their members was a commoner, probably the non-professional mentioned in the announcement. I was mocking them in private this morning and now I'm getting slapped in the face so soon. The young people today are really getting stronger. If I had known, I would have tried to get acquainted with Gu Chen earlier. The professionals nearby were engrossed in a heated discussion, but young Lin stood aside with a look of utter disbelief. How could it be? A summoner, a swordsman, a team with an average level not exceeding 10, weren't they the same two he had seen that morning? With such levels in formation, they had actually set a new record in the nightmare abyss. Jiang Lin felt as if his entire worldview had collapsed. People around him regretted not having mingled with Gu Chen earlier, while he had completely missed the chance to be carried to success by Gu Chen. There was once a chance for an instant rise right before him which he did not cherish until it was too late. There is nothing more painful in this world than this. What a tragedy! Yang Lin covered his face, nearly on the verge of spitting blood in frustration. He had been tirelessly frequenting the abyss square from dawn to dusk just to find a few strong teammates, yet when a top player had invited him to join a team he had bluntly refused. Not only had he refused, but he had also advised the person not to venture into the abyss, warning of quick demise. What was this? It was like smashing one's own rice bowl when the heavens were offering a meal. In 2 words, he deserved it. Meanwhile, in Wancheng City Hall, after the record for the nightmare level of the buried bone dungeon was broken, Wancheng, being the closest to the abyss, received the news immediately and called an emergency meeting. Mayor Liang Yi, looking at the information in his hands, displayed an unmistakable excitement. Gu Chen, who had cleared the temple ruins with an SSS rating and now broke the record I set years ago in the buried bone dungeon. This genius was suppressed by Su Lai and the Li family in Lincheng. The Li family has been destroyed, and up to now, the guaranteed spot has not yet been secured for Gu Chen. What exactly is Su Lai planning? No matter his plans, this talent Gu Chen Wancheng must secure him. Liang Yi slammed the table, determined the vacant guaranteed spot in Wancheng. It would be Gu Chen's. Let me think. 1. The guaranteed spot. 2. The hell level dungeon clearance reward. 3. The nightmare abyss clearance reward. Secretary Li, there's no need to apply upwards, directly allocate it from the mayor's office. Prepare all 3 rewards within 3 minutes in my office. Also arrange for the teleportation circle. I need to reach the abyss square of the buried bone dungeon within 5 minutes. This. Secretary Li was momentarily stunned. Mayor, isn't this a bit inappropriate? It's already known in Lincheng Gu Chen is the son of the northern warlord. So what? Gu Chen would rather exile himself to the wilderness than reveal the name of Gu Qingfeng, which shows he feels no allegiance to the Gu family. Just do as I say. But, if Gu Qingfeng seeks accountability, how will Wancheng respond? Accountability? Gu Qingfeng is the northern warlord and Wancheng is under Dongzhou. Can he even hold us accountable? Moreover, Dongzhou also has its royal family. I am not afraid. What are you scared of? Stop wasting time, go and prepare. If you delay the important matters, I'll reassign you to guard the abyss. Among professionals, competition is for levels, equipment, items and quotas. Between the major cities, the competition revolves around rankings, resources and talent. Although Lin City and Wan City are adjacent, one falls under the jurisdiction of the North Territory while the other belongs to East Province. Divided by a wilderness, the 2 cities have never really clashed over interests. However, this time it's different. The Bone Burial Dungeon, one of the most challenging dungeons in the first tier abyss, happens to be located near Wan City, known to the locals as the abyss at their doorstep. Due to its difficulty, many professionals from Wan City have failed to clear it, and some have even lost their lives. Over time, most professionals from Wan City have subconsciously avoided this abyss, leading to a significant loss of talent. This drain has caused Wan City to drop in the rankings within East Province year after year, missing out on substantial resources. This year marks the 3rd year of Liang Yi as the Lord of Wan City. Just like previous years, no promising talents have emerged, which troubles him greatly. He has a premonition that if things continue this way, not only will the city suffer, but so will his career. Especially after hearing that a neighbor Lin City had a candidate who received an SSS rating, his heart sank even further. Why do the promising talents never come to Wan City? However, he soon discovered that things were not as bad as he imagined. Who would have thought that Lin City not only undervalued the SSS rated candidate but also joined forces with the Li family to suppress him? What could a farmer's son whose parents had died early do when oppressed by both the city lord and a powerful family? He had no choice but to submit. Upon understanding the situation, Liang Yi saw an opportunity. Here was an SSS-rated candidate that Lin City was willing to discard. Good, Wan City would welcome him. However, the situation became more complicated when Gu Qingfeng appeared in Lin City and disclosed the identity of Gu Chen. Gu Qingfeng's son, whether from Lin City or from the solid North City, was not meant for him. Just when he was about to give up, he learned that Gu Chen was forced into the wilderness by the Li family, which sparked a glimmer of hope in his heart. Could Gu Qingfeng's son be driven into the wilderness by a minor Li family? Impossible. The only explanation was that Gu Chen did not acknowledge his family's status, hence he never used Gu Qingfeng's name. This made things much easier. Since Gu Chen was oppressed in Lin City and did not recognize his family's status, Wan City's people would welcome him. Then the news of Gu Chen clearing the nightmare-level bone burial dungeon broke. This made Liang Yi make up his mind. He had to recruit this talent. After all, Gu Chen was an SSS-rated candidate who had set a new record in clearing the first-tier abyss dungeon. Such a prodigy might only appear once in decades. It would be a waste to let him wander the wilderness. The talents and combat skills that Gu Chen had shown were enough to warrant a respectful welcome by him. The City Lord. City Lord, 3 rewards have been prepared thoroughly. Secretary Li Feng's voice mixed with the knocking sound reached Liang Yi's ears. Additionally, I found out that Gu Chen has just leveled up to 16. Normally, summoners can add a new summoning slot when they reach level 15. He just came out of the abyss and probably hasn't had the time to contract a new summoning beast. Therefore, I've applied for a level 15 summoning skill book from the Wancheng Treasury, one of the few rare summoning books available there. Just a rare level book. Unfortunately, places like our Wancheng, being quite small, don't produce summoners. To get an epic summoning book, we'd have to buy from some central cities. Not only are the prices high, but there's also not enough time. Liang Yi stood up from his seat and nodded. All right, then let's settle for this for now. We can always compensate him later. Li Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. My lord, what if Gu Chen refuses to come to Wancheng? Liang Yi's gaze flickered. We're going to snatch him, understand? Whether he's willing or not, that's his problem, not mine. Besides, since Gu Chen managed to kill Li Renjie, it shows he's not one to just accept things quietly. With such a personality, do you think he'd stay in Lincheng? What if Su Lai apologizes to him and offers more resources as compensation? It's possible, Liang Yi admitted. If Su Lai offers enough, maybe Gu Chen might endure. But now that we from Wancheng are intervening, Gu Chen will definitely not choose to reconcile with Lincheng. No matter how much Su Lai gives, he certainly can't outdo what I offer. Liang Yi rose from his desk and strode towards the teleportation hall, Li Feng carrying 2 treasure chests and 2 gift boxes immediately followed. These could have been stored in a portable space, but he chose not to. After all, nobody faults too many gifts. At this moment, the Abyss Square was crowded with people. The historical record of the Nightmare Abyss had been broken, a rare occasion, and those professionals who could witness this event felt honored. After a moment of dizziness, Gu Chen and others were teleported to the Abyss Square. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted into noise. Look, Gu Chen is out. Is that Gu Chen? Heard he's a transfer student. Wonder if he has a girlfriend. Dream on. Even if he doesn't, he's out of your league. Do you think he cares about your age or your low level? To break the historical record of the Nightmare Abyss at such a young age, I'm so jealous. Green with envy. Isn't Gu Chen from Lincheng? He broke the historical record. Isn't anyone from Lincheng City Hall here? Why would they come? Gu Chen's guaranteed spot hasn't even been confirmed. How can they show their faces? Look, aren't those the people from the City Hall? Didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. After all, he's a genius who refreshed the record of the Nightmare Abyss. Seems like Lincheng City Hall is anxious too. On the Abyss Square's teleportation circle, with a burst of blinding light, several men in suits stepped out. The leader, wearing a dark gray jacket and standing tall, his heavy brows over piercing eyes scanned the surroundings. Isn't that Liang Yi, the Lord of Wancheng? Don't joke, Gu Chen is from Lincheng. Why would Liang Yi? It really is Liang Yi. Liang Yi, now at level 50, is the highest level professional in Wancheng. What's he doing here? What else could it be? Look at the attendants behind him with treasure chests and gift boxes. Of course it's a talent hunt. A talent hunt? Gu Chen is the son of the War King of the North. He is the crown prince in Gu North City. Why would he go to Wan City? That's where you are out of the loop. It's already widely rumored that Gu Chen has severed ties with the War King of the North. That explains it. He's been pursued by the Li family for so long, preferring to flee into the wilderness, entering the abyss, all without using the name of the War King of the North. There's definitely some big news here. Watch, I reckon Gu Chen will soon become one of our own in Wan City. By then all the professionals in Wan City will benefit from this, huh? How does that concern us, with the abilities that Gu Chen has? Shown whichever city he joins, the professionals there are bound to benefit. It's undeniable. Why does the Xinxia Empire train professionals? Because every time an Abyss achievement is earned, it helps to fend off the Abyss's invasion of this world. Although Abyss achievements are not as easily obtained as individual ones, once you get an Abyss achievement after clearing it, the difficulty of that Abyss decreases and the rewards for clearing increase. The reason the difficulty in the Bone Burial Dungeon remains high is because very few professionals have ever achieved an Abyss achievement. To get an Abyss achievement, one must enter a Hell-level Abyss. Although Gu Chen does not currently meet the criteria, no one doubts his potential. After all, in everyone's eyes he is a true genius, and for such a genius obtaining an Abyss achievement is just a matter of time. Until this moment it finally became clear why the first people to rush to the Abyss Square were from Wan City. For Wan City right now, they desperately need a genius like Gu Chen to help them achieve Abyss achievements. Although the Bone Burial Dungeon is a first-tier abyss, it's too difficult, causing many new professionals to give up on this abyss. If the local abyss is too tough, then the only option is to head to the bigger cities, which is inevitable. As a result, a large group of Wan City's professionals have suddenly drifted away. The loss of fresh blood is bound to lead the city towards decline, and once it starts to decline, it falls into a vicious cycle. At this point, some professionals from neighboring cities suddenly realized a critical problem. No, absolutely not. If Gu Chen is snatched away by Liang Yi, then he will belong to Wan City, and even if he later achieves an Abyss achievement, we won't benefit at all. How could this happen? Our city finally has a genius professional, and he absolutely can't be snatched away by Wan City. Wait, don't you people from your city know your own attitude towards Gu Chen? How long has he held an SSS rating, and where are his guaranteed spots? Hey, wait a second, why would you people from your city come to the Bone Burial Dungeon? This is Wan City's abyss. Well, if Gu Chen can lead the rise of Wan City, I might as well rent out my home's balcony for $1,000 a month. With various intentions, some people from Linchang who had followed the buzz around Gu Chen suddenly became restless. Initially, they didn't pay much attention to the matter itself. At most, they came to enjoy the spectacle and see if the legendary royal son was any different from ordinary people. After all, Gu Chen was not on the same level as them, and there would likely be no future interactions. But now things had changed. Judging by the talents Gu Chen had shown, conquering the abyss was just a matter of time. It was almost foreseeable that soon the difficulty of clearing the Bone Burial Dungeon would decrease and the rewards would become even richer. In this way, professionals from Wancheng wouldn't need to leave their hometowns for leveling up anymore. After Gu Chen cleared the abyss, all professionals in Wancheng could share in the spoils. It could be said that Gu Chen was a pillar for all professionals in Wancheng. What on earth was going on with Linchang? Why hadn't anyone from the city hall shown up yet? The professionals from Linchang were anxious because they saw that Liang Yi leading a group was heading towards where Gu Chen was. Damn it, Liang Yi is shameless. Does anyone have connections at the Linchang city hall? Shake some people up. Hold on, I'm calling the city lord right now. Wow brother, you even have the city lord of Linchang's number. Isn't there a hotline for the city lord? Oh, then go ahead, if you can get through, consider me defeated. At this moment Gu Chen had just finished organizing his loot from the abyss when he saw several imposing middle-aged men appear before him. Liang Yi stood in front of Gu Chen with no nonsense and got straight to the point. Gu Chen, hello, I am Liang Yi, the city lord of Wancheng. On behalf of the people of Wancheng, I sincerely invite you to join us. Okay, I'll join. Gu Chen agreed immediately, straightforwardly. There was no other reason. Setting aside the identity of the city lord of Wancheng, Liang Yi clearly came with sincerity. The four people behind him each held a treasure chest and a gift box. Regardless of what was inside, having been in this world for so long, no one had ever offered him such generous conditions before. Hearing Gu Chen's immediate agreement, Liang Yi's face showed undisguised excitement. Standing behind him, Li Feng's cheeks twitched. In just 4 words, Gu Chen had rendered the 3 sets of arguments he had racked his brains to come up with completely useless, not playing by the rules. Behind Li Feng, 3 negotiation experts exchanged glances, their corners of the mouths curving up in perfect sync. Job done, time to clock out. Never had they done such an easy job in their lives. Just at this moment of general joy, another middle-aged man in a dark gray jacket accompanied by several people walked up. Really, now the people from Lincheng City Hall decide to show up? Too late, the bloom is off the rose. The leader is Mayor Su Lai. I've seen him before, he was in the news recently. A total of 5 people and all came empty-handed. With this attitude, do they really not care about Gu Chen? Setting aside his royal lineage, he's a genius who has cleared a nightmare-level abyss. My heavens, lucky I'm from Wancheng. I'm certain Lincheng will surely ruin itself under this Mayor Su Lai. Oh, Prince Gu Chen. Su Lai caught sight of Gu Chen's figure and hurried over to him. Young master, on behalf of Lin City, I congratulate you on successfully clearing the first-tier abyssal bone dungeon. The Li family has been wiped out. Please come back to Lin City with me. The whole city is waiting to celebrate your victory. As for the guaranteed admission spot, indeed, the Lin City Hall did not handle it correctly. Rest assured, I have prepared a set of resources equivalent to the rewards of a hell-level dungeon clearance as compensation for you. Su Lai spoke, rapidly delivering the script prepared by his secretary all at once, but he failed to mention the actual status of the guaranteed admission spot. Hearing this, Liang Yi next to him couldn't help but laugh. Lord Su Gu Chen is an SSS tier achiever who has cleared the Temple Ruins Hell-level dungeon and set a new record in the Bone Dungeon Nightmare Abyss. And this is your compensation? Are you kidding me? Su Lai snorted coldly, ignoring Liang Yi, and continued to speak to Gu Chen. Young master, you are from the north, let's return to Lin City first. What did you just say? Gu Chen interrupted Su Lai abruptly. Su Lai paused, thought for a moment, and then said, I said let's go back to Lin City. No, the sentence before that. You are from the north. Who told you I'm from the north? You are a prince of the northern royal family. Lord Su must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is not in the royal family's genealogy. Please leave. Su Lai's expression froze, silenced by this statement. After a pause, he said, young master, the king has already arranged everything. Once you return to Gu North City, the guaranteed admission spot will definitely be secured for you. Su Lai, bearing the message from Gu Qingfeng, thought he was merely running an errand, but he hadn't anticipated Gu Chen's complete lack of interest in returning to the north. In desperation, he relayed Gu Qingfeng's intentions once again. Before Gu Chen could speak, Liang Yi interjected, what do you mean? Are you trying to use the title of the Northern War King to threaten Gu Chen? Su Lai looked distressed. No. What about the guaranteed admission spot? The king said, as long as the young master returns to Gu North City, the admission spot will be secured immediately. Isn't that a threat? Gu Chen watched the scene silent, knowing well that Liang Yi was exacerbating the conflict. Su Lai understood this too and ignored Liang Yi, saying to Gu Chen, young master, if you go to the eastern provinces with Liang Yi, how will you face the people of the north in the future? Gu Chen smiled slightly. Not going to the eastern provinces is not out of the question, but you must agree to 2 conditions. A glimmer of hope appeared in Su Lai's eyes. Please state them, young master. I will do my utmost. Liang Yi's expression suddenly changed. What? We just agreed. How can you change your mind so quickly? First, how did you collude with the Li family to try to take my guaranteed admission spot, expose the entire process publicly, and apologize to me? Su Lai's face instantly showed difficulty, revealing this would end his career. Young master, I can expose the entire process, but I really did not collude with the Li family. Alright, then tell me, did I or did I not receive the SSS tier evaluation? Yes. Then why didn't the city hall issue the guaranteed admission slot on time? Su Lai fell into silence. Not talking? Then there's nothing to discuss. It seems I don't need to mention the second condition either. Su Lai frowned, at a loss for words. Is it too much to expose his collusion with the Li family in trying to snatch Gu Chen's admission slot? For Gu Chen, the victim, it's not too much at all. But after all, Su Lai is the city lord. How could he indulge in such self-destructive actions? Not talking, right? Fine, after all, I've already given you a chance, and if you don't agree, there's nothing I can do. Gu Chen looked around at the professionals gathered, shrugged his shoulders, and said, everyone sees that I just want some justice, yet he can't even agree to such a trivial matter. If he can't even grant me this, how can I expect him to give me my slot, my resources? Definitely not. So it's not I who want to leave Lincheng, it's Lincheng that is forcing me out. Su Lai's cheek twitched, speechless. The talk broke down. In fact, there was no need for negotiation, because as long as Su Lai is alive, he would not expose his collusion with the Li family. He is the lord of Lincheng, a 5th-tier professional. Even Gu Qingfeng no longer pursued him. Of course, he wouldn't do anything to destroy his own foundation. Even if Gu Chen is the son of Gu Qingfeng, he wouldn't jeopardize his own future and prospects to expose his own scandals. After all, he was sent here just to convey a message to Gu Chen. If Gu Chen agrees to return, then he has completed his mission. If Gu Chen refuses to go back as a subordinate of Gu Qingfeng, could he possibly take Gu Chen back to Gubei City by force? Impossible. Now that the Li family of Lincheng has been destroyed, there's no evidence that he blocked Gu Chen's guaranteed admission. Indeed, it was because he blocked this slot that he gave Gu Qingfeng a handle on Gu Chen. But no one expected. With the arrival of Liang Yi, a better option came along. The Northern Territory won't give him a guaranteed admission. Sorry, Dongzhou has already sent one along with a large amount of resources as compensation, which to choose Gu Chen clearly knows as if it's reflected in a mirror, so he immediately agreed to Liang Yi. Su Lai nodded and spoke in a regretful tone. I have delivered the king's message. Since the young master does not wish to return to Gubei City, then I can only say so much. As for the guaranteed admission slot, it's not that Lincheng is unwilling to give it to you, but the king already has arrangements. If the young master wants to secure the admission slot, please head to Gubei City sooner and don't keep the king waiting. After speaking, Su Lai bowed and, along with his entourage, turned to leave. Liang Yi, watching Su Lai's retreating figure, looked at Gu Chen with a strange expression and said, he blocked your guaranteed admission slot and you just let him go? That doesn't seem like your style. Gu Chen smiled faintly. In Su Lai's heart, it's the war king of the north he respects, not me. Even if I made him kowtow and admit his wrongs, he wouldn't feel a shred of remorse, so to deal with such people you need to hit them where it hurts. Let him float for a while longer, and when he faces the blame and curses of all the people of Lincheng, he will regret letting me leave today. For Su Lai, Gu Chen certainly had no intention of letting him off easily. Since Su had already made his move, it was only natural that he would have to pay a price for it. After all, Gu Chen was known for holding grudges. Using the teleportation array to return to Lincheng, Su Lai walked into his office and immediately said to his secretary following him, all right, I've delivered the message. Since the young master refuses to return, report the situation to the king as it stands. Next, announce under the name of the city hall that all dungeons under the jurisdiction of Lincheng will have a 20% fee reduction for 1 month. After all, our young master is nothing more than a talented professional. How much loss can his departure really cause Lincheng? By reducing the dungeon fees for all professionals in the city and hyping this up, no one will linger on the issue with Gu Chen. As for the future, I won't be serving in the north in 2 years anyway. Even if he is a prince, what can he do to me? Understood. That the secretary noted down the key points in his notebook and turned to leave to make arrangements. Ultimately, Su Lai was only truly afraid of Gu Qingfeng, the northern war king. As for Gu Chen, although he maintained politeness and respect, he did not really consider him a threat. A genius? What does being a genius count for? Everyone who holds the position of a city lord in the Divine Summer Empire is far from mediocre, generally being exceptionally talented. A mere unestablished genius held no weight in Su Lai's eyes. In his view, if Gu Chen wanted to challenge him, he would at least need to become a 5th-tier professional first. Unfortunately for Gu Chen, he had chosen to become a summoner, a profession that, despite its early strength, could not alter the fact of its later weaknesses. The professional system has been developed for over 100 years, yet no summoner has ever reached the 5th tier. It's said that nobles who become summoners are unbeatable at the same tier. True, but that only applies from the 2nd to the 4th tier, and even then only with massive resources invested. As every 5 levels open up a new summoning slot, no summoner can afford the resources needed for the 5th tier. This was the reason for Su Lai's disdain towards Gu Chen. However, Gu Chen was no ordinary summoner. It wouldn't be long before Su Lai would regret this underestimation. After finalizing the deal with Liang Yi, Gu Chen received all the resources brought by him: a guaranteed admission agreement to the capital's academy, a level 15 rare quality summoning skill book, a rare dungeon treasure chest, and a rare abyssal treasure chest. Liang Yi made his stance clear on the spot. If Gu Chen could clear the hell level abyss, he would be allowed to choose any legendary equipment from the treasury of Wanchang. There was, however, a small condition: he must clear the Hell-level burial dungeon. Gu Chen readily agreed to this, having just unlocked the Hell-level difficulty of the burial dungeon, and he certainly wouldn't venture into another abyss next time. Switching to another first-tier abyss would mean starting over from the nightmare level, a loss not worth considering. Upon hearing Liang Yi's condition, Lin Yuan and the others nearby could not hide their envy. In the treasury of Wancheng, choosing a legendary piece of equipment was a privilege not even the city lord's son possessed. This clearly showed how much Liang Yi valued Gu Chen. After finalizing all arrangements, Liang Yi, accompanied by Gu Chen and others, arrived in Wancheng via a teleportation formation. Along with them were Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran, who planned to continue following Gu Chun into the hellish abyss, and naturally they wouldn't consider returning to Lin City at such a critical junction. Su Xia from the foremost Su family in Wancheng also joined them. In gratitude towards Gu Chen, Su Xia specially invited Gu Chen and his companions to the Su family estate for a celebratory banquet. The material Su Xia needed previously was the eternal source crystal dropped by the defeated voodoo shaman. The two settled the transaction at the agreed price, 800,000 for the material and an additional 1 million for one trip into the abyss, totaling 180,000. Su Xia without a second thought transferred 500,000 to Gu Chen's account. Gu Chen, astonished by the notification, wondered if there was a mistake. Why transfer 500,000 for a deal of 180,000? Su Xia with a serious expression said, "Consider the extra as a deposit. Count me in for the next venture into the hellish abyss, and if an epic eternal source crystal is obtained, offer it to me first." Gu Chen agreed without hesitation. After a hearty meal, Gu Chen received transfers totaling 2 million from Lin Qingqing and Su Ran. The market price for entering a nightmare level abyss was around 100,000. Seizing the moment, Lin Qingqing asked, "Great God, you wouldn't consider changing teammates for the hell level abyss, would you? Give us an hour and Su Ran and I will go borrow the money." Gu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "No problem, 300,000 for a trip into the hell level abyss should be reasonable, right? Not expensive, but not cheap either." Lin Qingqing quickly agreed. After bidding farewell to the others, she and Su Ran went off to borrow money. From having nothing before meeting Gu Chun to now being heavily in debt, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran never imagined they would one day owe millions. However, they were more than willing. For strong players like Gu Chun, just paying the market price to join him in the next abyss was a rare opportunity. Many female professionals eager to level up quickly might have offered various things to high-level professionals. Such occurrences were no longer surprising. Compared to those female professionals, Lin Qingqing and Su Ran considered themselves fortunate. At least for now the initiative was in their hands, as long as they wanted to continue. With Gu Chen, he would keep taking them along. "That settles it then, I'll give you 2 hours, which should be enough to borrow the money. Let's meet at 4 p.m. at the teleportation hall entrance in Wancheng." "Okay." After the women left, Gu Chen handed his ID to Lin Yuan. Normally personal attendance was required for some procedures at the Wancheng City Hall, but with Liang Yi's influence, Lin Yuan managed to get a leg up. Next, Su Xia arranged a quiet room in the estate for Gu Chen where he began to tally his gains. 2 rewards were obtained from the deep abyss. One was the clearance reward, including 50,000 professional experience points and a rare abyss treasure chest. The other was a record-breaking reward, also consisting of 50,000 professional experience points, a personal achievement and a rare record-breaking gift box. Together, these amounted to a total of 100,000 experience points. Although the amount was astonishingly high, it was justified as Gu Chen had single-handedly fought through the nightmare level abyss from beginning to end. As for Lin Yuan and the others, each of their rewards was considerably lower at 15,000 experience points, but the total of 30,000 experience points still elevated them to level 11. Now Lin Yuan and his group had completely outclassed 90% of this year's class of vocational trainees. Considering that it was only the 3rd day after the vocational ceremony where most people hadn't even reached level 10 yet, this was quite an achievement. To put it into perspective, if Li Wenwei were still alive, he would probably have just reached level 11 by today. Imagine that Lin Yuan and his peers, mere commoners, were able to match the level of Li Wenwei, born into the foremost noble family of Lin Chang. This demonstrated how rapid their level progression had been. It's not hard to imagine that even if they couldn't keep up with Gu Chen's pace after the second order, they still had a bright future ahead. Next, Gu Chen collected the 100,000 professional experience points. With 2 increments of 50,000 experience points, his level soared, reaching level 17 with the stats: Strength, 487-inch Agility, 486 Constitution, 488 Spirit, 709. His summons included the Blood Duke LV.17 Legendary, Nightmare Overlord LV.17 Epic, and the Corpse Golem LV.17 Legendary. His talent now included a new Dark Bloodline. Gu Chen couldn't help but exclaim emotionally. A single abyss had catapulted his level by 6. Starting from level 11, he entered the First Order Bone Burial Dungeon with 4 actors, one of whom didn't share the experience. It was akin to soloing a 5-person dungeon and breaking a historical record. In less than 5 hours he had ascended from level 11 to 17. If any fragile professional heard this, they might literally be scared to death. Only 3 levels away from becoming a second-order professional, Guchen knew that if he could successfully clear the nightmare-level bone burial dungeon he would at least reach level 19. This meant that before reaching level 20 he could choose another first-order abyss for another round of experience grinding. Although bone burial dungeon was the only first-order abyss near Wancheng, Guchen had no intention of repeating it. It wasn't interesting. He had heard that there were decent first-order dungeons inside Wancheng, and perhaps he could arrange with Liang Yi when the time came. Next, Guchen laid all the items out on the table in front of him. A rare dungeon treasure chest, 2 rare abyss treasure chests, a rare record-breaking gift box, and a summoning skill book. Which should he open first? Upon opening the rare dungeon treasure chest, he obtained a Shadow Dagger LV.20 rare, a teleportation scroll, 15 enhancement stones, and 10 large life recovery potions, a piece of rare equipment, a teleportation scroll, and various materials and consumables. The Shadow Dagger is a quintessential piece of equipment for the assassin class, enhancing both strength and agility. It comes with an invisibility skill. Furthermore, the first attack after becoming visible guarantees a critical hit. An assassin's dream tool. Although a fine piece of gear, it wasn't suitable for him. Thus Guchen took out his phone and browsed through the professional trading platform, where he found the Shadow Dagger, a level 20 rare item priced around 3 million. The number made his heart sing with joy. Even though he couldn't use it himself, he could sell it for a handsome price. Guchen stored the equipment in his personal space and tagged it for sale. Guchen thought of Su Ran, who was also an assassin. He wondered if she might want the Shadow Dagger. If so, he could sell it to her at market price. Although Su Ran and Lin Xingxing were always borrowing money each time they cleared a level, they would also receive treasure chests and gift boxes, and since the levels Guchen cleared were of high difficulty, the equipment they contained was never inferior. For them, selling just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment could quickly repay their substantial debts. Next, Guchen's attention turned to the second treasure chest. You have opened a rare abyssal chest, obtained a Mediator Cloak LV.20 rare. Level, received 15 enhancement stones, 5 spirit recovery potions, and 10 large life recovery potions, the system announced. Guchen muttered, hoping it wasn't another class-specific piece of equipment as he examined the cloak's attributes. The Mediator Cloak, a rare quality item for level 20, was restricted to summoners and boasted attributes of plus 50 to Constitution and plus 50 to Spirit. Its effect allowed the summoner to choose one of their summon's abilities to use as a medium, making it accessible to both the summoner and their creature, a truly advantageous item. With this cloak, it was as if he had gained an extra ability, and he could switch between several summon abilities, significantly boosting his combat effectiveness. Guchen stored the Mediator Cloak in his personal space and opened the third chest. You have opened a rare abyssal chest, obtained an Echo Necklace LV.20 epic level, received 15 enhancement stones, 1 purification scroll, and 10 spirit recovery potions, the system declared. Guchen's eyes lit up. He had unexpectedly drawn an epic level item from a rare chest, a 1% probability. The Echo Necklace was an epic item with no class restrictions, enhancing spirit and speed by 300, reducing cooldowns by 45%, and increasing recovery rate by 45%. It was part of the Echo set, which also included an Echo Ring and an Echo Amulet. The set effect allowed the wearer to recover 10% of their energy immediately after killing a target. Guchen was nearly dazzled by the prospect. This necklace, being part of a set, meant that if worn by the Nightmare Sovereign, it could potentially extend the duration of deep dream states indefinitely. Powerful, incredibly powerful indeed. According to the attributes of the Echo Necklace, if the set is completed, it would significantly enhance the main attributes like health, damage, defense, and recovery. It truly deserves its epic set status. Alas, it's a pity that I'm still missing 2 other pieces of equipment and I can only use them when I reach level 20. Gazing at the striking set effects, Guchen felt a wave of frustration. He was still 3 levels away from level 20. Advancing from level 17 to 20 would require about 400,000 to 500,000 experience points, necessitating at least 2 more entries into high difficulty first-tier abysses to clear them. Helplessly, Guchen placed the Echo Necklace into his personal space and turned his attention to the remaining record-breaking gift box. Generally, gift boxes yield equipment or items corresponding to the opener's profession. Rubbing his hands together, Guchen opened the gift box. You have opened a rare level record-breaking gift box and obtained a skill book LV.17 rare level, a skill book? A spark of excitement flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as he quickly picked it up to examine it. Skill book, Spiked Tortoise Summon Level 17 Quality, Rare Effect, sign a contract with the Spiked Tortoise. Since it's from a gift box, the level and type match the profession of the person who opened the box. Although the Spiked Tortoise is known for its defense, it is not a tank type summon but rather a warrior type. Unexpectedly, a rare level summoning skill book was revealed. Gu Chen was somewhat surprised, as the summoning skill book Liang Yi gave him was also of rare quality. Immediately he also picked up that summon book in his hand. Skill book, Phantom Cat Summon Level 15 Quality, Rare Effect, sign a contract with the Phantom Cat known for its speed and burst and assassin type summon. Gu Chen glanced at the book and instantly lost interest, given that the Nightmare Overlord is also an assassin type summon capable not only of single target bursts but also powerful group attacks. If he were to contract a fourth summon, the Phantom Cat, it would greatly impact his combat power. Thus, Gu Chen placed the Phantom Cat's summon book into his personal space, planning to list it on the professional trade platform to see if he could sell it. If it were a rare level weapon, the price would definitely be around 3 million, but converting it to a rare level summon book, getting a million would be thanking heaven and earth. After all, for summoners, this level of summon is just entry level and its price would be suppressed very low and difficult to sell. Otherwise, Jiang Songhua wouldn't have casually given him the Bloodthirsty Bat summon book. After organizing all resources, the Media Cloak and Echo Necklace are fine pieces of equipment but with level restrictions, only usable at level 20. For now, the only usable item was the summoning skill book. Thinking of this, Gu Chen couldn't help feeling fortunate. It was lucky that he got a suitable summoning book from the gift box, otherwise he would still be worrying about choosing a summon. He almost had no usable summons. It seems he should head to a larger city in the future. Whether it is Lin City or Wan City in the Xinxia Empire, they can only be considered third-tier cities, offering pitifully few resources for a summoner's profession. Liang Yi had explained earlier that within the Wan City treasury there were only 3 level 15 skill books, and this Netherworld Cat summoning book was the one with the highest growth potential among the 3 rare ones. Liang Yi also mentioned that if this one wasn't satisfactory, he could help look in other cities, and his attitude was nothing short of excellent. Being able to do this much was already countless times better than Su Lai from Lin City. Now, in Gu Chen's collection of summoned beasts, the Blood Clan Duke was responsible for long-range output and burst damage, the Nightmare Overlord for burst and sustained output, and the Corpse Golem for debuffing, but he was missing a warrior-type summoned beast. Fortunately, the Spiky Tortoise was a warrior type. From level 14 to 17-inch, Gu Chen's divine talent had not been triggered, and now was the best opportunity. He picked up the summoning skill book and learned it directly. You have successfully signed a contract with the Spiky Tortoise Summoned Beast. Spiky Tortoise Quality, Rare Level 17 Health, 11,220 Attributes, Strength 235, Agility 200, Constitution 230, Spirit 195, Talent, Spiked Heavy Armor LV.20 Rare Skill, Spike Charge LV.20 Rare. A dull roar echoed in the summoning space and a large tortoise clad in spiked heavy armor appeared out of thin air. Gu Chen did not look closely at the attributes of his summoned beast since he was about to further empower it with Dark Bloodline evolution. Triggering his talent, he subsequently acquired 4 Dark Bloodlines. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Ancestor. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Descendant. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Ancestor. You have obtained Dark Bloodline Ancestor. It might have been an illusion, but Gu Chen felt that as his level increased, the frequency of obtaining descendant bloodlines became lower. Before level 10-inch, a descendant bloodline would appear almost every 2 levels, but this time it took 4 levels for one to appear. However, it was a pity that the king's bloodline did not appear. Next, Gu Chen granted the ancestor bloodline to the Spiky Tortoise, then used the descendant bloodline for bloodline awakening, followed by another ancestor bloodline for star enhancement. Dark Bloodline Ancestor Fusion successful. Summoned Beast evolved. Spiky Tortoise Rare Dark Hunting Dragon. Tortoise Epic. Summoned Beast Bloodline Awakening successful. Summoned Beast Star Enhancement successful. Dark Hunting Dragon. Tortoise Epic. Dark Hunting Dragon. Tortoise Epic. Level LV.17 Health 76,220 Attributes, Strength 380, Agility 350, Constitution 360, Spirit 320, Talent, War-Ending Sorrow Epic. Counterthorn Armor Epic Skill I, Shattered Charge LV.20 Epic Skill 2, Taunting Roar LV.20 Epic Skill 3, Boiling Dragon Blood LV.20 Epic, with a muffled thud the originally dark brown Tortoise underwent a complete transformation, its size increasing dramatically, resembling a towering hill. Its shell was hard and rough, its edges serrated like blades, and its surface covered in irregular spikes like a thick coat of spiked armor glistening with a metallic sheen in the light. Its eyes shone like two brilliant sapphires, its jaws sprouted sharp fangs, and its body was covered in hard keratin scales gleaming coldly like daggers. The creature's claws were as sharp as hooks forged from refined steel, and its thick limbs resembled massive stone pillars with bone spurs jutting out at the joints. From head to tail it resembled a beast born for slaughter. Compared to the previously encountered spiked tortoise, the dark hunter turtle exuded a much stronger aura, radiating a fierce and bloodthirsty murderous intent. Wars End. Woe. The dark hunter turtle gains a 10% damage boost each time it is injured, and the effect lasts until it exits combat. Recoil spiked armor. When it takes melee damage, it returns 50% of the damage as true damage to the attacker with every 20 points of Constitution, increasing the damage return ratio by 1%. Shattered Charge. It starts by leaping forward to charge, dealing substantial damage and slowing targets in its path and knocking back the target at the end of the path. Roar of Mockery. It taunts targets within a certain area, forcing them to attack itself, and gains a 1% attack speed boost with each hit it takes. Dragon Blood Boil. When its health falls below 30%, its defense increases by 300% and its health regeneration rate increases by 300%, with 76,000 health points. Damage Reflection. Damage boosts taunts and control abilities. It is truly a hexagonal warrior, capable of both defense and offense, a natural killing machine, invincible in position. This is exactly the role Gu Chen had been missing. Only with the Dark Hunter turtle holding the front could the Vampire Duke and the Nightmare Sovereign deal higher damage. With this, the lineup of summon creatures was beginning to take shape. The afternoon passed quickly, and the news of Gu Chen joining Wan City became a hot topic in Lin City and Wan City, attracting significant attention even from nearby cities. At 4 p.m., another explosive piece of news came from Wan City. Breaking news: Gu Chen has led a team of professionals into the hell level of the Bone Burial Dungeon. This news spread rapidly across various media platforms, sparking unprecedented interest and pushing Gu Chen's activities to the top of the trending list. Gu Chen was really pushing it. Just having cleared the Nightmare Abyss in the morning and then entering the Hell Abyss in the afternoon, who did he think he was? Indeed, did he think he owned the Abyss? He must be getting carried away. If I were Gu Chen, I would at least take a day to rest, otherwise there's no way to clear it in this state. Disappointing, very disappointing. We thought Mayor Liang Yi had brought a beacon of hope to Wan City, but it seems it was just a false alarm. I was counting on Gu Chen to achieve something in the Bone Burial Dungeon, but this, he must be there to feed the monsters. You guys are being too harsh. Gu Chen is a genius. Invited by Mayor Liang Yi. You guys can't even clear a regular abyss and still have the audacity to criticize? The news of Gu Chen entering the Hell Abyss spread rapidly on short video platforms, especially in Wan City and Lin City, nearly causing an uproar. For Lin City, most professionals did not want to see Gu Chen continue to clear the Hell Abyss, as from their perspective Gu Chen had betrayed Lin City. On the side of Wan City, there were those who were jealous, those who enjoyed the spectacle, and those who hoped Gu Chen would make a name for himself with the Hell Abyss. In the two cities, all the hot topics began to revolve around Gu Chen. However, these discussions did not last long. Just after 8 p.m., an announcement was made in the Abyss Square of the Burial Dungeon that Gu Chen had cleared the Hell level. Congratulations to the professional team for successfully refreshing the Hell level clearance record of the Burial Dungeon with a clearance time of 4 hours 2 minutes and 56 seconds. The team information included team leader Gu Chen, the summoner members Lin Yuan the swordsman, Lin Qingqing the warrior, Su Ran the assassin, and Su Xia the non-professional. The clearance was rated SSS. Immediately, countless topics surged across various media platforms expressing strong shock and puzzlement over Gu Chen's Hell level Abyss clearance. Following this, the professionals began a heated discussion. If Gu Chen had indeed refreshed the historical record of the Hell level Burial Dungeon, does it mean that the record for this abyss will now remain unbeaten? If this is indeed the case, then Gu Chen has only refreshed the Hell level Abyss record and has not met the expectations of Liang Yi and the people of Wan City. After all, countless people in Wan City hoped that Gu Chen would achieve the Abyss accomplishment of the Burial Dungeon to lower its difficulty. If he tried his best but still did not achieve the Abyss accomplishment, wouldn't all the resources Liang Yi provided have been wasted? Amidst the heated discussions among the citizens, a video channel quietly released a message. The 4 hours and 2 minutes were not the limit for the hell level of the burial dungeon. If it were not for the acquisition of the Abyss accomplishment, we could have cleared it half an hour earlier. The video channel's verification column simply read, First Order Abyss Accomplishment Obtainer, Gu Chen's 4-hour 2-minute clearance of the hell-level burial dungeon left no room for others. Who can tell me what is the significance of Gu Chen refreshing the hell-level Abyss record? Yes, the record-breaking reward can only be received once and will not be reissued. The burial dungeon is already difficult. By doing this, he has completely blocked the path for other professionals. Indeed, how can others now obtain the record-breaking reward? Gu Chen is just being petty. I would like to ask, don't you all have eyes? Didn't you see Gu Chen mention the Abyss accomplishment? Abyss accomplishment? Are you sure he achieved it? Right after Gu Chen posted that text and image, numerous comments quickly emerged. At the same time, the Abyss Square of the burial dungeon issued another announcement. Notice, the professional team has successfully cleared the hell level of the burial dungeon and obtained the Abyss accomplishment. From today, the difficulty of the First Order Abyss Burial Dungeon will decrease by 25% and the clearance rewards will increase by 25%. The 5 members of the professional team received the Abyss Accomplishment Badge. Boom! This announcement blew up on all major media platforms, leaving professionals from both Wan City and Lin City in indescribable shock. Who was just cursing Gu Chen? Step forward and apologize. Apologies are a must. No excuses accepted. I warn you. Immediately apologize to Gu Chen or I will expose you all. The leader of Gu Chen's fan support group stepped up to the plate, exclaiming with confidence, I knew it. A great player like Gu Chen was bound to achieve the abyssal accomplishment. How could the lord of the city be mistaken? The difficulty of the bone burial dungeon has been reduced by 25% and the completion rewards have increased by 25%. This includes the normal hard nightmare and hell difficulties. It looks like the professionals in Wan City are in for some good fortune. Damn it, Gu Chen is from our Lin City, why don't such good things happen here? Correction, Gu Chen is now one of our own in Wan City, all thanks to our wonderful city lord. We still have to thank the lord of Lin City. If it wasn't for him, how would Gu Chen have come to Wan City? Why aren't the people from Lin City speaking now? I bet they feel like thousands of alpacas are galloping through their hearts. It's infuriating. I want to write the word tragic on Su Lai's leg. The citizens of Wan City are overjoyed, actively sharing their sudden happiness on various platforms, determined to build their joy on the pain of all Lin City professionals. Sitting in the City Hall office, Lian Yi practically jumped out of his chair upon hearing the news. Abyssal achievement. It was Gu Chen's first time entering the hell level abyss, and he had already secured the abyssal achievement. This was far beyond his expectations. In his plan, Gu Chen had to be at least level 19. Like he had been before attempting to secure the abyssal achievement in the bone burial dungeon. Unexpectedly, Gu Chen had achieved what no one had done for many years without making a sound. No one knew better than him how much this would boost the professionals in Wan City. He could even imagine the city's combat power experiencing a surge in the coming years. Rewards. There must be rewards. Gu Chen, this floor is the residence the Lord has arranged for you. After coming out of the bone burial dungeon, Abyss Li Feng led Gu Chen and others to a luxurious apartment building in the center of Wan City. You mean this whole floor is my residence? Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Yes, a large flat apartment, 518 square meters, luxuriously decorated with furniture and living essentials already in place. You can move in immediately, Li Feng responded with a smile, looking every bit the real estate agent. Gu Chen nodded, approached the majestic double doors, and entered his facial data into the recognition system. With a click, the door swung open automatically. Gu Chen waved at Lin Yuan and the others, and then they all entered the house. The moment they stepped inside, the smart home devices kicked into gear. The lights came on, the curtains drew back automatically, and the window openers maximized the windows, letting in a cool breeze and a clear view. Passing through the foyer, the living room was intricately decorated with materials Gu Chen couldn't name, all exuding a discreet luxury. This whole setup must be worth tens of millions, right? Lin Yuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room overlooking the city below and couldn't help but marvel. We're on the 33rd floor, perfect for taking in the entire city's nightscape. To be precise, it's 15,550,000, Li Feng replied. Despite being a third-tier city, the large flats in the city center of Wan City are not cheap. Gu Chen nodded, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. At that moment, the image of a dilapidated cottage in the suburbs of Lin City flashed through his mind, compared to the luxurious apartment he was currently in. His previous dwelling seemed no better than a sewer. Indeed, the disparity between people is always so stark no matter which world one is in. He had mentally prepared himself. He knew that Liang Yi would offer him generous conditions to win him over and he must not succumb easily, but now he realized he was wrong. Poverty had limited his imagination. He hadn't expected to be gifted an apartment worth over 15 million, it completely overturned his worldview. This apartment is considered a top-notch luxury residence in Wan City with the best lighting and orientation. What do you think? Li Feng asked. Not bad, Gu Chen nodded, suppressing the shock in his heart. Downstairs, Lin Yuan had told him that no matter what Li Feng offered, he needed to keep his cool and not be looked down upon. It's okay, just so, Lin Yuan commented nonchalantly, hands on his hips. However, within a few seconds he couldn't keep up the act. Is it too late for me to join Wan City now? Lin Yuan turned to Li Feng with a sheepish smile. You want to join Wan City too? Don't get me wrong, it's not for the resources or the mansion, but mainly out of respect for City Lord Liang Yi's character and the local customs of Wan City give me a sense of coming home, he explained. Li Feng laughed and spread his hands. I'm not the decision maker for that. Once you get into a higher educational institute, you can pay more attention to Wan City's talent recruitment policies. Alright, we'll talk about it later then. Lin Yuan touched his nose, seemingly noticing the amusement in Lin Qingqing and Su Ran's eyes, and added, actually Lin City isn't that bad, but Wan City offers more possibilities for me. Unlike the cheerful atmosphere among the professionals in Wan City, the professionals in Lin City were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration after hearing about Gu Chen's achievement of the abyss in the Bone Burial Dungeon. In the square of the Temple Ruins dungeon, Gu Chen's name was still hanging on the leaderboard of the Hell-level dungeon, glaringly conspicuous. The square was filled with people who knew Gu Chen, including those who had mocked him and those who had envied him, some of whom were his classmates. Of course, this did not include Wu Zi. Ever since he had betrayed the team in the dungeon, he hadn't shown his face in the newbie dungeon square. Embarrassed. Now, among the newbie professionals, almost everyone was discussing topics related to Gu Chen. Have you heard? Not only did Gu Chen join Wan City, but he also achieved the abyss in the Bone Burial Dungeon. I'm envious. After passing the newbie dungeon, most of the career switchers in Wan City probably choose the normal Bone Burial Dungeon, right? After all, its difficulty has been reduced by 25%. Don't forget, it's not just the difficulty that's reduced, the rewards from the Bone Burial Dungeon have also increased by 25%. Wan City has a good city lord. Liang Yi lured Gu Chen away, benefiting all the lower-tier professionals in Wan City. What has Lin City's lord given us? It was rumored that Su Lai had reduced the usage fees for the copies in Linchang. But what use was that? Without reducing the difficulty of the copies, we low-tier professionals still had no way out. Su Lai was a petty man. He seemed to be distributing benefits to the professionals in Lincheng, but in reality he was only making it cheaper for the nobles and the wealthy, completely disregarding the lives of us at the bottom. It was hard to imagine that the professionals in Wancheng could gain much from Gu Chen's departure. It was all Su Lai's fault. If it weren't for his collusion with the Li family to suppress others, Gu Chen would never have left. Su Lai is truly inhuman. In the Lincheng office building, Su Lai sat in his office listening to his secretary's report, his face so gloomy it seemed he could drip water. Mayor, the people of Lincheng are venting their dissatisfaction with the city hall on various major media platforms. Negative news is almost trending. Our credibility is severely lacking. Block the news, suppress all negative news about the city hall. Do I need to teach you how to do this? It can't be blocked. These are mainstream media platforms, and it's not just Lincheng involved. Surrounding cities including Wancheng are also getting involved, claiming they want justice for Gu Chen. Su Lai didn't speak. His face became even more somber. We've also received news that a large number of students are organizing a demonstration aiming to make the mayor apologize to Gu Chen. Anger surged on Su Lai's face as he continued, Gubei City has sent a message. Starting this month, Lincheng's various taxes will increase by 15%, and for the next 3 years, the northern region's various subsidy policies will not be applied to Lincheng. Continue. After the extermination of the Li family, Lincheng's 3 major families fought many times over the Li family's industries, severely affecting the public order in Lincheng. Are they all targeting me, deliberately? Is everyone here to mess with me? Su Lai roared, his fist slamming down on the table, his eyes bloodshot, his psyche on the verge of collapse. Damn it, they're all causing trouble at this critical moment. If we can't suppress the news online, then shut down the related media platforms. I want them all to go bankrupt. A demonstration, forcing me to apologize, suppress it harshly. All participants are to be expelled from school and sent to factories for labor re-education, and Gubei City raising lynchings taxes by 15% and canceling subsidy policies. Revenge. This is outright revenge. Alright, the major families aren't behaving. Are they? Arrest all the troublemakers. If Gubei City wants to bleed me dry, then don't blame me for taking action against them, Su Lai roared, seemingly venting all the fury in his heart. Initially he hadn't taken this fallen prince, now severed from the royal family, seriously, but unexpectedly one oversight led to trouble after another. He had thought that after the Li family's extermination his dealings with Li Shao would forever vanish, yet everything had exploded into the open. Annoyance, anger, regret, all these emotions surged out. His anger was tremendous, and this time he rarely kept his composure. He needed to vent. After all, Su Lai was the mayor and he didn't completely let his emotions control him. A minute had passed and he had already regained his composure. With a deep sigh, there was no longer any sign of anger on his face. He had come to realize that those various noises from the outside world meant nothing to him, and even the position of the city lord of Linchang was just a job to him. In 2 years, his term would end, and he would either be transferred to the western regions or the southern frontier. The prince of the northern territory. I look down on you. I can't afford to provoke you, but can't I still avoid you? Su Lai thought to himself, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. He had already planned to slack off. At the fortress in the north, the royal residence, the news that Gu Chen had left the northern territory to join Dongzhou had reached the royal residence. Gu Qingfeng was utterly furious about it. If not for Qin Yun holding him back, he had planned to mobilize troops and march into Wansheng. Your Majesty, Sitsi called from Shangjing. The special recruitment assessment at Shangjing Academy has been completed, and now we just wait for the school to start. Qin Yun's tone was filled with immense joy and pride. Sitsi is coming back this afternoon. Really, good. This child has always been mindful of his parents, saying that he will get busy once school starts, so he wants to spend more time with us before school begins. Sitsi has been obedient and sensible since he was young. It's good enough that he has this intention. Since that's the case, go quickly and have the butler arrange it. We'll set a banquet in the hall tonight to welcome him back. Qin Yun nodded, her expression revealing a bit of difficulty. Your Majesty, if you leave for Dongzhou now and Sitsi comes back and doesn't see you, he might feel disappointed. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's face showed a bit of difficulty. Whether it's Gu Chun or Gu Sitsi, both are his sons, and as a father he can't neglect one over the other. Going to Dongzhou, the round trip plus dealing with Gu Chen's matters would take at least 2 days, and this time Gu Sitsi's return might not last long either. With this thought, Gu Qingfeng's brows showed a hint of anger again. Gu Chen being his eldest legitimate son, why does he always have to cause trouble outside? As an elder brother, why can't he be as worry-free as his younger brother, Gu Sitsi? It seems his previous thoughts were correct. Gu Chen has lived outside since he was young and has become too wild. He must be restrained, otherwise he will not achieve greatness in the future. Thinking this, Gu Qingfeng sighed deeply. Well, leaving the northern territory was that rebellious son's choice. Even if he joins Dongzhou, he can't cause any serious trouble for a while. These next few days I will stay in Gubei City with you and our son, and after Sitsi leaves the northern territory I will settle accounts with that rebellious son. Qin Yun nodded and hummed in agreement, her tightly furrowed brows immediately relaxing. The day after clearing the hell-level bone burial dungeon, Liang Yi fulfilled his promise. Li Feng brought Gu Chen to the outside of Wancheng's treasury. Inside the treasury of Wancheng lay the city's greatest wealth, containing countless pieces of equipment, items and rare materials. Apart from the city lord, only those who had made outstanding contributions to the city were allowed to enter and select treasures. Gu Chen, having achieved the abyss accomplishment in the bone burial dungeon, was considered to have made an outstanding contribution to Wancheng. Gu Chen took a golden card from Li Feng's hand, which allowed him to choose any legendary equipment from the treasury. Gu Chen, go ahead, you can choose any equipment of legendary grade or below as you like, but this gold card can only be used to exchange for one piece of equipment. Li Feng's tone was filled with undisguised envy. Gu Chen nodded, took the gold card, and walked into the treasury's grand doors. Inside the treasury was like a large exhibition hall, displaying various types of equipment and items, with the least of them being of rare grade. The surfaces of the equipment and items emitted dazzling lights of different colors, presenting a shimmering spectacle. With so many treasures, it was hard to choose. As Gu Chen looked at the numerous treasures before him, he felt somewhat like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, dazzled and enchanted. After a walk around, Gu Chen noticed that perhaps because the summoner profession was rare in small cities, there weren't many pieces of equipment suited for summoners. However, he wasn't discouraged. Although there weren't many pieces of equipment he could use, there were plenty for his summoned beasts. After spending a long time in the legendary equipment section, he finally chose a piece of armor, the Indomitable Black Armor. Indomitable Black Armor quality, legendary level, LV.20 class restriction, melee classes attributes, plus 500 constitution plus 6000 health points effect. Deals true damage equal to 5% of the wearer's maximum health per second to surrounding targets. This effect is ineffective against ranged classes. After careful consideration, Gu Chen decided to take this piece of armor. While the plus 500 constitution and plus 6000 health points were impressive, what really caught his eye was the armor's effect, the target being enemy units. If this Indomitable Black Armor were equipped on the Dark Hunter Tortoise with a health of 76,000 plus an additional 6,000, the maximum health would rise to 82,000. This way the Dark Hunter Tortoise could deal over 4,000 true damage per second to surrounding targets in battle. Look, that's per second, with skills like Roaring Taunt, which can forcibly make surrounding targets attack itself, and Shattered Charge, which slows targets in its path while dealing damage, combined with the effect of the Indomitable Black Armor, one could imagine once letting the Dark Hunter Tortoise into the abyss, it would definitely wreak havoc. Truly worthy of legendary status, this is the one. Using the gold card to exchange for the Indomitable Black Armor, Gu Chen took the equipment and left the treasury very satisfied. Outside the treasury, Li Feng was still waiting. Seeing your expression, you must have chosen a piece of equipment that you're very satisfied with, Li Feng said with a smile. Yes, thank my lord for me, Gu Chen nodded. Next, you still have one more chance to enter a level 1 dungeon or the abyss. What are your plans? Li Feng asked. Gu Chen was now level 19. After clearing the Hell level Bone Burial Dungeon, this time his level had only increased by 2. The speed of leveling up had slowed down considerably. First, as the level increased, the experience gained from killing alien species decreased. Initially, a level 11 summon killed a level 13 corpse chimera and gained about 1,500 experience points. Now, a level 17 summon killing a level 15 corpse warrior gained less than 800 experience points, a direct halving. Moreover, the experience required to level up had also increased. When Gu Chen entered the Nightmare level Bone Burial Dungeon, he was only level 11, requiring nearly 30,000 experience points to level up. By the time he ventured into the Hell level Bone Burial Dungeon, he had reached level 17, with each level up demanding over 300,000 experience points. Additionally, the record-breaking reward could only be claimed once. Subsequent completions of the Hell level dungeon would not grant this experience bonus. As levels increased, the pace of leveling inevitably slowed down. Thus, seizing the opportunity to enter a first-tier dungeon again while possible was something Gu Chen was not willing to pass up. What are the city lord's plans? Gu Chen inquired. Since Li Feng had initiated this topic, he must have been well prepared. Recently, a new first-tier dungeon was constructed in one city. If you're interested, the city hall can directly allocate a slot to you, Li Feng suggested. Direct allocation meant waiving the dungeon usage fees, saving millions immediately. A first-tier dungeon? What are the experience rewards like? Gu Chen felt intrigued. Well, although it's a man-made dungeon, if you tackle it on Hell difficulty, the experience rewards are on par with the abyss, albeit with significantly higher difficulty. That's not the point. As long as the rewards are high enough, difficulty doesn't matter, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. After all, it was just a first-tier dungeon, how tough could it get? If you agree, I can send you some dungeon details. Hold on a moment. Gu Chen was not hasty to agree and quickly added, since it involves entering a dungeon, could the city hall help me out a bit? I heard that the difficulty level of man-made dungeons can be adjusted, and I'd like to go straight to Hell level. I'm already level 19-inch, and if I have to unlock levels step by step from hard level, I might already be second tier before reaching Hell level. Once I become a second tier professional, I won't be able to enter first tier dungeons or the abyss anymore. That might be difficult for others, but since you've achieved the abyss feat, it's possible to open the Hell level directly for you, Li Feng replied. Great, then I'll trouble secretarially with this. After the discussion, Li Feng sent Gu Chen some dungeon details and went to arrange the slot and open the Hell level difficulty. Back at his spacious duplex apartment, Gu Chen called out Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan, Lin Qingqing, and Su Ran were not one city natives, so for convenience they all stayed at Gu Chen's apartment. The large duplex had plenty of rooms, so accommodation was never an issue. The team for this dungeon run remained unchanged, still including the previous lineup with Su Xia also among the team members. Last time in the Hell Level Bone Burial Dungeon, Gu Chun had obtained an epic eternal Source Crystal which Su Xia had purchased for 5 million. He claimed that with this material he could develop the new generation Mark 21 armor. The reason he wanted to join Gu Chen in the dungeon was to test the combat capabilities of this new armor. Gu Chen readily agreed to this. Su Xia could fill out the numbers without sharing the experience, and Gu Chen was also quite curious about the new generation Mark 21 armor. Is this the world where everyone is switching careers? Could Iron Man be making an appearance?